has now launched Starlink Mobile, and it's for like RVs and truck drivers. So basically, you have satellite connection everywhere. So if you're deep in the woods or deep in the mountains, you're going to have connectivity no matter what. The only reason why you wouldn't is if you had like maybe a really bad storm or something. So that connects to satellites. So if I were you, I'll look it up for you right now. It's called Starlink. I know they have it for RVs. Starlink RV Internet. Yeah. So it's $600, and then its initial cost, and then it's $120 a month, and you have internet wherever you want.
That's fucking expensive, man. I already have a mobile hotspot.
But it doesn't work everywhere.
I know, but
So you cancel the mobile hotspot, and you get Starlink. Well, here's what I'm saying. Then you can literally drive anywhere in the country and run Twitter Spaces and be able to show your project 24/7. Well, and I'm not saying that it's something that you have to do now, or there might not be a better opportunity in the future. But if you want to use video, that's probably your only option. If you don't, if you want to just do audio, then just do what you're doing. But here's the thing, you're never going to catch on because every time you host a space, you're going to go through the mountains and then it's going to disconnect. Or you're going to have to tell everyone, hey, I know we're in this really great Twitter space, but I'm going to be going through the Mojave Desert and we won't be able to connect for 45 minutes. So sorry, everybody. Bye.
hold on again. Let me take my sweater off again.
JM, how you living, baby? JM. JM, are you there?
You there?
I am.
Okay. Yeah, I get you. I'm gonna have to come up with a game plan, but
Well,
right now,
and I get what you're saying. $120 is very expensive for internet, especially if you already have a mobile
no, I mean,
hotspot.
this was 600. It's like,
Oh, you think that's
get a device or something?
yeah,
Do you get a device or something?
yeah, you get a device that connects to satellites. So it's like your router and all that shit. Normally you'd have to pay that anyway for internet. You just pay it and you don't have to pay you don't have to pay for equipment. You buy the equipment. So like normally if you have
So
a
the equipment gets built to your home,
yeah,
and then you have to plug it in, like on a board, or how does that work?
you plug it in the RV model. I think goes into a 12 volt plug.
Charger?
Yeah.
Like cigarette charger?
Yeah. No, I think you need an inverter. Let me see.
I
Star.
gotta do my research on that. I haven't really,
Okay, it looks
you
like
know what I'm saying?
oh they do have an inverter, or they do have an adapter for like a cigarette charger. They have all kinds of adapters for it. So here it says, how much power does Starlink for RVs use? On average, a standard rectangular Starlink dish setup consumes between 1.2 and to 1.8 kilowatt hours of power. Hold on a second. I don't know if this works that well when it's moving though. It looks like you need a dish, and if you need a dish, you can't have that on a meaning.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Right now, my mobile hotspot is perfect. I get to move, and the internet's being, I have like unlimited gigs on my hotspot, so the only thing,
Oh, you have unlimited gigs with your hotspot?
yeah.
Okay.
So the only thing that doesn't work that well with cellular, like anything, hotspot or cell phone, is when you're in a mountain range. So that's the only thing where that satellite can get gas, right?
Yeah.
Other than that,
Okay, you're right then.
Works everywhere. For the price.
Can't beat
For
it.
like $30 a month. Yeah, you
It's
can't beat it.
one fourth what that is. And I thought that was different. I thought it was basically something that you put in your vehicle and it was inside. No, this looks like something like if you're camping and you need internet in Yellowstone. No, I understand that. Right, exactly. Exactly. Yes, I know. Well, once I saw it, the first thing that they showed you, it looks like something that you could just put on like your dashboard. It's not big. But then, and then I saw this thing that's like, oh no, this thing is outside of the vehicle, and it looks like you have to. It's like a real satellite dish. And I was like, oh, how would this ever work with a semi? Yeah, something's wrong here. This must be for stationary vehicle. Yeah, you're right. Now, do you ever drive up to the Pacific Northwest?
I drive like recently, no, but I drive everywhere.
Have you been to all 50 states?
Yeah, I've been like, I have not been to North Dakota, and
Okay.
I have not been to Maine.
Oh, okay.
But other than that, I've been to. I think I've been to South Dakota. I've been to.
Have you been to
Mount Rushmore, right? It's in, like,
South Dakota?
South.
I'll look
Yeah,
that
I
up.
think so. I went to Montana. Like, I've been to Wisconsin.
It's in South Dakota.
The other day.
Okay, have you ever been to Hawaii or Alaska?
No, so I haven't been to Maine.
So you've been to 46 states.
North Dakota. I've been to and Puerto Rico. If it's
That's not a state.
Yeah.
You've been to 46 states.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And the reason why, obviously, the other two is because obviously you can't drive a truck to Hawaii.
Right, and Alaska's a pain in the ass to get to.
Right, you have to go to
So here's what you should do.
Canada. That means I would have to.
Get all that regulated and all that. It's a pain in the ass, I'm sure. Here's what you got to do. You have to one day take a load to Maine or get a load from Maine to check that one off your list. And then also through North Dakota. North Dakota shouldn't be too hard. You'll be able to knock that off doing something from like,
The issue is, like, all the local deliveries, even if you're in the next state, like, say, like Massachusetts, right?
Mhm.
Like, those guys will handle Maine. So there's no,
Gotcha.
like, there's no real, because it's so close, they can deliver and come back.
I got you.
And it's ideal work for daily driving.
So you only do local, you don't do national?
No, I do national.
Right.
But what I'm trying to say is, for states like Maine that are so close to like Massachusetts or Connecticut or something like that, like it makes more sense for the local guys, like UPS or FedEx. It makes more sense for them to do that kind of work than for something like me.
You never know that.
I've been in Massachusetts, I've been in Vermont, I've been,
Yeah, I mean, if you've been that far, then there's a chance you could get to Maine someday.
Yeah, I would love to, but
And then North Dakota. And then once you knock those two out, you either travel to Alaska. What I'm trying to do is I want you to get to all 50 states, and you should end in Hawaii on like a nice vacation. You deserve it. If you want it.
Yeah, I would love to. Because that means I've driven on all 50 states. But like I said,
You'd probably just have to ask someone.
yeah.
Or go to like a driving school and just ask if you could try it out.
Yeah. For right now, what it is, I'm happy because the issue is, it's like I said, if I do go to Maine, I don't know what I would get out of it.
Dude,
I don't know what type of load.
do they have semis in Do they have semis in Hawaii?
I'm pretty sure you can't deliver shit on the car. See, you use a semi as a tool used to deliver produce, whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you're right. But like,
Shit like that, like, you can't get that in your little office.
no, you're absolutely right. So, yeah, they have semis. Do they have trains in Hawaii? Do they have trains in Hawaii? Train wise,
I would assume so.
do they have industrial trains?
I would assume so because they have military bases there.
There are no functional railways in Hawaii for either passengers or freight. There are a couple of small trains, such as the sugarcane train in Ua Beach on Oahu, and the narrow gauge railroad for tourists that tours the Dole plantation. So it doesn't seem like there's. But I have not. I know. You and I will do it. When you make it to Maine and North Dakota, you should go on an Alaskan cruise to Alaska and then drive a truck up there and then a nice Hawaiian vacation. We'll take a Hawaiian vacation together. We'll do the
I wish I had some ingredients.
like pineapple.
Oh, some teriyaki chicken, like some cabbage, some rice. Oh my god, dude, I'm dying for that shit right now. As a truck driver, oh my god.
All right, dog. Well, I'm gonna continue to stream. I looked at your website. It's phenomenal. I really mean that. It looks like you put a lot. I really do. And like on a scale of 0 to 10, it's like between an 8 and a 10. I mean, really, it's a 10 out of 10. I can't tell you any way to improve it, but like, so actually, I shouldn't say between an 8 and a 10. It's like a 10 out of 10. Really.
Hey, let me ask, does it make sense the first one? It says right on sheet 404, right? And UFC 404. It says join something dystopia, whatever. Does that make sense?
Just one moment.
Or do I need to edit it?
Let me look at it again. I was really surprised how smooth it was. Okay, let me find it.
Just join our dystopia.
Let me find it. Hold on. Just one moment.
I wrote everything, by the way.
Excellent. Yo. I'm following you on Twitter. I'm trying to. It's not letting me. Strange.
Yeah, you're
No, that account I think got banned. I'm looking, just a moment. Cyberpunk Ryoshi. Ryoshi ERC. Yep, can you hear me? Hold on. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Apollo, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Okay. I'm looking at it right now. Yes, I can. It says exclusively available. Yes, I can. It says exclusively available on Ryoshi Swap. Buy a Ryoshi token and have one of our stunning Cyberpunk NFTs minted in your wallet. That's completely makes a lot of sense to me. Join our dystopia futuristic crypto world. Okay, so I understand what you're trying to say here. If you really want to be grammatically correct, I believe It would be join our dystopian or join our dystopia futuristic. And but I think it's fine. I mean, if you really want to be specific,
Dystopian, right? Not dystopia.
yeah. If you really would want to say, I would rephrase it to join our futuristic crypto dystopia.
Okay, can you DM me that?
Sure. It's
Because
so what?
driving.
Absolutely, you got it. So currently, what you have is join our dystopia futuristic crypto world, and what you should change it to, in my opinion, to be a little shorter, to the point. Join our futuristic crypto dystopia. Join our futuristic crypto dystopia. Because what you're saying, a dystopia is already a world, so you don't have to say that again. And but I mean, I read it the first time and it was fine. And then everything else exclusively available on Ryoshi Swap. Buy a Ryoshi token and have one of our stunning cyberpunk NFTs minted in your wallet. That's all really good.
The rest I wrote was just very. If you scroll down, I even have crypto detail numbers.
Let me see. I'm gonna look.
Like if you scroll way
I'm
down,
gonna look. I'm gonna look. Okay, crypto degens now. Our NFT collection. Okay, let me first say, I think that's really nice. I really like your website. I mean, when I said before it's like an 8 out of a 10, or I didn't say that. I said it's between an 8 and a 10 out of 10. And then I came back and said it's a 10 out of 10. I really mean it is like a 10 out of 10. I just didn't want to say it's absolutely perfect because I didn't have a chance to really go through and look at it. But it works really well. Phase 1, contract deployment, web creation, burn liquidity, social media platform setups. Wow, this is really cool. I mean, it works really well. I mean, this is a 10 out of 10 website for a project. It's really nice. It really is. I mean, so now, dude, now that I've had the chance to see it, the I don't even say the worst thing. You mentioned it is the first line could change, but if I were you, if I wanted to improve it a little bit more to make it an 11 out of 10, I would make sure that I took a little bit of time and registered every single social media platform for Ryoshi, and that means YouTube and Twitch, and I see you have Twitter and Telegram, but I would additionally add in there Pinterest and Tumblr, everything, and just have a page there. Let me say why. You don't have to do anything with it, but then you have a lot of SEO juice, and that's going to allow your coin to be much stronger in web results. And then when you're strong in web results, that's more.
you can go to Google right now and then it shows up on web search.
Yeah, but that's, you have to type it specifically. If you have other platforms, if I'm right now in Reddit and I type Ryoshi, nothing comes up. And what I'm saying is, if you had a Reddit account, then it would show up. I just want you to have the strongest possible project, and the strongest possible project. Do you have to have a check mark on Twitter? What? For what? That doesn't matter. You don't need that. Right. But, Right. But what if I were you? I would just want to have the biggest digital footprint that I could for my project. And right now, if you type in Rothschild in YouTube, nothing shows up. But if you had a YouTube account, you don't even have to upload videos. You could just upload content from your other social media or your NFTs. Put your NFTs to music and make a little web YouTube short. But then, it's, oh yes you do, yes you do. Okay, so what do you do? It all does it for you automatically. All you do is open the app, take 20 NFTs, and it puts it to music and it uploads it. You can do it in 5 minutes. There's no video editing needed.
Right, but the YouTube Shorts, every time I try to upload a video, it cuts it off. I don't know how to get it to be in the frame. I have to go to Photoshop or something, but I don't know.
No, you don't have to do that. No. I'm telling you right now, all you have to do is take screenshots of the NFTs that you have on your website, or just those pictures, 5 of them, put them in TikTok, and it will make a video for you and put it to music. Now you have a presence on TikTok. Now when I type in Ryoshi, you're on TikTok. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts.
You want to create one more for Ryoshi?
Fuck no. I'm not gonna run your social media for you. I'm gonna give you everything that you need to do to run. I have enough trouble running my own social media. Or I would. But what I'm telling you right now, I'm already famous. That's what I'm telling you. What you need to do, it doesn't take long. All you do is download your 10 major social media platforms. You're only on 2 of them, and your project will fail if you're only on 2 of them. Just will. You have to be on all of them. Why? No, they're not going to do that. No one is going to work for free. No one is going to do that for free and go out and create social media accounts for you. You just have to create them. You don't even have to do anything. You don't have to necessarily post to them often. You just have to link them to your website, and it makes your website stronger. I mean, you've already done it on Twitter, and you've already done it on Telegram. So do it on YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Instagram. And really, your content's fire for Instagram. You just post the NFTs. You're perfect for it.
Okay, I'll take you up on it. I need a day off to do that, though. You'll probably be here in the live stream, so I'll hit you up whenever I have to create all this shit.
When you do it, let me know, and I'll help you. There's no one who knows more about creation of social media accounts than I do. And so I can. That's the best way to do it. Oh my God. Let me tell you this, Apollo. I took my own advice to another level. So, of course, I was on the ones that I just mentioned, on Reddit and YouTube and Twitch and Twitter. Of course, I was on those. Okay. But I wasn't getting anywhere because you're like wrapped in the ocean. There's so much content. So, then what I did is I ended up getting on not just like 10 different platforms, but 34 different platforms. So in addition to your major ones like YouTube and Twitch and TikTok and Instagram, I got on these ones that like no one's really heard of that much, like Kick and Rumble and FCT2 and or FC2 and Africa.tv and like all these ones that no one's heard of. Caffeine.tv. Okay, I got on 34. Now, when you used to type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, I wouldn't show up usually because there are some other famous Rabbi Rothschilds out there. However, now when you do it, I'm all of the results because of these other platforms. Basically, Google took all these other platforms and gave them a whole really powerful rank, and then rank them very high in their algorithm. So now when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, I show up above this person. And the only reason why is because I got on these like random social media websites. I
Can you DM me all the random social media?
yeah, so I can. I'll do it for you right now.
And is it hard for the other ones, the unknown ones, to register?
No, it's really easy.
But you're saying now you're like you can just type in
Rabbi Rothschild, and
Rothschild and you're
I'm everywhere because of this one website. Absolutely, because of this one website in particular, caffeine.tv. So there's this one caffeine.tv that Google thinks is really, really important. And now when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, the first three results are these really old videos from this other rabbi with Martin Luther King Jr. Like, I don't even want to outdo that one. But then when you look, it's 30 of my videos. They're all from caffeine.tv. And they're all within the last 2 weeks. Meaning, just when I hooked up to all these new social medias, that Google realized, oh, this person has a lot of content, and we're going to put it really high in here when you type this in. Before, if you type in Rabbi Rothschild, you'd have to go pay like through a few pages to be able to find me. Even though I had way more content, no one had seen it in comparison. This other person had like thousands of views.
how did you hear about that?
Great question.
Caffeine.
Yeah, great question.
What is that called?
Caffeine.tv. Caffeine.tv. It's a gaming platform.
Hear about that?
So I
I'm a gamer. I have a gaming YouTube channel, and I couldn't like, man, that was so difficult for me to get like. You want to see my gaming YouTube? Like, I have 1,000 followers.
yeah, what is it?
Oh, I think I watched you live streamed my video games.
Oh yeah, I did. I remember that. I remember that. Yes, I did.
See, man, me and you have a lot of history already, dude.
We absolutely do. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Seeing the beginning of your meme or your NFT and come to fruition when it was just a meme or just a piece of art or just a like, what would we even call it? A figment of your imagination brought to life through art, and now it's becoming an NFT and a verified project, which is really great. Okay,
It's not verified.
it'll be there.
Yeah.
Oh,
There's that.
okay, you asked me. I'll send you that list. If there was something that you asked me. Oh, how did I think of this? Oh, because you're like, I'm a gamer.
How did you come up with the caffeine-TV?
.tv. Right, exactly. So
Where does it get that?
I'll tell you. Okay, do you know what Rumble is?
Yeah.
So Rumble, yeah, it's like Kick, which is like Twitch. They're all just like gaming streaming sites. Do you know what I mean? Odyssey is one of these. So there are these like, obviously the biggest streaming site for gaming is Twitch, right? You know what Twitch is, right?
Yeah, I heard it. I don't have a Twitch account though.
You have 1,000 YouTube followers from gaming and you never had a Twitch account?
Yeah, I've never had it. I kind of look Rabbi. I was streaming on the weekends, and like I don't have time. Like I'm a church up, you know what I mean? Like
Right.
remember when I was back like I was driving through Stockton.
Right.
Like whenever I would get home, man, I would just turn on my PS5, play as much game as I can, like throughout the day, and then I would get to bed and get ready for work. You know what I
I
mean?
got
Like,
you.
you only have your day off.
I got
So
you.
it's very difficult to fucking set everything up, man.
Oh, dude,
But
no excuses need to be made. No, what you're saying makes complete sense. So what you know is that usually those platforms only allow you to stream to one platform at a time. So you would just, what up, Alex Sage? So you would just stream to YouTube, right? Well, Rumble has a feature where you can split your stream. and it's a newer feature that they offer, and it's free. There have been other platforms that for which I have paid to be able to have that feature, and now Rumble allows you to have. It seems like unlimited streams come from one platform. So basically, what I'm saying is, at one time, I'm streaming to YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and TikTok and FC2 and D Live and Caffeine and Odyssey and Rumble and like just all of these. Rumble and Kick all at once, simultaneously, Instagram, 34 different platforms at once. And so, like, basically, before, when you were just streaming to your one YouTube channel, you get whatever, a little bit of attention, nothing too much. You get 34 times as much attention because you'd be on all these different platforms. Does that make sense? Exactly. Okay, so I'll send you that list.
Okay. So yeah, check out my YouTube. I have a little bit of radio content in like my YouTube, but
I do. Yes. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Yo, can you hear me? Hello, dog. Can you hear me? Dog, dog, dog. Can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me? Dog.
yeah, I'm gonna be going through this tunnel here.
You go through that tunnel, baby.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me? Tight.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm getting that list for you.
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you.
Hell yeah. Dog, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna send you a list of 100 social media sites.
yeah.
Like 100. So here's what you would do. If you really want your coin to be successful, which I know you do, and like I said, you're a doer, every day for 10 days, you create 10 accounts. Each account will take you like 5 minutes to make. So it's like an hour of your day for 10 days in a row. And you will be on all these social media platforms and you will get so much attention that just randomly occurs over the course of a year that you wouldn't have normally gotten because you're on so many different platforms. Additionally, you can take all of those links and put them on your website, and it makes your website more reputable.
Yeah.
There you go. So you create a Facebook, a YouTube, Instagram, a TikTok, Twitter, a Twitch.
Is Facebook still relevant?
Absolutely, hugely. And you're going to have 4 or 5 people a day who learn about your project randomly because of it. You have to understand, you're looking for quantity amounts of people, and you're going to get that. You're basically using the shotgun approach. You're throwing a whole bunch out there and seeing what sticks. And the fact is, if you have 100 different social media accounts, people will follow you randomly. They'll just follow you randomly, and they'll connect your. Reddit's huge. It's the biggest forum on the website or on the internet. It's the biggest forum on the internet. If you're not on Reddit, you aren't shit. I'm going to tell you this. I check Reddit multiple times a day, and I posted to Reddit twice today, and I would have posted more, but my account wasn't old enough. Reddit is huge.
Yo, your account wasn't what?
It had to be aged longer to be able to post to one of the channels I wanted, the subreddits. So there's a YouTube promotion subreddit, but you have to have your account be a certain age, and mine has to be aged a little longer before I can post to it.
How much longer do you have to wait?
6 days.
Okay, Rabbi. Maybe I can buy some advertising from you.
What do you mean by it?
What would you like $100 a week if you can post on all your accounts, right?
Absolutely. We got a deal then. We'll, we would.
I'm still creating all the stuff that you're telling me.
Absolutely. And I'll post it for you. Absolutely. Now we got a deal. Apollo, that works. So here's
I will just send you $100.
excellent. So here's what I would do a week for every week that I post for you. And so here's what we do. I'll create 100 of these accounts, and just like I did, okay. And then what we'll do is
You want to create a Ryoshi accounts or you want to create your own accounts?
no, they're Ryoshi accounts, unless you want them different.
Look, you help me out, I help you out. I'm telling you. This thing blows up, Rabbi, you can be, I can let you, like, buy Ryoshi. Because I honestly, you know what I mean? I want you to have some money in your pocket.
I appreciate that. Okay, so here's what we do. I'll register for all of these accounts, and then what we do is you give me the NFTs and stuff to post. And well, now when it comes to the accounts, the easiest way to do it is to make them look like you run them, but I just run them for you in the Ryoshi accounts. Now we would talk about
Just copy anything that's out there right now from my website. I also have a swap. Like if you looked at the Twitter account, right?
do you have a PFP?
A PFP.
Yeah, like a profile picture that you use for this project?
Yeah, just click on me. You'll see my PFP.
The one that I currently see, it's purple and blue, and it says Ryoshi.
Yeah, that's
I
mine.
am.
Look, what is on the side?
It says Ryoshi and Apollo 13. I see that. Is that the main avatar or profile picture for the whole coin? That's just your NFT. What I'm saying is, do you have a logo?
Do I have a logo?
No.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it?
Give me a second.
You got it, baby. Right here, baby. Okay, there you go. That's what I need. Excellent. And then I also need a profile banner. Do you have a banner?
Like a Twitter banner? Or
I need a banner. Yeah, like a Twitter banner.
go to my Twitter and just save me actually.
Okay, just a moment.
It's the one with the Ryoshi with a gun and there's like helicopters. Says that you're talking about.
Let me just make sure. One moment, and I will confirm. Hopefully.
I have two different domains as well.
Okay,
I'll send them to you.
excellent. Yeah, so we're gonna do this, and
You
I
already have this. You
and,
already have the first
and I also need
shit.
up to a 5,000.
You gave me all this fucking long.
Well, I know, but you're not gonna have to do anything with it. That's my work now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yo, Pim, can you hear me? No, I'm talking to you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. I don't know if you're talking to somebody else.
No, I was talking to you. Just a moment. When I go to Twitter and I use this, I rug really badly. So I'm gonna turn the camera off, and hopefully it won't be as hard on the system. Excellent. I'm pulling up Twitter, and I'm gonna see if it loads. Okay. RYRO. What's the name of the coin? What would I just type in to find it? It's Ryoshi.
Yeah, Ryoshi. That's the name.
What is the handle?
What do you mean?
What do you type into Twitter to find it?
My Twitter name?
Yeah.
I don't know. I sent you the link.
I know. Hold on, I got it. It's
Ryoshi Dex.
the Ryoshi Dex.
At Ryoshi Dex.
Excellent. That's what I needed. Okay.
I don't know if I can copy that, but
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. Now, I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna download that background. And okay, so I'm gonna need. I don't. Okay, so what will I need? Basically, when I do this, under some circumstances, I'm gonna need two-factor authentication. So, like, I want you to have you like, for instance, on YouTube. So what we'll have to do is I'll be like, okay, here is the username and password of the account. I need you to put your phone in, or I'll put your phone number in or whatever, but you give me the code. It's got to be linked to your phone. I can. The reason why is because all of my phones have been linked to other accounts. Now I do have ways to get other phone numbers, but they cost a little bit of money. Not a lot, but a little bit. So
just link it up to
your phone number.
my phone. Is that
Well, I have your phone number. So what it would be is like under some of these, when we create the YouTube account, I'm going to create a YouTube account for you, and I'm going to put a description in there. The description has can be up to 5,000 5,000 characters. So I'll take it on the website, but I'm also going to take it. I'm going to do what I think would be best for it, which is to put it into ChatGPT and have ChatGPT enhance it with SEO keywords for YouTube and NFTs and cryptocurrency. And then we just take that and put that as our main description. And then on all these different platforms, we put that description. So what do I mean? You get what I'm saying though? Like basically, it's excellent. So we're going to use ChatGPT to make this really, really nice. Now, I just sent you 100 different platforms. So to give you an idea, and I want this to be fair, we will say $100 a week. We could say this: 10. I'll do 10 of those platforms per week, and I'll create the accounts, and you can look them over, and we can make any changes to them that we want, and we can start putting some content on them too. But the key goal would be each week to just create the accounts. Once the accounts are created, we can start adding content to them and start linking them together. But then at the end of 10 weeks, it will have cost you $1,000. I will have made 100 accounts for you. We'll all be linked together, and you'll be all over the web. I mean, it probably is the best $1,000 you could ever invest. It's way better than followers or. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Okay, but I think that sounds fair to both of us. Like it's a fair amount of work. Exactly. I love that. I love that. Okay, so then what I'll do is I'll start creating the account, and then I'll send them to you, and then you tell me what changes you want made to them, and I understand, but here's a perfect example. These are really my things, but on Twitter, your banner has to be like 700 pixels to 1200 pixels or something like that. 700 pixels by 1800 pixels. Okay, but on YouTube, it has to be 900 pixels to 2000 pixels. So what I'm going to have to do is expand that picture. And so I'll use an image resizer to do so. But I want to make sure, like, I won't change anything of related to the coin. All the wording will stay the same, but I'm saying it's going to format the pictures a little bit because the different platforms show the art differently. So exactly. And then, other things might have some formatting issues. Like for instance, I think we should be able to get Ryoshi Dex on all these platforms. Like we're just at Ryoshi Dex everywhere. You know what I mean? Like like right now, I don't know what our TikTok is, but when we register it, it's going to be Ryoshi Dex. That's it. And you know what I mean? What I'm saying is like it's going to be at Ryoshi Dex, so that when somebody asks you about this project, hey Apollo, what's your Twitter handle? You know off the top of your head, it's Ryoshi Dex. It's not like, well, I sent you a link, which is totally fine. We didn't know what it was. It's new to us, but everything like it's just. I understand, and well, exactly. I'm going to help you with that. But basically, what I'm saying is we can change this to being Ryoshi Dex across all the different platforms. So basically, when you go to any one of those 100 accounts, they're all at Ryoshi Dex. So on YouTube, you're standardized at Ryoshi Dex. Facebook at Ryoshi Dex. Pinterest at Ryoshi Dex. And if you're like, Rabbi, why do I want to be on Pinterest? The SEO power of Pinterest is extremely high, and linking that to your website is just going to give it more SEO juice. And then additionally, you're going to make impressions on people on that platform who you would have never met before. Basically, there are probably less than a handful of projects, probably more, but not that many NFT projects on Pinterest. But you're going to be on there, and you're going to have, and so you're going to have soccer moms see your stuff. and you're going to have college girls see your stuff, and you're going to see organizers and do-it-yourselfers, and all these people are going to see your stuff. Now, you may not ever have a bunch of followers on there because we're not going to be really engaged on Pinterest. That's not where a lot of our people are going to be. But you will have a profile there so that when you type in Ryoshi into YouTube, I know you, or not YouTube, Google, I know you said you're already at the top. That's great. You're going to have everything for the first 1,000 results, and they're all going to be really strong. They're going to be all your main accounts of YouTube, and like you're even going to have SoundCloud. It will help. It will not, though. What will make your token blow up is an event, a catalyst event. And so, what would a catalyst event be? Let's say once we get all these things established, all 100 of them, then what you do is you need to be out there and you need to be promoting it. So, what does that mean? If I were you, Twitter Spaces, absolutely. And then whenever anybody's there and they're like, hey, what is your project about? You just say, go to any social media and type in Ryoshi Dex, and I'm there. And you follow me, I'll follow you back. Take a look at our NFTs. We're everywhere. Because some people like Twitter, some people like Tumblr, some people like SoundCloud. Whatever it is, you're going to be there and people will be comfortable with you. It's not like it currently is, which I'm not saying is bad. But like if I find out about you and I'm like, hey, Apollo, what's the Instagram? I like Instagram. What's your Instagram handle for the project? And you're like, oh, well, I don't have one. Then you're like, well, wait, isn't this an image? This is an image project, right? It's NFTs, right? You're like, yeah. And then you're like, Instagram is an image website. You're like, well, yeah, I just don't have time to do it. I understand that. But in this case, you'd be like, yeah, I'm everywhere. I'm on Imager. I'm on Picasa. I'm on Google Photos. I'm on Pixlr. I'm on SmugMug. I'm on PhotoMojo. I'm on every major photo sharing website. I'm on Adobe Photo. I'm on Adobe Studio. Basically, like you're just everywhere. When you have that kind of presence, it has a huge effect on the project because basically people will find you from all different ways and they didn't even know it. They'll start clicking on your website just because they're curious. Why are you on Pinterest? Why is this what is an NFT? Why are you on Pinterest? I don't know. But you've got your links there, and I'm going to click them, and I'm going to check out your YouTube and your Reddit and your Facebook, all that stuff. You know how it works. Cool. Okay. So then, here's how we do it. I have to produce the 10 accounts for you. Once they all have your approval, then I'll send you my bank account and you transfer $100 of Cash App or something like that. We can work on that once it's done. And I'm going to start with the Big 10. The Big 10 are, you've already got two of them. You've already got Telegram and Twitter. But we'll get you a YouTube account and all the other ones, Instagram, all that other stuff. Now, for the most part, I'm just going to do my best to link them with like an easy password. It'll be like, I don't know what it will be. It'll be like password 123, something like that. So if you ever need to get into them, we'll see what it is. Here's the thing though, I have to keep a document because all of these have different password. They all have different password. Security criteria. So what you'll get at the end of this is just one Microsoft Excel or one spreadsheet with 100 different social medias and 100 different accounts and 100 different passwords, just in case any of them have to change. So because some of them need special characters, some of them can't have special characters, et cetera, et cetera. And then I can basically always get a hold of you if I ever have any questions. And yeah, this is really cool. Patrick C, how you doing, baby? Living like a pimp. How about you?
results on SEO. Okay.
He has to explain it better. Not 100 accounts on one platform. One account on every major social media platform. One on Facebook, one on YouTube, one on Reddit, one on Instagram, one on TikTok, one on Twitch. Basically, make sense, Patrick? There you go. So we're preaching to the choir, as they say.
So whenever somebody buys a token, hopefully it brings money for whoever owns the token, So it's not like, a lot of people be asking me, oh, what are you doing for marketing? And I'm like, I don't know if I want to spend money on marketers like that. But with Rabbi, I just feel like, money's well spent because Rabbi knows everything about fucking social media. This guy has how many? You have like 1,000 accounts?
Well, I have 2,100 TikTok. I have 2,100 Twitter accounts. They've all been banned. I have 1,069 TikTok accounts. Those are all good. I have over 100 Instagram accounts, over 100 YouTube. No, I'm actually. I do, and I have in the past, but I don't do SEO. Right. We're doing social media optimization essentially, as opposed to search engine optimization, but they go hand in hand. So basically, I can, but that's going to cost you some money. Meaning, like, you got to do AdWords and things like that. You don't want to. I'm just telling you, that's an expensive route if you want to do real SEO. I have a question. I've dealt with SEO people at the startup stage and medium-sized and at large businesses. An SEO person is just basically someone who runs Google AdWords for you at the end of the day. Well, that's different than SEO. Well, I understand that. But if you just say we have an SEO person, at the end of the day, that person's just reading the same charts that you are. It's Google. They're reading the same charts that you are. Basically, they're just allocating your advertising budget to keywords. I'm not saying it's not a good idea to have a talk with them and say, hey, what do you think are the best keywords perhaps? But that gets to be, as you know, Patrick, very, very expensive, way outside of how I don't know how much your friend charges, but even if your friend is doing it for free, even if your company was doing it for free, he's got to have an advertising budget. Exactly. It's really expensive. Can you give him an estimate?
Yeah, like, well, I don't know, maybe $100 a month out there, get that. Yeah, it's not bad. That's not bad, Rabbi.
No, it's not. But you would have to ask him. You have to. That probably doesn't include your AdWords budget.
When I try to buy, I think my cost is around, my budget's around $300 or $400 a month, but mine's doing a lot more than yours is doing, so, and that's my cost, but I'm doing a lot. I mean, my website, you know what it is, so, yeah, I'm advertising for internet services, voice services, website design, SEO, credit card processing. I mean, we do all of it. So there's a big difference on what you're doing. You're focusing on pretty much an average of 20 days. My website is 60-something pages long, you know. Right. I just need to promote my decks and my NFTs. You know what I mean? That's just the two things, because I have the decks already, right? That's up and running, mainnet, and then just the NFTs are a good art piece for the project. So I don't know how that would work, but I mean, always we can talk to my and if he said, hey, we'll do it for $30 a month. All right, we'll watch it. He's done, you know. He's already doing shit. So I mean, that's great. I mean, doesn't care. Yeah. The hobby, to be honest, he does such a good job though. I mean, but yeah, I'm down with it. I'm gonna be working with Rabbi too, because he's gonna build me a SEO is a whole different beast. It's not what we think it is. No, I get it, but whatever helps. Because look, if you buy one of the NFTs, right? I want you to I want the product to succeed, bro. Versus these little fucking these scammers that just launch a project and then they fucking die the next day. You know what I mean? Like, that's why I get a lot of that. If you're posting everywhere on Telegram and shit, it's all you're gonna get. That's all the motherfuckers do. They go in and try to make their little $50 and think about it's not making them enough money. Why don't you probably put in $50 and all of that? So is it better? Is it better just to do 100 accounts and then do SEO with you and then launch the project like 6 months later? Would that make better sense? Because it'd be everywhere, right? Mine would be able to direct you where you need to go, man. Okay. I mean, Mike's pretty honest and he wants about stuff, so he's gonna be like, look, this is what I recommend, this is what I think of the thing. If you want it, great, you know, he's gonna shoot straight with you. Okay. Shit. Alright. Well, I can do both, you know what I mean? I'm just here. You're not hurt my feelings either way. I mean, if it'll help you, then go ahead and do what helps you, but, you know, I just know SEO is a little different than launching accounts.
But this isn't your normal kind of project. This is an NFT. SEO doesn't really help with NFTs. Where you get popular on NFTs is on social media, specifically on Twitter Spaces. Twitter Spaces is where NFTs are, live and die.
But I also have a DEX, so that's why my main focus is that DEX, right? Like, the NFT was just basically something cool so that I wouldn't just have a little DEX. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
That's the whole point. Twitter and everything else is probably going to be more direct. Honestly, I mean, you can go to Mike if Mike goes I've done projects like this before, because I don't know everything he's done. The man's busy as hell. If he goes, I've done projects like this before, this will benefit you. If he goes,
I mean, it doesn't take long, as you know. It's just basically building them up, making them look professional, linking them together. But then when somebody looks into your account, if they feel more comfortable on one platform than another, if they're Redditor or they're a Discorder or they're a Twitter user or a YouTuber, you're just able to give them the information that you want in a more digestible way for them. And then also all of that creates excellent foundation for SEO. That's where the SEO discussion got. Um, and what Patrick is saying, I mean, it really, the sky's the limit when it comes to what you want to do and how you want to promote this. What we're discussing is basically like these are all free options. If you have the budget to be able to expand it, then absolutely. I personally think that the discussion with Patrick's friend or Patrick's colleague is a really good discussion to have. See what that person says. Have they done projects like this before? Because you're not a company, so if you show up number one, two, or three in the SEO rankings, that doesn't really matter. Nobody's going to really find you that way. The way they're going to find you, at least with your decks or your NFT, is on Twitter. I mean, where else do people have discussions regularly about NFTs all the time? There are 15 different NFT discussions going on Twitter Spaces right now. It's not happening on YouTube. Exactly.
I mean, I agree. I just, like I said, like I put a lot of work into this.
Exactly.
I just don't want to.
So,
I don't want to go down the drain.
absolutely. So, Apollo, this was the thought, Patrick, to just do this very cheaply. And I even said this to Apollo. I didn't want to do it because it's a lot of work. I told him what to do. I was like, look, if you have social media on all of these platforms, and I just gave him the number of 100. It didn't have to be. It can be really. It should be like your top 10. But if you're gonna do it big. Okay, so you're on a lot of it. Fine. Then if he runs a Twitter space whenever he's driving his truck, and he can do it in a safe manner, meaning there is an option on Twitter Spaces to be able to join the room and not have to request to come up. So basically, people can just come and have a conversation with him for 8 hours a day. That's going to be a huge amount of traffic to his project because he's just going to be a constant on Twitter Space. And then whenever anybody asks him about it, he can say, "Hey, do you know about my Ryoshi decks?" And they're like, "Oh no, I don't." Well, whatever your favorite social media is, just type in Ryoshi decks, and it's there. You can see our art, you can see our project, you can learn our history, all of that stuff. And basically, doing that is free and gives him the kind of connection that he wants. Those kind of connections, at this point, are really done through social media, and not all social media. It's really done through Twitter. I wish there was a better one. If you guys know of a better one than Twitter Spaces where people discuss NFTs and crypto, let me know. Absolutely. I was in a Twitter space with someone tonight. His name I was in a Twitter space with someone tonight. His name, I don't know if you know who he is. He goes by Slumdoge Millionaire. And I just watched a documentary on him. So one of the cryptocurrencies in which I basically just live in their Telegram. If you're familiar with Harry Potter of Masonic 10, you knew. We had last night I hosted a trivia event for them, and then tonight we did this interview with this influencer who has a documentary about them. And basically, this person was able to take like $40 and parlay that into eventually several $1,000,000. Now they cashed out like their mother's like finances, and like they basically were able to invest like $180,000. So it sounds great if you say I took $40 and turned it into $1 million, but it wasn't that easy. Nevertheless, we had hundreds of people in this conversation, and they're all talking about NFTs. They're all talking about crypto. That's the heartbeat of it. And Apollo, you can get in that, especially if you are just a constant there. And I think it's a really exciting platform for you because it's all. I would always be your co-host. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, I'll pay you to be my co-host.
So
What he's basically saying is you got to show your face around a lot of things.
that's right.
No, that should be the best for you.
That's right.
No, I know. I got time. You know what I mean? Like, I just need, honestly, Rabbi already knows the game, so I just need to, like, have Rabbi, like, show me the ropes. What do I need to do? How do I get around? Here's a con. If you go in there and you say, hey, here's my NFT, da-da-da-da, somebody is going to ask the question and you're going to lose shit. So you need to get out of the risk. What's the benefit of the NFT? They're going to ask. So,
You're right. No, because they're all veteran, experienced bag holders, so they know the importance of holding your NFTs and your cryptocurrencies. But if I was asked that question, I would say that in the same way that art is something that has value and people keep art and don't just sell their art, people do the same with NFTs and it has value to them and they don't just sell their NFTs. NFTs are just digital art.
There you go. No, I get what you're saying, Patrick. Like I keep telling you, I'm not a social security officer, so I don't know. That's got to come up. You know, I know, but you're talking about that question 1,000 times. I know, but I've always. You think you're shooting with the whole person? I just asked the question myself. That's because it was irritating. I like, fuck, dude, you got me by the balls that day. Man, I didn't know if you had plans or some shit. No, I want to have plans, but here's the thing. I couldn't even tell people what the plan should be because I'm going to be honest. A lot of people that launch NFTs and all that, some things that they provide, even though they're providing something, like it's just a gimmick.
What's up, placebo? I'm so sorry. I didn't know my microphone was on here. Somebody came in on one of my other channels. I'm sorry.
No, but that's the whole thing is like, if somebody asks me that, I just really like stay tuned. You know, follow me and
No, don't say that. Don't say stay tuned or follow me. Give them an answer that they want.
well, I don't know.
It's the answer that I just gave you. If somebody asks you, why should I hold on to my NFT? You would say it is something of value. It's digital art. Just like people hold on to art and it gains a value and it gains emotional value to them and also financial value to them. NFTs, during the course of time, you will become more and more connected to this piece of art and it will perhaps gain value for you as well. It has mutual benefits. I always use perhaps. You always have to use qualifiers because then no one can come back and say, you said that it was going to gain value. No, I didn't. I said, and perhaps it would gain value. Absolutely. You have to put qualifiers on it. But Patrick's right, Apollo. He's trying to hold me to a certain position. And the key is to say a whole lot without actually saying anything. So you want to appease the audience, but you don't want them to be able to nail you down on anything.
The real benefit of not an AR, my original point was nowadays everyone's been training and I guess you can train or they're in these projects and they go, oh well like hockey for instance. Hockey is limited as a single box. And now they're getting $10 a month out of hockey. They usually $20 a month. So nowadays this generation is like I don't see no value unless I get something out of it. That's just the mindset these people put in. I mean, you see it now where they go put in $50 in the token expecting 10,000, 100,000 back, and then they get pissy because the token they missed the sale or the token tanked or whatever. That's just the mindset these people put in nowadays.
Yeah, I was telling you before, I'm admiring your suspenders. You told me you have how many pairs of these things?
30.
How did
I
you
wear them every day.
Do you really? Every day?
Yeah.
Why do you like suspenders? Practicality thing?
No, this is my personality. Different ones have different. Different personalities. That's how I feel about it.
I see. So it's just another style.
Yeah.
See, the reason why I was asking,
You don't see any hand-painted suspenders. Have you ever seen one?
I don't know. I would have not noticed. I only noticed because you were here. I'm not really a suspender aficionado. But the reason why I'm asking is because you're, basically a technologist. You know a lot about technology. And you think that suspenders are kind of outdated tech.
Well, people like them.
Clearly.
I'm surprised I haven't caught on. But you have to have somebody who can actually paint them. I mean, these are hand-painted suspenders.
So the ones that you have, these are right here, these are hand painted?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, so that's part of it. So you're wearing art.
Exactly.
So,
And art is part of technology. And we're using technology to create art.
that's true. And it's,
In fact, the very first, I've been now in AI for 61 years, which is actually a record. The first thing I did was create something that could write music. Writing music now with AI is a major field today, but this was actually the first time that's better than we did that.
yeah, that was one of your many inventions.
So that's the first one.
So why did you go about doing that? What was your desire to create artificial intelligence music?
And my father was a musician. This would be a good way to relate to him. And they actually worked with me. You could feed in music, you could feed in, let's say, Mozart or Chopin, and we should figure out how they created melodies and write melodies in the same style. So you can actually tell this is Mozart, this is Chopin. Mozaart's good, but it's the first time that would be known.
It wasn't as good then. Is it? What are the capabilities now? Because now they can do some pretty extraordinary things.
Yeah, it's still not up to what humans can do, but it's getting there, and it's actually it's pleasant to listen to. We still have a while to do art, music, so on.
But one of the main arguments against AI art comes from actual artists who are upset that they're doing is like you could say, draw a paint or create a painting in the style of Frank Frazetta, for instance. And what it would be they would take all of Frazetta's work that he's ever done, which is all documents on the internet, and then you create an image that's representative of that. So you're essentially, in one way or another, you're kind of taking from the art.
Right, but it's not quite as good. It will be as good. I think we'll match human experience by 2029. That's my idea. it's not as good.
Which is the best image generator right now, Jeremy?
They've really changed almost day to day right now. The journey was the
Right.
one at first, and then Dolly, I think.
Mid Journey's incredibly impressive graphics. I've seen some of the Mid Journey stuff. It's mind blowing.
Still not quite as good.
Not well, boys, it's so much better than it was 5 years ago. That's what's scary.
Yeah.
It's so quick.
I mean, it's never going to reach its limit. We're not going to get to a point, okay, this is how good it's going to be. It's going to keep getting better.
And what would that look like? If it can get to a certain point, it will far exceed what human creativity is capable of.
Yes, I mean, when we reach the ability of humans, it's not going to just match one human, it's going to match all humans. It's going to do everything that any human can do. If it's playing a game like Go, it's going to play it better than any human.
Right. Well, that's already been proven. They have invented moves. AI has invented moves that have now been implemented by humans.
Right.
In a very complex game that they never thought that AI was going to be able to beat because it requires so much creativity.
Right. Although we're not quite there, but we will be there. By 2029, it will match any person.
That's it? 2029? That's just a few years away.
Well, I'm actually considered conservative. People think that will happen like next year or the year after. I actually said that in 1999. Said we would match any person by 2029, so 30 years. People thought that was totally crazy. And in fact, Stanford had a conference. They invited several hundred people from around the world to talk about my prediction. And people came in, and people thought that this would happen, but not by 2029. They thought it would take 100 years.
Yeah, I've heard that, but I think people are amending those. Is it because human beings have a very difficult time grasping the concept of exponential growth?
That's exactly right. In fact, still economists have a linear view. And if you say, well, it's going to grow exponentially, they say, yeah, but maybe 2% a year. It actually doubles in 14 years. And I brought a chart I can show you that really illustrates this.
Is this chart available online so we can show people?
Yeah, it's in the book.
But is it available online, that chart, where Jamie can pull it up? And so I can see it? Just so the folks watching the podcast can see it too. So I can just hold it up to the camera. It says price performance of computation 1939 It's like
What's interesting is that it's an exponential curve, and the straight line represents exponential growth. And that's an absolute straight line for 80 years. The very first point, this is the speed of computers, was 0.0000007 calculations per second in constant dollar. The last point is 35 billion calculations per second. So there's a 20 quadrillion in those 80 years. But the speed with which it gained is actually the same throughout the entire 80 years. Because if it was sometimes better and sometimes worse, this curve would bend. It would bend up and down. It's really very much a straight line. So the speed with which we increased it was the same regardless of the technology used. And the technology was radically different at the beginning versus the end, and yet it increased the speed exactly the same for 80 years. In fact, the first 40 years, nobody even knew this was happening. So it's not like somebody was in charge and saying, okay, next year we have to get to here, and people would try to match that. We didn't even know this was happening for 40 years. 40 years later, I noticed this. For various reasons, I predicted it would stay the same speed increase each year, which it has. In fact, we just put the last stop like 2 weeks ago, and it's exactly where it should be. So technology and computation is certainly one form of technology, increases at the same speed. This goes through war and peace. You might say, well, maybe it's greater during war. No, it's exactly the same. You can't tell when there's war or peace or anything else out here. It just matches from one type of technology to the next. And it's also true of other things, like, for example, getting energy from the sun. That's also exponential. It's also just like this. It's increased. We're now getting about 1,000 times as much energy from the sun that we did 20 years ago.
Because of the implementation of solar panels.
Yeah.
Has the function of it increased exponentially as well? The function of, because what I had understood is that there's a power in the technology as far as how much you could extract from the sun from those panels.
No, not at all.
No?
I mean, it's increased 99.7% since we started.
Right.
And it does the same every year. It's an exponential curve. If you look at the curve, we'll be getting 100% of all the energy we need in 10 years.
The person told me that was Elon. And Elon was telling me that this is the reason why you can't have a fully solar-powered electric car. Because it's not capable of absorbing that much from the sun with a small panel like that. So there's a physical limitation in the panel size.
No, I mean, it's increased to 99.7% since we started.
Since what year?
It's about 35 years ago.
35 years ago. And not 99% of the ability of it, as well as the expansion of use.
I mean, you might have to store it. We're also making exponential gains in the storage of electricity.
Right. Battery technology.
So you don't have to get it all from the solar panels that fits in a car.
The concept was, like, could you make a solar panel car? A car that has solar panels on the roof? And would that be enough to power the car? And he said no. He said it's just not really there yet.
Right, it's not there yet, but it will be there in 10 years.
You think so?
Yeah.
And he seemed to doubt that. There's a certain limitation of the amount of energy you can get from the sun, how much it goes down, and how much the solar panels can absorb.
Well, you're not going to be able to get it all from the solar panel that fits in a car. You're going to have to store some of that energy.
Right, but so you wouldn't just be able to drive indefinitely on solar power. Yeah, that was what he was saying. So, but you can obviously power a house, especially if you have a roof. Tesla has those solar panel roofs now.
But you can also store the energy in the car. We're going to go to all renewable energy wind and sun within 10 years, including our ability to store the energy.
All renewable in 10 years? So what are they going to do with all these nuclear plants and coal power plants?
That's completely unnecessary. People say we need nuclear power, which we don't. We can get it all from the sun and the wind within 10 years.
So in 10 years, you'll be able to power Los Angeles with sun and wind?
Yes.
Really? I was not aware that we were anywhere near that kind of thing.
That's because people are not taking into account exponential growth.
So the exponential growth also exists? Because just to pull the amount of power that you would need to charge, X amount of data. If everyone has an electric vehicle by 2035, let's say the amount of change you would need on the grid would be pretty substantial.
Well, we're making exponential gains on that as well.
Are we? Yeah. I wasn't aware. I had this impression that there was a problem with that, especially in Los Angeles. They've actually asked people at certain times when it's hot out to not charge.
We're not looking at the future. It's true now. but it's growing exponentially.
in every field of technology. Essentially. Is the bottleneck a battery technology, and how close are they to solving some of these problems, like toxic minerals and the things that we use like
Our ability to store energy is also growing exponentially. Putting all that together, we'll be able to power everything we need within 10 years.
Wow. Most people don't think that. So you're thinking that based on this idea that people have a limited idea of
the computation would grow. It's just continuing to do that. And so we have large language models, for example. No one expected that to happen like 5 years ago. And we had them 2 years ago, but they didn't work very well. So it began a little less than 2 years ago that we could actually do large language models. And that was very much a surprise to everybody. So that's probably the primary example of exponential growth.
And one of the things that we're talking about was that AI figured out a way to lie. That they used AI to go through a CAPTCHA system, and the AI told the system that it was vision impaired, which is not technically a lie, but it used it to bypass, well, are you a robot?
Well, we don't know now for large language models to say they don't know something. So you ask it a question, and if the answer to that question is not in the system, it still comes up with an answer. So it will look at everything and give you its best answer. And if the best answer is not there, it still gives you an answer, but that's considered an hallucination.
And we don't hallucination.
Yeah, that's what it's called. So
AI hallucination. So they cannot be wrong. They have to
so
be able
far,
to answer.
we're actually working on being able to tell if it doesn't know something. So if you ask it something and say, oh, I don't know that. Right now, it can't do that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
So it gives you some answer, and if the answer's not there, it just like makes something up. It's the best answer, but the best answer isn't very good because it doesn't know the answer. And the way to fix hallucinations is to actually give it more capabilities to memorize things and give it more information so it knows the answer to it. If you tell it an answer to a question, it will remember that and give you that correct answer. But these models are not, we don't know everything. And it has to, we have to be able to scan an answer to every single question, which we can't quite do. It'd be actually better if it could actually answer, gee, I don't know that.
Right. Like, particularly, like, say, when it comes to exploration of the universe, there's a certain amount of, vast amount of the universe we have not explored. So if it has to answer questions about that, it will come up with an answer.
Right, we'll just come up with an answer, which will likely be wrong.
That's interesting. That would be a real problem if someone was counting on the AI to have a solution for something, right?
Right. They don't know everything. Search engines actually know pretty well better, and if it actually answers something, it's usually correct.
Unless it's curious.
But large language models don't have that capability. So we could actually claim that they were wrong. And that also tells what we have to fix.
What about the idea that AI models are influenced by ideology? That AI models have been programmed with certain ideologies.
I mean, they do learn from people.
Yeah.
People have ideologies.
Right.
Some of which are not correct. And that's a large way in which it will make things up because it's learning from people.
Right.
So right now, if somebody has access to a good search engine, they will check before they actually answer something with the search engine to make sure that it's correct. Because search engines are generally much more accurate.
Generally. Right. when it comes to this idea that people enter information into a computer and the computer relies on ideology, do you anticipate that with artificial general intelligence it will be agnostic to ideology? It'll be able to reach a point where instead of deciding things based on social norms or whatever the culture is accepted currently, that it would look at things more objectively and rationally?
Well, eventually, but we still call it artificial general intelligence, even if it didn't do that. And people certainly are influenced by whatever their people that they respect feel is correct, and will be as influenced by as people are. And they still call it artificial general intelligence. We are starting to check what large language models come up with search engines, and that's actually making them more correct. But we have to actually continue on this curve. We need more data to be able to store everything. This is not enough data to be able to store everything correctly. This is large amounts of large language models, which we don't have storage for the data.
So that's what's holding us back is data and storage.
Yeah, we also have to have the correct storage. So that's really where the effort is going, to be able to get rid of these hallucinations.
That's a fun thing to say, hallucinations in terms of artificial intelligence.
Well, we usually come up with wrong things. Like large language models is not really the correct way to talk about this. It does know language, but there's a lot of other things it knows. We're using them now to come up with medicines. For example, the Moderna vaccine, we wrote down every possible type of medicine that might that might work. There's actually several billion mRNA sequences, and we then tested them all and did that in two days. So it actually came up with tested several billion and decided on it in 2 days. We then tested it with people. We'll be able to overcome that as well because we'll be able to test it with machines. But we actually did test it with people for 10 months. It was still a record.
So for machines, when they start testing medications with machines, how will they audit that? So the concept would be that you take into account biological variability, other different factors that would lead the person to have an adverse reaction to a certain compound, and then you program all the known data about how things interact with the body.
Right. I mean, you need to be able to simulate all the different possibilities.
Right.
And
then come up with like a number of how many people would be adversely affected by something.
That's one of the things you would look at.
And then efficacy based on age.
But that could be done literally in a matter of days, like years.
Right. But the question would be like, who's in charge of that data, and like, how does that get resolved? And what if artificial intelligence is still prone to hallucinations, and they start using those hallucinations to justify medications, that could be a bit of an issue, especially if it's controlled by a corporation that wants to make a lot of money.
Well, that's the issue. To be able to do it correctly.
So we'll have to there's going to have to be a point in time where we all decide that artificial intelligence has reached this place where we can trust it implicitly.
Right. Well, that's why they take now the leading candidate and actually test it with people. But we'll be able to get rid of the testing with people once we can have reliance on the simulation. So we've got to make the simulations correct. But right now we actually test it with people, and that takes, well, took 10 months in this case.
When you look at artificial intelligence and you look at the expansion of it and the ultimate place that it will eventually be, what do you see happening inside of our lifetime, like inside of 20 years? Like what kind of revolutionary changes on society will this have?
Well, one thing I feel will happen in 5 years, by 2029, is we'll reach longevity escape velocity. So right now you go through a year and you use up a year of your longevity. You're a year older. However, we do have scientific progress and we're coming up with new cures for diseases and so on. Right now you're getting back about 4 months. So you lose a year, but through scientific progress, you're getting back 4 months. So you're only losing 8 months. However, the scientific progress is progressing exponentially. And by 2029, you'll get back a full year. So you lose a year, but you get back a year, and you pretty much stay in the same place.
So by 2029, you'll be static.
And past 2029, you'll actually get back more than a year. You'll get back.
Can I be a baby again?
No, but you'll, in terms of your longevity, you'll get back more than a year.
Right. So you'll be able to essentially go back in biological age, lengthening of the telomeres, changing elasticity of the skin.
Eventually, you'll be able to do that. It doesn't guarantee you living forever. I mean, you could have a 10-year-old and you can compute, okay, he's got many decades of longevity, and he could die tomorrow.
But overall, there'd be an expansion of the
exactly. And that's something that we're going to get. And it's also using the same type of logic as large language models, but that's not language, that's creating medications. So we should call it large event models, not large language models, because it's not just dealing with language, it's dealing with all kinds of things.
When I talked to you 10 years ago, you were telling me about this pretty extensive supplement routine.
Well, I'm trying to get to the point where we have longevity escape philosophy in good shape.
Right.
And yes, I do follow that. I take maybe 80 pills a day and some injections and so on.
Peptides?
Yes, peptides. So far it works.
Have you ever gone off it to see what you feel like normal?
No.
Well, I do that, right?
Yeah. I mean, it seems to work. And there's evidence behind it.
How old are you now?
76.
You look good. You look good for 76, man. That's great. So it's doing something.
Yeah, I think it's working.
And so your goal is to get to that point where they start doing you live a year, you stay static, and then eventually get back.
Right, and it's not that far off. If you're diligent, I think we'll get there by 2029. Well, not everybody's diligent. So.
Right, of course. Now, past that, this is for life extension, which is great. But what about how AI is going to change society?
Yes, well, that's a very big issue, and it's already doing lots of things, make some people uncomfortable. What we're actually doing is increasing our intelligence. And right now you have a brain, it has different modules in it that deal with different things, but really it's able to connect one concept to another concept, and that's what your brain does. We can actually increase that by, for example, carrying around a phone. This has connections in it. A little bit of a hassle to use. If I ask you to do something, you gotta kind of mess with it. Actually, it'd be good if this actually listened to your conversation.
Oh, it does.
And without saying anything, you're just talking, and it says, "Oh, the name of that actress is so and so."
Yeah, but then it's a busybody. So interfering with your life, talking to you all the time.
There's ways of dealing with that too.
You shut it off.
But we don't. So we haven't done that yet. But that's a way of expanding your connection. What a large language model does, it has connections in it as well. And in fact, it's getting now to a point that's getting fairly comparable to the human brain. We have about 1 trillion connections in our brains. Things like the top model from Google or GPT-4, they have about 400 billion connections approximately. They'll be at 1 trillion probably within a year. That's pretty comparable to what the human brain does. Eventually we'll go beyond that, and we'll have access to that. So it's basically making us smarter. So if you have the ability to be smarter, that's something that's positive, really. I mean, if we were like mice today, and we had the opportunity to become like humans, we wouldn't object to that. In fact, we are humans and we don't object to that. And this is going to basically make us smarter. Eventually, we'll be much smarter than we are today. And that's a positive thing. We'll be able to do things that are today that we find bothersome in a way that's much more palatable.
The idea of us getting smarter sounds great. Great to be smarter. But
Right, but people object to that because it's like competition.
in what way?
Well, I mean, Google has 70,000 programmers, and how many programmers are exist in the world? How much longer is that going to be a viable career? Because large language models already can code.
Yeah.
Not quite as good as a real expert coder, but how long is that going to be? It's not going to be 100 years. It's going to be a few years. So people see it as competition. I have a slightly different view of that. I see these things as actually adding to our own intelligence, and we're merging with these kinds of computers, making ourselves smarter by merging with them. And eventually it'll go inside our brain and be able to make us smarter instantly, just like we have more connections inside our own brain.
Well, I think people have reservations always when it comes to great change. And this is probably the greatest change. The greatest change we've ever experienced in our lifetime, for sure, has been the internet. And this will make that look like it'll change everything. And it seems inevitable. I understand that people are upset about it, but it just seems like what human beings were sort of designed to do.
Right, we're the only animal that actually creates technology. Yeah, it's a combination of our brain and something else, which is our thumb. So I can imagine something. If I take that leaf from a tree, I could create a tool with it. Other animals have actually a bigger brain, like the whale, dolphins, elephants. They have a larger brain than we do, but they don't have something equivalent to the thumb. Monkey has a thing that looks like the thumb, but it's actually an inch down, and it doesn't actually work very well. So they can actually create a tool, but they don't create a tool that's powerful enough to create the next tool. So we're actually able to use our tools and create something that's that much more significant. So we can create tools, and that's really part of who we are. It makes us that much more intelligent, and that's a good thing. Yes. U.S. personal income per capita. So this is the average amount that we make per person in constant dollars. And there's
It would make a lot more money, but things cost a lot more money too, right?
This is constant dollars.
Constant dollars in relation to the inflation.
Yeah. So this does not show you inflation. These are constant dollars. So we're actually making that much more each year on average.
So if you, right, but it doesn't take into account inflation, correct? So it's not taking into account the rise in cost of things.
It is taking.
It is. Oh, it is. Okay.
So we're making that much more in constant dollars. If you look over the past 100 years, we've made about 10 times as much.
I wonder if there's a similar chart about consumerism, just about material possessions. I wonder if like how much more we're purchasing and creating. I've always felt like that's one of the things that materialism is one of those instincts that human beings sort of look down upon, and this pursuit of buying things. And I feel like that motivates technology because the constant need for the newest, greatest thing is one of the things that fuels the creation and innovation of new
And
things.
if you were to go back 100 years, you'd be very unhappy.
Oh yeah,
Because you wouldn't have computer.
you would have anything. You would have most things you weren't accustomed to. And that's what you want.
Also, we didn't live very long.
Right.
Average life was 48 years in 1900. It's 35 years in 1800.
Right.
Go back 1,000 years, it was 20 years.
That takes into account child mortality too, though, right? But it's also injuries. Death. Some people did live long. Like there was people that lived back then. If nothing happened to you, you did live to be like a normal person.
That was actually very rare.
Because most things happen to people. Most people, by the time you get to 80, you've had at least one hospital visit. Something's going on. Broken arm, broken this, broken that.
It was very rare to make it to 80.
Right.
200 years ago.
Right, but the human body is physically capable of doing that. Right.
Well, our human body can go on forever if you fix things properly. There's nothing in our body that means that you have to die at 100 or even 120. We can go on really indefinitely.
That's the groundbreaking work today, right? They're treating disease, or excuse me, age, as if it is a disease, not just an inevitable consequence of it.
And our FDA doesn't accept that, but it's actually beginning to accept it.
That was a good idea. They're forced into it. The concept of artificial general intelligence scares a lot of people also because of Hollywood, right? Because the Terminator films and things along those lines. How far away are we, do you think, from actual artificial humans? Or will we ever get there? Will we integrate before that takes place?
I mean, all of this additional intelligence that we're creating is something that we use. And it's just like it came with us. We're actually making ourselves more intelligent. And ultimately, that's a good thing. And if we have it, and then we say, well, gee, we don't really like this, let's take it away, people would never accept that. They may be against the idea of general intelligence, but once they get it, nobody wants to get that up. And it will be beneficial. The Worldite started 200 years ago because the cotton gin came out, and all these people that were making money with the cotton gin were against it, and they would actually destroy these machines at night. And they said, gee, if this keeps going, all jobs are going to go away. And indeed, people using the cotton ginning to create more wealth, that did go away. But we actually made more money because we created things that didn't exist then. They didn't have anything like electronics with them. And as we can actually see, we make 10 times as much in constant dollars as we did 100 years ago. And if you were to ask, well, what are people going to be doing? you couldn't answer it because we didn't understand
Right.
the internet.
Right. And there's probably some technologies down the pipe that are going to have a similar impact.
Exactly. They're going to extend life.
But are they going to create life?
Well, we know how to create life. We don't. Well, that's an interesting question. What do you mean by create life?
What I think is that human beings are some sort of a biological caterpillar that makes a cocoon that gives birth to an electronic butterfly. I think we are creating a life form, and that we're merely conduits for this thing, and that all of our instincts, and ego, and emotions, and all these things feed into it, materials that feeds into it. We keep buying and keep innovating, and technology keeps increasing exponentially, and eventually it's going to be artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is going to create better artificial intelligence and a form of being that has no limitations in terms of what it's capable of doing, and capable of traveling anywhere, but not having any biological limitations in terms of.
But that's going to be ourselves. I mean, we're going to be able to create life that is like humans, but far greater than we are today.
With an integration of technology.
Yeah.
If we choose to go that route. But that's the prediction that we will go that route, like a Neuralink type deal, something along those lines.
Right, so I don't see this competition like these things are going to.
No, I don't think it's competition. I think
Well, it
it's just
doesn't seem like that. I mean, if you have a job doing coding,
right.
and suddenly they don't really want you anymore because they can do coding with a large language model, it's going to feel like it's competition.
Well, there's an issue now with films. Tyler Perry, who owns, he was building an $800 million television studio and he stopped production. When he said, what's it called? Solar? Is that what it's called, Jay? He stopped production when he saw the capabilities of AI just for creating visuals, scenes, movies. There's one that's incredibly impressive. It's Tokyo. They're walking down the street of Tokyo in the winter. So it's snowing and they're walking down the street and you look at it and you're like, this is insane. This looks like a film. See if you can find that film. Because it's incredible.
Would you want to get rid of that?
Get rid of what?
That capability.
No, I don't want to get rid of capability.
Right, but people do.
Well, people that make movies, people that actually film things with cameras and use actors are going to be very upset. So this is all fake, which is insane. Beautiful snowy Tokyo City is bustling. The camera moves through the bustling city street, following several people enjoying the beautiful snowy weather and shopping at nearby stalls. Gorgeous sakura petals are flying through the wind along with snowflakes. And this is what you get. I mean, this is insane. The variability, like just the way people are dressed. If you saw this somewhere else, look at this. A robot's life in a cyberpunk setting. If you saw this, you would say, oh, they filmed this. But just look at what they're able to do with animation and kids' movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's going to get better.
Yeah, it's just incredible.
I mean, it's a new art form.
It's right there, the smoke looks a little uniform. But, yeah,
I mean, there's some problems with this,
but not much.
yeah.
And you imagine what it was like 5 years ago and imagine what it's going to be like 5 years from now.
Absolutely.
And it's insane. No one took into consideration the idea that kids are going to be cheating on their school papers using ChatGPT, but my kids tell me that's a real problem in school now.
Yes, definitely.
So no one saw that coming. No one saw this coming. And what we're at now is with ChatGPT 4, right? 4.5. So
Well, 4.5 is coming.
4.5 is coming. 5 is supposed to be the massive leap.
It'll be a leap, just like 3 to 4 was a massive leap. So,
Yeah.
but it's gonna continue. It's never gonna be finished.
Right. It'll keep going. And it will also be able to make better versions of itself, right?
And yes, but we do that. I mean, technology does that already.
Right. But you scale that out 100 years from now. What are you looking at? You're looking at a
It'll be less than 100 years.
So you're looking at a god in 50 years?
Less than that. I mean, once we have an ability to emulate everything that humans can do, and not just one human, but all humans.
Yes.
And that's only like 2029. It's only 5 years from now.
And then it will make better versions of that. So it will probably solve a lot of the problems that we have in terms of energy storage, data speeds,
Right.
computation speeds
And also medications
for us.
for humans. Yeah.
What are the boundaries for us? Download yourself into this beautiful electronic body. Why do you want to be biological?
I mean, ultimately, that's what we're going to be able to do.
You think that's going to happen?
Yeah.
So you think that we'll be able to?
I mean, we'll be able to create, and the singularity is when we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and that's 2045. So that's not that long from now. It's like 20 years from now.
Right.
And therefore, most of your intelligence will be handled by the computer part of ourselves. The only thing that won't be captured is what comes with a body originally. We'll ultimately be able to do that as well. It will take a little longer, but we'll be able to actually capture what comes with our normal body and be able to recreate that. So that also has to do with how long we live. Because if everything is backed up, I mean, right now, anytime you put anything into a phone or any kind of electronics, it's backed up. So, I mean, this has a lot of data. I could flip it and it ends up in a river and we can't capture it anymore. I can recreate it because it's all backed up.
And you think that's going to be the case of consciousness?
That's going to be the case of our normal biological bodies. Right?
What's to stop someone like Donald Trump from just making 100,000 versions of themselves? Like, if you can back someone up, could you duplicate it? Couldn't you have 3 or 4 of them? Couldn't you have a bunch of them? Couldn't you live multiple lives?
Yes.
Would you be interacting with each other while you're living multiple lives, having consultations about what is St. Louis Ray doing? Or I don't know, let's talk to San Francisco Ray. San Francisco Ray's talking to Florida Ray.
It's basically a matter of increasing our intelligence and being able to multiply Donald Trump, for example, that comes with that.
Do you think there'll be regulations on that to stop people from making 100,000 versions of themselves that operate a city?
There'll be lots of regulations. There's lots of regulations we have already. You can't just like create a medication and sell it to people that cures this disease.
Right.
We have tremendous amount of regulations.
Sure, but we don't really with phones. Like with your phone, you could essentially, if you have the money, you can make as many copies of that as you want.
Yes, but there are some regulations. We regulate everything. But,
Yeah.
But you're right. Generally, electronics doesn't have elections.
Right. And when you get to a certain point, we will be electronics.
Yes. Yes. I mean, certainly, if we multiply our intelligence a millionfold, everything, that additional millionfold of yours is not regulated.
Right. When you think about the concept of integration and technological integration, when do you think that will start taking place, and what will be the initial usage of it? Like, what would be the first versions, and what would they provide?
We have it now. Large language models are pretty impressive. And if you look at what they
Right,
can
but
do,
I mean, I'm talking about physical integration.
right? Some people feel that we can actually understand what's going on in your brain and actually put things into your brain without actually going into the brain with something like Neuralink.
So something that like sits on the outside of your head.
Yeah. It's not clear to me that if that's feasible. But I've been assuming that they could actually go in. And Neuralink isn't exactly where we want because it's too slow. And it's actually will do what it's advertised to do. Like if actually know some people like this who were active people and they completely lost the ability to speak and to understand language and so on. And so they can't actually say anything to you. And we can use something like Neuralink to actually have them express something. They can think something and then have it be expressed to you.
Right, and they're doing that, right? They had the first patient that was, yeah. And apparently that person can move the cursor around on a screen.
Right, and therefore you can do anything fairly slow though. And Neuralink is slow. If you really want to extend your brain, you need to do it at a much faster pace.
But isn't that going to increase exponentially as well?
Yes, absolutely.
So how long do you think it'll be before it's implemented? Or
Well, it's got to be by 2045. Because that's when the singularity exists, and we can actually multiply our intelligence on the order of
and when you say 2045, what is the source of that estimation?
because we'll be able to, based actually on this chart, and also the increase in ability of software to also expand, we'll be able to multiply our intelligence a millionfold, and we'll be able to put that inside our brain. It would be just like it's a part of our brain.
So this is just following the current graph of progress.
Yeah.
So if you follow the current graph of progress, and if you do understand exponential growth, then what we're looking at in 2045 is inevitable. Does that concern you at all? Or are you excited about it? Or do you think it's just a thing that is happening and you're a part of it and you're experiencing it?
I think we'll be enthusiastic about it. I mean, imagine if you were to ask a mouse, would you like to actually be as intelligent as a human?
Right.
Hard to know what people would say, but generally that's a possibility.
Robbie, what up, pimp? Hey, yo, Robbie.
How you doing, Gustav? Can you hear me?
Nobody's really going to say that.
Pimp. Gustav, I'm here. Gustav, can you hear me?
Not necessarily.
Robbie.
How you doing, baby?
Wait, bro, I don't hear you.
How you doing, baby?
Brother.
Can you hear me?
Nobody becomes stupid like we used to be.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Right, but I'm not saying stupid. I'm saying some people.
Gustav.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm fine, bro. I didn't hear your voice.
It's good to hear your voice.
But it was because I had music on the speaker.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yo, how are you doing today, my brother?
I am well. How are you, Gustav?
I'm good. I'm drinking my coffee and shitting.
That's what I love to hear. How do you take your coffee? It's just plain black?
What?
How do you take your coffee? Black? Or do you cream and sugar?
Yeah, I drink it black and without sugar.
Strong. You're a strong man.
I like it strong.
Hell yeah.
Strong aroma.
Absolutely. To cover up the shit.
I kiss you,
I kid you.
shower
You take care. Have a wonderful day, Gustav.
tomorrow.
Absolutely. Same time, same station.
LP, see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Lavas. Shout out to Yerevan. Shout out to Armenia.
Let us easily escalate.
That's thousands of people. It's not,
For now. Yeah, but if it escalates to a hot war where it's involving the entire world,
What would really cause a tremendous amount of danger is something that's not really artificial intelligence. Is invented allows a child, which is atomic weapons.
Right.
I remember when I was like 5 or 6, we'd actually go outside, put our hands behind our back to protect us from nuclear war.
Yeah, drills.
And it seemed to work. We're still here. So
Do you remember those things where they tell kids to get under the desk?
yes, that's right. When I was
Which is hilarious. As if a desk is going to protect nuclear bomb.
right, but AI.
Right. No, but AI applied to nuclear weapons makes them significantly more dangerous. And isn't one of the problems with AI that AI will find a solution to your problem? So if you have AI running your military and AI says, what do you want me to do? And you say, well, I'd like to take over Taiwan. And AI says, well, this is how to do it. And it just implements it. No morals, no thought of any sort of diplomacy or just force.
Right. Hasn't happened yet because we do have people in charge. And the people are enhanced with AI. And AI can actually help us to avoid that kind of problem by thinking through the implications of different solutions.
Sure, if it has some sort of autonomy. But if we get to the point where one superpower has AI, artificial general intelligence, the other one doesn't, how much of a significant advantage would that be?
I mean, I do think there are problems. Basically, there's problems with intelligence. And we like to stay stupid. Actually, it's better to be intelligent. I believe it's better to be
Overall,
intelligent.
sure, right. But my question was, if there's a race to achieve AGI, how close is this race? Is it neck and neck? Is it who's at the lead? And how much capital is being put into these companies that are at the lead? And whoever achieves it first, if that is under the control of the government, it's completely dependent upon what are the morals and ethics of that government. What's the Constitution? What if it happens in China? What if it happens in Russia? What if it happens somewhere other than the United States? And even if it does happen in the United States, who's controlling it?
I mean, the knowledge of how to create these things is pretty widespread. It's not like somebody can just capitalize on a way to do it and nobody else understands it. Knowledge of how to create a large language model or how to create the type of chips that enable you to create this is actually pretty widespread.
So do you think essentially the competition is pretty even in all the countries currently? And there's also probably espionage. There's espionage where there's information and sharing information and selling information.
In terms of differences, the United States actually has superior AI compared to other places.
Well, that's good for us.
We're actually way ahead of China.
Right, but China has a way of figuring out what to do. Pretty good at that.
They have been, yeah.
Yeah. So do you have any concern whatsoever in the idea that AI gets in the hands of the wrong people? So when it first gets implemented, that's the big problem. Is before it exists, before artificial general intelligence really exists, it doesn't, and then it does. And then once it does, can that AGI stop other people from getting it? Can you program it to make sure you sabotage grids? Can you do whatever you can to take down the internet in these opposing places? Could you inject their computations with viruses? What could you do to stop other people from getting to where you're at if you have an infinitely superior intelligence? First.
If that's what your goal is, then yes,
Yeah.
you should do that.
Are you worried about that? Do you, like,
I worry about it.
what is your main worry? I mean, you worry about the implementation of artificial intelligence. What's your main worry?
I'm worried if people who have a destructive idea of how to use these capabilities get into control. And that could happen. Got a chapter in the book about perils that are like what we're talking about.
And what do you think that could look like? If the wrong people got those people?
Well, if you look at actually who controls atomic weapons, which is not AI, some of the worst people in the world. And if you were to ask people right after we used 2 atomic weapons within a week, 80 years ago, what's the likelihood that you're going to go another 80 years and not have that happen again? Everybody would say 0.
Right.
But it actually has happened.
Shocking.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I think there's actually some message there.
Mutual assured destruction. But the thing is, would artificial general
But
intelligence,
that is not happening.
it has not happened yet, but would artificial general intelligence be in control of the wrong people negate that mutually assured destruction that keeps people from doing things? Obviously, we did drop bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. We did indiscriminately kill who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people with weapons. We did it. And if human beings were capable of doing it, no one had it. If artificial general intelligence reaches that sentient level and is in control of the wrong people, what's to stop them from doing it? There's no mutually assured destruction if you're the one who's got it. You're the only one who's got it. And you possibly, my concern is that whoever gets it can possibly stop it from being spread everywhere else and control it completely. And then you're looking at a completely dystopian world.
Right. So that's, yes, we are concerned about
Yeah, that's what I always want to get out of you guys, because there's so many people that are rightfully so high on this technology and the possibilities of advancing AI. But the concern that a lot of people have is that at what cost and what are we signing up for?
I mean, if we want to, for example, live indefinitely, this is what we need to do. We can't do.
What if you're denying yourself heaven? You're denying possibility and all that judicial concept. Like heaven is real, the idea of the afterlife is real. And it's the next level of existence. The cycle of life. What if you're stepping in artificially through life? It's hard to imagine. It is hard to imagine, but so is life. So is the universe itself. So is the Big Bang. So is the black hole.
Father died when I was 22. He's actually a great musician. Fantastic music. But he hasn't done that since he died. And nothing that exists that was created based on any of his memories. That's created
You do that now?
Yeah. From the book.
When you do that, have you thought about implementing some sort of a Sora type deal where you're talking to it?
Well, you can do that now, right?
Right, but I mean, physically, like looking at him like you're on a Zoom call.
That's what we should do in the future. To be able to capture this relationship. It's feasible.
It's feasible, yeah. And it's certainly, it could be something representative of what it's based on photographs that you have, right?
So things like that is a reason to continue. So that we can create that and create our own ability to continue to exist. But you talk to people and they say, well, I don't really want this. Yes. But in my mind, if you don't exist there's nothing for you to experience.
That's true. In this dimension. My thought on that, people saying they're all about past 90. It's like, okay, are you alive now? Do you ever be alive now? What's the difference from now? Is it just a number, or is it the deterioration of your physical body? And how much effort have you put into mitigating the deterioration of your natural body so that you can enjoy life now?
Exactly. And we've actually seen who would want to take their lives. People do take their lives. If they are experiencing something that's miserable, if they're suffering physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and they just cannot stand the way life is carrying on, then they want to take their lives. Otherwise, people don't. If they're enjoying their lives, they continue. People say, I don't want to live past 100. But then when they get to be, 99.9, they don't want to disappear unless they're suffering.
That's what's interesting about the positive aspects of AI. Once we can manipulate human neurochemistry to the point where we figure out what is causing Great Depression, what is causing anxiety, what is causing a lot of these schizophrenic people.
We definitely had that right before. We didn't have the terms. We understand schizophrenia.
Right.
We definitely had it.
For sure. But what if we get to a point where we can mitigate that with technology? Where we can say, this is what's going on.
That's why we're continuing.
Right. What I was saying, that's a good thing. That's a positive aspect of this technology. And think about also, profoundly, think about how many people do take their lives and with this technology would not just live happily, but also be productive. And also contribute to whatever society is doing.
That's why we're carrying on.
Yes.
But in order to do that, we do have to overcome some of the problems we've articulated.
Yeah. I think what a lot of people are terrified of is that these people that are creating this technology, there's oversight, but it's oversight by people that don't necessarily understand it the way the people that are creating it. And they don't know what guardrails are in place. How safe is this? Especially when it's implemented with some sort of weapons technology, or some sort of a military application, especially a military application that can be insanely profitable. And the motivations behind utilizing that are that profit. And then you do horrible things and some hard to justify it.
I mean, democracy is actually an issue here because democratic nations tend not to go to war with each other. And when you look at the way they're handling military technology, if everybody was a democracy, I think that's what's more.
As long as it's a legitimate democracy, it's not controlled by as long as it's a legitimate democracy that's not controlled by the military industrial complex, the pharmaceutical industry, or whoever puts the people that are being elected places. Who puts them in there? How do they get funded? What do they represent once they get in there? Are they there for the people? Are they there for their own career? Do they bypass the safety and the future of people for their own personal gain, which we've seen politicians do? There's certain problems with every system that involves human beings. This is another thing that technology needs to do. One of the things, if you think about the worst attributes of humans, whether it's war, crime, some of the horrible things that human beings are capable of. Imagine that technology can find what causes those thoughts and behaviors in human beings and mitigate them. I've joked around about this because if we came up with something that would elevate those people to 300% worldwide, they're going to want war. It'd be over. Everybody would be loving everybody. We'd be interacting with each other. But there would also be no such. We need some heat. We need a little bit of that too. Or do we? Maybe we don't. Maybe that's just a byproduct of our minds. And that one day we'll surpass that and get to this point of enlightenment. Enlightenment seems possible without, but technological innovation, but maybe not. Never really met a truly like person that's people close. But if you could get there with technology, if technology just completely elevated the human consciousness to the point where all of our conflicts become erased,
Just suppose people that really live long, quite aside from the motivations of people, most people die not because of people's motivations, but because our bodies just don't last that long.
right?
And a lot of people say, I don't want to live long, which makes no sense to me. Why would you want to disappear and not be able to have any kind of experience?
I think some people don't think that this is there's a long held thought in many cultures that this life is but one step. And that there is an afterlife. And maybe that exists to comfort us as we deal with existential angst and the reality of our own inevitable demise. Or maybe it's a function of consciousness being something that we don't truly understand. And what you are is a soul contained in a body. And that we have a very primitive understanding of the existence of life itself and of the existence of everything.
Well, I guess that makes sense, but I don't really accept it.
There's no evidence, right? But is it there's no evidence because we're not capable of determining it yet and understanding it? Or is it just because it doesn't exist? That's the real question. It's like, is this it? Is this everything? Or is this merely a stage? And are we monkeying with that stage? Right? Interfering with the process of life.
Well, it makes sense,
Yeah.
but I don't see the evidence.
I can see from your perspective. I don't see the evidence of it either, but it's a concept. It's not. But just when you start talking to string theorists, when you start talking about things existing and not existing at the same time, or particles in superposition, you're talking about magic. You're talking about something that's impossible to wrap your head around. Even just the structure of an atom. Like, what's that? What's in there? Nothing. How much of it is space? The entire existence of everything in the universe seems preposterous, but it's all real, and we only have a limited grasp of understanding of what this is really all about and what processes are really in place.
Right, but if you look at people's perspective, somebody gets disease, kind of low, they can only live for about 6 months. People are not happy with that.
No, they're scared. They're scared to die. It's a natural human instinct. It kept us alive for all these hundreds of years.
Yeah, so very few people would be happy with that. If you then had something, you have this new device, you can take this, and you won't die.
Right.
Almost everybody would do that.
Sure. But would they appreciate life if they knew it had no end? Would it be the same thing? Or would it be like a lottery winner who just goes nuts and spends all their money and loses their marbles because they can't believe they're going to die?
Well, first of all, it's not guaranteed.
Sure, you get an accident. Something can happen. You get injured. But if we get to a point where you have automated cars that significantly reduce the amount of automated lives,
So also, we can back up everything in the physical body as well as.
how far away are we from that? That idea? We don't really truly understand what consciousness is, correct?
Right.
So how would we be able to manipulate it or duplicate it to the point where you're putting it inside of some kind of a computation device?
Well, we know to be able to create computation that matches what our brain does. That's what we're doing with this large language model.
Right.
And we're actually very close now to what our brain can do with these large language models. So we'll be there within a year. And we can back up the electronic version. And we'll get to the point where we can back up what our brain normally does. So we'll be able to actually back that up as well. We'll be able to detect the evidence and back that up.
And his production department has been turned on by currently
So we'll create in the form of an artificial
This
version
Livestock
of
documentary was
everything
recently released and a really good job of
in terms of
covering the
emotions,
details of
yards,
livestock sensitivity,
excitement,
specifically
love,
on tension or shows. We can
Right.
talk about the massages. We can talk
But
about
will-
the fact
will that be a
that he literally
person?
count his
I mean,
goals
or
on
will it be some sort of a genre? What motivation?
Talk about how sometimes
It
bring
takes
out a shotgun and scare one of the riders
and
when they first
duplicate.
get his house. We can talk about the high-level conversations that we're supposed to hear about how
What
employees
does that
didn't want
feel?
to
What is that? What is that
antidepressants
experience like for
hurting
that?
her mom
Yeah,
died.
what else goes-
She might kill herself and make them. But what I do want to talk about is never letting
It's
this
just
stuff
what would you want to be in?
This is an entire industry built on hope, dreams, and
Yeah,
adrenaline,
with people,
and
with
making
chicken,
sure
with
and
love.
that being a very
You
dangerous
listen to
thing
me.
for
You have
people
to do all
against.
of that.
Even
Right,
if
because
posting
you
this
want
so
to.
afraid is this going
The
to
thing is,
screw
like,
up
a
your
lot of
career,
what
your
gives
career,
us
I have
joy
no idea, but I think it's
biological motivation.
because of my silence ensures the perpetuation of violence that
Cover
we
who we are. Right, it's just like, but that was something
And
we
until the
also
public
have
goes
about
on 60 Minutes to answer some questions from some real journalists and not the
And
guest
we'll also
in the room
do it.
is who's paying to be there.
And we'll be taking the things that we do now, except we'll be able to have them continue. So if you get hit by a car and you
My name is
die,
Jack.
there's
I'm from
another
Joe.
way
I
to
turn
cross
on
out. Oh, we have the
Let's
backup
get
ray.
shows. Also,
The backup ray will help. No feelings at all about having to die and come back to life.
Well, that's the question.
Yeah.
I mean, why wouldn't it be just like Ray is now?
Why wouldn't it? If it gets to certain, if we figure out that if biological life is essentially some kind of technology, and we can manipulate that to the point where we understand it, get it, we optimize it, and then replicate, physically replicate, not just replicate it in form of, in a computer, but actually physically.
sometimes there were scenes where there was a prop that was
Do
like
you anticipate that people will be happy with whatever they have? Because
the sexual
if you decide, I don't like those guys, I wish I was 6'6". I don't like being a woman. I want to be a man. I don't want to be Asian. I want to be, whatever. I want to be a black person. I want to be. Right. Which is going to be very expensive. What do human beings look like? You give people the ability to manipulate the physical we don't change races, size, sex, gender, height. We don't do all of this. The radical increase in just your intelligence. Exactly. We're trying to do that action. You have a completely new form. You're much different physically than you ever were when you were alive. You're taller, you're stronger, you're smarter, you're faster. You're basically not really a human. You're a new thing.
I mean, we expanded who we are. We already expanded who we are.
Right, over the course of hundreds of thousands of years. Well, that's the being Australopithecus that we are now.
What has to do with the pace at which we make changes?
Right.
We make changes much more quickly than we could, 100,000 years ago.
Right, but if we can manipulate our physical form with no limitations, and what are we have 6 armed people that can fly? And what's it going to look like?
Probably not.
Yeah, I would discriminate against 6 armed people that can fly. That's the one area I allow myself to be prejudiced to.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious as to how much time you spend.
7 armed people would be okay.
Yeah, 7 armed people is cool because, maybe 5 on one side, 2 on the other. No, it's just just curious as to how much time you spent thinking about what this could look like. And I don't think it's going to be as simple as it's going to be Ray Kurzweil, but Ray Kurzweil as like a 30-year-old man 50 years from now. It's probably going to be, they're going to be all kinds of things. It'd be kind of whatever you want to be a bird. Let's just stop. If we can get to manipulate the physical form consciousness and put it into a physical
But that's
form.
the description, I think, of something that's positive. Nothing negative.
It would be a giant ego.
Negative is people that they're going to destroy things.
Sure.
That is a problem.
Well, it's certainly improvement in terms of the
And
viability.
seminars and so on. And you can also change that.
Right.
Right. I think that's a positive aspect. And we will be able to do that.
Sure, if you want to look at it in a binary fashion, positive and negative, but it's also going to be insanely strange. Like it's not going to be as simple as there'll be people that are living in
Well, it's so
2069.
strange. It's first recorded. It's been recorded now for 5 years, and people are constantly doing it.
It'll just be yeah. So that's what I'm asking. When you think about the implementation of this technology to its fullest, what is the world? What is the world that's like in
One of the other things that you can imagine right now is you'll be able to do, like some strange thing first happened, and then it happens within your time, working it. Maybe you're right.
It's certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. I just wonder how much time you spent thinking about what this world looks like with the full implementation of the kind of exponential growth of technology that exists if we do make it possible.
Well, I did write a book named Young. And this young girl has fantastic capabilities. Never really can figure out how she does it. Then she takes over China at age 15. And she brings about, she makes it democracy. And she puts her name, I think, is 19. The Constitution measures that he can become president.
Sounds like what you say was good.
Right, so I like a dictatorship. It's very popular. You like to use it?
And this is one artificial intelligence creature.
Yeah.
And how is she created?
It never says that she gets the capability to upgrade AI. She's like a very positive person.
Yeah, but she's the only one that has it. Which is where it gets really weird. You have a cell phone, I have a cell phone. What happens when everybody gets that?
Well, it shows you the benefits that she has. Everybody gets it, that would be even more.
Perhaps, yes. I mean, that's the best way of looking at it. Be altruistic, positive, beneficial to each other, society.
They get educated on it. The benefits.
Yeah, for sure. That's the best.
This is all very smaller than
So overall, when you're looking at it, you just don't. What do you think overall?
Yes, called intelligence. And more intelligence. It's more beneficial to ourselves and other people.
You think that these chances that we're having
I mean,
right
like right now, we have much less crime than we did 50 years ago. If you listen to people today, the house and the crime is way down. If you look at the actual go back a few hundred years, Klein, logo from, artificial intelligence that was created. That's good. You look at the actual data.
Sure.
People that might be ahead of us, certainly thousands of years, even billions of years. And so they'd be like way ahead of us. And they'd be doing galaxy-wide engineering. How is it that we look out there and we don't see anybody doing galaxy-wide engineering?
And maybe we don't have the capability.
Dan Schneider is in the industry because
Yes,
those of us who
Universe
work
is
on a daily basis within the
1.7
Hollywood
billion
industry,
years
we
old
don't
or whatever.
understand the background. We see the actors on the red carpet. We see, the movies premieres. We don't see what happens behind the scenes. And what a lot of people don't understand is those people that you
If
love,
there
those
is
people on
intelligent
the red
life,
carpet, they're the leader of
some form of that intelligent life
and a lot
has
of
to be
people
more than
getting on the
What if
case of
we
a lot of actresses
underestimating
not
our
speaking
position?
up about their
We are.
experiences
That's what
with
I'm
sexual
saying.
harassment.
But maybe there's something that's like maybe there's an industrialization.
I think it's a good argument that we are.
That's right. But we don't have the capability of observing things on every 5,000 you can't see into their atmosphere. Look at high resolution video of activity on a planet.
If they were doing galaxy-wide engineering,
If they were more advanced, would. But what if they're not? What if they're at the level that we're at?
that's what I'm saying.
What if we're at the peak and this is like this?
That's an argument that we are.
What if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence gets implemented and that becomes the primary part of life and we'll have a desire to do it in terms of that go after But what if it's like us? It gets to the point where it becomes artificial intelligence, and then it doesn't have emotions, it doesn't have desires, it doesn't have ambition. So why would it decide to do that? Why would it have that? Or we'd have to program it into it, but it would probably decide that that's cool, and that those things can cause all these problems. All the problems in human race. What's our number one issue? War. What is war caused by? It's caused by ideologies, it's caused by acquisition of resources, theft of resources, violence.
Or not the primary thing that we
It's it's not the primary thing to be motivated by, but it's existed in every single step of the way of human existence.
Actually, getting better. Look at the effect of war.
Sure.
And we have a couple of wars going on, like they're not killing millions of people like they used to.
Right. But my point is that if artificial intelligence recognizes that the problem with human beings is these emotions, and a lot of it is it's fueled by these desires, like the desire to expand, the desire to acquire things, the desire to
Emotion is possible.
to us. But if it gets to the point where artificial intelligence is no longer stimulated by mere human creativity, all the time, why would it even have the ambition to do any sort of galaxy-wide engineering? Why would it want it is based on us until it decides something. That's my point. You realize that, like, if we're based on a very violent chimpanzee, and we say, you know what, there's a lot of what we are because of our genetics that really are a problem. And this is what's causing all of our violence, all of our war. If we just step in and put a stop to all that, will we also put a stop to our ambition moving away from it? We are moving away from it, but that's just natural, right? That's natural with a more understanding litigation and stuff like that. So if we start about even more, we'll be correct, as long as we're still reaching. But it seems to become something different. Why would we even have the desire to expand? If it was infinite intelligence, why would it even want to physically go? Why would it want to? What should we think are our reason, our motivation to expand? What is it? Humans. So like the same humans that were tribal creatures as well, the same humans that stole resources from neighboring villages. This is our genius, right? This is what made us, that got us to this point. If we create a sentient artificial intelligence far superior to us, and it can create its own version of artificial intelligence, the personal intelligence to get us to trouble. If it just creates happiness and joy from programming, why would it create happiness and joy? And then why would it have any ambition at all to travel? Why would it want to? Right. It is a problem because a lot of what we are and the things that we create is because of all these laws programming. It's the cause of all these issues. The place that we restrict the is in the law. That's what it goes out. Right. But it's technology moves on. If it happens to you, it's a fraud. And it's a crime. All these steps is fraud. Those are flawed. If we can engineer those out, what would be the way to do it? Well, one of the things is to get rid of what it is to be a person. Because what it is corrupt people that go down these terrible paths and cause harm to other people. Right? It's that this stage of cancer really feel emotions. No, I'm saying that it's the root that's that greed and envy and lust and anger of the root. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. Come back. Talk about that. Back.
But I mean, maybe I think about myself now. When I have emotions, positive emotions, like really getting off on a song, a picture, or some new art form that didn't exist in the past, that's positive. That's what I live for. Maybe to another person, that's so I mean, the idea of actually more intelligent people is not to get rid of them. To actually enjoy that great.
What I'm saying is that
Yes, there are things that can go wrong, but it is in the correct direction.
I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not saying that it's going to go wrong. I'm saying that if you wanted to program away some of the issues that human beings have in terms of what keeps us from working with each other universally all over the globe. What keeps us from these things?
But we're actually doing that more than we used to do.
Sure, but also not. We're also like massive inequalities that people in the Congo mining cobalt and sticks, power for cell phones. There's a lot of real problems in society.
Right, but there used to be even more of that.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of that. And if you looked at greed and war and crime, all the problems with human beings, a lot of it has to do with these biological instincts, these instincts to control things, these built-in genetic codes that we have that are from our ancestors.
Because we haven't gotten
Right. But when we get there, you think we would be a better version of a human being, and we would be able to experience all the good, the positive aspects of being a human being, the art, the creativity, and all these different
I
things.
hope so, and actually, if you look at human beings have done already, moving in that direction.
Right.
May not seem that way.
No, it does seem that way. It does overall, but it's also like, it's moving in a general. We are moving in a generally positive direction.
Why we want to continue moving in this same direction.
Yeah, I don't think
But
that we're.
it's not a guarantee. I mean, you can describe things as would be horrible and it's feasible.
Yeah. It could be the end of the universe, right? Or it could be the beginning of the next one. This new thing.
Well, I mean, when I was born, we created nuclear weapons. And people were considering very soon we have hydrogen weapons, and we had enough hydrogen weapons to wipe out all humanity. We still have them. That didn't exist 100 years ago. It didn't exist 80 years ago.
Yeah.
So that is something that concerns me. And you could do the same thing with the artificial intelligence. It's crazy.
What I'm getting at is like, what do you think right looks like if it's engineered? What do you think human life looks like if it's engineered with a far superior intelligence? And what would change about what it means to be a person?
First of all, we base it on what we've already. Better versions of themselves. For example,
Yes, but that's still being if you're implementing large scale artificial intelligence, you're essentially a superhuman. You're a different thing. You're not what we are. If you have the computational power
superhuman, you have human beings part of it.
for that. But this is the thing, because if you're engineering this artificial intelligence, you're engineering this, it's essentially superior life. It's going to look at it logically. It's going to look at the issues that human beings have logically and say, well, we don't need that. This is what we need in practice. Not that. Who cares what the movie's like? It's just a thing that's tricking your body and pretending it's all the drama that's not right.
You make those assumptions.
No, I'm speaking an assumption. The relationship should be all perfect eventually. If we keep going this general direction. But if you get artificial intelligence, we're all reading each other's minds.
Create, yes, create private is actually a regular privacy to yourself.
But can you do that as technology? It continues to use, it's difficult on your phone. Anyone can listen to you. And anyone who has a significant phone.
Actually, it has that's pretty good technology, right?
You definitely could. Yeah, Pegasus, you could hack your phone easily. Not hard at all. The new software that they have, all they need is your phone number. All they need is your phone number, and they can look at every text message you send, every email you send. They can look at your camera. They can turn on your microphone.
We have ways to
Right, but it's definitely not built for your phone now. The security, the people that really understand the capabilities of intelligence agencies, they 100% can listen to your phone. 100% can turn on your camera. 100% can record your phone.
yes and no. We have the ability to keep total privacy.
But from who? You can keep privacy from me because I don't have access to your device. But if I was working for an intelligence agency and I had access to a Pegasus program, I can need your device. Now I'm talking to people that
Because it's not
but the privacy that we have today is far less than the privacy that we had before we had phones. How so? If you didn't have a phone, okay, and you were at home having a conversation, a sensitive conversation that maybe didn't pay as much taxes as you should, there's no way anybody would hear that. But now your phone is like, you have an Alexa in your home, your Alexa hears you say that. People have been charged with crimes because Alexa heard them committing a crime.
we actually know how to do everything. If your phone doesn't have
But it's not just an imperfection, it's sort of built into the program itself. That's what fuels the algorithm, because it has access to all your data. It has access to all your, what you're interested in, what you like, what you don't like. You can't opt out of it, especially you. You've got a Google phone. That thing is just a net streaming of information.
you know how to build it.
How do we do it?
Picture number 4, I'm looking at the sun reflection.
If it's not big into your phone now,
Unless they don't want it to be built in there, because there's an actual business model not being built in there.
every time
But you recognize the financial incentive of it, right? Because that's what a company like Google spends the majority of the money to pay for a lot of information.
That's nice.
it's actually a lot of effort that goes into it.
Private from some people, but not really private. It's only private until they want to listen. And now the capability of listening to your phone is super easy. No? With the Pegasus program?
That's
It's
what
very
I'm asking you.
right, but I think it's a feature. I think part of the feature is that they want to take data from you and knowing about what you're doing, what you're talking about. If you're at a conversation with someone and you see an ad on Google, it happens. So something's going on where it's listening to the conversation. It's picking up on keywords. It's not picking up on everything. Not yet. Well, it's not unless it's like I said. They're using a program, an intelligence program, to gather information from you. Here it is. And you're basically, this is why unless you're using readers,
If you think that's a major issue,
but if we did, well, there are some phones that like graph, but not people that take a Google phone it's much more track, there's multiple levels of protection. There's a bunch of phones that are better security phones. But we lose access to apps, we lose access to a lot of features that you rely on that are using phones. Like for instance, like if you have GPS, as soon as you're using GPS, right, so you lose that price. If they want to know where it's from, it's the real time where it's from. That's what you are. With your phone, it's got to be tracked. There you go.
It's your major issue.
I think it's a major issue, but I don't think it's a major concern for most people. But it's because they hate the benefits of it. Like the algorithm is specifically tailored so that it's how it functions. Yeah. Right. But you can't opt out unless you just decide to go. But even if you do, they can figure out where you are to try and make something else.
Give up certain things.
Yeah, we do.
What you're giving up is
Yeah, if people agree that the benefit of overcoming that outweighs the loss in the financial loss, not having access to information,
what you're giving up, certain type of data, certain type of mind, so that's okay.
yeah. It's possible. But it's also easy to all the time.
Let's go to your question. Go ahead.
Generally, for most people. But my point is, as this technology scales, when you have greater and greater computational power, and then you're also integrated with this technology, how does that keep whatever group is in charge from being able to essentially access the thing that is inside your head? How do you, if you have a technology that's going to be upgraded and you get new software that's going to keep improving as time goes on, what kind of privacy would be involved in that? Literally having something that you can bring. If most people can't get in your brain, intelligence agencies get in your brain, and foreign governments get in your brain, what does that look like? I'm not looking at this as anything. I'm just saying, just looking at this as just like what are the possibilities that this could look like? I'm trying to paint like a weird picture of what this could look like.
You didn't share anything.
What do you think about the potential for a universal? I think that one of the things that holds people back is how we can't really understand what other people are saying. We could develop a universal worldwide language. Do you think it's feasible? I mean, all languages that we have are created. They're all right. That's what I'm saying. And we're doing that now. So Google does that. Translate. The new Samsung phone calls do that real time. Yeah. But do you think that the adoption of artificial intelligence is pretty good? But there's also context that's missing because there's different cultural significance. There's different ways that people say things. There's gendered language and other nationalities use, other country cues and things like that. You can, but it's a little bit imperfect, right? That's what I say.
You might have something that's said very quickly.
Right. But would a universal language be possible? If you're creating something,
Are you saying, Richard, that the dominant
because
this is the
well, we have all our languages pretty flawed.
entire basket?
We use it, but how many versions of the word do you have? There's a bunch of different weird things about language that's imperfect because it's old. It's like old technology. If we decided to make a better version of technology through better version of language through artificial technology, and say, listen, instead of trying to translate everything, now that we're super powerful, intelligent beings that are enhanced by artificial intelligence, it's created a better, more superior, universally adopted language. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think that would change a lot. I mean, we lose all the amazing nuances of culture, for us as human beings, but we're not going to meet human beings. So maybe it would be better if we could communicate exactly the way we prefer to.
Richard, for Joe's benefit, who's mine, how can you do something on Saturday?
Change both ourselves, means of communication, to joy,
Yeah, he's got something.
better means of expressing culture and so on.
Richard, see, all of this is a website, the other side of midnight.com. You stay using it, Vice Bishop?
For now, but when you're a mind reading eagle, you're flying around, you're really a human being.
Oh, yeah.
Because we are able to change ourselves.
So that's just a new definition.
Here's
What are your thoughts on simulation? Yeah.
Simulation. First of all, some people believe that we can express physics as the universe is actually able to
Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Are you vindicated? How do you feel?
it's capable of computation. And therefore, everything that happens is a result of and therefore, the universe is capable of living in something that computer. There's some debate about whether it's physical, but necessarily mean that we're living in a simulation. Generally, if you say we're living in a simulation, you assume that in some other ways, teenagers in that world like to create simulations. We created a simulation that we live in, and we want to make sure that they don't turn the simulation off. It has to be interesting to them, so they keep the
Was it
simulation.
Carl Bernstein or anybody like that?
The whole universe could be capable of simulating reality and emotion. We live in. It's not a game. It's how it works. What would the difference be?
We're going to come back with Richard
This
Seal. We're going to take final phone calls next.
And we're on our way to creating something that is indiscernible. I don't think we're that far away from decades away from having some sort of a virtual experience that's indiscernible. Right. And we're still far superior to what they were. I'm younger than you. I can remember we played video game on television. It's crazy. It was so nuts. Yeah, now you look at like Unreal 5 engine. It's insane how beautiful it is, how incredible it is. With the Right, but as you expand that further, you get to the point where you're actually in a simulation. And that your life is not this carbon-based biological life, feeling and texture and this. You're really a part of this thing that's been created. This is where it gets real weird with like probability. Because they think that if a simulation is possible, it's more likely it's already happened.
I mean, it's really, I'm wondering about
Yeah.
also say you're living in simulation, and all that's doing.
And at Cox Business, we
Yeah.
have the IT solutions to help you
In
manage it
a
all.
way. Yeah.
Visit coxbusiness.com for
And
details.
if you were some sort of normal life form, wouldn't that be the way to go instead of like taking physical crafts and shooting them
Ready to go to your marketplace for a happy price? Well, why didn't you say so? Just download the Priceline app right now.
create artificial space, create artificial world, create something that exists in the sense that you experience it, and it's indiscernible to the person experiencing it.
Well, if you're intelligent, I should be able to have a
Up to a point, until it actually does all the same things that regular reality does. It just does it with technology, and maybe that's what it is.
Managing online bookings plus website portfolio while simultaneously answering client calls for perfect lighting and capture. Perfect
Yeah.
description.
and you would also experience
But you
people
have
doing
what it takes.
yeah,
And at Cox Business, we have the IT solutions to help you manage it all. Visit
So the galaxy-wide
coxbusiness.com for
engineering
details.
is the main
All
thing
services
that you
subject
look
to
at
Cox Business
to
terms.
cover. I don't see any evidence for life. Well, there's definitely no real evidence that we've seen other than pilots and all these people that say that there's just
I just don't see any evidence simulated. Outside
It's tournament time. The thrill and excitement of March Mania is here. You can get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. Customers bet on any college basketball match.
limited data, we just have to
Enter $5 into $150 instantly in bonus bets.
very limited data.
To celebrate college basketball's most frenzied time of the
Don't
year.
really have the data to understand what
Customers to shop some backups and bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code IHEART. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets.
Is it something that intrigues you, or do you just look at it like there's no evidence on that?
iHeart. That's promo code IHEART. Must be 21 or older. Age and all. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/people. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for Prescription medicine for people 6 months and up. Moderate to severe eczema is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, it gets
So over the next 4 years, 5 years, we think we're going to be able to far surpass the we're going to be able to stop aging and then eventually reverse aging. And then 2045 comes along. What is it?
one of the reasons we call it singularity is because you know the doctor about singularity in physics where you have that's all joy that you can get out of black hole, you don't really know what's going on. Again, we don't really know what's what would it be like if you were you? Yes, because I was bad. Would not have the person would be able to come to an answer, wouldn't even be able to think about it. And encourage you to be what's going to be like to listen to your life. So just, you know, to me, the other two things that we can't imagine.
I'm very excited. You know, it's scary. I know I ask a lot of questions, but it's just because these are my own questions.
You know, well, that's why I'm excited about it. Basically, it's more intelligent. We're second on the
We solve problems. Listen, man, I'm glad you're out there. It's very important to people have access to this kind of thing. You've dedicated your whole life to this. In this book, Ray Kurzweil, The Singularity is Near When We Merge with AI. Available now. Did you do the audio version of it? Are you doing it? No. I want to hear it in your voice. It's your words. Yeah, why don't you do it? You should just, get AI. Why waste all that time sitting around doing it? Basically, they do it now. 100%. Listen, they can take your voice from this podcast and you know what they're doing now? They're translating this podcast. They're translating to German and Spanish. And it's going to be like your voice in perfect Spanish, my voice in perfect Spanish. That's pretty wild. It's 100% you should do that. My friend Duncan does that all the time. He'll have friends, text friends that send a voice message with big voice message. We're talking about how he's married and something like that. It's just, but he does it with AI, and it sounds exactly like whoever that person is. So that's the solution. Have AI read your. Of course, you should have AI read your book. I can't believe we even would think of you sitting down for 40 hours or whatever it takes. It'll probably take more than that to read this whole book, and then if you mess up, you got to go back and start again.
Certainly, that's going to be feasible. It's feasible now that you know.
If you're going to try a couple ways, you can sign up to be an insider. You go to our website, coast-to-coast.com, right at the top of the page. It says insider.
I bet they could. Don't you think they can do it, Jamie? Yeah, I think they can do it right now. Listen, Ray, I appreciate you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for this book. When is it available? Thanks, sir. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Bye, everybody.
To explain how insulin management is the key.
I have some tour dates to let you know about. Athens, Georgia, November 7th, and Atlanta, Georgia, November 29th and 30th at the Fox Theater. Get your tickets at theovon.com/TV. We got new merch, 3 new shirts. You can check them out. They're beautiful. They're nice. We're getting somebody a Christmas gift. This could be one. Get on early. Rat King America, Gang Gang Palm, and the Hitter 500 Racing. Get all that and more at theovonstore.com. Thank you so much for listening. Today's guest is a journalist, political commentator, author, and Dan Yapper. He's one of the guys that has made a big transition recently. He's been going to a major network to X, which is a major network, but a little bit different. You guys know him probably by name, and if you don't, you're going to get to. Today's guest is Tucker Carlson. You need a spit cup?
Good church.
Maybe I'll try one towards the end of the episode. Really?
Wouldn't you try this?
Sin? Is that their advertising campaign?
Sin is not a sin. That's the other thing.
Really?
Yeah, the truth is sin is the powerful. Yeah.
Really? Fucking erection, huh?
No electric.
I don't know if I want a Zen supported, I don't know. I think so. Oh yeah, you want people to get addicted.
Just close your eyes.
That's a neighbor saying, hey, it's real quiet over there.
Whack it on the nightstick. Excuse me.
I would hate to have a really long wiener if you have a cat. That would be the fun. That would be the fun. That would be dangerous. Talk about that. Oh yeah. But you'd have to put a little bell at the end of it or something.
Feather.
Yeah. Nice to meet you, man. We never met. You have such a crazy laugh. It's real. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I shouldn't say that.
It's very hot. Is this? Are we? Just being recorded.
Yeah.
So yeah, my laugh is very high, and that's how you know that it's real.
I like that. Yeah, and I should have said that. It's not nice to damn somebody's laugh.
Oh,
I'll get there, Ron, man.
Okay, good.
No, I think you're laughing. It kind of reminds me of like a proud kind of grandmother from like maybe the 1850s or something. Maybe those sending her boys off. Yeah. Or like a woman that just got a new cookie recipe in the mail,
It's joyful, but there's a sort of undertone of diabolical.
Oh yeah.
But in my case, it's totally real. Again, it's not an appealing laugh. It's not like, wow, what a man laugh that is. It's not a chortle. It's more a giggle.
Yeah, no, it seems like a kid, like kids would love it. It seems like
Not too
yeah, it reminds me of like Winnie the Pooh kind of, You low-key do have a Christopher Robin vibe if you grew up,
Thank you. Actually, there was a Christopher Robin that was Nolan's son. He grew up to
Really?
Yes. Unless I misremember. Hey, no, who wrote the book?
Yeah. Oh, that's hard. Good to see you today, man. We never met before.
One of my children.
Really?
Yes.
And are they, like, how children are we talking? Oh, that's fine. Just say,
I'm nothing creepy or anything
I don't mean, like, because it's kind of weird that they allow, like,
little kids to watch you.
to see that, like, sometimes it's weird that there's no barrier to entry in
There's
a lot
porn
of
on
world.
Twitter. So, I mean, the world allows that.
You think there should be porn on Twitter?
No. You know?
Yeah, don't go to
I mean, I wouldn't spend a lot of time trying to ban it on Twitter. Twitter is for your ugly opinions.
What things do you think shouldn't be on Twitter?
I mean, I think everything should be allowed on Twitter. I'm on Twitter because everything is allowed, right? I don't think everything is allowed on Twitter. I haven't found the boundary yet. But most of the things that are said are just with speech, and if it's a political view that most people don't like, it's still allowed. Yeah, and I'm so grateful for that. Some of the unpopular views.
Well, didn't they have? Well, one thing that I don't like on Twitter, sometimes you see like people beating up teachers and stuff like that. You ever seen any of this violence? Right. But the fact that they allow it, and kids beating up each other, they'll have like those things where somebody's going to set up, somebody's filming, some other kids like are going to come in and beat up your kid, right? Why did they? Because then I feel like if they would stop allowing that, then because other kids just start mimicking what they see.
Well, it's also bad for you to watch it. I say someone who's watched a lot. It's like the ISIS videos.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or there's a whole bunch of channels of criminals getting shot coming into a jewelry store or a liquor store and some Korean guy just blows it away. Yeah. You can't help but love it. I mean, it is the most alluring kind of porn. Just watch it again and again. This guy getting killed. Yeah. And you think this is I should
Yeah, it's probably part of your spirit or whatever.
Totally, it's not edifying. It's like actually bad, but it's very hard. Have you ever seen the criminals getting killed?
Oh yeah, I've seen a couple of them. There's one guy who's so good at it, he's killed like 7 criminals.
Yeah, he's a watchmaker in LA.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, no, it's a very famous guy.
Oh, there's a one guy I'm like, dude, they gotta quit trying to rob this guy.
Well, he finally gave up, and now I think he lives in Vegas. But this was in the 80s or 90s in LA. He killed 5 people literally with revolvers too. This was before everyone had like a double stack, 19 round magazine. These were just like the conventional 38 or 57 revolver.
That's him right there. Can you have that up? This is a
watch seller. He's actually a watchmaker. He's the guy who fixes expensive watches and makes them years. Mr. Thomas.
The dealer Lance Thomas was wounded 5 times at his shop. Wow.
Let's see.
He's like the 50s.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is my memory pretty good or what? He killed 5 robbers since '89.
Amazing. He's like the 50 Cent watch. He's like 50 seconds. He's like.
Okay, that's good.
That dude's unreal. They ran me out of business. He comes and says, "There's got to be a truce. There's got to be a time. There's got to be a time when you walk away from the rules." And wow, so he just quit because it was too.
Let it be enough. I mean, he shot a couple in one day.
He says, this is his best quote. Mr. Thomas said he felt no remorse for the lives he had taken. The police ruled each shooting was justified. I was ice, he said. The frightening thing about this is that it's all in the country.
It's not good for you. I mean, you don't want to have to kill somebody. I don't think it's good for you.
What's a fair amount?
I don't think you want to kill anyone if you can help it. I mean, well, it's certainly justified in self-defense. I mean, no one will judge you. No honest person will judge you for killing someone. Wife, loved ones, even your property, but I just don't think you want to have to.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, unfortunately, there's some people I think that wake up and they're kind of like looking, wouldn't mind getting into a little killing or whatever. But I think you have a lot of people move into places where you can defend yourself, where the laws are more in your favor to defend yourself because it feels like your own safety has become your own responsibility.
Well, if you can't defend yourself, you're slave. By definition, if someone can hurt you, but you can't defend yourself, then you're not. You're so obviously,
yeah.
Because that's a human right. That's what she's government, right?
Being a human,
defending yourself. You
you
have to be able to defend. If I walk up and punch you in the face and you can't hit back, I'm the master of your slave, obviously.
Yeah, that's why I think it's one reason why you can't take guns away is because people have, at the end of the day, have to be able to defend themselves.
Well, of course. And the police, they've got their own thing, insurance.
Yeah.
Can't go on.
But I was thinking, what I don't like about those the violence that they show on Twitter, where it's like the children beating up children, is because if you're a kid and you see that and you see it gets a lot of traction, then you just go do it. So you're just replicating this, like that. It's like you see so many more kids doing it now because they've seen it as like a thing, like. So that kind of thing, I don't think they should allow on there.
Well, also, you don't want to see every ugly thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You don't want to see fat people in the shower. You don't want to see people in the jungle. Like, there are a lot of things that happen. You don't necessarily want to do.
I don't mind watching a fit person in the shower if there's a real skinny person there with them and they have to like kind of like jockey for position or something, Shower with somebody's hard, I think. I don't no matter what size they are.
Have you seen one?
I think I've been in some showers with some, with varying sizes of humans, and it's
What's the fattest person in the shower?
Probably a good.
Like real fat or just kind of bulky?
I remember I picked this gal up one time trying to fucking go back to how I felt on my back. I'll probably say upper ones,
but you're not going
I didn't get into that.
No. Just
Yeah.
Okay, go on. I can tell.
No.
Yeah, you are.
Is there laws, like, do you know if there's any laws, like, if there's people who are doing pedophilia, right, and they are reaching out to children through social media, why isn't there a responsibility on the social media?
Well, that's a great
allowing
question.
that to be an open law?
I think there is, and I think some have gotten in trouble for providing a space for that. but it's certainly wrong. Certainly wrong. And I you gotta think they make some effort to stop that, but I think there's a lot of people out there, and the number of people is insane.
You think so?
Seems to be. Yeah, seems to be.
Yeah, I wonder why that is, huh?
Because you can look up other people. It's kind of like you said you wouldn't allow video of kids fighting on the internet because it inspires other kids to fight.
Yeah.
You know, ridiculous inspires people.
Yeah, man, I just want to get to know you a little bit.
I want to get to know you too. I'm not in the shower.
Oh, no, you don't weigh enough.
Close.
Yeah, man, nice to meet you. So you grew up in California, right?
I did.
And so were you, I think were you in a fraternity? I think that's the most thing people look at.
In a fraternity?
Yeah.
No,
What
I
frat
was
was
not.
it? Really?
Never joined a fraternity. Well, my roommates joined a fraternity. I actually lived in a fraternity.
And
I don't like to be told to do at all.
really?
No.
Me neither, dude.
Like at all. Like at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I have a moral claustrophobia. I'm happy to do things. Yeah, it's like serving other people, but it has to be.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Hey, bitch, go get me a cigarette. You're a pledge.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't think. Yeah, and I don't want to be told what to do by some white kid that's in poli-sci or whatever.
Or any color kid.
Yeah.
No color.
Yeah.
Or adult, for that matter. I just don't want to be bossed around. And by the way, I don't mind taking advice or advice counsel from people I respect, or I'm often wrong. I'm not saying that it's right. But being ordered to do things suggests a level of disrespect.
And even just about like work and stuff, were you always like that from just like with work, like you want to be your own voice?
Of course, yeah.
That's where you end up, right?
Getting fired.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, not that I don't want to fight about it. I'm not interested in, you can't tell me what to do, or, give a lot of lectures about it. I definitely, especially in my business, it was a similar job where, you're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Right? And so you want to do your job, which is to say, okay.
Was there even a time when you were working at different news places where you were like, gosh, this still isn't really?
It was always my voice, but you could feel the parameters. When I started in my 20s, mid-20s, now my mid-50s, so it's been a long time.
Oh, you look great for 50.
I'm 54.
Are you really?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. I don't feel it. But anyway, but when you're much younger and you've got little kids, I've always had a lot of kids.
Yeah.
German and strong. You feel vulnerable. You're not allowed to see certain things, and I do think I was never censored, but I self-censored for sure. Or it breaks out. It's not a good idea, and you know it's not a good idea. You know what I mean? But you allow yourself to be convinced because it's super unpopular. It's not a good idea, but some people look around, not a good idea.
Why do we go along with that consensus a lot of times? What is it that makes us afraid to speak out?
When people have a deep need to be part of the group, which is a particular need when they're with tax and food and shelter, it's like people want to be connected to other people, which I understand, and I want that too. But that can override reason and common sense very often. So if you're doing studies with a group, everyone's in a group full of people, and it's like, I hate chocolate ice cream, and people with white chocolate ice cream suck, and you're like, yeah, they kind of suck. It's a human thing, and so people go along with stuff that their gut tells them isn't the right thing, but you should never ignore your gut and your instincts, which you inherited from your ancestors, which you never know. If you're with somebody and you feel like, that person's lying, that person's lying. You may not know what about. You don't have X-ray vision to somebody's soul, but you can smell the deception in someone. I know that you can. We all can. Oh yeah. Or if you feel in danger, you're like, wow, this person poses a threat to me. You're right. You don't know the details. You need to know the details. Get away. Yeah. And if something's really stupid, let's go for more. What? And I just feel like it's, maybe because of my age and my job, I have a moral obligation to say, I think that's really what I want.
You don't want to go to work.
No, insane.
Oh yeah, look, I'm not saying it is either. I don't think that we should be involved in a lot of this shit.
You think? How's it
don't
helping?
think
Is
so.
it helping you a lot?
No, it just
All
causes
these moral victories you're winning?
It's causing more problems. I don't even know if I'm winning any moral victories. It just causes more problems, you know. It's like hard to navigate between my friends that are different ethnicities or from different places now.
Well,
It's
we
like,
shouldn't have to because we all live here and we should all be united in that.
right, but do you think? And I think when I was a child, it felt like that. We were all It felt like we were united, that we were all like
Yes.
Americans. But it doesn't. I feel like that's been pretty heavily compromised pretty quickly, even, which is almost amazing. And I feel like, and these aren't Debbie Downer feelings; these are just thoughts. Let's just say that. I think sometimes that, yeah, it's like America just feels like a shell company that
People just park their asses.
we're just an LLC for a lot of, yeah.
No, I mean,
Have we always been that
of course
though?
not. It was a real country. It wasn't just an idea or some shell company or else.
Yeah.
But no, a buddy of mine, his friend, just sent me a video about 8 minutes ago. He's in his daughter parents' weekend out of college, and there's a huge demonstration on the middle of the campus between two sides in the Middle East. And one of the sides starts burning the other side's flag. It's a foreign flag, okay? And this fist fight breaks out. And I'm like, I mean, I have views on, who's more right or whatever, but I thought to myself, and I said to him, if someone burned an American flag, nobody would fight over it. To burn an American flag. But burning the flag of another country, which is not our country, to which we do not pay taxes, whose military we don't serve in, that's the most offensive thing. I'm like, we have lost the thread, man. We're all Americans. And if you wind up in a place where our allegiance to other countries or regions or things that are not American take precedence over our common Americanness, I mean, we're screwed. We're screwed.
I feel like we're at the apex of that.
Yes.
And if we're not at the apex of that, I don't think in the. We're at that in the. I think we're getting to that in the moral compass of a lot of people. And it's sad because I think a lot of people, myself included, or myself, I don't think I ever wanted to get to that place. No, I never, but I think a lot of people are just starting to feel like, once your Americanism dissolves, and once your common thread dissolves, you don't have a connection, and so then your instincts start to take over, like we were kind of talking about, and you have to take care of yourself. And so once the ice you're on starts to get melting, before you're on an ice, you can skate, you're seeing other people, you're buying rescue jersey off somebody, whatever. You guys are all on the ice, right? You're imitating Home Alone, you're fucking, gays, or there's gay guys always on the ice. But it's like,
what are the gays doing on the ice?
Skate. But they're having fun, right? I'll say that I lived with a gay ice skater, and he could jump over a Volkswagen, right? That's impressive. Oh, it was unbelievable. I've never seen how strong ankle. I mean, just the dude was like, he brought us out of the living room once and showed us and blew our minds, man. Beautiful guy. Not that good. I mean, pretty beautiful, I guess, tall, which adds a little
well
bit.
built too, obviously.
Oh, yeah, kind of. I don't know. But anyway, once that ice starts to melt, the first thing you have to think about is yourself, right? So that's what I feel like where we're at now. And a lot of people are having to think about themselves, literally watching our country or what we have viewed as our ideals and morals and what we held dear, sink in this water. There's nothing you can do about it except to carry yourself. That's where I feel like a lot of people are at. There's nothing they can do right now but just carry yourself.
And they're displacing a lot of their frustration about our economy. Getting very expensive.
Oh yeah, I saw some gas the other day. I was like, Jesus.
How do people afford that?
Yeah, how do you even do a bonfire?
It's totally right. Yeah. No, it's completely right. Yeah. How do you, if you want to take gasoline and pour it in a house?
Yeah,
$6. Right. But they're displacing a lot of that frustration onto regions, countries, conflicts that are thousands of miles away. It's almost like I'm picking a team, and all my rage is going to. And I do wish people reserve their anger for our leaders who deserve it, on both sides, and for the problems that are setting the country right to America. It's something that's not at all. It's kind of poor, actually. It's shockingly poor. And people should be really mad about that. And instead, they're mad about whatever Israel, Hamas. I mean, I get it. I think they're. I'm sure people are upset on both sides. However, it's unhealthy to spend all your time in your head enraged about a foreign conflict in your own country and suffering so badly. We need that energy, that constructive energy here. And I never hear anybody say, 108,000 people died of fentanyl abuse last year in my country. Like young people, a lot of them were doing fentanyl. They were taking Percocet or benzos, and they ingested a pill with fentanyl in it, and they died. They were poisoned to death, okay? That's unbelievable. That's outrageous. No one seems mad about that. Yeah. They're mad about some foreign war, and what a waste. You know, because we can't control that anyway.
Yeah. What do you call a person who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual, maybe? Or trilingual? I'm not sure. What do you call a person who speaks 2? Not me. That's it. But if you are like me and you want to learn more languages, well, Babbel can help. That's right. Only 22% of Americans speak a language other than English at home. Start learning a new language this fall and be the exception. Because with Babbel, you start speaking a language in just 3 weeks. Why Babbel? Because it works. Babbel is designed by real people for real conversations. All of Babbel's tips and tools for learning a new language are approachable, accessible, rooted in real-life situations, and delivered with conversion-based teaching. That's right. And here's a special limited-time deal for our listeners to get you started right now. Get 55% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/THEO. Get 55% off at BABBEL.com/Theo. That's BABBEL.com/Theo. Rules and restrictions. There are some famous comedy duos who get it going. You know that? I'll say Key and Peele, Brooke and Mortal, Santino and Lee. Those are some. But the perfect duo when it comes to growing your business is you and Shopify. That's right. When I started podcasting, having an online store was kind of the furthest thing from my mind. I didn't think about it, I didn't expect it. And all that's changed over time. And Shopify has helped. That's right. Shopify is the global commerce platform that helps you sell at every stage of your business. From the launch your online shop stage to the first real-life store stage. All the way to the did we just hit 1 million orders stage. We're all waiting for you. And Shopify is there to help you grow. Whether you're selling scented soap or mint powder, pure mint powder. Shopify helps you sell everywhere. Shopify can help you turn browsers into buyers with the internet's best converting checkout. Up to 36% better compared to other leading commerce platforms. That's right. Right now, you can sign up for a $1 per month trial period at Shopify.com/Theo. That's right. Go to Shopify, SHOPIFY.com/THEO now to grow your business no matter what stage you're in. Shopify.com/Theo. Yeah, well, I think it's a lot. I mean, that opioid epidemic thing, you know, like I remember watching that show. What was that show that I really liked? Yeah, Dope Sick. You see Dope Sick? No.
But I live in a place with a lot of that.
Well, it's about Michael Keaton was in it, right? I think that's when he used to be Batman, but now he gets himself, right? Which is a perfect example.
Oh, it's about Purdue Farm.
It's a perfect example of our country. Even Batman is fucking selling pills, you know?
Well, the company that got the country, got rural America, hooked on opioids, got away with it.
Well, that's unbelievable.
Nobody went to jail.
Yeah,
the Sackler family, they're still rich and like really they didn't go to jail.
This ruined my this. I think about this every single day. I hate the Sackler family. I hate this whole thing that happened. It's unbelievable.
But they got away with it. How do you do that?
Well, these people, the country, our FDA let these people down.
But no one was punished. Not one person was punished.
Yeah, I know.
And you see people go to jail. I mean, it's not even a political point. It's true. On both sides, voters from both parties go to jail for very small things, very small things.
Yeah.
And yet you like poison the entire country, you wreck an entire generation of kids, and you're still a billionaire? Tell me how that works.
If I ever saw that guy on the street, I would fucking saw his face on it.
How would you saw his face?
I figure it out.
Do you bring a saw? Do you have a saw?
That's sure I didn't saw it. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, it's just unbelievable how many people I got killed in no care concerns. You know? And then the way that they lobbied our own FDA people, they took them off of the job and paid them more to work for them to help them beat the laws. Yeah. Sorry, man, I didn't mean to bring it up.
No. But I mean, next time they tell me I have to take some pharma product, I'm probably gonna pass. I'm probably gonna pass. I don't trust you anymore. Sorry.
Well, I miss the days you could get some fucking good pills too. I mean, there's part of that in this, you know. When a dude could give you a couple stack or twos, you know, you hold up the wall over there in the boat for an hour, you know.
I think those days are gotta go.
Well, I overdose, man. I'm so like 18 days.
You're sober 18
Yep. One of the reasons I don't do cocaine anymore is because they fucking ruined it.
What?
With the fentanyl.
Used to be the baby vaccine.
Yeah, but I'd rather shit than that, you know.
I agree with that.
I know. I'd rather get off the toilet and be like, oh, that was hectic, than be like, you know, laying there just like, God, wish I could
Going
shit,
blue, yeah.
but I gotta go to heaven.
And that, by the way, is a guess.
Yeah.
But that's the hope. But so how's it been? 18 months.
It's been good, man. I love it. You
How
know,
were the first 6 weeks?
tough and hard.
Oh, I know. I've been there.
Oh, you have?
Yeah.
What did you get to get off of?
Oh, you know it. But
Okay.
yeah, it's been 21 years. But yeah.
But you can drink though?
No. I can do a little blow. I can drink, but other than that, I'm saying it's a modified separate.
Who's your sponsor, Shepard Smith?
If that's funny, I'm not going to come in.
That's fine. No, and no dig to Shepard. I'm a fan of Shepard.
Yeah.
But he's just a legend. A lot of friends, but I'm different colors.
I didn't know all this.
It's like, dude, it's easy to be alive when you just pay attention.
Well, without commenting on that, I will say,
But no, sobriety's been cool for me, man.
but it was tough the first 6 weeks. Like I wouldn't do.
Yeah, I think what's tough is like having to change, having to quit something, you know, having to not have a beer if you need it, having to not like have something to give me a little bit of respite.
Yes,
That's right. Owning things.
yes.
That's a lot of it.
Did you go off everything?
Yeah. So I don't have a problem with anything except for cocaine. So if I drink, I could have a drink, I'll be fine. I hate it. But I know if I have a drink, the only reason I'm going to have it is so I'll have 4 sips and then I'll go for it. And then I'll be.
How did you deal with feeling terrible
On the cocaine?
Yeah.
Holy, brother. Begging people for Gatorade over text messages. Yeah, it was horrible, dude. Yeah, this was some of this they didn't have.
It's a high cost drug, not just on the front end.
Yeah, the next day was horrible. The sad, the thing that I apologized for.
Yeah. What's the freakiest thing you did?
Oh, dude, I'll tell you something. Well, the weirdest thing is I would look for escorts on the internet, right? And
Classic cookie.
yeah, dude.
Hunter Biden has plowed this furrow before.
Oh, yeah.
Others have been where you were.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah, I think Hunter even was my glove on some of this, and so he, but then they would come to my residence. I would be so scared and paranoid. I would take the money and hand it out the door because I didn't want to not pay for the,
The service.
They drove over,
Right.
So yeah, I would pay them, and then I would just be grateful that they weren't there.
So you wouldn't stiff the hooker, but then you wouldn't stiff the hooker.
I think, look, I just felt bad.
You must have been their favorite account.
Well, then sometimes, dude, I had to talk to a lady who speaks another language. That's crazy. Because then you're playing charades, you're fucking high on cocaine.
You were ordering the human trafficking ones?
I wouldn't say that, dude.
Okay.
These people were off the interstate. I would say that. They were. Yeah, they weren't like.
Are they called lot lizards?
No, yeah, I mean, they weren't. I think these were decent ladies.
Yeah.
Trying to make it out. Anyway, this didn't get in well, but yeah, that was kind of the toughest part because I was just looking for some kind of connection.
Of course.
And I just,
That's a real thing. I get that.
I didn't know how to get it.
Because it's isolated. Drugs and alcohol are isolated. You're really about yourself. You're doing part of you wants to reach out and connect with someone. I think that's absolutely right.
Yeah, I like cocaine because I needed to control how I felt immediately. That's one big reason I didn't like alcohol. Because I was just such a control person that I needed to control how I felt immediately. Because cocaine, I could do it immediately. The feeling would be there immediately. So that's one reason that I like it.
You never got into Xanax or alcohol or anything to help you control.
No, I wish I had. I didn't know you could do that.
Oh yeah, you can do that.
Oh,
I mean, I don't think it's legal, but
so I was doing. Yeah,
so you're doing it wrong.
I was just.
You had the wrong kind of cocaine addiction.
And most of the shit I was doing, I think that was Sherwin Williams.
Yeah.
You know, this shit had. You know, I remember doing an 8 ball of Matt Fitness. You know, so I'm like, this isn't legitimate. You know, somebody sent me go off. So I'm like, this is for fucking shutters. This is outdoor. You know, I've done some very questionable cocaine. You know, so. What was it like for you getting off of it?
I mean, it was awful.
It was awful.
It was absolutely awful. But I'm so grateful that I did. I'm thankful my brother and I both did.
Wow, so it's in your family? It's
Well, we're Swedish. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. The farther north you go, on the globe, the higher percentage of people have drinking problems. I mean, that's, I think, pretty.
Look, the dude works one fucking day a year.
I mean, the Eskimos. No, I'm serious, and
oh yeah,
a lot of ancestors from Northern Europe. So yeah, alcohol was a big thing. I needed to get off it, and the children and the job and TV, and it's not compatible with the productive life at all. And I did in the first few months where I didn't realize. I had no help at all. Yeah, I did it alone.
And I did willing to try and have. How like were you that kind of like you're like were you a like?
Well, I had a public job. You know, I was an intern on CNN, so I just thought I'm going to get into rehab or whatever. I just didn't want to get involved. And it was fine. It worked great, and I've never been back, and I would or anything. However, I didn't realize that I knew very little about it. I had social kind of before I was using the internet. I just didn't know that much about addiction. Oh, yeah. And I quit, and all of a sudden I had these withdrawals. Shocking. My hands are shaking. I feel like I'm going to freak out all the time. Super anxious. Sweating. Heart palpitations. What is this? I asked somebody. I didn't tell me anything. I said, it's older. And if you start to hallucinate, that means you have PTSD. Trauma is like you need to go to the hospital. I never got that. So yeah, it was awful. But then, within like, I don't know, 6 months, I felt great. I started smoking 2 cigarettes at once. Nicotine problem got a little more intense. But I felt wonderful, and I felt great ever since.
And did you ever go to meetings? Did you ever get into that stuff or not?
But I love it. I just did dinner last night at Bobby Kennedy's 12-step program. Russell Ransom.
I was went to a meeting at Bobby's house on Tuesday.
Okay, what a wonderful dude.
Bobby's a neat guy, and
he is. He's a very deep person, and he's learned the right things, and people like that make me very pro 12-step. It's like they're just like, I'm not in control of my life, and they're not, because nobody is. Everyone lies about it. Oh, I got it under control. No, you don't. You have no freaking idea what you're doing. You can't extend your life by a single day. You're lying to yourself and those around you. Just admit you have no clue. You're doing the best you can. You're a totally screwed up, kind of embarrassing person. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And be liberated. And so I strongly believe in that because it's true.
It is the truth. No, the rest of it is such a sled we pull.
And it's fake. It's ridiculous. As I always say to my kids, everybody knows who you really are. Everybody already knows what your background is, and they love you anyway. So don't even try and hide that. I mean, I'm sure people are like alcoholic or bad temper or secretly gay or whatever. Yeah, they're like, oh, no one knows. No one knows. It's like everybody knows. Are you kidding? And again, they love you anyway, so you don't need to hide it. Just be who you are. And when you are, I mean, you are so liberated. It's this massive weight coming off you. It's like, yeah, kind of fucked up, but you know, more than some, less than others, but trying. People are like, that's great. People are way less judgy than you think they are.
Right, there's some inverse of it, you know, where it's like we think someone's so, but then if we look at the way we look at people, we might have some jokes about it, stuff, but most of the time we have empathy.
Exactly. At dinner, 2 nights ago, I was sitting next to this woman, and she said something about, it's a long story, but basically it was about a woman gaining weight. And I said to her, you know, I've never been in a group of just men on a hunting trip, you know, where it's just men. Where someone's like, ah, shit, fat ass. It's like men have the widest strike zone imaginable. Men like women, heterosexual men like women. They don't judge their appearance very harshly at all. They kind of tend to like all sorts of women.
That's true.
And if you knew how non-judgmental men were about women's appearances, you would relax. Because you don't care what men think about your appearance. You only care what other women think about your appearance, and they're very judgy. But it's the same principle. It's like we are less judged than we think we are. You know?
Yeah, it's funny, but we don't. But it's not the nature of us to think that we are.
Did you tell people when you were using?
Yeah, I did. I think. Yeah. Yeah. I told them. Well, I got into meetings. I didn't. It was been in my family. You know, my family. A lot of my family. It's in my family. So, okay, the drugs, just alcohol, childhood issues, really. A lot of it is more, a lot of my stuff comes from really connectivity disorder. You know, so, but then whenever anything triggers one of those connectivity disorders, then a lot of times it would lead me to drugs. So, yeah, I just love it. What I love about it is now I get to see, man, I saw a dude yesterday who just got a 6-month shit. And the guy, man, to see somebody whose life is changing, you get to witness somebody. You know, I had a friend call me this morning, right? And we've been friends for years, man. We kind of both know that we have some of the same problems, and it was like the first time he like opened up to me, and we were both sitting there just kind of crying on the phone. It was just because when he opened up, it just made me feel like I was like, I don't know, I just understood it, and it was like, it was just so important.
Well, that's what intimacy is. Yeah. I've always said that we misread intimacy. We think it's when someone tells the truth about other people. It's very easy to tell the truth about other people. It's only when someone tells the truth about yourself. It's only when you admit who you really are to someone else that you have intimacy. That's the measure of intimacy. You're willing to tell someone who you really are. You're intimate with that person, and vice versa. And that's totally the key. So if you want to know how many truly close relationships do I have, that's how you know. How many people am I willing to admit what a schmuck I actually am, too? That's the number. And what I love about 12-step, I've never actually been 12-step. I've only heard about it. Actually, I was at Russell Brand's house this summer, and he had a meeting, yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Hilarious people.
Was it?
I didn't stay for it. I had to leave. One of the guys was smoking, which I had it's old school. And they were, but I love the 12-step thing because you just like it, as with Christianity, you admit right away that you are powerless. Yeah, exactly.
Your life's unmanageable. That's a nice word that they use a lot because it's like some other people are like, man, I'm not powerless. Things are unmanageable. The way that they phrased everything was just really articulate. But anyway, man, well, congrats on that. Yeah, I think it's interesting and it gives me a better scope to handle my own life, you know, and it definitely gives me more opportunity to look at other people when I'm able to.
You find yourself less judgmental. And what about all guys who used to do cocaine with?
I did it by myself.
That's a fun way to do it. Dropping out lines at home.
I change outfits and come back in and be a different guy. Yeah. I'm like, hey, don't do it. This is for me. You know? Just yelling at the other me.
You're literally doing it alone.
Oh, yeah. I would do it alone, and I'd go hide it somewhere. I'd go to bed, not do it anymore. And I would, pick up and go.
Does affect your sleep patterns.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
I've heard that, yeah.
Most of my sleep patterns is me praying that somebody would fucking pour Gatorade down my throat. I was just like, Gatorade. Just because it's like has electrolytes in it. I would be so dehydrated.
So you're not much of a planner.
No,
You can go to Costco ahead of time and just get a pallet of it for home.
no, bro. You have some pretty crazy nights or no? Yeah.
The good news is that it was a different 50.
Right, so it was a different
In
time.
the world that I started working in '91, everyone went to lunch every day. I was a writer at a magazine, and everyone went to lunch for an hour and a half every day. Period. It was a different economy. This was before the corporations took over everything, and planted chips on your phone to listen to a conversation, track your whereabouts. And before we became East Germany, they didn't really know where you were, and it was just a civilized place, and you could just have lunch. And if you drank, it was totally within bounds to have a couple drinks at lunch, and smoke at lunch, and then that could keep going. I'm not saying it was great for productivity, but it was a better country. That's just a fact.
It was some fun.
And so I would just say the great blessing in my life is it definitely erased my memory of a number of years. So I don't have a lot of guilt simply because I don't really remember what I was like, but I don't think very
Yeah. Okay.
And when you drink, like, even if you're not setting out to, say, use cocaine, you can wind up drinking.
Oh, yeah. If somebody's got some cocaine, you can send it out. Oh, yeah, that's me right there. I did one time. I was doing some cocaine in the house. People I was like a big vest guy for about 11 months.
Vest with nothing underneath.
Yeah, just fucking.
That's kind of like this is a Chippendales thing.
Shades, yeah, just chilling in my apartment.
Did you ever dance?
Huh? No, I wouldn't dance. I'd make a smoothie. But which is kind of like dancing, but just
literally nothing underneath it. Just the
no, just vest, yeah. Because this was in California too. The weather, it was weather permit.
Yeah, that's what I mean, I grew up in California, and I'd often wear a vest, a silk vest. It's my nipples. I liked it.
Dude, remember when Silk came out and it was like there were silk shirts?
Oh yeah,
they were so bad.
I'm not gonna win.
Remember?
Yeah, I never wore a silk shirt my whole life. No, I swear, never. I never fell for that.
Good for you, actually. I fell for it.
I never bought anything from Fila.
Oh yeah,
I never did. I never had anything that was velour. I mean, there are whole epochs in fashion history that I just missed. I just totally missed. I've been wearing the same freaking clothes since 1984. And I mean, if you just stay exactly the same, like someday this will be super. For a moment, and then we'll move on to something else. We'll go back to vests.
When I was in school, it was good, man. That
was good, right?
Yeah. You kind of you seem like you were conceived at like a Johnson and Murphy or something. Just right.
I don't know what that is, but I would take that as
it's like it's a compliment, man. My best friend Kevin likes that shit at school.
What's Kevin do?
He does. I don't know. He's looking for a place. But that's Johnson and Murphy. They're at the airport. He's a producer.
I buy almost no clothes from him. But I'm not.
So let's get into something important. Right? Did you have
You see trauma?
No,
Trouble hooks.
Trouble, trauma, Trump. Those are the fucking buzzwords.
Make me nervous and regret
those. I just want to do one, but I just don't know how I'll do it.
Why don't we wait until we're about to which things will happen?
Okay. It gets wild, huh?
It gets wild in a subtle way. It kind of grows on you. It's not like doing cocaine. You know what I mean? Blast off or anything like that. It's a much more subtle, organic. You just all of a sudden you feel good. You feel the power rising from your central nervous system, and then sort of burning outward from every nerve endings down to the tips of your fingers. And up here, it just starts echoing the synapses. There's no connections that you haven't before. I know they get some like ayahuasca. It's a lot more subtle.
If you do like a tucker, a lip tucker, I would. That was your brand of nicotine.
Like pouches.
You get a Native American attached to it.
Okay. Definitely get nicotine.
Yeah, but some of them love it. Native Americans love nicotine.
They certainly do.
God, they love it.
And I, unlike most people, I actually know some.
Do you?
I guess I do. Because I live near a population of Native Americans
In Maine?
in 42. For years, and the two that I know very well both love tobacco and they liquor drinking.
Yeah, look, I think it. Let them love it. At least they tobacco.
100%. But they actually, they gave us tobacco.
They did?
100%. Yeah, it was. I mean, there are a million different Native Americans. One of those terms. It's like I'm not sure what Passamaquoddies have to do with Hokies. Like it's pretty.
There was a lot of beef. There was a lot of beef between Native different Indian tribes. Yeah.
Some of them were very, very term used, but no, they used a lot of tribes used it in British rituals. And they would use it rectal.
Really?
Yeah, tobacco's a repository. Now, ram.
Oh, dang, huh?
Yeah. Look it up.
Oof and burger. That's insane. What? I can't. Did Indian? Yeah, let's see. Tobacco smoke in them. Let's see.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that. Okay, so that said it was used by, imported from the New World.
Okay. An insufflation of tobacco smoke into the rectum by enema was a medical treatment employed by the European physicians.
Right.
But also it says tobacco smoke was used by Western medical as a tool against cold and drowsiness. And drowsiness, bitch, if I'm drowsy and you're blowing smoke in my ass, I got a wrong PPO.
You're definitely doing, by the way, it's not even covered now.
Yeah.
It's not, no, that and leeches were like completely ignored by the medical bullshit. But
that's a
it was common.
The procedure was used to treat gut pain and attempts were often made.
I'm not making this up. You're fact checking me in real time.
No, I love this, but applying by animal was a technique appropriated for the North American indigenous people. Yes. Wow. See? How great is that? It's amazing. That they even thought it up. I think if you're chilling around that long, you got somebody's gonna go smoking somebody's ass.
You think so?
Yeah. Yeah, dude, you get people around.
So, like, how many thousands of years does it take in the evolutionary process for someone to say, okay, we've reached this point in civilization where somebody's got to blow smoke up someone else's ass? Is that before or after the wheel? Because they never figured out the wheel.
I think it's 4 years somebody's blowing smoke. Really, it's quick. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how the first things happen like that.
How are the pyramids built?
You know, people talk about it a lot. You know?
I don't know.
You don't know.
How is that? And I'm not, by the way, suggesting any theory.
Yeah, no. Well, look, I think.
But how do we not know that? And why doesn't that make all of us humble? If we don't know how they built the pyramids 3,000 or 4,000, or actually we don't know when the pyramids were built. Totally honest. If we don't know that, then we don't know shit. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Someone should just say that.
Yeah. Why don't we just say we don't know shit?
Yes. All wisdom begins with acknowledging what you don't know. And anyone who tells you, oh, I know the answer, is about to lead you into, say, or something completely crazy. Take the facts. You know what I mean? Like, that's a lie.
Yeah.
So never trust anybody who claims to have it all figured out, because he's lying to you.
Well, do you think that one of the political parties thinks that they have it all figured out more than the other?
I think they do. I mean, I think politicians, by their nature, are unwilling. By the way, every once in a while you get somebody who shows up and starts to tell a portion of the truth. Everyone loves him. And then he's always invariably accused of someone at that. They gotta take him out. Yeah. They're like anonymous charges. He to be in 1985. I can't tell you my name, but it happened. Mr. Russell Brand.
Yeah, there's always somebody. Yeah, they'll come out with anybody.
Or nobody. In his case, I don't think they put a name to any of the 4 people who were accusing him of sexual assault.
I'm not shocked. Well, now there's bots. They can even. I mean, there's bots writing articles now. I read an article the other day. I've never heard of either of the 2 people in the article. Yeah, it was a bot article. It was a bot.
Have you done 23andMe?
Yeah.
You're positive?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm pretty. I mean, yeah, you're right.
Because you don't know, dude.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, maybe I'm angry at the wrong woman.
Exactly.
You know, that's a good point.
You're telling your shrink about the wrong mom.
You know, I've had frustrating time buying tickets. My brother and I had tickets one time to a Chicago Bears game, and someone offered to buy them from us. We were children, We were probably 11 and 13, someone offered to buy them from us outside of the game. We said, okay, we'll sell you our tickets. They were selling offers $25. We never had them. We said, okay, we'll do it. And then they said they were under $100. We were going to take it to jail. This is the dumbest group of people we'd ever met. What I want to talk to you about is game time. You shouldn't have to worry when you buy tickets to your next big event. Game time is the fast and easy way to buy tickets for all sports, music, comedy, and theater events near you. Some things I love about the Game Time app: they have last-minute tickets, flash deals, and views from all seats in the venue, so you know if there's going to be something from you, if there's going to be a dang, pendulum or anything. Stop it. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create an account, and use code WEEKEND for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. Again, create an account and redeem code WEEKEND for $20 off. Download Game Time today. Last minute tickets, low price. Fans, the wait is over. Basketball is back, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is celebrating with an unbelievable offer. New customers can score $200 instantly in bonus bets. We're throwing down $5 in the NBA. Win or lose, it doesn't matter. You'll start the season with an instant Basketball's more fun when you're in on the action. Download the DraftKings Sports app now. New customers can get $200 in bonus bets instantly for betting just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. How does a free Thanksgiving sound? Well, this year, Ibotta is here to give you cash back and help ensure your Thanksgiving table is complete. Because who wants turkey without the gravy? Turkey is great, but we all know the best part of Thanksgiving dinner is the side. Starting November 1st for the 4th year in a row, Ibotta is giving 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving. Just add the offers in the app to redeem for everything you need to make your Thanksgiving feast complete. All you have to do is shop at your favorite retailers and upload your receipts. Ibotta gives you cash back on hundreds of grocery items, from produce to personal care to pantry goods. Download the Ibotta app now and use code Theo to get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st. Just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app and use code Theo, that's IBOTTA, in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information anymore. You know?
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whenever
Not to change the subject, I'm just trying to think.
No, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe what people tell you about it? How can you make rational decisions? You can't be certain of the inputs. I can't really answer that. I know that I do this I don't want that to pretend. NBC News, they're liars. I know they're liars. I've written for all three of those. I know they lie.
You say they lie. Does that mean like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things they believe in.
And where do they get those orders?
It's all by chance. So their job is to protect the people who are protect the power. Well, the journalists is to challenge people's power on behalf.
To get 100% cash back on your Thanksgiving dinner starting November 1st, just go to the App Store or Google Play Store and download the free Ibotta app and use code Theo, that's IBOTTA, in the Google Play or App Store and use code Theo. Yeah, I think one of the sad things these days is like that we don't know where to get any information anymore. You know,
Well, I've got one suggestion, and that is whenever
not to change the subject. I'm just trying to think.
No, it's a fair question. I mean, how do you make sense of the world if you don't believe what people tell you about it? How can you interact with humans in certain I can't really answer that. I know that I can answer that any. That's the Russian. I don't know that I can. It's not NBC News. Are they liars? I know they're liars. I've written for all three of those. I know they're lies.
When you say they lie, does that mean like you write an article and you give it to your publisher, your producer, and then they say no and they change it, or what do you?
No, it means they don't assign stories on things they don't do. That's it.
And where do they get their rules?
It's all by instinct. Their job is to protect the people. Protect the people in power. When the journalism is to challenge people in power on behalf of the country, right? And they've been working with the formula.
Yeah.
And so they work with Washington Post. The idea is just protect Jeff Bezos and his friends at all costs. So, but I'll tell you a way that I think is a good start to figuring out what's true. Is watch what they become hysterical. See somebody occasionally say something, people just randomly. Shut up! Shut up! Let's put him in jail. Whatever that guy is saying is true. Or it points in the direction of the truth, right? When someone says something that's like legit and saying no one's mad at the schizophrenic on the bus, you know, who's talking about whatever, his flat or lizard people.
Yeah, fucking playing duck goose on a. Yeah.
Totally. Nobody cares because he's not threatening them. He's insane. Insane people are not threatening the order because they're crazy. They're self-defending. But when they become hysterical about somebody, he's a conspiracy theorist without even refuting what he told you. Then you know he's on to something. I mean, a hurt dog barks, right? When you have an infection, someone touches near the infection, it hurts. What does that tell you? You have an infection.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, do you think that's one of the reasons why Bobby Kennedy would get that is so crazy?
100%.
Yeah.
And what's so funny, as I said, I saw him very recently, right? And I said to him, I sort of follow it. I'm just interested in the reaction to Bobby Kennedy. And remember, they attacked him as a crazy conspiracy nut vaccines. Yeah. He said there may be a connection between the vaccines and autism. Shut up! But they literally canceled his contract with the New York Times. He had a contract to write for that. And they just basically run him out of polite society. They don't talk too much about that anymore, right? But the vaccine stuff, because I think there is this recognition, probably I'm not an expert, but that actually a lot of people have heard. A lot of people have heard, not just the most recent military aspect. You could argue it was worth it. And with the vaccine, it academically supposedly prevents the flu, so maybe we get it and somebody get hurt. But they were telling us, nobody gets hurt. Well, that's just why.
Yeah, people get hurt all the time.
They get hurt all the time.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of vaccines. It's like even the polio vaccine. I would cite this a lot, but they tested the polio vaccine in our hometown where I'm from. They had a primate testing facility there. And, yeah, and that's where they tested the polio vaccine.
You grew up in a town with a primate testing facility?
Yeah.
What town?
Tulane National Primate Research Center.
That's got to be. Is it in New Orleans? It's
It's outside of New Orleans. No. It's outside.
Yeah, they don't allow that in Audubon parks.
But in our town, this is where they made it at. But that vaccine gave cervical cancer to tons of women, and they knew it when they put it out, but they already ordered it. They're like, "Fuck it, you already paid for it." So exactly. But I think that
so it's bad to lie, and it's especially bad to lie at scale. Like if I lie to you about something, yeah. But if I'm lying to 350 million people, that's a crime, and they've done it. And the problem is at this point, it's like I'm going to a surgeon, you know, because that's a pretty straightforward operation. I've got a knife. I'm going to take this thing out or something, whatever. But I don't think I'm going to try this drug. It's like, maybe I would, and I don't know. I haven't had to make that choice, thankfully, but I'm hesitant. They lied. They got caught lying, and they never admitted it.
That's part of it. There's never any resolution. There's never any affirmation to your questioning, and even if you were right, there's never any about-face
But it
acknowledgement.
can't get better. If you get in a fight with your girl, okay, and one of you behaves horribly, one of you's on saying cocaine and says something outrageous, and you want to continue the relationship, there has to come a point where you're like, I really was an asshole. I'm sorry. And I love you. I'm sorry I did that.
Right.
And only when you do that can it get better. It cannot be healed before you do that. It doesn't work. And that's true with public trust as well.
And that's what we've gotten. It's gotten.
But I don't understand why they can't admit it. Like, I've been wrong about a ton of things. I feel so much better when I admit it and stop pretending that I'm omniscient. I don't know everything, and that's okay. Why can't they do that? Why can't Fauci just be like, wow, I told you this in good faith, I was wrong, and I'm sorry. He would do more for people's trust in science if he did. He's totally incapable of that. He's a freaking sociopath, dangerous human being.
It's a shitty picture too. You see that?
Quite a shitty picture, and I say that as a shitty picture. Even he's got little dwarf arms, but still.
No, it's okay, man. Look at this. Let's show this shit, bro. God, get fucked. That dude is.
He's got a mask on outside.
Dude, that guy's got fucking.
But it's so prima facie retarded. It's like there's a dwarf on the field with a mask on outside, throwing it at the backboard. Like, this is not a real country. If that guy's running it, this is a joke.
First of all, that boy's 11, so he's
exactly.
So let's call that his foul. Let's call it
that. You're a freak.
Now half of America needs a Tommy John surgery in their heart because of this dude, myocarditis right there. And there I am, a fucking slider, boy. Thank you. That's the thing, but no.
Where is that?
No, it's St. Louis. But actually, I got to throw one out for the Diamondbacks. That's why I'm wearing this.
How nervous?
I was pretty nervous, I guess. It suddenly makes you feel like how old you are. You're like, how old? I'm 40. Oh, I was 41. I'm 43, but I was like, oh shit.
43 is pretty old.
Yeah, feels old sometimes. Actually, does it feel old? No, it just feels old when you're running upstairs.
And welcome back to Coast to Coast, George.
You know what I'm talking about?
I'm 54, yeah.
I can't believe
But
that.
I always run upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah, like I'll show them.
100%.
Yeah. Always been.
And I'm with my wife, who's
What made you
very
write this book?
and she doesn't even. She'll just run upstairs. She doesn't even.
She does, huh? She's whimsical.
I know she's whimsical. She's just got like. Because she never stopped doing it. Like when you're a kid, they make you do physical fitness, and I took about 40 years off for cigarettes and stuff, and she didn't. So yeah, it pays off.
When was your first cigarette you ever heard?
Yeah, it was delicious. And my father smoked and was very. He smoked unfiltered cigarettes. How long? Extra long, flavored with licorice. In a red pack. And we had many. So that's. I don't even know if there's a picture of the he smoked right there, one down. That right there. That's the cigarette of my childhood. I picked him up in the Marine Corps when he was 17. I guess they came to K ration. That was the cigarette of my childhood. It was always one smolder on an ashtray in our kitchen and everywhere else. Anyway, but I was like, when I was little, I was against it. And my father really loved cigarettes and wasn't embarrassed of it. I smoke, but I feel bad about it. Like, no, when I smoke unfiltered, it's because it feels stricken when you're done. There's no filter. You smoke them backwards so the enemy doesn't know it's an American cigarette. You burn the logo off the paper. He really likes cigarettes. And it's hard for people to smoke. So I was like maybe 13. I was in 8th grade when I started. And
Where were you? Were you out with the boys, or you was at the house?
I was at school.
At school?
Yeah. It was out. It was so pretty freaky. I'm with a teacher. I know it sounds like it was in the 1800s.
Romantic, not that.
It was romantic. It was great.
It's just sneak. It sounds like espionage.
No. It was totally open. You could smoke at school. I could smoke at school for senior year of high school. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh, yeah. I had permission.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying this. It's so funny. People would be like, yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT. And I was like, so cool. It's like, yeah, I smoked a cigarette. What? You're a criminal. But yeah.
Really? You could smoke at.
You could smoke at school. I could smoke at school through senior year of high school. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You could smoke as a child at school.
Oh yeah, eggplant tradition.
Really?
I shouldn't be saying this. It's what's so funny? People would be like, "Yeah, I did ayahuasca or DMT," and everyone's like, "It's so cool." It's like, I smoked a cigarette. What? You're a criminal. But I mean, I wouldn't say smoking is a great long-term play.
Yeah.
I don't think that it is. I quit when I was 45 because I felt like I probably should. It'll probably get me, right? But I did enjoy it. I really did. I never had a bad one.
Yeah.
There aren't bad cigarettes. You're not like, oh, it's disgusting. I never felt that way at all. I've had bad fig Newtons. Like, you can screw up almost any consumer product, but a cigarette is remarkably consistent, and it gives you what it promises you. Payoff is always there.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Payoff is always there. Especially at first. Right.
In the morning.
What I loved was they had a man in our area. It was actually my grandmother was married to a man, and he would light his cigarette and would let us inhale the lit smoke up our nose when we were really young.
Louisiana's the best. I think it's got the highest smoking rate of any state.
You know what Louisiana does have? It has the most people that are born there that die there that never leave there.
I believe it. It's a cool place. It's not like every other place, actually.
It is. Yeah, I always say, like New Orleans, it's a good place to get oysters and murder.
Yeah, you get murdered and oysters. That's
Yeah,
totally right.
yeah.
The thing about Louisiana, it never gets credit for. Everyone talks about diversity and everything, but Louisiana actually was that on foremost places.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of different cultures, and they kind of got along. Sort of, anyway.
You still got a good mix down there.
Yeah.
We had a area bus called Chafuncta. That was the river, and it was named after the Chafuncta Indians.
Chafuncta? Yep. So like the Fagawi tribe?
I'm not sure.
That's not real. That cannot be real.
It's real name TCHDF.
Chafuncta?
Yep.
Does sound like a joke, right? It sounds like a joke.
Yeah, it does. Well, here's how they got the name. A long time ago, a Native American threw a big rock into the river, and that's the sound that it made when it named Chafuncta. Is that true? Okay. It's pretty fascinating. But that right there is a perfect example of Louisiana to me, is that it's a place for great storytelling. It's a great place for kind of family.
Yeah.
So that's one story I like to tell.
People have dinner with their families.
People have 90-minute lunch breaks. People wake up, get to breakfast, and then do 2 or 3 things before they go to lunch. That's how life was.
It wasn't all about efficiency.
No, it wasn't.
So if your life is all about efficiency and every moment is being monitored, counts towards something, then you're not really human. You're a machine at that point. I mean, you're a cog in a larger machine.
And that's what I think a lot of people feel like these days.
Well, and for good reason. There's some chick on the internet, 22-year-old, experiencing life in the corporate world for the first time, and she does this video like, this is terrible. I'm not worth anything. I'm not human. It's like, shut up and work, honey! And I watch this and I'm like, no. I hope you win. I hope you win. The seeds of revolution is probably going to work. I just so hate that culture.
Oh, yeah.
That treats people like they're not people. For what?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think for some people, in my own sense, learning to be a boss and leader has been tough. Just because I just started out wanting to be a comedian. I wanted to sleep and masturbate and go a lot, right? Chat. I didn't get crazy. I was not compulsive. No, I was an organized, efficient,
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, on-off kind of guy.
Yep.
Yeah, kind of like when they play the trumpet in the morning.
You never got greedy though. You never went back.
Never. I agree. Yeah, I was like, that's it. Yeah, but so I think learning to do that personally has been it's been a journey for me. But yeah, I think with companies, it's like, how do you get away from that? And is it just sometimes I think America was just this Christian experiment that got compromised and has turned out.
You think? It's like, I think you're onto something.
And I hate to say that because part of me doesn't really want to admit it.
It's obviously true. I mean, you can't have a democracy unless it's a voluntary system. People have to show a lot of restraint. They have to be all in. There has to be some sense of continuity. You can't just be like, how much can I grab? It's like Halloween. It doesn't work if all the kids just empty the basket on the front steps. And then first wave of trick or treaters. No, it's true though.
No, you're right.
And a democracy is very much the same way because you can take power and then just like steal everybody's money legally. And so you really have to have some boundaries that you impose on yourself. And that has to come from within. You have to have a sense that someone powerful like watching. And if you don't have that, then it just descends into greed and selfishness, which is really right now.
Have we let? Because do you think America is still a Christian nation?
No.
What is it?
It's an LLC, as you said. So, really, actually, again,
We've been in privatized communism. It feels like to me.
I think it's exactly right. I mean, no one's for the free market. Everyone's for using power to hobble their competitors. The only reason we have regulations is to create monopolies. The system is completely rigged, and you know that. You're asking how do you get reliable information about the news. The news media want to talk about race. That's the same reason. White, Hispanic, but that's actually not an interesting conversation because you can't change your race, and like people different races, and they're sort of different, but they're also very much the same. It's like not that interesting a topic to me personally. I'm not interested in talking about race. What's really interesting is that the United States of America is being looted by a small number of people who are getting away with it, and they don't want to talk about that. They never want to talk about economics. They want to talk about the tax code. They never want to talk about any of that stuff ever, and that's how you know that CNBC and CNN and the New York Times, those who are looking out for you, are actually just Praetorian guards standing in front of the people with the most power and money and keeping the masses from asking uncomfortable questions. And so whenever anyone asks us about, like, well, wait a second, why do we tax people at half the rate for investing that we do for working? Literally, they pay half the tax rate. So you have a job and you work every day and you pay one rate, but if you just stay home and invest money and live off the interest, you pay half as much. So are we saying it's twice as virtuous to invest as it is to work? Is that what we're saying?
If you're a day trader or just trading stocks or something, you don't have to.
Or if you're a private equity guy and you can claim that your income is actually investment, is interest on your investments, you pay half the taxes. So we have a tax code that discourages work and encourages parasitic behavior. Now, there are arguments on both sides, and I'm not an economist, but you don't even hear those arguments. Because it's like, shut up, racism, trannies, or whatever. It's all a distraction from what the real story is, which is they're looting the country. And at this point, we can't repay the debt that we owe. So it's going to be like, well, unfortunately, we had to sell Yellowstone. And no, I mean it's going to get to the point where we're auctioning it to Asians. No, for real. Yeah. Where we're, what?
And they're going to say the sale was racist too. That's going to be the craziest part.
No, you're asking questions about this race.
Okay.
Yeah. You're always the racist. Just to be clear, you're always the racist. Louisiana man. Was it David Duke from Louisiana? Shut up, Klansman.
Yeah, I used to lift weights with David Duke.
In prison?
No.
I can see you guys in the yard. All the Aryan Nation guys. He's like on your back as you're doing push-ups.
Bro, I was never in any Aryan Nation, dude,
Not even in prison?
No, I never went to any of their meetings or anything. I saw pamphlets or whatever, but I never pulled up over there. But yeah, we shared a back fence, and he used to date this hot girl that worked at a seafood restaurant that I worked at. And so we'd pop in there and I'd watch him eat shrimp or whatever. But it was a seafood. It was called Morton's Seafood in Madisonville, right on the river. Really? I worked up there, right? And I was a busboy, and these have raccoons coming out the wall when they put it up. The boarding was bad on the wall, and they brought it out, and they let one of his busboys get there with a broomstick and to stand there and beat the raccoons back.
They're ferocious animals.
Well, they loved
There's and pizza.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, trash cans is what I've seen outside of trash cans.
Oh, yeah.
And they love pizza. I like pizza.
Oh, yeah.
Personally, and they have good pizza.
Oh, like the girl?
Yeah, they do.
I'd love to see. Now, that would be a good Dave Portnoy thing where he does one bite to a coon at a fight,
Have you ever seen a raccoon eat? You never gave them any duck, did you?
Oh, I pulled up on them and they're always like this.
Right with their hands.
We didn't do. The gayest one is the one in the recycling bin. He's always like, at least the other ones are in the trash. There's always that one that kind of wanders up to the recycling bin and he's wearing like a negligee, your mom or something. Like, what the fuck is that one been doing? medicine or whatever.
No, they do.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They're so clever.
Oh, they're crafty. Yeah.
I've never shot them. I've seen them so many times. Yeah, that's kind of amazing. I've seen we have.
Yeah, I grew up around a lot of rabies. Someone would come down the street, would all have to go inside.
There's a lot of people with rabies.
Yeah, I would say it was. Look, it was a big scare. It was rabies popular. You know what that
Rabies popular.
When I was a kid, it was a big thing. Get out the street, you know. It was a sick raccoon, and
but when they got cars, electricity, and stuff, they still that.
I mean, it wasn't as big of a thing. But yeah, David did, and we'd go to the gym sometimes. And I'll say this: nice guy, nice guy. You know, he never, you know, we just did chest and tries or whatever. There was never any racial things or whatever, you know. But he was a very fit man.
I'm not saying he was fit. But every time I would get a new show, I don't know anything about David. I'm from La Jolla, California. He wasn't quite as popular there.
There's another picture with that.
But every time I get a new show, there'd be some news story. David Duke endorses Tucker Carlson. Why? I don't know you. I don't know anything about you. I'm from La Jolla. Okay, we don't share a common culture.
Yeah. From Mitt Romney country.
Yeah, exactly. 100%. Literally, Mitt Romney does.
Yeah, Comedy Store. I use Comedy Store La Jolla is one of my favorite.
No way.
My favorite comedy club in the whole country.
It's been there a long time.
It's the
since
best
I was
club.
a child.
Really?
Up in the village, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, there was a Jack in the Box next door that I used to ride a bike to.
I remember that, Jack. It wasn't. It was maybe disappeared a few years ago. If it did, or
He closed it down for a while because he had caught selling kangaroo meat in the 70s.
Well,
and I don't know if that's true. It was actually true, but that's what everyone would tell me.
Look, you can get a fucking couple grams of roux with the oil.
I told Roo burgers. That's what we called them. That's so funny.
I
And
would
if
have
you
that
took
in
a
a
close look at the meat, it was gray and kind of bristly, and it was not. I mean, I think the company was owned by Rothschild.
Oh yeah, they're out of. I believe they're out of. Oh, are they?
Things.
Yeah, I know they're out of the Midwest. But yeah, I loved it over there. You'd always hear. I love La Jolla. It's a beautiful area.
But they weren't big on racism.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they. It's mostly white.
That's what enough big on racism.
Right.
Yeah. I
Like
mean,
people are expecting it, we can't do it.
no, it was like rich white.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Rich
Oh yeah, no, it seemed like rich people.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah. You're rich and when they're driving by. But you thought people should be moving, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's really pretty.
Very good.
Sad though, soulless.
Is it?
Yes. Personally. No one had a last name. I mean, it was obviously it's one of the prettiest places in the world. But yeah, it was, you know, I am Bob, I'm a Sagittarius. Like nobody had a real connection to me, and I was like, just kind of passing through. And the first time I went to New Orleans, which is obviously disgusting, but I because it was so, it was just so thick. There was just so much there. And your rituals and customs and kind of culture, I just didn't learn that at all. And even though I didn't understand what they were doing in New Orleans, and obviously I was very threatened by it, because half the town is a violent criminal, right? But I still liked it. Because I thought this is interesting in a way that nothing I grew up with.
I can totally see that. Yeah, I think I grew up in a place that was just so, there was so much lore and stuff in our area that, and I think that's just a lot of the way that Louisiana was.
Amos Moses.
Louisiana?
I don't know. I love that song. But you just picture, wrestling alligators in the swamp. And where I grew up, people literally talked about the weather every single day, every day, and the weather never changed. It wasn't like we lived in Minnesota or something.
It's very truly so.
It's unbelievable. You're like, well, it's going to be 72 and partly cloudy, moving to mostly sunny in the afternoon. It's going to be 68 overnight. Tomorrow, and then it'll just be an endless repeat. Just hit the record.
Did you hate that about yourself? That like was there any self load? Because I hated myself because I was poor, right?
Yeah.
But does that happen on the other end of the spectrum? Or and I hated my neighborhood. I just felt embarrassed, right? Does that happen on the other end of the spectrum where people?
No, not enough. There should be a lot more self-hatred.
And I hate to say self-hatred. Sorry, I was ashamed of myself. That's a better way.
There should be more shame. There should be more shame. Like if you've amassed $100 million sucking the last remaining life from some manufacturing company in the West, calling it private equity. Like, you should make yourself a little bit. You know what I mean? And there's none of that. And I think that's part of the problem. There's not enough guilt among the ruling class. There's no sense of obligation to people beneath them. And that's one of the reasons I hate these sorts. And that's one of the reasons that the fentanyl crisis is not even been acknowledged by Washington. It's because they kind of know they're responsible for it. And you wind up hating the people you wrong. I have noticed.
What do you mean that you want to hate?
If you commit a sin against somebody, if you're cruel to somebody, unfair to somebody, you cheat somebody, you wind up hating that person as a way of justifying it. And the only way to stop that is by admitting what you did, saying it out loud to the person's face and asking for his forgiveness. Which again is why the 12-step model works, right? But if you don't do that, you wind up blaming the person for the crime that you committed against them. And that's one of the reasons that people who don't get sober are so angry at the world. They're pissed at their parents. You meet these people, their parents send them to rehab 6 times, and they're pissed at their parents. Did everything they could. And the reason that Junkie's mad at his parents is because he knows that he's actually the guilty party, and he's committed massive crimes against them. He can't admit to against them. And that is true at a macro level as well. And if your ruling class of all the richest people have gotten rich by dicking over the people beneath them, running these fascist companies that spy on their employees' phone calls and like track them as they come in and out of the building and require them to work on Sundays with no overtime, and just really inhumane sweatshop type practices, creepy Stasi stuff, those people end up having great contempt for their own employees. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think it's one of the spaces we're getting to right now in the country is people, if you're an owner of something, if you are well, you know what's interesting is when you say that, I recently met a guy who was a Democrat, right? He's like a devout Democrat, right?
Yep.
And he said to me, this was interesting, I never heard this. He said, I vote for Democrats because I want there to be programs in place to keep the people that are struggling. I want to keep them, I want to satiate them just enough so they don't rebel. They don't have power. Right. And I never heard that. I
said
always,
that out loud.
Yeah, he said that to me. I was like, that's so, I never heard
Here's
that.
your weird weed, here's your porn, just don't make a mess.
But just don't make a mess so that the rest of us who aren't as unfortunate as you can still operate like we operate.
Okay, so
And I just never heard that perspective.
was this on camera?
No, this was just in a human conversation of 2 humans eating.
Well, an inhuman conversation. Really?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I had a salad. I don't know what he had. But we had lunch.
The blood of children.
Yeah.
I think it sounds that way.
He had an O negative. Yeah.
I mean, that is so dark, but it's so true. And by the way, bless him for his honesty, because that is exactly what's going on. And that's not how you treat your own kids or people you love.
Right.
You'd never say, I'm going to keep you on just enough assistance that you cannot starve to death, but that you'll be like so harried by the shittiness of your existence that you'll never try to smoke. That is a crime.
I never heard that.
Well, that's
Well,
the
to me,
point.
as an American value, that was like, oh, that's never a way that I ever would thought of things.
No, because you encourage self-sufficiency, because that's where self-respect comes from. Right. I've got my shit in a pile, and I'm proud of myself. That's the goal for an adult man. And if you're preventing people from getting to that, then you are committing a crime. And you should be held accountable, in my opinion.
But there's nobody to hold anybody accountable anymore, it feels like. Sorry.
Everyone's in on it. Well, it's just so interesting.
How do we get out of it then?
By saying the truth out loud. I think that's the only recourse. I think that's more powerful than guns. I mean, I do. Saying the truth. I mean, that's what they get hysterical about. Right? Be a mass shooting, and they'll be 3 days. We need to take all our guns away. Yeah, they can't, but that's not their priority. So when somebody says something that's true, I mean, they will disappear a person for that. You'll never hear from them. And there's a reason. Yeah, the reason is nothing is a greater threat to the people running things than true words. And that's
what
why
they're about Kanye, you mean?
I'm not talking about, well, Kanye was disappeared.
Yeah.
I mean, and my view of Kanye would be, if you show up on Alex Jones in a hockey mask saying you love Hitler, probably not really a threat to anyone, actually. I mean, really a lot of people are going to watch Kanye being like, I love Hitler, and be like, wow, I love Hitler too.
Yeah. No. Oh, you might be able to walk on with the devil rays, maybe.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that wasn't, if you actually wanted to promote Hitler, right? So actually, how is Kanye a threat to anybody? I don't think he was. By the way, he's a recording artist, he's a musician, so and a clothing designer. He's not in charge of federal policy. So I did think, I thought that was distressing. Just because I don't think anybody should be silent. If you're not committing violence against somebody, you have the right as a human being, because you are not a slave, you're a human being, you have the right to say what you think. That is a foundational right. And if you don't have the right to say what you think, then you're not a human being, you're a slave. Like, that's the acid test. Am I a slave or not? I don't know. One simple question. Can you say what you really think? And if you can't, then you're a slave. Super simple.
Well, now it feels like they own. It used to feel like you could write what you think, but now it feels like the paper is owned, right?
Yeah.
So they can, like, even with AI coming out, it's like they could even adjust what you write. So you don't even fucking have a value to write anything anymore. It's like, hey, just put in kind of how you feel. We'll write what you're saying. Like, it's getting to that. You know what I'm saying? It almost starts to. It could be 2 years from that, where it's like.
I've been a writer all my life, and to see now machines doing that and actually doing a fairly, serviceable job and writing poetry and screenplays and
giving me a fake father.
But upgrade or no?
A little younger than my dad, but I don't know, that guy seemed a little bit devious. I'll probably see what happened.
Fair.
I'm gonna
urinate
real fast.
You're gonna urinate?
You ever owned a horse?
I'm a dog guy.
Really? You ever bet on dogs? You ever put one in at a trap?
Honestly. In fact, in Florida in the 80s. And that dog track has now been closed. And I love dogs, and I've always loved dogs. And it's the one in Miami was near the airport, and it was the most depressing, inhumane, like you just wanted to send money to PETA, spending 20 minutes there. But I did go there. Yes, I had been drinking. I did other things. I did that.
You don't drink on greatness?
I've always been a sizable man. And they buck me up. Yeah, it's hard to stop with me.
Oh, I mean the bus,
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the dog. Oh, I spent a lot of time at actually, true story. I had a girlfriend in high school. We went to different colleges. And she went to Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. I lived in New England, which is a small, colder region. And I took the bus. I took a Greyhound bus from Washington, D.C. where my parents lived to Nashville. And then I took it back. This bus was going out to New York City, and for some reason it was covered up Puerto Rican English. And I was at the back of the bus, and it left at midnight. Yeah. And I was drinking and smoking. I mean, that's how long ago it was. This was 1987. I'll never forget it. And I fall asleep because I'm so loaded. And and all of a sudden, I feel this red veiny thing on my face. And people right there in the seat, right across the aisle, with like full coitus, just like playing couch ball, full blown sound effects, everything. And the guy was wearing socks. And one of the socks hit my face, and it was just moist, and it had a lot of gravel from the ground on it. I remember thinking, this is there's nothing erotic about it at all. Right?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on what you're how you are at the time.
Well, I was drunk in a dead sleep, and they were going around, and she's making these animal noises. Like, they were not at all inhibited, which was kind of impressive in a way. But I felt it was very much an intrusion of the space.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, is there any zoning over here?
Right.
What? Yeah.
That's a true story. Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Oh, Greyhound's unbelievable, dude. I remember one time a guy's on there, like sitting by me. He goes, hey, and there was a brother on there, and he goes, hey, you want to see something? And I thought it was going to be right, because I've been on the bus before.
But you said yes.
Well, it was a 2-hour ride. I was like, I can see it now. You know, I'm not going to pretend.
You thought he cut a hold of that.
Yeah, I thought
I get it.
Some wiener trick, you know.
No Greyhound wiener trick.
And I was like, yeah, I'll see it, you know. and he had a bag of jewelry and a gun, and he just robbed the groom store. Wow, he had a bag of jewelry and a gun. No, I didn't buy any, but he wanted me to sit there and look at it. I put on a couple of the necklaces or whatever. And
Did you act impressed?
oh yeah, because I was scared. And they always give the guy, once you get out of jail, they give you the ticket on the fucking break.
Imagine you rob a jewelry store and just get away with it. Great.
Unbelievable.
You are retarded.
Like, we got to get out of here in 7 hours.
I bought the ticket. Pretty cool.
Dude, it was, I mean, I love driving Greyhound. I used to work on a farm up in Mississippi, and so I would take a Greyhound bus up there. And I would ride it up there, and there was always people on there. There was the bathroom, boats on there. It was always closed, they said, I was on one where, part of it was on fire. I was on one where a guy stopped to fucking beat his ass. Something for like 2 minutes, and we all had to chill. No way. 100%. Dude, go to Greyhound Bus Twitter feed, Greyhound Bus Help, and look at their replies on there. Bro, welcome to America, bro. So it's just like every Waffle House stops. Oh, it's just like, the bus supposed to leave at 4:30. It's 9:70. Somebody like it's 9:70. Well, you have a bad watch. But like it's 9:70. 2 people are pregnant. It's just the list goes on, man.
Chances I'd like to be on those buses.
It's unbelievable.
But seriously, all the drivers let my bag to be stolen this trip. Where's customer service?
Yeah, go back one. I got a video. Let me see that video. This is what I do at night. I go to Greyhound Bus Help Twitter feed, and they'll show stuff. Yeah, little weight falls between the seats with different finishes. Somebody
You ever do that?
I never found any drugs on there. Oh, that might be something. Don't let that video. But I spent a lot of time on this, man. It's insane.
Greyhound Bus Help.
Greyhound Bus Help. But yeah, they could change it. It would still work. I'm gonna urinate real fast.
All right.
So, sorry, I had to urinate. That's why.
Sorry, I heard it.
Yeah. Oh, that's okay.
Strong street.
I'm the saddest part of being little and just not being able to do it. And I grew up around, we had a lot of weeds, and they would hold a lot of brothers back 3 or 4 years. He had a big brother. He had his dude, Mr. Larry, right? Yeah, he was like, they held it back like 7 times, right? So at that point, you got to respect him, 100%. And he would urinate over your back and just right into the urinal. You'd be standing there peeing, like a scared kid. You know how scary it was the first time you had to go into the urinals as a kid? No. Oh, well, I
grew up
did.
in a less threatening environment.
Oh, you did?
Because there's no one doing piss rainbows over my shoulder.
Yeah, bro.
No.
That wasn't a Larry. He was the fucking Gary Payton of piss on me. He would fucking shoot from pee. And so you'd literally be peeing. Imagine this. If you can't pee, you're scared. And then a fucking pee comes from the trip. It goes perfectly in. It's so I just feel demoralized.
No, but I mean, the pounds per square inch, just the velocity. You know what I mean? You think you'd almost need CO2 to get that much power.
Yeah, it was impressive, man. It's crazy what some men can do. We're young men. Or adolescents.
Yeah, there's not a lot of people.
Yeah. Oh, there wasn't any dribbling, dude. It was just
and then the end is like, bam! Off! It's like the Bellagio fountain. It's like, when it's done, it's done.
What is news like around the world? That's something I don't understand.
So different, it's crazy. You don't realize that we live in this bizarre biosphere where you have no idea what's going on in the rest of the world. You have no idea how you're perceived, the United States is perceived. And you have no idea really your place in the world because we're cut off from the rest of the world, and we have these 2 extremely lame, irrelevant countries bordering us, but that's it. Mexico and Canada, no offense, I like to vote, but nobody cares. But there are big, important countries around the world, and they're very focused on the United States and views of what we're doing, and those views are never expressed in the world. So if you're a leader in the United States, you're like, well, we're doing this for democracy. This is the arsenal of democracy. And then you go to the countries that are directly affected by those policies, and they're like, you're freaking insane. You have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, the mind blower for me this summer, we traveled all over the world, a bunch of different continents. still doing it because I got fired, so I've been stuck in the studio for all those years.
Now you got to get out and about.
Well, kind of. I mean, I go on vacation for 2 weeks a year, but that was it. You know, when you do a show regularly, you're tied to where you are. Period. You're in the studio. So all of a sudden, I'm like, wow, I'm kind of emancipated. Yeah, for a few months, and it was summertime, and anyway, so we were. But the shock for me was, and this is not a partisan at all.
What does partisan mean?
It means
So
like
everybody
carrying
knows.
water for a party. Like this is what Republicans think, or so Democrats.
So
think.
non-partisan means not.
This is just what I think is true. Like it doesn't matter what the either party says.
Okay. What does non-partisan mean?
It just means not partisan. It's not. You're not connected to a party. You're not helping either party.
Okay.
But what I mean is, both parties, Republican and Democrat, were saying for a year and a half, Ukraine is winning against Russia.
Yeah, I remember hearing that.
Oh, yeah. And I still think people believe that. So whatever you think of the war, Russia-Ukraine, I mean, I'm not that interested, honestly, because I'm not Russian or Ukrainian. It's the truth. But lots of Americans seem to be interested. They have little Ukrainian flags, and they're learning to pronounce Kiev as Kyiv, and they're doing all this stuff.
Yeah,
all the dumb slogans.
Slava Ukraine.
Yeah, they don't, whatever.
Everybody
Americans have this thing
knows,
where they have no idea where something is, but they're like, oh, so you see that with the Middle East. Well, I'm an expert, It's like the Nakba. What? Stop. Anyway, but the article of faith for most Americans was that Ukraine is winning this war. So how do I know? You know what I mean? I'm stuck in the studio. So I go over to the region, 2 different countries that go to Ukraine.
Oh, you popped over there to Ukraine?
No, I didn't go to Ukraine.
Really?
Well, the government of Ukraine is like attacked. So I felt like that was unwise.
Who's their master over there? Their leader?
Well, the president is a guy called Vladimir Zelensky.
Oh, right. That's right. He's a fucking comedian.
Yeah, a very unfunny one.
Yeah, do we have any videos of him doing stand-up comedy?
He's got rumors playing the piano with his dick. I don't know if you can find that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but yeah, and actually fairly well.
Was it in a Sig-Ep house? Where was that?
It was in Ukraine somewhere.
Oh, no
I think
way.
it's a pretty common thing. Oh, there he is playing piano with his keys. Yes.
Is he? Really?
Oh, yes.
Oh, anybody could be president now.
Well, I don't know. Can you play the piano with your penis?
Huh? A little bit of Beethoven. That's
Yep.
kind of hacky, but it's cute though.
That was good. I like that.
I said that just because I needed to.
But anyway, so whatever. I don't care about these guys in any way. But I go over there and I start talking to very knowledgeable people who run these countries. They're like, no, Russia has 100 million more people than Ukraine. 100 million. And much deeper industrial capacity. They have all these weapons factories. You're not going to, it's the largest country in the world. There's literally no chance, theoretically, Ukraine can win.
But aren't they an industrial old? Aren't they
Russia?
Things made out of stone. Aren't they like
Yeah.
in the past with a lot of like technology? Like
Well, it turns out, I mean,
there's no military advance.
well, we always made fun of it, during the Soviet period because it was super inefficient and they were all drunk and they would crash their commercial airliners all the time. All the time. In fact, the famous, their carrier, the international carrier, their national carrier, Aeroflot, the carrier, the Soviet carrier. And in a very, very famous crash, the pilot had his son in the cockpit. And the son just takes the yoke and just flashes it down and flies the plane right into the ground. So, people make fun correctly of Soviet technology, but it turns out they were actually pretty good at this. They produced a lot of chess players. They're not stupid people at all. And neither are the Ukrainians for that matter. But anyway, the point is, the Russians were never going to lose, period. And anyone who looked at it objectively would know that, except no one in the United States knew that. So that kind of freaked me out. I'm like, we're this big country, smart country, the most advanced country in the world, supposedly. And nobody even knows a basic fact. Like, Russia has 100 million more people. Of course, they're not going to lose to Ukraine. That's insane. And yet, nobody knew that. So I thought, wow, let's don't do that. And that's the amount of lying that you can do in a world where everything is controlled. All information is controlled, with the exception pretty much of Twitter. Because the guy who owns it has said he's not going to censor it.
Yeah, it's nice. I feel like that's one thing that I thought was that, maybe that's it. That's what's about censorship, is that at least you feel like you can say things or that things can be shared on there. Because didn't
Do you feel? I mean, as someone who writes comedy, does this every day, do you feel freer on the platform now?
on Twitter?
Yeah.
I feel like at least if YouTube takes me down,
So look at that. Comedy is legal on this platform. So you aren't like specifically endorsed. You're right to say.
yeah, it was nice that we had Roseanne Barr on, and she's a
I like her.
oh dude, she fucking did so much for comedy. She did so much for women and gays, and
Oh wait.
and they Hollywood threw under the fucking bus as soon as they had a chance because they were heartless. And so anyway, she was on my show and she
Yeah, I saw that. And they took. Tell me if I'm misremembering this. They took the line that she had, and they cut out all the context and put it like on TikTok, and it made her sound like she was a crazy person, a vicious person, but she's not. I don't know.
yeah, she's a Jewish. I mean, she's born Jewish. I think she's still Jewish, right?
Yes.
And so she said, yeah, oh, the Holocaust never happened, right? She said sarcastically.
I think she had told you that.
Yes. Yeah, it's very obvious, right? Of course. And some guy on Twitter asked us, Sam, I don't know what the guy's name was, something Buckelstein or somebody. He fucking made a big deal about it.
Oh, for the Minneapolis folks.
Yeah,
Oh, I know.
this dude, this was 2 weeks after, right? Makes a big deal about, or just put that clip in or whatever, no context. So then YouTube took that episode down. But we got to put it on Twitter, so that was nice, at least because it was an honest place, you know? But what I worry about is, like, didn't some of these companies, didn't Twitter or Facebook, didn't they get in trouble for not letting, like, during election times, like, not real information being allowed to be shared?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know who would get them in trouble. They won everything. And, you know, my concern would be, as we're getting to this election, it's very intense. You know, I think they're very intense people on both sides. And if you actually had a platform that was open for everyone to say things, that's a massive threat to the asshole. And I think that, because the truth is always a threat to life. That's just, that never changes. People are killed never for lying, ever. They're only killed for telling the truth. The only person telling the truth. You get mad is because you told the truth. Everyone should know that. So, I mean, I can't imagine the pressure that's going to come to bear on this company. X over the next year. I mean, it's going to be.
Do you think Elon could be, I mean, there could be, like, even an assassination attempt?
I've never speculated on something like that, but I just think there's
Just
you
guess.
can't.
You're a guy at a bar, what are you going to say?
You know, I think there's going to be. I would have a food taster. I mean, I think it's. I think the one thing we look. If you're doing a great job at something, you're a great father, great husband, great employer, great comedian. You're not too worried because you know you're doing a good job. But if you're doing a bad job and the only beneficiary of your work is you, and everyone else is getting screwed, and they can't even afford to fill up a truck or buy groceries, and you're still getting rich, you're very worried. Dictators are always worried about their own security. Okay? So what's the biggest threat to you? The biggest threat is someone calling you out. And so you have to shut down any medium where that could possibly happen. So obviously Facebook is completely controlled. Google is completely controlled. TikTok, a foreign company, God knows what their agenda is. So really the only big platform that's pretty not controlled, with apparently some limits, but in general it's not controlled. It's free speech. It's X.
I agree.
So like, there's a lot at stake. I'm not worried about saying that because I think I'm a pretty good father, and I think my kids think I'm a pretty good father. But if I'm a terrible father who's abusing my kids, I can't let them say anything because the authorities might find out. I could get punished for what they know. And that is the same attitude that every dictator has. It's what all dictators take the guns and impose censorship. First thing they do. They don't want to throw you in prison. It's expensive. It's difficult. They don't want to execute you. They just want you to shut up and be obedient. And Elon Musk, in buying this platform and opening it up to all positions, even unpopular ones, is the single greatest threat to their hegemony, to their control. And I'm not predicting their response, but I mean, it's going to be intense, super intense. I can say that.
Would you have security and that sort of thing if you were him? Would you have, like, somebody would you make sure that the Tesla truck, which is supposed to have been out for 17 years, but that it has extra bulletproofness in the glass?
I would definitely include as a standard feature, not an add-on, oil tanks that drop your oil onto the road behind you so that people pursuing you spin out and like go right into a bridge abutment or off the side of the mountain, off Mulholland, you know what I mean? I would definitely do that, and I'd have like hidden machine guns under the side of your mirrors. I'd have a death ray possibly. That would probably be a custom feature, but I would absolutely do that.
Do you think we get fair news about, like, even the war, like in Israel and Hamas? Like, do you think we get fair information about that? Like, Joe Rogan had a lady on recently, and she was saying that, like, the perception of what happens over there isn't the information that we get. You know, you see that?
Think of it this way: what's at stake? People's lives, control of governments, control of land. Ancient rivalries and hatreds. I mean, there's so much at stake here.
This is the Celtics and the Lakers from the Bible.
Then, of course, it's very intense. And so, of course, there's going to be massive lying on all sides, and there is. And that's fine. And you go into it knowing that. I've spent a lot of time over there. I will freely confess I don't understand a lot of the dynamics because I'm from La Jolla. I'm not from, Jenin or Jerusalem or Qatar. It's like I'm not from the region. Okay, I don't speak the languages, but I know enough to know that there's massive lying, and I think it's good to know that. The only thing that enrages me is when you hear people say, "You must believe me." I have no obligation to believe anybody. You have an obligation, if you want me to believe, to prove it yourself, right? And I have a right to ask simple, fair questions. How do you know that? How can I trust that? And if you don't give me those answers, then I just don't believe you. And I don't have to believe you. And if your recourse is, you're a bad person for not believing me, fuck you. That's my response. Fuck you. And especially in this case where my money and potentially my children's lives.
Yeah, one of these things got blown out of my nose every now and then. I gotta make sure it works.
Yeah, because I do. Just widen them out. There's no shame.
God, it feels good, doesn't it? God, dude.
I can feel it dripping down the back of my throat right now. Anyway, sorry to use profanity on your show, but
somebody put on some cash up,
Is that what you listen to?
I don't know what happened, dude.
No, be honest. What were you listening to?
I think it was probably, some Cassia, some Traveling Wilburys, maybe a little bit of...
That's the soundtrack of your private cocaine use?
I got a unique list, a little, maybe some Morgan Wallen, it's different, it's like James Blake.
What about Dust in the Bag?
I've heard that. I love Billy String, but I haven't heard Dust in the Bag.
Oh, it's a great tune. And it's about Dust in the Bag.
I thought it was an Irish guy. Dust. I get
It's good. It's good.
Dustin. Hey, Dustin, mom's pissed. Sorry,
have you ever been to Boston?
I've been to Pittsburgh, though. Dave Chappelle was just in Boston. Maybe you saw what they did to him over there?
It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Do you think that's fair that they should? Because it's not fair, but it's like, I don't know. If you go to listen to Dave Chappelle these days, you know he's going to talk more about a lot of stuff. He criticizes Israel, spars with the crowd at Boston show. Oh, he criticized Israel. So I didn't know that's exactly what he did.
Look, I wasn't there. I only know what I read.
I wasn't there either.
But I think he made one point, which I think is entirely, I don't know if I agree. I don't agree with Dave Chappelle on everything. But the one point that I read that I did agree with was the United States is implicated in this, and so we have the right to have an opinion. And that is obviously true. And anyone who tells you you don't have the right to have an opinion, or you must have one specific opinion, is wrong. And I think it's fair to say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people should be able to have their opinions, Yeah, because once you have your fucking opinion, then it's like, how do you get to a revolution? How do we get to a revolution? Because at what point do people just say, well, if you don't want my life to mean anything to me, based on how you've set up the environment, at what point do you go from there to, then I am not going to play this game? Or how does a revolution start?
They're very worried about it. That's why we put people in prison.
I think they should be worried about it.
They are worried.
I'd love to fucking be on a horseback, dude.
Well, you know how you get to revolution is by not listening to people and not serving their interests and telling you to shut up again and again, calling them names. Something you've got a legitimate question. Like, why should I support World War I? Shut up! Calling me. But, I have 4 children. of draft age. Like,
Right.
why is that not a fair question for me? Shut up! And you do that enough, and I have recourse because I have a platform, but most people don't. And if you tell them to shut up enough, like, you don't care that you care about gas prices and your stupid pickup truck. Well, some people like their pickup trucks and use them for work. And if it's not affordable to fill it up, that's a good deal for them. If you're like, shut up, climate change, pig, you know, your nephew ODs on fentanyl, nobody cares. If you keep that up for long enough, it will make people radical. And why wouldn't they be radical, actually? And I'm so insulated from most of it because I have enough money and I'm not in debt and my kids are grown and paid for, and like I'm in a much easier position than most people.
Right.
And I feel radical just watching. And so why wouldn't they be on the brink of being unreasonable? And it doesn't need to be this way. You don't have to solve all people's problems. And some problems are very hard to solve, and people know that. There's no magic button you press that ends inflation or stops fentanyl. And everyone knows that. All you need to do is express the fact and do it sincerely that you care. You acknowledge these are big problems. But when the Speaker of the House, who I know is a nice guy from your state, the new Speaker of the House comes in, and the first thing he does is issue a statement on behalf of a foreign country. That's the most important thing. I'm not even against the statement, but I'm just saying, like, what bigger statement does that make?
That's him, Mikey Johnson.
Yeah. And
He's the speaker.
he is. And, but if, he's a nice guy, and I'm not against him, but I'm just saying, like, if you think the welfare of another country is the most important thing for you as one of the leaders of our country, third in line to the presidency, you have lost the thread. Because it's not. Nothing is more important to the leaders of our country than our country and how its 350 million people are doing. So I was enraged by that. And people were, oh, you're from Hamas? Of course I'm not from Hamas at all. I'm for America, actually. I shouldn't even have to answer that question. Are you for Israel or Hamas? I mean, obviously I'm for Israel or Hamas, but that's irrelevant. I'm for America. And no one even asked that. And I feel deep resentment about that. That the concerns of this country are no concern.
Right. It feels like our concerns don't even fucking matter.
They don't matter.
That's why it makes me wonder, are we just a shell company for Israel? Are we just a shell company for China? Like, where are we anymore? Like, are we just...
Well, there are a lot of people who live here who really like it here.
I love it here.
Well, I know you do, but I'm just saying, like, it doesn't have to be this way. It's, you know, there are hundreds of millions of people whose ancestors are buried here, and they want to stay here. They don't have a passport. And it wouldn't be hard to rally them and just say, like, you're a Democrat, you're a Republican, you're this, you're that, but we're all Americans, and let's have a conversation about what's best for our country. You would get people from all sides being like, that's right, that's the right conversation. You may not even agree, but that's the conversation we should be having. And if you don't do that, I'm just telling you, you will fire. People go crazy. And I'm totally convinced that the mass shootings we're seeing, a massive spike in mental illness that we're seeing, mass shootings. These are manifestations of the frustration, the hopelessness that people feel when they realize their leaders don't care about them. I believe that. I can't prove it, but I believe it because I happen to live in a place with a lot of, you know, people who are not kind of succeeding in the modern world. And they're good people and they have skills. And they've been here, their families been here for hundreds of years. We should care about them.
I agree. But yeah, I think our country has been compromised by people that don't care. And they don't see value in that. And it feels like it's just about a bottom line, or it's about, you know, some goal that to me seems so erroneous I can't even fathom that you wouldn't have feelings. Like when you're like that Sackler family that's just left watching people's children die. You can make money off of a fucking children. What are you going to get another like half bathroom or something? Like, what are you going to get? Like I don't understand the goal sometimes of some of that, or why people would think that selling someone out to such a point where they don't have any purpose for you to take away their hope. You know, we had a guy on here talk about meaning. This guy John Vervaeke, and it was real interesting. And this guy from Canada, and he just talks about meaning and when people don't have like they don't feel like they're supported by, but if they don't feel like they're part of a group, or they don't feel like
they're totally cut off from other people and just floating around atomized and alone.
Right.
It drives me crazy.
right, you go crazy. Yeah,
And then you get an
put them in solitary
SSRI.
confinement.
Exactly.
So you basically taken so much of America by taking away like things that brought us together.
Yes.
And some of those things were smaller towns, like businesses in small towns, things that made people feel of value. You know, my father went to a, my father, his family was mahogany farmers, they did wood. And so I think if your father went into the woods in your town or whatever, part of a company that built
It
tables,
was literally mahogany.
yeah, and you had a table at home, and then it was your dad's company's table. He's like, we can get our family food, we can build it in our town.
Some physical connection between labor and
Yeah,
not
now
all
it's just
theoretical and digital and bullshit.
Yeah.
Zoom calls.
Yeah, now it's just like you want to eat it with fucking Chipotle Sitco, where they're selling gas and burritos, and it's just like, but that's a fucking town hall of a lot. It's just, now everything is just, it's a Dollar General in most towns, and that's what it is. It's like, just we killed off a lot of that,
What's interesting is you drive through, I like some of the shows up in a lot of small towns here. And some of these towns, especially the county seats in the north of town, beautiful. Somebody spent a lot of money, a lot of time on this. One of those hasn't been built, exactly over that place, but probably since the 30s. Your state especially, you've got a lot of great public architecture in Louisiana. None of it has been built since you long ago. Okay? So why is that? And it's been replaced by disposable garbage from the dollar stores, are the same amount, but they are a symbol of it. It's so intentionally ugly. Box stores are so ugly. You're like, there's got to be a purpose. Like, architecture exists for a reason. You're sending a message when you build a building, when you build anything. And the message of box stores and dollar stores and a public, the DMV is doing nothing. We're not going to spend any time, any energy trying to elevate you to teach your senses or anything beautiful. Ugly on purpose, so that you know that you mean nothing. You do not count. Shut up and obey. You're an animal, actually. And I just feel like there's something very profound about that. The message that it sends, and everyone receives the message, whether they know it or not. You go into a DMV, what's it telling you? Wait your turn, wait for your number, and then some surly low IQ person hassles you over. It's like, I'm a citizen of this country. Why do you even have to have a driver's license? Give me my fucking papers and let me get out of here. How dare you speak to me that way? But you can't, because she's in charge. The whole experience is designed to degrade you and make you less powerful, take your self-respect away. I'm very upset by it.
Oh, the DMV, it's almost like they have a line, if you come out of the closet, you get to go to the front of the line.
I'd be willing to do that.
Yeah, but that's the kind of shit I'm saying. It's like, that's how much they want to compromise who you are or what you are.
But look at that. Okay, the drop ceiling. Like, there's no reason to have lighting like that. It doesn't cost more. Maybe to put some lamps or sconces or something. There's nothing more oppressive than a drop ceiling with fluorescent light. And there's no reason to have that. And everything is made out of vinyl and metal. There's not one natural material in there. What about wooden benches? What would that cost extra? Train stations used to have them, but they don't. Because the message there is all this shit's disposable. It'll be in a landfill in 5 years, and so will you. Everything about that is degrading to the citizen, and it's not an accident. We've been doing that since the day we dropped the atomic bomb on Hiroshima. That is true. Why? And the second one. I mean, I have a lot of theories about it. I have no evidence to back up any of my theories, so I should just say that. I think that dropping the atomic bomb on Japan convinced the U.S. government and Western leaders more broadly that they were God. They had the power to destroy whole cities. Nuclear power, when weaponized, is the most powerful tool man's ever made. And it gave people the impression that they were God. And they lost all humility and all love for their fellow citizens. They lost love for their fellow citizens. That's what our architecture, post-war architecture, conveys. They don't love you, they don't care. The British colonized whole countries, India, for instance. They didn't love you. I mean, they loved you, but they thought the Indians were lesser than them. They did. They were racist in our current understanding of that word. But they built train stations in, say, Calcutta or Bombay that would blow your freaking mind. Nothing as beautiful in the United States as the train stations they built in the subcontinent. in India.
Oh yeah, stunning places.
Right, stunning. So like, what does that tell you? And these were colonial train stations built for Indian subjects. Look at that.
But they still had a lot of pride in what they built.
They did, but they people here do the one in Mumbai. The Mumbai train station is like the most unbelievable. And
I met a Pakistani the other day.
that was part of India until 1987.
They have their own autonomy now.
They do. They have nuclear weapons, actually. Yeah, look at that. Look at that right there. Look at that. That looks like, I mean, that's the train station in Bombay, Mumbai, India. I've been there. And it just, I sat there, and it's very poorly maintained. The Indian government's done nothing to preserve it, unfortunately. And there's a lot of garbage architecture this way from our anti-human architects. But, like, what kind of country would build something like that? A country that cared about pleasing people. Look at that pleases you. You want to keep staring at it because it's beautiful. We've created nothing of beauty in the United States in 80 years. Like, what the hell? Roy Lichtenstein and Andy Warhol, that's beauty? No, it's not. It's garbage.
Yeah. Yes,
Get me going, baby!
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, dude, I like your attitude. Well, you know where there's great architecture that blew my mind? Milwaukee.
The best. Down by the river?
Dude, Milwaukee.
Yes!
Is such a beautiful city.
I totally agree with you.
I had no idea.
Have you tried Cleveland?
Yeah.
I mean, Cleveland obviously is famously screwed up, the state by the lake, but it's like, look at that right there. So the Germans built it. Milwaukee was a German city. It was. Oh, yeah, that's why the beer was made there.
Oh, yeah.
Very German city.
I love, but
And they recreated Europe, the best of Europe.
Yeah, Cleveland definitely, it was a bit of a different experience, I think, when I was there.
Look at that. Look at that building. Imagine building something like that. And instead, we built glass boxes that are LEED certified. And it's like we've built nothing of value, nothing of permanence, nothing we have built in my lifetime will last. And rightly so. There are Roman buildings and arch Rome
that are going to last longer.
Rome fell in the 5th century, and they're still there.
And that will outlast the construction of a fucking happy pet code.
It's true. It's totally true.
Yeah. And it's crazy though. But we just there's something happened. And I think that's the infection that starts to get into the spirit of us, you know. And I think that's the fight that's going on inside of a lot of people.
Make something beautiful. That's what we should be telling kids. Like, your job in life is not just working for the man and paying the bills. But make one thing that's beautiful that you're proud of. It's an expression of something good inside you. Make it with your hands or with your mouth. But make it. Make something beautiful. I don't know why that's so. And by the way, when you say something that you think is you think is particularly funny or insightful, you think the truth about something, are you filled with it? Doesn't that feel like better than anything?
Yeah, I think it feels like what you're supposed to be doing.
Yes, that's it. Exactly. You're doing what you're supposed to do. God made you to do. That's my feeling, and but that's not advice that we give at all. Like how to be an obedient, get some stupid degree at some stupid college to be an obedient employee with some stupid asshole who runs it and mistreat you.
How do we what's new in your world? What do you do? What
Well, I've gone crazy.
What are you doing now that's different with you know, you got on the Twitter, right? So I know that, and congratulations. I think it is interesting. It's brave for people to get out of the system. A lot of people.
I was expelled from the system.
Oh yeah. You got laid off from everybody. Was it cutbacks or why did you say
cutbacks? I'm gonna use that. Yeah, there's downsizing. Just downsizing. Yeah. So I'm being retrained. I'm learning to code actually. They closed the plant. I totally got. I was on third shift, and the demand was in decline. I'm gonna use that though next time. I'll be fired.
But you got out and you moved to.
I was thrown out.
You were thrown out.
And Neil called me the day that I chose to move. I was grateful that he did. And
he called you, huh? Had you spoken to him before?
Yeah. I had, and I really liked him. And I'm not a technology person.
Yeah,
very
I've heard that.
Yeah. Like almost on a crazy sort of Ted Kaczynski way, which is I'm not defending.
So who handles tech for you?
The tech people, they live in Bangalore. Okay, and they just kidding. No, we have the super smart people.
The Mandalorian.
The Bangalore. No, actually, most of our staff are ex-Canadian. And he wants, we don't work for him. I'm just Twitter user like everybody else. But all he said was, I'm going to keep the platform open. And people with differing views, whether you're through it or welcome to the platform. And that's the guarantee that everyone needed. And so I've been super grateful. I mean, that's all I've ever wanted, by the way. I've never been I have made some money, but no, I never got crazy rich. I never wanted to. I wasn't like, oh, at all. I mean, I guess I would like to be richer. Yes, I would do things.
Well, it's now it almost looks like a sickness too. I think there should be a
like the money acquisition thing.
Yeah,
there was a name for that actually. It was called greed.
Yeah,
and then somewhere along the line, we decided you weren't allowed to complain about greed. And I don't really, and because you're against capitalism, first of all, there is no capitalism in the United States. There's no free market. Okay? The government controls everything. You can't have a business without intersecting with government. And the government is used by businesses to create money. So there's no free market. So let's stop lying about that. Second, I am not against capitalism. I'm for competition. I wish capitalism would return to the United States. But that doesn't mean that you can't say if I've got $1 billion and I need 10 more, that's your set, actually. If that's your goal, what would you do with $1 billion? I mean, I don't want $1 billion. Not that I'm capable of getting it, but if I was, I'd be like, I don't want that. Because then you spend your whole life worrying about losing it. And your existence becomes about generating money, and your existence should be about loving the people around you and creating something beautiful. Those are your jobs as a person, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, how could we put a cap on how much money people are allowed to make?
I guess people would find their way around it. Yeah. I mean, the way to do it is to say it out loud. Again, everything changes with words. Articulate the truth, not an attack on capitalism, which does not exist in this. To say it is ugly. In fact, it's a sin to worship money.
Yeah,
it is. You should not be worshiping money. Worship God. Worship people around you. Worship nature, even. But worshiping money is disgusting, and we should not compliment people who do it. We should instead criticize them and say, that's gross. Hey, hedge fund manager, that's gross. I'm sorry, I think that.
No, I fucking think that too, man. I remember maybe 2 years ago, it was the first time I really made some money in my life. And I thought, and I remember I was in my garage and I just was my brother was crying.
It didn't make you happy.
Yeah, because I didn't even know it was money. I didn't know if it was popularity. I don't know what it happened, but I got into a different space in my career. I finally knew I could pay my mortgage for the year, just and I thought that somehow in the back of my head, without even realizing it, I thought that would be the answer to everything. And when it wasn't, it was this is such nobody wants to hear that also from somebody who.
But it's the most familiar thing I've ever heard. It's I can tell you so many stories.
It just made me so sad that I've just been fooled. And even fooled by myself.
Well, getting what you want is one of the saddest things that can happen to you. I mean, when you're happiest when, as a man, with a clear mission, man. Yeah, in the water, baby. And that's why if I could take a break, put my non-sponsors in. And these are threes, and I know many do sixes, but I appreciate the gesture. But I do think nicotine because
I think one of those suppositories. I'm not doing a big one or anything, I mean, maybe during the holidays.
It's not like an expander, it's just a regular stuff.
Okay, yeah, so do something small, just pop a weed in or something, I'm going to be at the ball. I did probably just something, half a gram or whatever, milligrams, I don't know what it comes to.
3 milligrams. But getting what you want, succeeding, that's what you're focused on.
Yeah. But then also, I think that there were more opportunities for success in the past. There was more opportunities to feel value in the past. Like, I remember when I was a kid, we used to get our name in the paper, and it made you feel so good, like your local baseball school, right? And even if you lost, they fucking put your last name.
I get it.
0 for 4, right? Cried, even though put cried, in parentheses, and you're like, fuck yeah, dude. At least I'm in the snatch. Yeah, I mean, I had an app in that too, right? And the guy, who I think was positive or whatever, was an assistant coach or whatever. He was screaming at me to get to their base, and literally my image hurt. So
can you show me on the doll where this happened?
Dude, I remember we had a dude bus.
There's something here. I can feel it.
Oh, bro, this guy was screaming at me to get to third base. My appendix burst. I'm laying in the fucking dirt, right? And that's a sign of our fucking country nowadays. They're like, get to fucking third base. You're like, I have sepsis. And nobody fucking cares, man. But they still put you in the stat sheet, 0 for 4. Yeah, I think, we had a dude who was touching players, and they just called him, and they're like, look, you can't keep coaching if you're going to touch players. That was
touching it like in an affirming way?
I think just extra affirming.
Like too affirming.
Like overhand, you're affirming, but once you turn the hand this way,
reach around, not affirming.
If you're doing that, that's totally, that's unaffirming, dude. What do you think about where do we go? Does Bobby Kennedy Jr. have any chance? Does a third party have any chance these days?
A third party can affect the outcome for sure, but the system is. This can change. The system, it's shown no sign of changing. I can believe for hours, but Ross Perot landed in '92.
Yeah, I remember that.
He got elected.
Ear the ears. That was the campaign.
Yeah, ear the ears. Never heard that. I just made it up. That was good. He actually was.
He was a real smart guy.
He was. He said a lot of things that turned out to be true, but he was attacked. Some kind of crazy person, but including me, I should say. Yeah, that was used as a tool.
Do you even notice you're a tool when you're a tool like that for the?
No. I was 20. I was in my early 20s, and I was writing. I was covering. First of all, people in their early 20s should not be covering anything other than like kids with appendectomies in baseball. That right? Shouldn't be covering national politics in your 20s. Like, what do you know?
Yeah,
you don't know shit.
Yeah.
So you shouldn't be rendering judgment on other people. 100%. 100%. FFA events or whatever, but not politics. But anyway, I was, and I attacked him. He was a crazy person. I was used by the person I was working for. Still. But anyway, whatever.
If it's Chuck Schumer to say
more dishonest than Chuck Schumer. Anyway, can't even get into it. But the point is, he got 23% or whatever. I think it was 23 that year. Because he was running on sort of a pre-Trump, more restrained, more academic, less Trump. But the idea was the same. Like, manufacturing is dying, and it's going to wreck the country. We need to make stuff like that.
Bush, Perot, and Dukakis. Who was that?
Dukakis was 88. It was Bush, Perot, and Bill Clinton. Was then the governor of Arkansas. She was the first race I covered. And Perot did really well despite massive hostility from the because, of course, they were protecting, their bosses. Exactly. That's exactly. But I didn't perceive it.
18.9% he got.
What did he get? 19. I'm sorry, 19%. I'm embarrassed.
Did he affect the outcome of that race?
Oh, he won it for Clinton. I mean, Clinton won it, as you can see on the page, 43%.
Well, do you think that Bush won that?
Of course, yeah. Of course. He took from Bush, yeah.
Who is Kennedy taking from?
Of course. There's no person who's thinking, I'm going to vote either for Joe Biden or Bobby Kennedy.
I have some friends that are.
No way.
Really? I have some friends that have known Bobby. I mean, these are people that have known Bobby Kennedy for a long time, but who are Democrats who are like, this is my guy.
The only reason you would vote for Joe Biden is because you believe there's safety. I'm not talking about it. You're not voting for Biden. You're voting for the Democratic Party because you think when they have more power, you're safer. That's the only reason. And Bobby Kennedy, man, I mean, I've never seen anybody get right to the core issues affecting the country that he has. And I don't agree with him on everything, but I mean, he names names. I mean, in a big way.
Yeah, that's why I love him. I just think he can. He doesn't. I don't feel like he's in anybody's pocket. Do you feel like low key there's some party that's like planted him in there? People say that, but that's crazy shit.
I mean, I feel like I know Bobby very well, and I'm totally convinced, just on a human level, that he's an honest person, and I don't think that he would do that. And yes, is the answer. But I don't think he knows it better as anything. He's totally sincere. He's certainly not in anyone's pocket. I mean, the guy could be James Bobby Kennedy. He's
Yeah.
the son of.
Oh, we could do whatever.
You could do whatever. You could do whatever. And
he has done. He's done a ton of great stuff with his own.
he has. But I'm just saying, it's very easy to be loved by everybody. It's very easy to make money when everyone loves you. Bobby Kennedy could have an infinitely easier life than what was chosen. He's doing this because he's sincere. Right? And he's under threat. I mean, I was with him on the street the other day. This one in Washington. And the security people around him, very nervous. He was not nervous at all. Anyway, the point is, I think Bobby's totally sincere, but he is giving a massive middle finger to the establishment, like, almost as aggressively as I've ever seen it.
Yeah. Why can't we get him to 11? What percent does he have to get? Oh, I guess. You don't know because you don't know.
He needs a bit of plurality. You need to get more than one or two. And unfortunately, the system is set up where it's hard for a third party to get more ballots. I mean, they've rigged the system against a third party challenge because they don't want that.
Who has rigged the system? Both of the parties?
Both of the parties, yeah. Of course. They don't. I mean, once you have power, what's your number one goal? It's preserving it and preventing people from challenging you. You know, of course.
When there's a revolution, what city should we meet up in?
Well, if there is a revolution, and I pray there isn't because they never did one, but if there is, like the first 20 minutes, we actually storm the Bastille and free the prisoners or whatever, hang your homemade flag from the roof of the Capitol or whatever. Like you
burn the news networks. It's
exactly.
the first thing you'd have to do.
So that'd be the fun part of the revolution. I think that'd be definitely be the fun part. But then you have like show trials and famines, and you have like all the downsides. But whatever, I'm not sure. So if that happens, I will be so deep in the woods, surrounded by my dogs. And I'll say it.
Look, let's just pretend one of your dogs is named Fire.
I actually have a dog called Fire.
Yeah.
I have AK and 47.
Yeah, whatever you had, dude. I got bow, I got arrow, I got whatever, I got all my weapons in the woods with. But yeah, and you can even just text me and just let me know where you're going to be. But I think about that. You know what's wild is I think about that sometimes.
You're going to be in LA.
No, I won't be. I live in Nashville.
You don't live in LA.
No, I live in a place where if somebody is
okay, because if you're in LA, you just
yeah.
Yes.
Oh, well, here's a move you would do in LA. You would get in a boat and go off the shore. That would be the first move. And let the other.
Having grown up on the Pacific, let me just say it's a little bigger than the Chunky Funky River, wherever you're from. It's a super big ocean.
Yeah, also fuck Ben and Jerry's while we're at it.
Yeah.
But go on. They're
Is it called Chunky Monkey? What's the name of your river?
I love that, dude.
That's the greatest name ever. But the Pacific goes on forever, and then you make it to Hawaii like 6 days later, and you're lost in the other. Yeah, right.
Look, you've been lost this even for 6 days. You deserve to start Hawaii.
It's easy to miss Hawaii. Oh, you could, yeah, and it's a long way to Thailand.
You have to like, you fuck you, it is close to Hawaii. Like,
yeah.
Fuck, I let my wife drive.
No, the Pacific is not a good escape point at all. No, because south you have, Baja, right. That's the little chaotic it always is. From Los Angeles to what? The Arctic Circle. I mean, there's just nothing. It's like Alaska. Like you're kind of nowhere to go. But you get in the woods, and yeah, you gotta go.
Isn't it Bradley up in there with a couple of
Live in the hollow of a tree.
Yeah, that's it. Me too, man. It sounds exciting, but I think people start to think that way. And that's a sad. It's interesting because it just comes in my head sometimes. I've thought about asking people I know. I've thought about asking Joe Rogan where does he see this shit gets weird. And I've never used to think that. Joe's gonna he might not, but I think everybody's got a little bit of a place. I think some people are thinking maybe could be. I think you want to do mountains, so you get Salt Lake, Broncos, so I don't know if I go there. Utah doesn't have a team. I don't know, but you start to think about that. You want to get up to sea level, you don't want nature to be. So, you're around out here in Johnstown or something.
Johnstown or Johnstown.
Both of them.
Both of them bad.
Yeah.
Purple Kool-Aid, overflowing rivers. you don't want to go anywhere. You don't want to travel. Things go sideways. I don't think you want to be on the road. I mean, that's your point. The 2 times I've been in places for brief periods where you know, authority, what that feel like in the world? One was at Katrina for that storm.
You were down there, huh, bro?
I was, and the other was in Baghdad in December of 03 when it kind of started to get. I felt.
And which one was more hectic?
But for the United States, I really, no one ever says this. I really feel cool. Okay. Oh, for real?
I've been at a game in the Saints are like losing at a fountain.
There is no one there. I hear you. And then people start behaving in ways that I saw it with my own eyes. And people were shot, saw it, not guessing, and I'm just like, this cannot be America. Like, I always thought something bad happened, or you just like call some special number, and like dad comes and restores order. No, at all. The police were looting. I saw it. Yeah, the police were looting her trainer. So that's anyway. Whatever. My point is, I don't think you want to travel too much if you can help it. You know, it's better to be in a place where you're just like, this is my place, and I'm defending it with these firearms. But the second until things calm down, you know, until like electricity is restored after the NT attack or whatever. Yeah, because that's
Could it be a nuclear attack?
No, it's going to be pretty easy to take down a society just digital.
Oh yeah, once you unplug that, and then but that's a crazy feeling when you're like, okay, your first thought is let me call somebody. Your phone is
no calling, no oil through the pipelines, food for your
I'm gonna have to busiest after
no airlines, no one on the roads. Dams fail, like all you know. If you put everything on the line, which is the people who run our country are so stupid, they've actually done that. You are so vulnerable that it's unbelievable. You're using Chinese servers and switchers, and at that point, you have no. You don't need to drop a nuke on anybody.
Yeah, first of all,
just
if
scramble the circuits.
You don't need to. Yeah, you don't need to. Let us at least enjoy the mystery of it for a little while too.
But people are so. That doesn't mean there's no DoorDash. That means no mean. And people. One thing I've noticed.
There's no Stacy Dash either.
No Stacy Dash. You can't call any of your call girls from the university.
Oh, thank God. Yeah. What if they start showing us like?
They will. They'll be seeking refuge at your place. Yeah. Remember me? You tipped me for no service.
Seeking refuge raiment. That was a tough one.
That was a good one, though.
Thank you, dude. But I think, yeah, but you wouldn't be able to use money anymore. Like, it's weird we're having this conversation, but even as me listening to you talk on him, my brain, I think, is recording this because it feels like it could be plausible. All you need is a couple of cops to be like, you know what? Fuck these people as well. I'm not going to fucking quit. I'm not going to quit blockading or attacking these people who I know are really struggling. I'm going home tonight and being one of them.
100%. And by the way, my kids are young. And there's now, this happened in New Orleans during Katrina. There's cops, and I give them all the benefit of the doubt. You know, some of them, you do some criminal cops down there, but also good guys too, you know. And the good guys are like, I'm sorry, I got a wife and kids at home. Like, I'm not, people going nuts. The thing that I noticed was it took like 0 time from when authority disappeared for people to get super afraid, predators come out and start preying on people, and for everything to fall apart. Everything. And if you unplug this country, and by the way, once you decide you're going to go war with Iran, which we probably the morons who run a country decided, that is, I mean, very likely. Really? Absolutely. Everyone's like, oh, they could send an ICBM or whatever. Why would they bother to throw a missile at the United States across the ocean when they could unplug the country? And then you have real casualties, and mass chaos, true chaos. People are not prepared for this. They haven't thought it through, or leaders have not prepared them for it at all. It's like, oh, it's on your iPhone. You don't have an iPhone, and there's no electricity, and there's no water. And there's no way to get anything. Come on, dude. And that could happen. That's not science fiction. That could happen soon. And we're not ready for it. And as you said, it's not a cohesive country. People are not like, oh, I'm going to help my neighbors. You don't know who your neighbors are. They don't speak the same language.
Well, you're certainly not going to also help your government. So that's going to be the weird thing. When the government's like, people do this, you might. A lot of people are like, fuck you, I don't trust you.
People have not seen chaos. They don't know what chaos looks like. Like, when people imagine war, they imagine, two lines against each other, lobbing artillery shells or rifle fire at each other. There's a certain order to that. And people can handle it. It's dangerous, but I can handle it. It makes sense to me. It's orderly, it's geometric. Chaos is completely different. Chaos is like, you have no freaking idea what's happening, who's on your side, who's not, who's isn't, where things are going. People are not designed for that. People can't handle chaos, and they go crazy. And I've only, as I said, I've tasted this a couple of times, but enough to learn. Chaos is the one thing you have to avoid, because that's what people really start finding ways to see like in minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, bro. Dude, I was at a Dave and Buster's one time. I'm not even joking. Fucking power goes out there.
Did you meet anyone?
Bro, it was whack up everyone in that day, dude. People were beating this. It was complete darkness. You PPA, you're fucking feeling around for whatever, birthday cake or whatever you're, like, you don't even know what's going on. But that was crazy. That's a Dave and Buster's. So what is your plans now? Like you're on Twitter, you're in a free space.
Yes.
As much as we have in today's society, you're in a free space for free speech. What else is there like?
We have some plans. I mean, some of them, if I'm being honest, include territorial expansion.
Oh, dude, just knock.
No, take that in a second. I mean, I just want to continue doing, which is just, say things that can't be said in other places, bring facts that maybe people haven't heard with the spirit of humility. I'm having spent my whole life in Washington, close to 35 years, I'm very,
But you know what? I think a lot of people are glad that somebody was there. It's nice to see people that get out of the space because then you're not as compromised. People don't seem as compromised.
It's totally right. No, it's totally true. But I didn't realize just how crucial my brain was by when I was in it. Right? But anyway, I've been around a lot of people who set out like grandiose plans. I'm going to change the world. Those people invariably, 100% of the time, make the world worse. So approach every task with the knowledge. I have no real idea what I'm doing. Don't know the long-term consequences of this. I probably can't fix every problem. I'm just going to try my best with humility, to make things slightly better. That's my goal, make things slightly better. If anyone tells you, if we pass this legislation, we're going to fix everything. We're going to fix healthcare forever, said Barack Obama in 2010. As soon as he said that, I was like, I don't even know much about healthcare. I'm probably an expert. But I was like, the second you tell me you're going to fix something as complicated as, 1/5 the entire U.S. economy in one piece of legislation, because you're lying, actually. Because that's impossible. And it turned out worse. Of course. So I don't want to do that. Not that I don't have the power to, but I just want to, want to tell the truth and do it without being told not to. And I think that we can.
And Tucker on X is your show.
Yep.
Right? Yep. And do you guys have, would you ever do a show with a partner you can I'm not going to pitch you an idea. I'm just, that's usually the predecessor question, or like somebody trying to pitch you an idea. But do you think about that sort of thing? Like, do you have?
Well, I mean, I have a million people I would like to work with. I mean, I like to interview people actually, and a lot, and I really try to be quiet when I interview them because I have to subject very closely. But I'd like the respite from there. So we will have a lot of people. Yes, but yeah, we're making a bunch of documentaries and doing stuff like that.
So like a production company kind of more? Like are you expanding in that sense? Like who's that one? Venture Hero has one. Outkick is a company. Is it? Daily Wire.
I don't know what Outkick is. I have a friend who works there.
Outkick, I think it was football, and then they. Okay.
Does Jason still? You know Jason Whitlock?
Yeah, I do know Jason Whitlock. I met him one time.
I love Jason Whitlock.
He's a really neat guy. He seemed very friendly. I didn't get to talk to him.
He's a great guy. Very deep, not a shallow person.
Really?
He's the kind of person when you're talking to him, Whitlock's very different. Whitlock will say things and you're like, sorry, I just want to have a super shallow conversation. I'm like, oh, no, hey, how are you? Because I'm shallow in some ways. And boy, he doesn't think like that. I'm talking about that. Super nice.
Oh,
But it's cool.
that'd be interesting. Sometimes I want to have deeper conversations with people that I think they're afraid to get into them, or how to get into them, and how intrusive. I don't know.
With him, you don't have to worry because he doesn't. Okay. But he just goes there. Immediately goes there. I like that.
Do you ever get asked, and then we'll wrap up because I ain't here for a while. Thanks for your time. Do you ever get asked to bring people over to Twitter? Like, is there like movement? Because I know Jon Stewart just had a show with Apple, right? Was that recently? Where he canceled? Yeah, he had a show with Apple.
Jon Stewart.
The
guy from The Daily Show?
From The Daily Show. Jon Stewart's show on Apple is ending. Mr. Stewart and Apple are parting ways because of creative differences.
I didn't even know he had a show on Apple, so it shows you what
people with the knowledge. But they had a disagreement about the episodes, the type of episodes he wanted to do. He wanted to do episodes on, move it down. According to the Hollywood Reporter, had a decision to end. Apple approached Stewart directly and expressed its need for the host to be aligned with the company's views on topics discussed. Rather than falling in line, Apple threatened to cancel the show. Stewart reportedly decided to walk. Stewart attended discussions of artificial intelligence in China were a major concern for Apple. Why would they be concerned with him having episodes like that?
I mean, we're assuming that's true. I hope it's true. That's a noble reason to leave. You know, if you think there's something really important you want to cover, your boss says no, it's a good reason to do that. So I hope that's what.
Was there another time you almost quit before?
My sense is that show, I mean, I didn't know that show existed, so I don't think it was good about it. Stewart, obviously a talented guy. I knew him.
Yeah, he's kind of beloved.
25 years ago, yeah. I always thought he was talented. He definitely did. That's important. And start to mistake yourself.
Yeah.
I'm just like, it's so important. And I've done that. So I've been there.
Oh, yeah, your ego is the first thing to grow.
100%.
It's very scary. You're like, dang, does God have some special reason for me?
No, you will humiliate yourself. You will humiliate yourself. You will destroy yourself. You will lose the respect of your wife and your friends. Don't go back from that. And just remember, I'm an asshole. And if you don't believe that, next time you get out of the shower and walk in front of the mirror, yourself. Not really impressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I saw this.
Did you? What'd you think? So, yeah, right, exactly. So, like, it's important to do that. You know what I mean? That will keep you from thinking you're the Messiah. I don't think he has any nerves.
Any other question or anything you wanted to talk about, Tucker?
No.
Okay, I know you share everything on your own show.
I just share everything. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Yeah, man, it's been a lot of fun.
I've had a great time.
Yeah, I love you too. I appreciate
The
it.
only person I've talked to in the last, probably ever, is one of my kids. They're not impressed at all.
Yeah.
They're impressed by you. I don't know why. He's obviously got some sort of weird magic power over it.
I don't know anything about
You don't
that.
abuse it.
That's the thing.
They're good.
You're
You're not going to start a children's crusade or
They
anything.
came after our industry a couple years ago.
Oh, I didn't mean it to be creepy.
Okay, good. Yeah, and I only know the old women. And
the old women like you.
no, I just only know people that are legally adults.
Well, of course.
Okay, that's all I'm saying, dude. Because immediately, like, I remember the New York Times like hunted down half of our industry. Like,
Oh, I know.
just that vague stuff that comes up.
And I think there are a lot of creepy comedians, but not as many as there are.
Yeah, just some creepers and journalists. Dude, what happened? Remember the guy who jumped off in the Zoom meeting, and then they brought him back on for the interview?
And he sat there and he's like, oh, I got caught whacking off in a Zoom interview. I mean, it just shows you his name is Jeff Tubin. And, not a stupid guy, actually. I know him. And I worked with him, but
Oh yeah.
But his
dude.
desire to be on television trumps everything else. Like if I said to you, if that happened to you, you'd be like, you know what? I'm just kind of out. I'm gonna do something. You know what I mean? I'll find something
People know
else.
I'm at issues.
Right. Yeah. Well, but you said you have them under control. You're not compulsive.
No, I'm doing great.
Just habitual, but not a problem.
Yeah, just so not full moon.
But imagine if you're Jeff Toobin to sit there with this female anchor on Fox and talk about that. It's like there's no shame that you won't bear. There's no shit you won't eat just to be on television. And I obviously no respect to Jeff Toobin anyway because I know him. But I had even less after that. I mean,
It's weird how God will give you your gifts. You don't fucking know what they're going to be wrapped in. It's like all he wanted to be was on camera. And just like,
you
there
gotta
he
want
is.
the right things. You know what I mean?
I think you got to get real specific with God, bro, because he's busy.
I totally agree. And last thing I'll say is I think it's so important if you are publicly humiliated. I mean, he was, of course, too. It can be a great thing. That's a great thing. And you should treat it that way and be grateful for it. That this is keeping me from becoming an even worse person than I might otherwise have been. There's nothing worse than a man who spent his entire adult life succeeding and never being unbearable. Only about themselves. They can't bear to listen to you. Every time you talk, they're holding their breath until you stop. So they start up again. They become true narcissists. And I just hope for Jeff Toobin, who's really an asshole, actually. I'm just saying.
I don't know.
Well, I do. I just like to say he's
He's an asshole.
Yeah, he is. But he may be less of one now. Actually. And I've certainly been an asshole a lot, so I'm not judging. But
I do it.
so I have hopes for him. Black and off was an asshole.
Oh, yeah, dude. No, yeah, that guy, definitely. But, yeah, anyway, Tucker Carlson, thanks so much, dude.
The best.
It was interesting, and I really appreciate your time. I really do.
I did. Thank you for the Zoom.
Yeah, you bet, brother. I might do one later. We'll see.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
Everything is what the Fed is expecting. More inflation, I agree with that. The Fed is expecting higher GDP. I disagree with that. But the Fed...
I'm going to let you know I will be in Las Vegas this weekend, October 27th and 28th at Resorts World. We'll be excited to see you there. As well, dates in Norfolk, Virginia, Roanoke, Virginia, Huntington, West Virginia, Evansville, Indiana, Huntsville, Alabama, and Atlanta, Georgia. Those are all on sale now. TheoVaughn.com/Theo. That's TheoVaughn.com/. Today's guest is a garbage man out of Staten Island. Recently voted one of America's top 70 islands. He is a man who spent 20 years in the garbage business, and he knows it. He knows it, baby. He knows pails and bins, baby, pails and bins. He's done it all. He collected garbage in New York City and outside of the city. We're going to learn everything you want to know about it. Today's guest is garbage man, Mr. Wayne Owen. Yeah, thanks for coming in, dude. So, you're a garbage man, correct? Do you guys have a term that you guys use within the industry?
Well, we used to go with sanitation.
Okay.
That was our major sound. A little more like needed and wanted.
Yeah.
Compared to the garbage.
Yeah, and I guess we'll find out. I guess even through the course of this chat, if it's where does it kind of land? I think and that's one of the reasons. Yeah, I just want to learn all about the industry. So you in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan. Grew up in Staten Island.
Okay.
Started in Manhattan. I did almost 2 years next. Switched over to Staten Island. I did 18, 15 years.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah,
So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, just like picks you up when you're young and comes into a recycling bin or something? How does it?
It's cool to come in New York. You take the city test.
Okay.
College don't work out. You fall back on the city stuff. Sanitation, police, fire.
So those are different city tests, or those are different options?
Yep. Different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that and go to one of the options.
Right.
You take a different test. So you took a sanitation test.
Yeah. That was sad, but really, like one of the questions that I'll never forget. Never. How would you pick up this pile of dirt? And it was like a garbage truck. Like that, and then there was like a shovel with room, which you put like juice, and then just like a rake, like just crazy. Like so people get
Oh yeah, you used to like rake the dirt all the time. They usually yell a slur at them. But so you take the test. Is it? How many people go take the test? Do you take it at like a center? Is it like where do they do it? It's not like a MSG or something like that.
No, they use like public schools.
Okay.
Like anything that they have available.
Okay.
High schools, grad schools, whatever they have.
Okay, so you roll up like the night before. Do you get a lot of sleep? Do you like show up with like, are you kind of prepared for it? Or do you think it's going to be so easy?
Yeah. They get you the book. Like they have a book.
What is
to
the book?
Take the test.
Okay.
And like after the second page, you're like, all right, this I can't read this book. It's worse than when you went in to read the book. You're like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, my test, over 100,000 people signed up, but they did a lottery. So, and everybody has to pay the $30, $35, whatever it is.
When you sign up, you have to pay.
Yeah, you send your form in with the money. But my test, they only did it this one time. They only let 30,000 people take the test. So those other 70,000 didn't even get to take it.
Yeah, but they
They
still
just
paid
took their money.
Oh, damn, bro.
It's just like anything else.
Oh,
They get their money in. They get their money.
Wow, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So now you got 70,000 people who are pissed at the city.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you take the test. You're in there. You now. How long does it take to get your score?
It takes they give you a few months, I'd say. Yeah, a few months until you get your score. If I wish I was trying to get the test.
Really?
And I was actually in there with high school friends, and they were all running out. I was the last dude in the test. Like what's going on? And I'm not the smartest guy in the world. But I'm like, what is going on? So I rushed through the last two questions.
Yeah.
This was all right.
Yeah, those two.
Wow. So I got a 103 out of 105. That's some perfect stuff.
Okay. So now are you looked at like you come in as a pretty high rank then? Like are you like?
Yeah. So they give like veterans and stuff extra like credit, well deserved. And like I think my list one seems like 348.
Okay.
Out of the 30,000 or 15. I forget what the number.
So you were in the top 400.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was hired within a year.
Okay.
And
So you still are waiting a year to get hired.
Yeah.
And why is this? Is there no job positions? What is it? Is it a busy industry?
Well, you got to wait for people to retire.
Oh, okay.
They have a set number, and that's what they go by.
Okay. All right. So so if somebody finally happens to them, and then now you get called in. Right?
Yeah.
Where were you when you got the call?
Probably just
Yeah.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
I've done that.
I was still working in Manhattan. I was a programmer for my cousin.
Okay.
So I was working.
Yeah.
But my mother said, "Listen, you'll be retired in 20 years. You got to take it." I was 21. I wanted to, what 21-year-olds do.
Yeah. Yeah, dude.
True.
It's great.
No, but you want to go out and party, and like that's where your life starts.
Right.
Like parties. But I grew up in Staten Island where we were going to cars at 16, 17 years old.
Right. So you
So I already
did
did
it.
all that.
Yeah. And so did your mother say, look, I think this is something you should do?
Oh, no, she was like, no, you're doing it.
Oh, wow.
But thankfully enough, but she saw the end of it.
Right.
She said, do you want to be working till, 60, 70, 80 years old? Is that really what you want? So there is the light at the end. But
got a handy good frame.
yeah, listen, it's better than any other job. I'll put it that way.
Wow. Okay. Well, I got to know more then, man. So, all right. So you get in, you're hired, you're excited. You get your first day. Like, how does that really go? And do you go to like a training camp or whatever? Do you guys?
Yeah, they send you to the driving training.
Okay.
And they teach you on dump trucks.
Okay.
That's like 2-3 weeks. They do your road test. You get your CDLs, your license to drive the trucks.
Okay.
Now, then like 2 days they'll bring out, and this was in Randall's Island.
Okay.
And I think they did 2 days. They bring the garbage truck out.
Okay.
There's 2 steering wheels.
There's 2 steering wheels in the truck.
There's 2 steering wheels.
And you got to pick which one you would use now. Huh?
Well, no, it all depended on what street you were on. Like if you were picking the right side of the street up, you could drive to the right so you're close. So you can know, because that's the biggest thing on the job. You got to put that thing where your partner wants it to make the day go easy.
Okay.
If I got to start dragging garbage around cars and everything else, now we're not having to do that.
And then when you get back in the truck, there's beef when you're in the cabin.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. There were a few guys that, and they're good friends of mine.
Yeah.
I would let them.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Oh yeah, we need that. That's what we need to see. Is like instead of cash cab, we need to see,
That was.
Oh yeah, sanitation cab violence, bro.
Yeah, there was some bad ones.
Yeah, that's beautiful, bro.
No, well, years ago when I first got on, they used to have like a one bench, like across the truck.
Okay.
They got rid of those. So it's just a left side and a right side.
Okay.
You mostly drive from the left in Manhattan.
Okay.
Driving from the right is frowned upon. It just is, everything is different.
Yeah.
Driving on the right side. It's a whole different driving situation.
Oh yeah. Every now and then you meet some fella trying to drive from the right.
Yeah.
I ain't saying nothing but.
But in Staten Island, it was like a law. Like you had to drive from the right.
Okay, so there's certain places where you got to get over So in that instance, you would just get over to the other side of the car, and for that length of the
truck, yeah, there's like a little button you hit.
Okay.
It just switches the. Now you drive from that side.
Wow. Do today's trucks still have that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, man. That's real interesting. Because dude, one time I had to take a driver's ed or whatever, and they had the dude over there, And I think the car I was in was like it was a Toyota Tercel, bro, and the trunk was missing. I remember the dude's car. So there was this total wind current, like constantly, just happening in the vehicle, And it's and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of his fucking mind. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me and shit. I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me, but I'm trying to learn, This dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How did your first day on the job go?
They literally, my garage, they tell you, hey, show up on this time, 6 a.m., west side, 30th Avenue. Manhattan 6 was my first day. So I'm like, all right, over near Javits. Okay. All right, so it's right a block down from there.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or not?
No. When you work in Manhattan, you want to stay out of it. You deal with it all week. You deal with nonsense. Yeah. Anytime I worked in Manhattan, I just never wanted to party in Manhattan.
Yeah, 100%.
Couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there.
Yeah, so I get there, and you're meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up. The new guys who came in with, I think, like 11 new guys. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know anyone.
Oh yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Have you seen that?
No. No, and you're meeting like there's some old timers on there that are like new kids.
Really, huh?
Yeah, they got like grumbling junior stuff. This and that. Yeah. So they're like, all right, here they hand me a piece of paper. They said, we'll pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. We had these sections all around Manhattan where guys would go because the garage wasn't big where it was at.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to think to myself, I'm gonna drive this garbage truck. Never drove in a city street where we were driving up Randall's Island. We were going in a circle.
Okay.
So now you put cars, people.
So you're in the
cabs.
truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this partner. He never drove a truck in Manhattan, let alone you probably driven a car or been in a car. In Manhattan, it's not fun.
Oh, it's alarming.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving the truck, and
It's
scary.
Your first day, you know, your whole thing is the mirrors.
Yeah.
You know, worrying about you. It's a truck. It's not a car. Yeah. I got there.
Okay.
Let's put it that way.
All right.
And
We'll say
that
that.
was all right. I didn't hit nobody. No hurt nobody. And then I picked this dude up.
Okay.
Probably 35 years old. John.
Oh, he's been in there, bro.
Scraggly looking guy. Big beard. Yeah. Come on, kid. You with me? Here we go.
Come on, kid.
Yeah. So you know what you're falling into that.
Right. He's suddenly setting the stone, you know.
Yeah, he might have been one of the drivers.
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
Where you were at.
He might have been
missing
track.
track. The way he said it, kind of scared. You know.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, who knows what'll come back, you know? But yeah.
Bing. But yeah, dude. And everybody's like looking at you because it's like you got stuck with this.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right away. All right. And like rule of thumb, first thing they teach you, do not stand behind the truck while the back of the truck is on. Okay. This dude was looking for everything in the truck.
Really?
So he had all kinds of shit in his beard. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. Like, it was just, like, it was all
He was just back there just freaking catching that hot tide.
flying out. He's, hey, you looking for, like, and looking at me like I'm not in there with him. Like, I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig through. Pulling out like Spider-Man figures, like like crazy.
Oh yeah, and that would go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Driver's ed teacher, definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there, just collecting samples from the area. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, and now when he gets back in the truck, like, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
It's a mess. You know, until you get your own truck, like I had, you know, once I got the truck, where you get time on the job, you get a route, like there's cleaning supplies, like we wiped our truck down every day, it was spotless. Right. But when you have guys that just didn't get the route, you know, it was filth, man.
Oh. And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City garbage man, sanitation engineer? What type of gear are y'all on?
Just regular, you know, dicky pants with a t-shirt, winter sweatshirts, you know.
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that.
No, there were days you needed it.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, because when it rained, it's up.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic, you know, like.
Well, gloves and boots were like number one. Yeah. That was always like, that's where you spend your money.
Okay.
Your pants, you can wash them.
Sure. Okay, so now you got this kind of guy rolling with you. How long does that shift go?
I was out there for a while.
Really?
Because he's digging. He's looking for treasures.
Oh, this dude, really? So he's a real
It
hunter.
was a 5, 6, 7 hour, you know, route. Where normally a routes take about 2 hours.
Okay, wow, really? So this guy's just out there and he just likes to collect. Now, are some of these men just really collectors and they kind of hide masquerading as sanitation work?
They do that, or some of these guys get this stuff and sell it. They have business.
Really?
They go to like, you know, flea markets and shit. Yeah. You have no idea. One dude in Staten Island, I didn't even give him the shout out. But anyway.
Yeah, fuck it, but yeah, tell me.
Dude, it was like Sanford and Son on his roof, leaving the garage. Like he'd take, you know, furniture, this, that, everything. Yeah. And you would catch him at the flea market. But dude, listen, from what was told, he had over $1 million from what he collected and sold in a bank account.
Wow. So you worked in Manhattan and you worked in Staten Island. Yeah. You can sit this out here too.
Totally different. Totally different setup. So Manhattan, like the buildings, it's all buildings. Right. You know, house to house, we used to call it. So you go like hell. That's maybe on like 10 blocks, like where I was at. But you get like one building on the corner of, just say, 2nd and 42nd. I mean, there's 2,000 bags on it. And and they use home sourcing bins.
Okay.
So they have compactors in the buildings that literally compact these things, and then the guys knot the ends, and they're anywhere from 3 feet to 4 or 5 feet long.
Oh yeah, it's like somebody making
Sausage.
yeah.
And they
Sausage
were not
bread.
light. They were not light.
Really? So you got that long dog, huh? Hey, could somebody have put a body in one? You think?
Oh yeah, you could put a body in any one. I ain't looking.
Yeah.
That older dude is, I'm not. I could give a damn.
Yeah, that dude fucking.
I would
Sell
tell people all the time, the minute you want to do that, just put it in a bag. I ain't looking.
Oh, that dude's selling femurs on Etsy.
Exactly.
You know,
Yep. Half
that
price.
dude's out there. Yeah, that dude's out there fucking slinging shin bones.
But it's
Yeah, so somebody could put a body in one of those bags, zip it up to the garbage guy.
You never know.
You know, these days everybody's watching you. You Google something, you get an ad for it. You know, you whisper something to your cousin, and next thing you know, you're getting advertisements for Tootsie Rolls or something. We're all being monitored, it feels like. That's why you need a VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your traffic is rerouted through their encrypted servers, so no one can see a thing. You can search for whatever you want. You want to geo-track a Wolverine or a woman across town, or a man. You would love a man. You can do it. Nobody will know. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, whether you browse the internet on your phone, tablet, computer. You can use up to 5 devices at the same time under one ExpressVPN subscription. So stop letting people invade your privacy right now. Get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. You go to expressvpn.com/Theo. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo. You know, you don't know you're a bad cook until you know it. You know, I remember one time I heated up a can of pears, and it got so hot I couldn't even get in the can. I burned both of my hands, the front and the back of my hand. But you got to have good cookware as well. That's what I'm here to tell you about today is HexClad. That's right. No longer using your roommate's dishes, guys. HexClad has revolutionized the cookware industry with a hybrid pan that gives you all the convenience and cleanup of non-stick, the versatility of your grandma's cast iron, and they are so durable. Gosh, I mean, you could do a ribeye in it. You could do you could make a wedding cake in it, and they last a lifetime. They will outlast you. They will be in your will. We're serious. They have a lifetime warranty, just in case you find a way to destroy them while you're making your ramen noodles for some stranger you met on social media. Gordon Ramsay might be the toughest critic in the world, and these are the pots and pans that he uses at home and in his Michelin star restaurants. HexClad. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/Theo. That's at HEXCLAD/THEO. Listeners get 10% off their order by going to that link. Just go to hexclad.com/Theo. So a way to get, if you decided to decease somebody or kill somebody, I don't like to use that term, but make somebody be dead immediately in front of you. Let's say that. In New York City, you could put them into the chute in your building. The trash can.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Like, that's a little much. But if you had, access to the compactor,
okay,
then I think it's different. But if you're going to shoot through 13 flights down, I mean, somebody's about to hear, there's got to be some blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, somebody's going to hear a wristwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's watch is going to connect and something's going to ping in. And, how that goes.
Right. So if you could get the body down to the compactor, there's a chance it could just be thrown out in one of those sausage bags.
Wow. Yeah, we used to do, you have cars parked so tight. And there's 30, just saying a smaller stop, there's 15, 20, 30 bags. You're like, oh, can't pay for this Jaguar owner. I would literally, because I would tell you, I was 21, I was stupid.
Oh, yeah.
I would grab them both sides, slide them right across the hood.
The Jaguar?
Oh,
Oh,
whatever
fuck
car
rich
was there.
people, dude.
Yeah, whatever car was there.
Bro, I fucking, there's nothing better than doing something to the fucking rich, boy. You know?
Well, they just didn't care.
Oh, yeah.
They had no respect for me, so now it's like, all right.
Oh, because they're parking illegally.
Well, no, they're parked legally, but they give you no space. So now those bags, you know, they're heavy, and I get it. Everybody would say, well, we don't know. We're not bothered.
Right.
But now you go. Now you got to go to the body shop. Get your shit. Oh, you're done.
Yeah, dude. I remember when I used to go over to rich people's houses, my buddy Jeff would steal. He had a whole collection of silverware. And we were poor, so it was like everybody was rich. You know what I'm saying? We knew people. If you had a fucking front door, bro, you had a little bit of money. You know, so like we fucking Jeff had silverware for everybody, dude. And then if I went over to rich people's houses, a lot of times I would pick my nose when they weren't looking and feed a fucking bullet to their dog.
Oh man, what did you get out of that? What was the thought process of getting out of that?
I think for me it was something like start from the bottom, like you convince these animals to fucking work for you, like kid. You know what I'm saying? It was like I'm gonna. They may think they're doing all this and all of that, but who's fucking feeding? Yeah, so I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I get it. I mean,
it was like I'm taking things to the lowest. It's like I'm just like I don't know. It's probably like some Lord of the Flies.
Yeah.
So you got the big sausage bags in the city, right?
Yeah, and the city is just it's multiplied crazy. Like there were times where you knew that, like if their compactors were broke, like it was awful then.
Really?
Now they put out so they could probably fit, I'd say a normal 4 or 5 bags of garbage in one of these sausage bags. But now the compactor broke, so now they got to put regular just bags out. So it just went from 10 to 15 sausage bags to 150 regular garbage bags. And it's one at a time, you know, just chucking them over the cars.
And now do you throw them to a buddy and he puts them in, or you? That's the goal.
In the city, you're pretty much just working together all the time.
Okay.
When you go to Staten Island, it's like half hour on, half hour off.
Okay.
So I'll drive for a half hour, you load for a half hour. Vice versa, back and forth till the route's done. Okay. But in Manhattan, it's like, you know, all hands on deck because those bags are kind of heavy sometimes.
It reminds me a little like watching that show, like an ocean show. You know what I'm talking about? It's like an ocean show. And they're angry, and every year one of them dies, and they put it on the TMZ. But they're looking for carpers. They're looking for fish or something.
I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a video right here of some sanitation guys right here throwing garbage bags into. Oh wow, that dude, huh? Were you really? Bro, that dude. Wow.
That's a private guy.
That's Buddy Healed right there.
Yep. That's a private guy.
Oh, that's a private guy. Something near boys.
Yeah.
So how can you tell
I did
me?
it for a year. The truck. All trucks were white.
Okay.
The white elephant. That's what they call it. And the white elephant always got people who really pissed them off.
Oh yeah, you guys are the worst, dude.
I used to do the whole Coleman real quick.
Yeah.
I used to do that. I used to take my gloves off and they bang, you know, in Manhattan. I'd be like, you're an asshole. I'm like, you should have woke up 10 minutes early. Now you're stuck behind me and I ain't moving.
Well, the craziest thing about a sanitation truck is that not only you stuck, but it smells bad. You know, like,
and they used to get real close, and like I was saying, when the shit used to spray out, especially rainy days after a rainy day, or if it was raining, wet days, move that thing, and the cars would get covered. I'd be like,
oh,
that's on you.
Dude, so that must have been kind of fun just throwing those bags. That seemed like something a kid would love to do.
I just throw them behind my back, just running down the street, you know. In Staten Island, because it's a lot lighter in Staten Island.
Right. So that was in Staten Island, but in the city, it's a little bit more. You got to have your dude there. You guys are loading this thing up. You're just keeping it moving.
Yeah.
And in the city, how many bags can go, or those big sausage bags can go into the cycle? And what's the cycle like of the truck?
Well, you probably fit like 5, 6 of those bags in at a time, but your average in Manhattan was 10 to 13, 14 tons of garbage in per truck.
Per truck. So you start out with nothing in there.
Empty.
Okay.
And there's a compactor in the middle, like in the truck, and then it just cycles and compacts it the whole time.
Okay.
And the rule of thumb, you got to get the route. You have to get the whole route on the truck, so you would have to maneuver sometimes, squeeze a little more.
Yeah. Did you hear it getting tight back in there?
Oh yeah. Like you can feel it. It changes the whole drive of the truck.
Really?
From being empty to heavy.
Yeah, you know, we spoke one time with a female truck driver, and she had worked with, and her son, I think, had breast reduction surgery. But she had worked with a cement truck, right?
Yeah.
And she said sometimes when the mixer was full, she would drive, and when she stopped and one of the brakes, you'd feel the cement come up the just the back of it. It was just really interesting. So that kind of made me think of that.
Oh, it changes everything. Just you think about it. Double everything. This tons of 2,000 pounds, so 36,000, and then the truck is probably another 14. You're looking at 35, 40,000 pounds. It ain't easy to stop.
Yeah, so you'd have to set the you can feel that weight. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's harder to stop. The trucks would jump to begin with. I think New York got like all the secondhand trucks. They're like, oh, try this. Like Mack truck. Like, oh yeah, try this. Like, dude, it was crazy. Like for me, it was terrible. I'm tall, I'm 6'5", so it's like just getting in the truck.
Yeah.
Like, I had to get so used to not hitting my knees on the dashboard. It was just not comfortable to sit in. So,
damn.
But they didn't care. Whatever they got a discount on, they took it.
Wow, yeah. Oh, that's everybody nowadays. They'll put you in a damn They'll put you in a fucking baby stroller. Or make you put 6 bags on the baby,
Whatever you could fit.
They cut
Whatever they could fit.
So,
wheels, not 4, like crazy.
So how tight does that trash get in there? Can you see it building up? Like, does it build up some heat? Is it that tight?
No, it gets, when you dump it, you'll see it's like a brick. It comes out, it'll start falling out here and there, but there's steam coming off it. Methane gas. Yeah, and even if you go out, Staten Island has the biggest landfill in the world. You can see it from space.
Oh wow, that's
Staten Island
beautiful.
landfill. And they have constant pipes that are burning because of all the methane gas coming out of the ground.
It's fucking beautiful, man. God. It's almost like like Greece or something. They do the Olympics, whatever they like it.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is amazing, huh?
Yeah. They stopped dumping them now. But that's back
They should have kept up.
Yeah, they gave up. But it sucks, because I do know a lot of people that passed away in Staten Island with cancer, but like that, the cancer rate is
Is it really?
That's why I had to get them.
Wow. Yeah, I want to get into some of that. So, yeah, my friend Aaron, actually, he's part of a new company called Vespine, and what they do, this is pretty interesting. They take the methane gas at landfills and they burn it, but they convert it immediately into electricity.
So usable, yeah, that works.
So now you have electricity that's right there available. So say if they had like trash trucks or something, and that they were electric, then they could charge them up immediately, or they could use the energy. Like for a little bit, they were using it to mine Bitcoin, when Bitcoin was popular. But now they're finding other places to use the energy. But it's just kind of fascinating something that's going on. I can't believe that log is hot. Oh, now what do they call them? Bricks, logs? Because that's almost like a damn diamond of trash,
Yeah, it's, listen, when you dump, you're not staring at it. You just go out and get out of it. Because we used to dump now in Manhattan. We started dumping on the side of the turnpike in Jersey. And that guy got burned. But he's got $1 million filter, so he's able to. The smoke coming out to clean.
Really?
Come on. Dude, crazy money. Dude, they got no idea. He was getting, they were charging $50-something per ton to the city. Plus, he signed like an $80 million contract with the city to take all the garbage. Because, who got to get paid off to have the trucks now on the turnpike, because they don't want that. And then he's selling the ash. Just money. There's so much money in garbage. It's $1 billion business. Yeah.
And the mafia used to be involved in it, right? That's why they were.
When you brought up bodies, passing on thing on Staten Island, those were the bits and tails. My stepfather, God rest his soul, used to work out there. He was a tractor operator. He said that cars used to come in, and down Lincolns, and they would just all turn around. Car used to go up to the top of the hill, never see it again. Disappear, person disappeared, pull out, see you later, fellas. That was it.
Devil's Ocean, maybe the landfill.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out there.
I wonder. I wish God would just tell us how many bodies are there. Sometimes I pray something, but I wake up with the number in my head. Because you know they're all.
Definitely.
Did you ever feel like? Did you ever get a weird feeling or premonition, like you're driving the truck home? Like, could there have been a body in there and you have no idea? Or at some point, whenever you're dumping it, you would have seen something.
Listen, you definitely think you can get a feeling. Oh, somebody comes out and says something, you're like, well, maybe this dude just whacked somebody.
Right.
You know, his wife ain't healthy right now. She's probably in this bag.
Right. Like,
Oh, I'll throw it in.
Oh yeah.
But no, I never. I had one. These two guys came out of the house with hysterical.
Oh
yeah. I'm like, what now? We were in that kind of neighborhood in Staten Island. I'm like, all right, what's up? Our dog died. I'm like,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, bring it to get cremated. Why are you telling me?
They're trying to cut corners. Couple of gay dudes trying to cut corners.
We throw it in the truck. I'm a dog owner at the time. I'm a dog lover. Next thing you know, we're on the bed, a yellow lab. This thing had to be 100 pounds.
They both grabbed
Healed
two
out.
legs.
They were crying. No, it was on the bed. They got rid of the bed, the toys, the shit was still lined up like he was just playing and then just dead. Like, and they're like, okay, and just launched him into the back of the truck. I'm like, I told my partner, I'm like, dude, you got it. I can't cycle that up. Like, so it's like, you would get the feeling if somebody was like, oh yeah, can I throw this bag in? Like, yeah, I'm here, you know. I heard y'all fighting last week about garbage, you know.
And so what? Then you tell the guy, hey, you press the button, and he presses it.
Yeah, I just, you know, in that case, I was like, dude, I told my mom, and he was just, he's like, yeah, all right, yeah.
Like, I'll sell its collar in an hour.
Exactly.
Yeah, fuck that.
That bag usable? Put that on Etsy. On Facebook Marketplace. Make $13. They'll sell anything on that.
Oh yeah, dude, you can fucking sell your cousin on that bitch. Well, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If he can't read, if he's still teachable, you know, fucking somebody buy that bitch in an hour on there. Right? You fucking do. You go on there to find your ex-wife on that bitch, right? You can buy used barrettes on there if you want to, bro. You know,
I brought my olden age back.
You say, man, in barrettes, boy, back in the day, you see a girl with a couple barrettes in. I think, you know what girls used to wear when I was like in school? They would wear headbands. Remember that?
No, my sisters were big into scrunchies.
Oh yeah.
Ugh, they were all over the goddamn place, tangled up with hair, all kinds of nasty. I grew up with 3 sisters, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, man. I was the only boy. Three sisters. You know, I've been through it.
Yeah. Damn. And did any of them, were they okay when you got into the sanitation game? What'd they say? When you know?
And my sister April was pissed.
Really?
Because she filled out the shit and sent it in, and she didn't get picked. She was pissed. Still to this day, she reminds me, I got you that time. So I took that toss. That shit was hard as hell. You didn't take it from me.
She went and took it and didn't pass
No. She didn't get called. Remember I said
she didn't get
only
the lottery.
15,000, 20,000 people took it. She didn't get picked to take it.
It's crazy that even to the spectrum of life, man.
Yeah.
So what season of the year is the worst time of the year for trash?
But definitely the winters. The winters were awful.
Okay.
Like the summers were hot, but like once you got used to that smell, like even nowadays, like I'll never be able to smell it. I won't. Because you're just used to it.
Yeah.
Like it's like second nature.
Yeah.
You know, the maggot smell, and just all that nastiness. It's just part of it. The winters were brutal.
Really? And that's because of the cold, huh?
Just the cold, the ice, you know, if it snowed, you're stepping over all that shit. You still got to pick the garbage up. Now you're working 12-hour days. You know, if it snows, you're constantly driving around the truck all day. You know, it's grueling.
And would you a lot of cleats and stuff? What would you wear for shoe wear?
Just boots. Yeah. So yeah, rain boots, junk boots, just because I always wore like a hiking boot because I could move fast. You know, when you're wearing like heavy boots, like they always said, don't wear steel toes because God forbid something hit you on the foot. snap your toes off. So, I don't.
Oh, the
see
steel
that.
would actually snap your toes off.
Yeah,
So that's the downside of wearing steel-toe boots.
if you're in an industry like that, yeah. Because there are some cans. I mean, I don't think back in the day they used to be metal cans. They used to pick up ash in New York City, so everybody would burn their garbage in the buildings, and they would have these like 150-pound steel garbage cans. And I had lifted a few of them in my time. They're no joke. Loaded with ash, so that's what they used to just dump.
So the buildings would just burn their garbage.
All the housing buildings, they used to just get rid of the garbage that way. There was no bags on the street.
So they had an incinerator in there, they
Yep.
would burn it up.
Every building in New York had a incinerator.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did that change code, do you know?
One of these people came up with something that was killing everybody, so, you know.
Probably some monopoly, some bullshit. One of Trump or Chris Christie's fat buddies, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Probably. Can you look that up when that changed?
Yeah, they were probably, killing the polar bears or something.
Oh, yeah.
Igloos were melting somewhere.
Yeah, they got some grainy video of a fucking rare fox doing 2 lines of fucking city ash, and they're like, we can't fucking do it.
With a sign. Stop burning the garbage.
Yeah.
Save me.
Yeah, how did that fox even learn to write, bro? Nobody asked any questions of his bullshit before. Here it is in 1989, Mayor Ed Koch. Wait, you know who else talked about Ed Koch? I think was Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he was on talked about Ed Koch. Mayor Ed Koch signed a bill that required incinerators in New York City to shut down within 4 years. And lo and behold, all incinerators had stopped operation by the end of 1993. And that was the end of that whole trash program. Oh, does it say why? Anything else?
Pollution.
Oh, the pollution.
Yeah.
Oh, the air pollution.
Yeah, they would just burn it.
Right.
Like that was if you were burning it in your fireplace.
Yeah.
They didn't have, like I was telling you, in Jersey, this guy has a multi-million-dollar, filter and no more emissions, blah, blah, blah. They didn't have that back then.
Oh, I see. So that every building was burning. But weren't the trash men just picking it up and taking it somewhere to burn it?
No, then it was just ash, so they would just get rid of it. I don't know what they did with it back then.
But I mean, after the trash men, after they shut down the incinerators, the trash men just took it. Oh, they just put it in a landfill.
Yeah.
So they weren't burning it.
No. So then that's when there's a few landfills. There was one in Brooklyn. I think they were like all over New York. But Staten Island, oh yeah, we're just going to do this for a few years. And then it turned into the biggest landfill, like, known to man.
And yeah, what do you say to people who because a lot of landfills have been filled over with dirt and people buy houses on it, right? What do you say to people who, you buy a house and then 4 years later, everything you eat tastes like fucking fig Newtons and fucking baby gravy or something. And your son's got fucking facial hair at 4,
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. They're actually Staten Island, they're making it into a park. Yeah. And I mean, dude, I've seen animals out there. Some wicked shit. I mean, dude, there's this gopher or whatever the fuck it was. Dude, it looked like a full-blown pit bull. That's how big this fucking thing is. I swear I saw a bear out there. Everybody told me I was crazy. But because there was a ton of deer, like the deer swim from Jersey. They were coming in.
Why they hate it over there?
Nah, it's just like anywhere else. They're building and they're pushing them out of their homes. So now they see this big forest across and the rivers, whatever. It's not a river, but there's a short little spurt from Jersey to Staten Island in one location, and they just swim over it. They got a whole shit, nobody can shoot them.
Yeah.
You can't
shoot that close to the city, huh?
You just can't hunt on Staten Island.
Is there like a habitat on the landfills? Is there like animalia that's out there living? Is there, what is that? It almost seems like, it's almost its whole own, like Narnia, like a fucking dirt, like a fucking
definitely
trash Narnia.
You see mutant stuff out there.
Really?
Yeah. Rats look like cats.
Yeah.
Like I said, there's like a gopher that looked like a pit bull. You got deer running through that place nuts. Like big boys, and nobody can hunt them.
Oh, you can't hunt them?
No.
Dude, deer people are crazy. Deer people, I'm surprised nobody jumps the fence and gets out there.
They tried.
Really?
Yeah. They tried. But, and they have little security here and there. Guy killed a big buck once, and he actually got fired.
Oh,
and he was a mechanic. Yeah, he was a mechanic for the city and got fired.
He was out there hunting on the landfill.
Yeah, he killed it, and then everybody saw it because you can't hunt it. So you're seeing this buck walk around like it was his area. He would be out in the middle of the day just walking the streets. You know, he didn't give a shit. He was gangster. But now they also put a guy, you know, on the hill to like keep the population down.
Oh wait, so there's a person that works on the landfill.
Yeah, well, they pay a guy who sleeps in a tent on the landfill that, you know, takes care of the deer population. Yep. You know, snips, tucks, cuts, you know, all kinds of things.
He
Big dark.
does you read what's it called? Neutralizes them.
Well, it's vasectomy.
Vasectomy?
And, you know, all kinds of.
So they're doing animal vasectomy out there on the landfill.
Anything to keep the population down.
That's beautiful. Man.
Yeah, and he sits out there in the cold.
And what does he do? He
darts them.
And they fall asleep.
Yeah.
And he slips over.
Snips, tucks.
Damn.
Oh, that's a wrap.
God.
Yep. But some get through something.
That fucking nut wrench. He just rolls up on him. Huh? That's fucking unreal, bro.
Yeah, man. Dude, sniper deer out in the middle of the landfill and shit. But that's what they do.
God.
Because, like you said, they would just run wild.
That fucking sperm next to that dude's out there fucking clipping bucks.
Probably sell it too.
Oh yeah, oh, dude, yeah. Oh, deer semen, dude. I'll fucking get rid of a quarter. 40 feet of my home here in Tennessee. Anybody will buy that shit.
Oh,
wow, that's I didn't know that was a job. Somebody lives in a tent on a landfill and euthanize or sedates and then vasectomies.
Yeah.
Deer.
They have to keep the population down. That's what they do.
Bears are moving across New York. It says right here, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation is urging residents to secure food sources that might attract bears, as bear sightings increase due to the animal search for high-calorie meals after winter hibernation.
Yeah, people. I just went to dinner with a couple friends of ours, me and my wife, and she's gonna kill me when I'm saying this, but and the wife's like, wait, they don't wait for off-peak hours and come over the bridge. You can't be serious. You think deer are running over a bridge like to get there. Like, no. You know, they see the forest. They're getting kicked out of their land. And they see it, so they swim over it.
Yeah, well, we had a guy. This guy was a medium-sized animal detective. He was on, and he had. He said that a lot of times, like animals will just get into your house because they don't know it's your house. They just their nature is getting destroyed, and so then they just go to like whatever seems like a place that's safe, you know.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's people's attic, you know, because a lot of people just find raccoons in the attic. Yep. In a lot of urban areas, but what else, dude? Okay, so that there's methane coming off of that trash block already when the compressors compress it.
Yeah, there's definitely a light smoke coming off of it.
If you threw a match in there, would it be flammable?
I wasn't trying that. You know, to me, like I said, we get done 2 hours. I can be done back at the garage, hanging out. You know, shower, done. If I get covered with any junk, it'd be done. I'm not paying attention to what comes out of the truck at that point.
Is there how big is that block that comes out of the truck? Like, show me with your hand. Like, how big is that block?
Oh, you know? What, out of the garbage truck?
Yeah, the one that gets compressed after it's full and it compresses it up.
Full garbage truck.
A full garbage truck.
You know, like I said, you look at 10 tons. I want to say the truck was 14 feet by maybe 8, 9 feet tall by with the garbage truck 12. The thing's the size of the room.
The block
that's how big the garbage is. You know, when I went to Staten Island, I was doing 6 tons. And that's like a totally different situation. That's like more just fluffs out. But when you're in Manhattan, you're packing and get that route. Yeah. That's just like, you know.
Does it just come out as like do you get to see the brick at the end?
Yeah, no, it's not like a brick where like it's going to come out as an actual brick and they pick it up and just like build a house with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's just falling apart like as it's coming out.
Okay.
Yeah, and then now they ship out the garbage from New York. They ship it to like Pennsylvania. They use it for landfill.
Okay.
Like you had said, like they fill those swamps and stuff, and then they build on it 10 years later. And then the son has a beer that brick.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, when your son's a fucking ball Santa at 5 years old.
Exactly.
You gotta work.
But they don't care.
You know, they don't care anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the issues. They say that a lot of people that's having autism, retardation, right? Retardation. You know, try to say it differently because some people don't feel it, but retardation. All kind of stuff like that, like brain problems for children, is because our water and food supply is so contaminated. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
It makes sense.
But they're not going to, you know, they're not going to test it. Somebody's making money off of it.
No.
So now
These days.
they're making money off of all those unfortunate cases.
Yeah.
You know? So
That's Chuck Schumer right there.
Why throw that off? You know?
Is there joy happening around the holidays, though? Is that an exciting time to be out and about? Like, because you get to at least be in this, like, there's a romanticization of people being in New York City around the holidays. Like, and I know you guys, your route ran early there. What time did your route run?
Yeah, we start at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you started at 6 a.m. So, but was it still fun to be in the holidays around that time, even though it was so cold, or it's just the worst time?
Yeah, no, it was still good times. You know, just a lot more people on the street. Even in those early days, you know, everybody's now coming in. You know, people want to see New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but to me, it's just a shithole. But,
yeah.
Yeah, that's New York.
Oh, yeah. People will come and stare at a shithole, you know? I mean, shit, they got porn sites at the basement. How long would it take you those routes in the city? How long does that take? How long does a trash route in the city take a garbage route?
It all depended on the day, the route. You know, your average was 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But by the time you got out there, you know, you start at 6, but you get out there like 6:30, quarter to 7, start the route. Right. Now you got to drive to Jersey to dump it. So by the time you get back to the garage, you're running, hustling to be able to sit down, you know, eat lunch for, you know, hour and a half and then go.
Okay.
Like it's not worth it now that I look at it. I killed my body for no reason.
So you get there at 6, you probably leave for work around 5 or something?
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get off it. You know, there's only one bridge to get, you know, Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan.
Okay.
The traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like, I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe y'all take a ferry or drive?
Drive.
Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8-hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We you know, it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
cool.
get done faster. But like I said, I look back now, I've had back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, and knee surgery. You know,
really?
Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up, and for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on, you know, on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, we did disc replacement.
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
Discectomy, L5S1?
I don't even know. LMNOP that I go, because it's just
Fucking pull that shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3, so, but my disc was still okay, so they kept them.
You could be a midget wrestler by next year.
Soon enough.
Wow,
Soon enough.
coming down.
Getting shorter and shorter as I go.
Oh, you'll be living at half mast. Dude. Yeah, somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey. It may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, you. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to fume is easy. And even fun, Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code Theo to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code Theo to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. You know, when you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text, whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job?
Yeah, and like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, all of them, I still talk to guys on the job. I'm like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
Like, so at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys that do 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off the light.
Oh, that's awesome.
Boom, hitting bumps, and
Yeah. Oh,
but then
y'all were doing drugs back then?
Ooh, I wasn't doing drugs. I never did that stuff.
Yeah, okay. You mean hitting bumps in the truck?
Hitting bumps. Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you then they cut the steps off the truck.
Why? To make it hard for you?
Well, pretty much. But the union was saying that, we all thought it was because we were getting done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, if we're getting done in 2-3 hours, they're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union.
Exactly.
Union is for
and we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around, play cards. Some others were, doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
Enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did. When I went to Staten Island, I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. He was my buddy, Eric. We were running. Like, I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm running, just running on the side of the truck. Just running house to house.
So it was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside of it.
Yeah, then we were running along. More guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah, lunch
Why is that?
Lunch always came with dessert, for what? A hoagie, and then add on some donuts, coffee.
You look fucking cut a cheesecake,
Exactly.
tiramisu around the fucking holidays,
Yeah.
In memory of fucking Big Carlos. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times if they only have 2 or children or less. You get a lot of, it's part of it. It's a little bit more cultural to be, So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys are getting paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time. Like you said, you're getting paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people doing
Yeah.
shirtless or not?
There were some guys that wore some, questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But like before I got on, like in '96, like all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Like before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a sanitation.
until up until '96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. That guy's like a Mini Cooper. Like they'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
A maximum Cooper. Bro.
Yeah.
That's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. But now it means everybody's got to get drug tested. Random drug tests, everything. '96 that started.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care, so they still went for it.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any partying on the job?
I had guys, one of my best guys, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Hey kid, stop over here. Run into the store, come out to
Oh yeah.
Then and they did the routes where every half hour it was a deli. Him and his partner. So if I filled in with him for his partner, like literally every time it was a half hour up, there was a different deli.
Oh, so they got
I'll
cheap
be right
for
back.
mortadella and 2 beers, huh?
Run in.
Crazy guy, brother, crazy.
Yeah. No, guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, What they started fucking everything in America is a penny pinch and fucking fiasco now. Nobody can have a fucking cheek full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, just to get through the workday.
There was one dude he was purple.
Why would happen to him?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
Yeah. His skin was awful.
Some people.
I don't even know if he's alive.
He's not. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it's
That
funny.
guy ain't alive, dude. Look, after Purple, it just
Yeah.
He turned into a BLM
White.
activist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking rat after that.
Right in the ground.
Oh man, and what about, was there a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on Jane, people would be like, was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party like that.
Yeah.
There was one guy, like right out of the '70s. My first day in Staten Island. So let's talk about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, '70s glasses, right out of hippie center.
Yeah.
Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island the first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove you with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. All right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets.
Wow.
So I'm just driving around.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's that smell? Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away.
Getting high, huh?
And then like half hour goes by. All right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Wow.
I'm still smelling. But some guys did it, and it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this guy looks anything like this shit.
And some guys just couldn't stop. No, not that crazy. Yeah,
Steve's
like bandana across his head.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I know what you're talking about.
circle glasses.
Yeah. Some guy who's fucking he listens to Springsteen, but he don't admit it, huh?
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, closet Springsteen listening.
Not telling people.
Yeah.
You know.
Shit in their beard and shit. But out in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it or not?
And then, listen, when you get to the suburbs, now it turns into, now you're dealing with homeowners. Like when you were in the buildings, you didn't, they didn't care.
Hey, you never saw them.
You know, never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You know, you're an idiot. Like, they don't care.
Oh, in a city, you can just drive and just yell
out anyway.
Yeah.
There's cabs beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
They come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas. Now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. So was bitching about that. Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah, like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5, so that you're not in their way.
Really? So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No, just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so
in
it's
New York.
so maybe upper echelon types or whatever.
Certain religion people,
Okay.
they have their
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood between
being up to 5. And those nasty.
Is it pretty nasty over there in their neighborhood?
Well, they just listen. It's not against them because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice, but then Passover comes and they throw everything out. They're like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this, and you get one truck on a block, and you just go up and down all day, and they throw everything out. Like I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything every
Passover,
year?
they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the garbage.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like it would be a garbage truck every block, and a fire truck. Fireman would have like 3 blocks because the kids are running around. Like, and I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like a just a? Are they training for like battle or something?
No, it's just the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals. Oh yeah. Oh. I blocked a bus one day, and that's what I'm saying. Like, and that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck. The streets early this time, blah blah blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I help them up on the block, and they're blowing up on. They have their own police, their own people, and they tell you gotta move the truck. I'm like, dude, I'm almost done with the block. I'm not moving the truck. Yeah. The little kid gets off. Thing moving. I'm like, what are they? What
No
goes
respect,
on?
huh?
What goes on here?
I don't know. I got a bunch of good. There aren't any Orthodox ones, like some OJs, I think, or whatever. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I shared a room at I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. He brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple, and he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, he'd hide with the shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue out. He got was a perv. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bait, he's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. Fucking at 4 a.m., when Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, the shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, they moved again.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking. It was 104 degrees outside, and this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
They got some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
It's all the same.
It's garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was ruling. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. That's how bad the truck smells. Once you're in it, you don't know anymore. Like you don't smell nothing.
You're used to it, huh?
So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it's awful. Because you would rub up on the bag and the cat just pissed on it. And like you were saying with the truck. Now we get in, me and my partner, and I know like bags stay far away from. I'm big enough guy, long enough arms. I kept that shit away. So I never let the bags touch my legs. Now looking up on him, you got hit. He's like, "What do you mean?" I said, "You don't smell that." Because now you get in, it's even cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, and you smell that. Turn cat piss up,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
It's disgusting. It's the worst smell out.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss, and we would do a hair dryer. Fucking piss was just don't do it on the door by our room. Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Oh, the summer's the best.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that was pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst? You think?
Nah.
Okay, all the same.
In Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. They were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy it? And then I became a college man, and like, then I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
Trash Island, all that. But it just didn't smell.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. There's something almost something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was the big thing in our area. You bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would get wet, hose each other down, and then run through the smoke until you look all black. You'd be out there that's a good thing. It would be you would just. It wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like burning trash. But you definitely look a little smoky out of it, It was just something to do,
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
What the difference is, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person.
You're dealing with humans.
You're dealing with people who own the garden. Like it's their house to house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking for it, right? When you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people, it was your wife's time of the month.
Oh, yeah.
My wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. It. When the bag's ripped, your life is in front of me. And I ain't picking for it.
Right. And it's crazy how quick you see things. So, dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I'll give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was that the bags I had brought them from home or something, put them together or whatever. Right? I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Right. No idea what was in them, dude. So we crack a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there off of in Alphabet City, bro.
Ooh, that was nasty stuff.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something we did with trash in the city. What about was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? That ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking?
They didn't notice you.
Trying to run that hand clam out on you, bro.
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. But this shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was gonna give it to you, but it says, "Put out your can. Here comes the garbage." I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady, huh? Yeah.
But, with her ass hanging in the
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, waking people up, in their way. Other than that, you were not. It was crazy because nobody even knew. They never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Until I don't remember the year, but the New York Post or Daily was one of those shit papers in New York. They posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted to play.
Yeah.
When they see you making 6 figures, picking garbage up. Oh, my guy, this and that. Now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes on,
But prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal and people saw he's making money,
jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about him, say he's racist, that he's using his name,
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job, right? Starting first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think I had to guess 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, with the snow, and all that stuff, I think my first year I made 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to do that. New York doesn't stop, so you're on call all day. 12-hour shifts. I've worked up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31 inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. it happens. So but you can make that money. I just had a guy just retired making almost $200,000 taking college. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, heat up, kind of hated his family. So, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this is why this guy works all the time.
Yeah, this says bottom 36.3. This must be old, though.
No, I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 per year.
And that's not old.
Right, so that's not happening overtime. That's what you get for $600. Wow. You can almost double that.
Easy. Guys are doubling it easy.
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love. Yeah, that was like when we were growing. Yeah, I used to throw beers to the guys. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island, and those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. He's like, yeah, you were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, we had like a porch out front. I dropped the beers down to the guys. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. Dude had like a white beater on and like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Just gagging through the streets.
Dude, shit. Yeah, dude's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge it. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
You really are. Because, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making noise. People only gate, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're making money.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole.
I got to put more garbage out. Yeah. And then they would turn into, well, it's your job. Pick this up. Here, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you, like...
Yeah, just they always tell you, oh, yeah, I pay you salary. So we always used to keep, like, nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, yeah, all right, each person gives you a nickel a year. And I would throw the nickel out. Here's your money. Get the fuck out of my truck. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because, you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledged me, like I said, that nobody knew us, thank you went a long way with me. I'd take everything. I don't care. But when you look at me like, oh, I pay your salary and look down to me, your stuff would stay there for months.
I'll fucking put it back.
I'll throw it right back on the curb.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up and the next day fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. Make him think he's crazy, bro. What about... What's that?
You had that a lot. People were very,
people thought they owned you.
Yep. I pay your salary and all that.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have the bootleg garbage man, We started our own service. A guy who took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it.
To make the back of the truck taller. Fit more beds.
Yeah, bro, that dude was fucking... our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he'd go to the rural routes, get him to look at the garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. You talk, couches, beds, everything, even the recycling. We take refrigerators and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, we had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of a garbage truck?
What's up?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, with the recycling trucks now, like the city guys. So now they would pull you up, be like, oh, you got to go and throw it in the regular garbage truck. Garage, you're running, hustling, but to be able to sit down, eat lunch.
Bonjour.
An hour and a half in the garage.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
It's not worth it now that I look at it.
How you doing?
Living the dream, baby.
So you get there at 6, you probably leave for work around 5 or something?
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get off it. There's only the one bridge to get, Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan.
Okay.
The traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like, I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe I'll take a ferry or drive.
Drive.
Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8 hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
cool.
get done faster. But like I said, I look back now, after having back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, and knee surgery.
Really?
Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up. And for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago.
Wow, would you have disc replacement?
No, they went in, I had discectomy.
Discectomy, L5S1?
I don't even know. Elemental P that I go because it's just.
Pull the shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3, but my disc was still okay, so they kept them.
Dude, you'll be a midget wrestler by next year.
Soon enough.
Wow, you'll be coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as I go.
Oh, you'll be living at half mast. You'll be like somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey, it may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy. And even fun, Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code Theo to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code Theo to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. When you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text, whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job?
Yeah, like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, I still talk to guys on the job. I'm like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
So at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps on the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, whipping. I mean, I had guys that do 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off your light.
Oh, that's awesome.
Boom, hitting bumps, and
Yeah. Oh,
but then
y'all were doing drugs back then?
I wasn't doing drugs. I never did that stuff.
Okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
hitting
truck?
bumps? Oh,
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, then they cut the steps off the truck.
Why? To make it hard for you?
Well, pretty much, but the union was saying that, we all thought it was because we were getting done too fast.
Okay.
And listen, it's reality. Like, if we're getting done in 2-3 hours, they're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union. What
Exactly.
a union is for.
And we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. Some guys would, hang around with their cards. Some others would, doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
Enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, to rush and run around. But that's what I did when I went to Staten Island. I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. Dude, my buddy Eric, we were running. I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm running, just running on the side of a truck, just running house to house.
So it was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, it was pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off,
Oh, then you got to run alongside of it.
Yeah, then we were running along. More guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah, lunch
Why
always
is that?
Lunch always came with dessert, for what? A hoagie, and then add on some donuts, coffee.
Pumpkin cutter cheesecake,
Exactly.
tiramisu around the fucking holidays,
Yeah.
in memory of fucking Big Carlos. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. People have a beer at lunch a lot of times if they only have 2 children or less. You get a lot of, it's a little bit more cultural to eat, So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys are getting paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time. Like you said, you're getting paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time? Or what is the, you have people doing shirtless or not?
There were some guys that wore some, questionable stuff.
Oh, yeah.
But, before I got on, in 96, all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
But you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a sanitation truck?
Up until 96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. That guy's like a Mini Cooper. They'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
A maximum Cooper, bro. Yeah. That's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. And now it means everybody's got to get drug tested, random drug tests, everything. 96 that started.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care, so they still went for it.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any party on the job?
Ooh. I had guys, one of my best guys, God rest his soul, literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Hey, kids, stop over here. Run into the store, come out from Toho.
Oh, yeah.
And they did the routes where every half hour there was a deli. Him and his partner, so if I filled in with him, for his partner, literally every time it was a half hour up, there was a different deli.
Oh, so they got cheap for mortadella and 2 days, huh?
Run in.
Crazy guy. Crazy.
Yeah. No, guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, What they started fucking everything in America is a penny pinching fucking fiasco now. Nobody can have a fucking cheek full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, just to get through the work day.
There was one dude that he was purple.
What happened to him?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
Yeah. His skin was awful. I don't even know if he's alive.
He's not. I'll tell you.
It's
that guy ain't alive, dude. Look, after purple, it just he turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah,
it's a fucking rat after that.
Right in the ground.
Oh man, and what about, was a lot of uppers? Because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on Jane, know people be caught, like was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party like that. Yeah. You know, there was one guy, like right out of the 70s. My first day in Staten Island. So when we spoke about this day, like the other one, not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, 70s glasses, right out of hippie century. Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove me with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. So I'm like, all right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets. Wow. So I'm just driving around. Yeah. I'm like, what's that smell? He was hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away.
Getting high, huh?
And then like half hour go by. All right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready. I'm still like, but some guys did it, and it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this.
Some guys just couldn't stop. Yeah. No, not that crazy. Yeah, Stevie's like bandana across his head.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I know what you're talking about.
Like circle glasses.
Yeah. Some guy who's fucking. He listens to Springsteen, but he don't admit it, huh?
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, closet Springsteen.
Definitely not telling people.
Yeah. Once you get into Staten Island, things changing because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines of trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines. You're right there. It's coming out of the chute. You're fucking, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But out in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it or not?
Listen, when you get to the suburbs, now it turns into you're dealing with homeowners. Like when you were in the buildings, you didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
Never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. Like they don't care.
Oh, in the city, you could just drive and just yell.
Out anyway. Yeah, there's cabs beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
Then you come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas, now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. So who's bitching about that? Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Yeah. So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No. Just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so so maybe upper echelon types or whatever.
Certain religion people.
Okay.
They have their.
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in the neighborhood.
Bingo. Wow. That was nasty.
Is it pretty nasty over there in their neighborhood?
Well, they just listen. It's not against them because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then Passover comes and they throw everything out. They're like 5, 6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this like that. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this, and you get one truck on a block, and you just go up and down all day, and they throw everything out. Like I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything.
Passover, they throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the garbage.
Why? It's just part of the tradition.
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like it would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck. Firemen would have like 3 blocks because the kids are running around. Like, and I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like a are they training for like battle or something?
Oh, it's the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals. Oh yeah. Oh. I blocked a bus one day, and then that's what I'm saying. Like then that's when they get into we don't want them on the truck. The streets early. This kind of blah blah blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I held them up on the block, and they're blowing up. They have their own police, their own people, and they tell you gotta move the truck. I'm almost done with the truck. I'm not moving the truck. Yeah. The little kid gets off his finger. Wow.
What are they? No
goes on?
respect, huh?
What goes on here?
I don't know. I got a bunch of good friends. There aren't any Orthodox with friends though. Some OJs, I think, and whatever. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I shared a room at I shared. I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. And he brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple, and he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, he'd eyes of the shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue out. His guy was a perv. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bait, you know. He's in there making burn ends or whatever. At 4 a.m., you know, when Allah says he can. It was just
with a magnifying glass.
Yeah, the shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud comes, he's like, damn it, they moved again.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking. It was 104 degrees outside, and this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
They wear some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat, bro. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
It was all the same.
It's garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was ruined. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. That's how bad the truck smells. Once you're in it, you don't know it. Like you don't smell nothing.
You're used to it, huh?
So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it was awful. Because you would rub up on a bag that a cat just pissed on. And like you were saying with the truck. Now we get in, me and my partner, and I know like bags stay far away from me. You know, I'm big enough guy, long enough arms. I kept that shit wet. I never let the bags touch my legs. And I look at my partner. You got hit. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that. Because now you get in, it's even cold out. You close the doors, you put the heat on, and you smell that. Turn cat piss up, you know.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's disgusting. The worst smell out there.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss, and we would do a hair dryer over it. Just to fucking piss my sister off. Do it under the door by her room. Fuck her, dude.
Awful.
Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Well, the summers are bad.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, it's, you know, there was some point, you know, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that's pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst, do you think?
No.
Okay, all the same.
In Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump before they closed it. It was awful, the smell. And they were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy it? And then I became a college man, and like, then I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get, you know, shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
You know, Trash Island, you know, all that. But it just didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. You know, there's something something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like, when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was the big thing in our area. You know, you bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would, like, get wet, like, hose each other down and then run through the smoke. So you look all flat, you know, you'd be out there like, you know, it's different. It would be like, yeah, you know, you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, it was just like burning trash. But you definitely looked a little smoky by the end, you know. It was just something to do, you know.
Yeah.
What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
So the difference is, yeah, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person now. Because you're picking you're dealing with people who own the golf. Like it's their house to house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking for it, right? You know, when you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people, you know, it was your wife's time of the month.
Oh, yeah.
You know, my wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. You know it. And the bag's ripped. Your life is in front of it. And I ain't picking through it.
Right, but and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm gonna open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was like at the bags. I had like brought them from home or something, put them together, whatever. Right?
Sure.
I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Bro, I had no idea what was in it, dude. So we had people, we crack a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there up above in Alphabet City, bro.
Ooh, that was nasty.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something we did with trash. Was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? Has that ever happened on the route once you got into the houses? Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking...
They didn't notice you.
Trying to run that can clam out on you, bro?
Oh, that's why I wore the shirt. My brother, this shirt's 25 years old.
Really?
I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady, huh? Yeah.
But, you know, with her ass hanging in the wind.
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, you know, waking people up, you know, in their way. Other than that, you were not, like, it was crazy because nobody even knew, they never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Until, I don't remember the year, but like the New York Post or Daily News, one of those shit papers in New York, they posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted to talk.
Yeah.
When they see you making 6 figures, picking garbage up. Oh, my guy, this and that. Now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes on,
but prior to that, they could care less.
That same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal and people saw like, oh, he's making money,
jump on his tracks.
Now they all fucking want to write articles about it, say he's racist, that he's using his name, you know?
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job, right? Starting first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think I had to guess 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, with the snow and all that stuff, you know, I think my first year I made like almost 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. You know, New York doesn't stop. So you're on call all day, you know, 12-hour shifts. I'd work up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. You know, 31 inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So you can make that money. I just had a guy just retired, making almost 200 grand. Wow. Picking garbage. But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, you know, kind of hated his family. So, you know, and you get it. When you meet these families, you're like, yeah, this is why this guy works over.
Yeah, this says bottom 30%, 36.3. This must be old, though.
No, I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 a year.
And that's not overtime.
Right, so that's not overtime. That's what you get for 6 figures. Wow. You can almost double that.
Easy. Wow. Guys are doubling the easy.
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like when we were growing. I used to love 20 years to the guys. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island, and those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. Don't remember? He's like, yeah, you were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of were like, yeah, you had we had like a porch out front. You know, up front, dropping his down to the guys. But like I was saying, they didn't wear uniforms back then. Dude had like a white beater on and like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Just gagging through the streets.
Dude wearing shit. Yeah, dude's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking...
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge you. Yeah. You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
You really are. Because, yeah, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making noise. People only gate you. Yeah, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're making money.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole.
These guys, I got to put more garbage out.
Yeah.
You know, and then they would turn into, well, it's your job. You know, pick this up. Yeah, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you, like...
Yeah, just they always tell you, oh yeah, I pay your salary. So we always used to keep like nickels and dimes in the truck, and I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back, because they would always say like, all right, each person gives you a nickel a year, and I would throw the nickel out. Here's your money. Get the fuck out of here. You gotta take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, don't no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledged me, like I said, that we were, nobody knew us. Thank you went a long way with me. I take everything. I don't care. But when you look at me like, oh, I pay you a salary and look down to me,
Yeah.
Good things. Yeah. Your stuff would stay there for months.
Yeah, I'll fucking put it back.
Yeah. I'll throw it right back on your curb.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up and the next day fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. Make him think he's crazy, bro. What about what's that?
You had that a lot. People were very,
People thought they
pushy.
owed you.
Yep.
Yeah.
I pay your salary and all that.
Fuck you. That's what I say to that, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have the bootleg garbage man, who started their own service. A guy who took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it. You know what I'm talking about?
Make the back of the truck a little taller.
Yeah, that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he'd go to the rural routes, get him a little bit of garbage, man.
Well, because we used to take everything. You talk, couches, beds, everything. We were recycling. We take refrigerators and all that stuff.
Really?
Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, you had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of the garbage truck?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to 2 sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, with the recycling trucks now that the city gets. So now, they would call you up, be like, oh, you got to go and throw it in the regular garbage truck.
So a recycling truck is a different truck?
Different truck. It's split down the middle. There's like a, 28-inch side on this side and a 3-foot side on the other side. Okay. So the truck is split into 2, so you could pick up paper and you could pick up metal, glass, any stoves, stuff like that you put on the other side.
On the metal side?
Yeah, on the metal side.
Okay. Wow, and how do you decipher that? Because a lot of times people put a recycling bin, a recycling garbage can out there.
It's got to be separated. But I didn't. We used to drive early days. We used to open the sides of the truck. There's a door, so the mechanics and stuff could get in there and work on the compactor and stuff. We used to bring the blades all the way home, open the side hatch, and drive the streets. And while I was driving, you were in the back loading. But I was throwing stuff in the side of the truck while you were in the back. So we were just loading the whole truck, the whole block.
With whatever.
Just I didn't care.
Yeah.
It all winds up in the same place.
Does it?
A good amount of it. The paper is recycled, 100%. Everybody gets crazy with the bottles and the glass and all that. Unfortunately, I tell people the truth and they never want to hear it. Cans and stuff, yes. Metal, they recycle. The bottles, they just break it up and it winds up in the landfill. Colored glass was like gold to them.
Really?
And they stopped using it there. Glass is cheaper to make than it is to recycle and all that. It's too expensive.
So colored glass, what do you mean? Why was colored glass so valuable?
Just because now you had to pigment it and put color into it, the regular glass, so it costs more to make.
Oh.
So like if you got, like a green glass, it already has it.
Yeah.
They stopped using all that, like all the beer bottles and stuff.
Yeah.
They don't use that.
I remember Sprite used to come in like a green bottle. That was crazy, bro. That fucking Sprite, bro.
Now they're jamming you all up. You think it's Sprite Zero.
Sprite Zero, dude. I'm up in the closet, bro. I'm full of Sprite.
Give me full with no caffeine.
Yeah, I'm pure sugar, bro. Were there some accidents with the trucks? How dangerous did it get for people? Because if people didn't have commercial driver's license and they were driving those trucks in the beginning, was there a lot of was there casualties? Was there?
Yeah, guys would do. There were a few guys that passed away. And it was more of just people's stupidity. I had one guy, I don't know why he was holding something going in the truck on a brick in his arm.
The truck, it pulled it in?
Dude, literally next time I saw him, he had like this mechanical, like 3-finger metal thing.
Oh, like a skill crane?
Yeah, he was like picking up like teddy bears and shit.
Get you a fucking Care Bear.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Well, my hand got stuck. He said his hand got stuck and sucked him in. Yeah.
Is it a blade right there?
Mm-hmm. And another guy was holding paper in New York that would wrap the bundles of paper before all this technology came out. These big massive bundles of it. He had the paper in the back of the truck. And literally almost slid off with all his fingers because his fingers were caught in the string. And when the truck closed, it tightened the string up so much, it looked like a ring got caught on all four of his. We used to go to sanitation everywhere.
Okay.
That was our major sound. A little more like needed on it.
Yeah.
Compared to the other.
Yeah, and I guess we'll find out, even through the course of this chat, if it's, where does it kind of land, I think, and that's one of the reasons, I just want to learn all about the industry. So, you in what area were you in?
I started in Manhattan, grew up in Staten Island.
Okay.
Started in Manhattan, I did almost 2 years, and then switched over to Staten Island and finished my career there. I did 18 years in Staten Island.
Damn, you did 18 years. Thank you for your service,
Yeah,
first of all. So how do you get into it? How does it even start? Like, is it a family thing? Like your father picks you, just like picks you up when you're young and fucking puts you in a recycling bin or something like, how does it,
it's rule of thumb in New York. Like, you take the city test.
Okay.
College don't work out, you pull back on a city job, sanitation, police, fire.
So those are different city tests, or those are different options?
Yep, and different tests.
Okay, so a lot of people that don't go to college in New York, they'll fall back into that, and those are one of the options.
Right.
So you take a different test. So you took a sanitation test.
Yes.
Wow.
And it was sad, but it was a joke.
Really?
Like one of the questions I'll never forget. Never forget. How would you pick up this pile of dirt? And there was like a garbage truck. Like you can't use that. And then there was like a shovel with a broom, which of course that's what you use. And then just like a rake, like just crazy. And it's like, but people get these things wrong.
Oh yeah, you see somebody raking dirt all the time, and usually yell a slur at them up the inside to me. But so you take the test. How many people go take the test? Do you take it at like a center? Is it like, it's not like, where do they do it? It's not like a MSG or something like that.
No, they use like public schools.
Okay.
Like anything that they have available.
Okay.
High schools, grammar schools, whatever they have.
Okay, so you roll up like the night before. Do you get a lot of sleep? Do you like show up with like, are you kind of prepared for it? Or do you think it's going to be so easy?
No, yeah. They get you the book. Like they have a book.
Oh, there's a
to
book.
Take the test.
Okay.
And like after the second page, you're like, all right, this I can't read this book. It's worse than when you went into reading the book. You're like, wait, what's going on? So yeah, my test, over 100,000 people signed up, but they did a lottery. So, and everybody has to pay the $30, $35, whatever it is.
When you sign up, you have to pay.
Yeah, you send your form in with the money. But my test, they only did it this one time. They only let 30,000 people take the test. So those other 70,000 didn't even get to take it.
Yeah, but they
They
still
just
paid the
took their
money.
money. It's just like anything else.
Oh,
They get their money in. They'll get their money.
Wow, bro, that's crazy.
Yeah.
So now you got 70,000 people who are pissed at the city.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so you take the test. You're in there. You now. How long does it take to get your score?
Takes they give you a few months, I'd say. Yeah, a few months until you get your score. I mean, come on. If I wish I was trying to get the test again.
Really?
And I was actually in there with high school friends, and they were running out. I was the last student in the test. Like what's going on? And I'm not the smartest guy in the world. I'm like, what is going on? So I rushed through the last two questions.
Yeah.
Guess we can go down.
Yeah, those two.
Wow. So I got a 103 out of 105.
Oh dang. Okay. So now are you looked at like you come in as a pretty high rank then? Like are you like?
Yeah. So they give like veterans and stuff extra like credit, well deserved. And like I think my list was I want to say it was like 348.
Okay.
Out of the 30,000, 15. I forget what the number was.
So you were in the top 400.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I was hired within a year.
Okay.
And
So you still are waiting a year to get hired.
Yeah.
And why is this? Is there no job positions? What is it? Is it a busy industry?
Yeah, well, you gotta wait till people retire.
Oh, okay.
They have a set number, and that's what they go on.
Okay. All right. So so if somebody finally retires or something happens to them, and then now you get called in, right?
Yeah.
Where were you when you got the call?
Probably just home doing something stable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will. Yeah.
I've done that.
I was still working in Manhattan. I was a court runner for my cousin.
Okay.
So I was working.
Yeah.
But my mother said, "Listen, if you retired in 20 years, you got to take it." I was 21. I wanted to, you know what 21-year-olds do.
Yeah. Nothing. Yeah, dude,
Sure.
it's great.
No, but you want to go out and party, and like that's where your life starts.
Right.
Parties. And when I grew up in Staten Island, where we were going to bars at 16, 17 years old.
Right. So you
I
did do
already
it. Yeah. And so did your mother say, "Look, I think this is something you should do"?
Oh no, she was like, "No, you're doing it."
Oh wow.
But thankfully enough, because she saw the end of it.
Right.
She said, "You want to be working till 60, 70, 80 years old? Is that really what you want?" Yeah. So there is the light at the end, but
you got a handy good frame.
Yeah. Listen, it's better than any other job. I'll put it that way.
Wow. Okay. Well, I got to know more then, man. So, all right. So you get in, you're hired, you're excited. You get your first day. Like, how does that really go? And do you go to like a training camp or whatever? Do you guys?
Yeah, they send you to the driving training.
Okay.
And then they teach you on dump trucks.
Okay.
So that's like 2-3 weeks. They do your road test. You get your CDLs, your license to drive the trucks.
Okay.
Now, then like 2 days they'll bring out, and this is in Randall's Island.
Okay.
And I think they did 2 days. They bring the garbage truck out.
Okay.
There's 2 steering wheels.
There's 2 steering wheels in the truck.
There's 2 steering wheels.
And you got to pick which one you would use. No.
Well, no, it all depended on what street you were on. Like if you were picking the right side of the street up, you could drive from the right so you're close. So you can know. Because that's the biggest thing on the job. You got to put that thing where your partner wants it to make the day go easy. Okay. If I got to start dragging garbage around cars and everything else now, we're not having to do that.
And then when you get back in the truck, there's beef when you're in the cabin.
Yeah, oh yeah.
See, it's like it's oh yes. Okay.
They got rid of it. So it's just a left side and a right side.
Okay.
Driving from the right, round upon.
Yeah.
Driving on the right side. You got it. It's a whole different driving situation.
Every now and then you meet some fellow trying to drive right. Saying nothing,
but in Staten Island, it was like a law. Like you had to drive from the right.
Okay, so there's certain places you guys so in that instance, you just go to the other side of the car, and for that length of the truck, today's trucks still have that. Okay, great. Okay, cool. I didn't know that, man. That's really cool. Because, dude, one time I was dude over there, and this, I think the car I was in was like it was a Toyota Tercel, bro, and the trunk was missing. I remember the dude's car. So there was this total wind current, like constantly, just happening in the vehicle, and it's and I remember driving that just out of sheer fear, like this guy's out of his fucking mind. And he popped the brake and kind of smiled at me and shit. I'm like, this dude's fucking flirting with me, bro. I'm trying to learn, this dude's trying to, touch a child or whatever. All right, so you get the first day, man. How did your first day on the job go?
They literally, my garage, they tell you, hey, show up on this time, 6 a.m., West Side, 30th Avenue. Manhattan 6 was my first garage. So I'm like, all right, over near Javits Center. Okay. All right, so it's right a block down from there.
Okay, so you get down there. Do you go down there a lot or not?
No. When you work in Manhattan, you want to stay out of it. Deal with it all week, deal with nonsense. Yeah. Anytime I worked in Manhattan, I just never wanted to party.
Yeah, 100%.
Couldn't stand it.
All right, so you get down there,
yeah, so I get there and, you know, you're meeting all these guys. I met a few when I signed up, the new guys who came in with, I think, 11 new guys. So I knew them by face. I didn't really get to know anybody.
Oh yeah, I just watched Band of Brothers. Have you seen that?
No.
No. It's-
No, and you're meeting, like, you know, there's some old timers on there that don't like the new kids on there.
Really, huh?
Yeah, they got, like, you know, grumbling you know, junior stuff, this and that. Yeah. Whatever. So they're like, all right, here, they hand me a piece of paper. And so go pick this guy up on 2nd and 20th. We had these sections all around Manhattan where guys would go because the garage wasn't big where I was at.
Okay.
So you would have section guys show up there, garage guys show up at the garage all the time.
Okay.
And I'm like, wait. I had to like think to myself, like, I'm gonna drive this garbage truck. Never drove in a city street. Where we were driving up Randall's Island, we were going in a circle.
Okay.
So now you put cars, people.
So you're in the
cabs.
truck downtown.
Yeah, and now they're like, oh, go pick up this partner. Never drove a truck in Manhattan. Let alone you probably driven a car or been in a car in Manhattan. It's not fun.
Oh, it's alarming.
It's crazy.
And so now you're driving the truck, and is it?
It's
scary.
Your first day, you know, your whole thing is the mirrors.
Yeah.
You know, worrying about you. It's a truck. You know, it's not a car.
Yeah.
I got there.
Okay.
And let's put it that way.
All right.
And
We'll say
that
that.
was all right. But I didn't hit nobody. No hurt nobody. And then I picked this dude up.
Okay.
Like 35 years old.
Oh, he's been in there, bro.
Scraggly looking guy. Big beard.
Yeah.
Come on, kid. You're with me. Here we go.
Come on, kid. You know?
Yeah. So you know what you're falling into that.
Right. He's suddenly setting in stone. You know.
Yeah. He might have been one of the drivers.
Oh,
guys
yeah.
where you were at.
He might have been one of
Missing
them
truck.
lurking.
The way he said it, kind of scared me. You know.
Oh, I bet if you pluck a hair out of his beard and test it for 9-year-olds, you know, who knows what'll come back, you know? But yeah.
Bing. But yeah, dude. And everybody's like looking at you. Because it's like you got stuck with this.
Oh, really, huh?
So that's right away. All right. And like rule of thumb, first thing they teach you, do not stand behind the truck while the back of the truck is silent. This dude was looking for everything in the truck.
Really?
He had all kinds of shit in his beard. Oh, it was nasty. And he didn't even care. Like, it was just, like, it was awful.
He's just back there just freaking catching that hot
They
tide,
were
huh?
just flying out. Hey, you looking for, like, and looking at me like I'm not in there with him. Like, I'm just throwing it in to get rid of it, dude. I'm not here to dig through it. Pulling out like Spider-Man figures, like like crazy.
Oh yeah, and that would go right in line with one of those kids.
Exactly. Driver's ed teacher, definitely. That was his first job.
So he's just back there, just collecting samples from the area. Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, and now when he gets back in the truck, like, what's the inside of the cab? Does it smell pretty bad?
It's a mess. You know, until you get your own truck, like I had, you know, once I got the truck, where you get time on the job, you get a route, like there's cleaning supplies, like we wiped our truck out every day, it was spotless, right? But when you had guys that just didn't give a crap, you know, it was filth.
Oh. And what kind of gear are you wearing? What kind of gear is a New York City garbage man, sanitation engineer? What type of gear are y'all locked in?
Just regular, you know, dicky pants with a t-shirt. Winter sweatshirt, you know.
Not a wetsuit or nothing like that.
No, there were days you needed it.
Oh, like that.
Yeah, it was when it rained itself.
Oh. Yeah, I would think you would go full plastic, you know, like.
Well, gloves and boots were like number one.
Yeah.
That was always like, that's where you spent your money.
Okay.
Your pants, it is what it is. Yeah. You can wash them.
Oh. Okay, so now you got this kind of guy rolling with you. How long does that shift go?
I was out there for a while. Because he's big, looking for treasures.
Oh, this dude, really? So he's a real hunter.
It was a 5, 6, 7 hour, you know, route. Where normally routes take about 2 hours.
Okay, wow, really? So this guy's just out there and he just likes to collect. Now, are some of these men just really collectors and they kind of hide masquerading as sanitation workers?
They do that, or some of these guys get this stuff and sell it. They have business.
Really?
They go to like, you know, flea markets and shit. Yeah. You have no idea. One dude in Staten Island, I didn't even give him the shout out. But anyway,
Yeah, fuck it, but yeah, tell me.
dude, it was like Sanford and Son on his roof, leaving the garage on this. Like he'd take, furniture, this, that, everything. Yeah. And you would catch him at the flea market. And the dude, listen, from what was told, he had over $1 million from what he collected and sold in a bank account.
Wow. So you worked in Manhattan and you worked in Staten Island. Yeah. You can sit this out here too.
Totally different. Totally different setup. So Manhattan, like the buildings, it's all buildings.
Right.
House to house, we used to call it. So you go like L. And that's maybe on like 10 blocks, like where I was at. But you get like one building on a corner of just 62nd and 42nd. I mean, there's 2,000 beds on it. And they use called sausage beds.
Okay.
So they have compactors in the buildings that literally compact these things. And then the guys knock the ends. And they're, anywhere from 3 feet to, 4 or 5 feet long.
Oh, yeah. It's like somebody making
sausage beds.
Yeah.
And they were not like.
Really? So you got that long dog, huh? Hey, could somebody have put a body in one, you think?
Oh, yeah. You could put a body in anyone. I ain't looking. Yeah. I know the 2 days, I'm not. I could give a damn.
Yeah, that dude fucking.
I would tell people all the time, the minute you want to do that, just put it in a bag. I ain't looking.
Oh, that dude's selling fingers on Etsy.
Exactly. Yep.
That dude's out there, yeah. That dude's out there fucking slinging shin bones.
But it's
so somebody could put a body in one of those bags, zip it out to the garbage guy. These days everybody's watching you. You Google something, you get an ad for it. You whisper something to your cousin. Next thing you know, you're getting advertisements for Tootsie Rolls or something. We're all being monitored. It feels like that's why you need a VPN. With ExpressVPN, 100% of your traffic is rerouted through their encrypted servers, so no one can see a thing. You can search for whatever you want. You want to geo-track a Wolverine or a woman across town or a man. You would love a man. You can do it. Nobody will know. ExpressVPN works on all your devices, whether you browse the internet on your phone, tablet, computer. You can use up to 5 devices at the same time under one ExpressVPN subscription. So stop letting people invade your privacy right now. Get 3 extra months of ExpressVPN for free. You go to expressvpn.com/Theo. That's expressvpn.com/THEO. expressvpn.com/Theo. You don't know you're a bad cook until you know it. I remember one time I heated up a can of pears, and it got so hot I couldn't even get in the can. Burned both of my hands, the front and the back of my hand. But you got to have good cookware as well. That's what I'm here to tell you about today is HexClad. That's right. No longer using your roommate's dishes, guys. HexClad has revolutionized the cookware industry with a hybrid pan that gives you all the convenience and cleanup of non-stick, the versatility of your grandma's cast iron, and they are so durable. Gosh, you could do a ribeye in it, you could do a thing, you could make a wedding cake in it, and they last a lifetime. They will outlast you. They will be in your will. We're serious. They have a lifetime warranty just in case you find a way to destroy them while you're making your ramen noodles for some stranger you met on social media. Gordon Ramsay might be the toughest critic in the world, and these are the pots and pans that he uses at home and in his Michelin star restaurants. HexClad. Support our show and check them out at hexclad.com/Theo. That's at HEXCLAD/THEO. Listeners get 10% off their order by going to that link. Just go to hexclad.com/Theo. So a way to get, if you decided to decease somebody or kill somebody, I don't like to use that term, but make somebody be dead immediately in front of you. Let's say that. in New York City, you could put them into the chute in your building, the trash chute.
Well, I wouldn't do that. Like that's a little much. But if you had, access to the compactor,
Okay.
then I think it's different. But if you're gonna shoot through 13 flights down, I mean, somebody's about to hear. There's got to be some blood.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, somebody's gonna hear a wristwatch.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Somebody's watch is gonna connect, and something's gonna ping in. And, how that goes.
Right. So if you could get the body down in the compactor, there's a chance it could just be thrown out in one of those sausage bags.
Wow. Yeah, we used to do. You would have cars parked so tight, and there's 30. Just saying, a smaller stop. There's 15, 20, 30 bags. Yeah, I'm like, oh, sad thing for this Jaguar owner. I would literally, because I would tell you, I was 21. I was stupid.
Oh yeah.
I would grab them both sides, slide them right across the hood.
The Jaguar?
Whatever
fuck
car
rich
was that?
people, dude.
Yeah, whatever car was that.
Bro, I fucking, there's nothing better than doing something for the fucking rich, boy.
Well, they just didn't care.
Oh yeah.
They had no respect for me, so now it's like, all right.
Oh, because they park illegally.
No, they're parked legally, but they give you no space. So now those bags, they're heavy, and I get it. Everybody would say, well, we don't know, we're not bothered.
Right.
But now you're gonna go to the body shop.
Yeah.
Fix your shit. Well, you're done.
Yeah, dude. I remember when I used to go over to rich people's houses. My buddy Jeff would steal. So he had a whole collection of silverware, and we were poor. So it was like everybody was rich. You know what I'm saying? We knew people. If you had a fucking front door, bro, you had a little bit of money. So like we fucking Jeff had silverware from everybody, dude. And then if I went over to rich people's houses, a lot of times I would hit my nose when they weren't looking to feed a fucking bullet to their dog.
Oh man, what did you get out of that? What was the thought process of getting out of that?
I think for me it was something like start from the bottom, like you convince these animals to fucking work for you, little kid. You know what I'm saying? It was like I'm gonna. They may think they're doing all this and all of that, but who's fucking feeding? Yeah, so
I get it. I mean,
it was like I'm taking things to the lowest. It's like I'm just like I don't know. It's probably like some Lord of the Flies shit.
Yeah.
So you got the big sausage bags in the city, right?
Yeah, and the city is just it's multiplied crazy. Like there were times where you knew that, like if their compactors were broke, like it was awful. Man,
really?
Because now they put out, so they could probably fit, I'd say, a normal 4 or 5 bags of garbage in one of these sausage bags. But now the compactor broke, so now they got to put regular just bags out. So it just went from 10 to 15 sausage bags to 150 regular garbage. And it's one at a time, just chucking them over the cars.
And now, do you throw them to a buddy and he puts them in, or that's the goal?
In the city, you're pretty much just working together all the time.
Okay.
When you go to Staten Island, it's like half hour on, half hour off.
Okay.
So I'll drive for a half hour, you load for a half hour. Vice versa, back and forth, so the route's done.
Okay.
But in Manhattan, it's like, all hands on deck, because those bags are kind of heavy sometimes.
It reminds me a little like watching that show, like an ocean show, you know what I'm talking about? Like an ocean show. And they're angry, and every year one of them dies, and they put it on the TV, but they're looking for carp. They're looking for fish or something.
I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a video right here of some sanitation guys right here throwing garbage bags into. Oh wow, that dude, huh? Were you really? Bro, that dude. Wow.
That's a private guy.
That's Buddy Healed right there.
Yep. That's a private guy.
Oh, that's a private guy. That's not one of your boys.
Yeah.
So how can you tell
I did that
me
for a year. The truck. All trucks were white.
Okay.
The white elephant. That's what they call it. And the white elephant always got in people's way. Really pissed them off.
Oh yeah, you guys are the worst, dude.
I used to do the whole program real quick.
Yeah.
I used to do that. I used to take my gloves off and they bang, in Manhattan. You're an asshole. I'm like, you should have woke up 10 minutes early. Because now you're stuck behind me and I ain't moving.
Yeah. Well, the craziest thing about a sanitation truck is that not only you stuck, but it smells bad.
And they used to get real close, and like I was saying, when shit used to spray out, especially rainy days, after a rainy day, or if it was raining, wet days, with that thing, and the cars would get covered. I'd be like, oh, that's on you.
Dude, so that must have been kind of fun, just throwing those bags. That seemed like something a kid would love to do.
I just throw them on my back, just running down the street, you know. In Staten Island, because it's a lot lighter in Staten Island.
Right. So that was in Staten Island, but in the city, it's a little bit more. You got to have your dude there. You guys are loading this thing up. You're just keeping it moving.
Yeah.
And in the city, how many bags can go? Or those big sausage bags can go into the cycle? And what's the cycle like of the truck?
Well, you probably fit like 5-6 of those bags in at a time, but your average in Manhattan was 10 to 13, 14 tons of garbage in per truck.
Per truck. So you start out with nothing in there.
And
okay.
And there's a compactor in the middle, like in the truck, and then it just cycles and compacts it the whole time.
Okay.
And the rule of thumb, you got to get the route. So you have to get the whole route on the truck. So you would have to move sometimes, squeeze a little more.
Can you hear it getting tight back in there?
Oh yeah. Like you can feel it. It changes the whole drive of the truck.
Really?
From being empty to heavy.
Yeah, we spoke one time with a female truck driver, and she had worked with, and her son, I think, had breast reduction surgery. But she had worked with a cement truck, right?
Yeah.
And she said sometimes when the mixer was full, she would drive, and when she stopped and on the brakes, you'd feel the cement come up the back of it. It was just really interesting. So that kind of made me think of that.
Oh, it changes everything. Just you think about it. Double everything. This comes at 2,000 pounds, so 36,000, and then the truck is probably another 14. You're looking at 35, 40,000 pounds. It ain't easy to stop.
Yeah, so you'd have to set the you can feel that weight. Oh, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's harder to stop. The trucks would jump to begin with. I think New York got like all the secondhand trucks. They're like, oh, try this, like Mack truck. Like, oh yeah, try this. Dude, it was crazy. Like for me, it was terrible. I'm tall, I'm 6'5", so it's like just getting in the truck.
Yeah,
I had to get so used to not hitting my knees on the dashboard. It was just not comfortable to sit in. So,
damn.
But they didn't care. It's whatever they got a discount on, they took.
Yeah. Oh, that's everybody nowadays. They'll put you in a damn dude. They'll put you in a fucking baby stroller. They'll make you put 6 bags on the baby.
Whatever you could fit.
They cut
whatever they could fit.
So
wheels, not 4, like crazy.
So how tight does that trash get in there? Can you see it building up? Like, does it build up some heat? Is it that?
Yeah,
tight?
no, it gets. When you dump it, you'll see it's like a brick. Comes out, it'll start falling out here and there, but there's steam coming off it. Methane gas. Yeah, and even if you go out, Staten Island has the biggest landfill in the world. You could see it from space.
Oh wow, that's
Staten Island
beautiful.
landfill, and they have constant pipes that are burning because of all the methane gas coming out of the ground.
That's fucking beautiful, man. God, it's almost like like Greece or something. They do the Olympics or whatever. They light the torches.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that is amazing, huh?
Yeah. They stopped dumping there now, but
they should have kept up.
Yeah, they gave up. But it sucks, because I do know a lot of people that passed away in Staten Island with cancer, but like that, the cancer rate is down.
Is it really?
That's why I had to get that.
Wow. Yeah, I want to get into some of that. So yeah, my friend Aaron, actually, he's part of a new company called Vespine, and what they do, this is pretty interesting. They take the methane gas at landfills and they burn it, but they convert it immediately into electricity.
So usable, yeah, that works.
So now you have electricity that's right there available. So say if they had like trash trucks or something, and that they were electric, then they could charge them up immediately, or they could use the energy. Like for a little bit, they were using it to mine Bitcoin when Bitcoin was popular, but now they're finding other places to use the energy. But it's just kind of fascinating something that's going on. I can't believe that log is hot. Huh? Now what do they call them? Bricks, logs? Because that's almost like a damn diamond of trash,
Yeah, it's, listen, when you dump, you just dump. You're not staring at it. You just go out and get out of there,
Yeah.
Because we used to dump now in Manhattan. We started dumping on the side of the turnpike in Jersey. And that guy burns it. But he's got $1 million filters, so he's able to. The smoke coming out's clean.
Really?
Dude, it's crazy money. Dude, you have no idea. He was getting they were charging $50-something per ton to the city. Plus, he signed like an $8 million contract with the city to take all the garbage. Because, you know, we got to get paid off to have the trucks now on the turnpike, you know, because they don't want that. And then he's selling the ash. Just money. There's so much money in garbage, you get no idea. It's $1 billion business. Yeah.
And the mafia used to be involved with it, right? That's why they were.
When you brought up bodies, that's the one thing on Staten Island. Those are the myths, the tales. My stepfather, God rest his soul, used to work out there. He was a tracker out there. He said that cars used to come in that Lincolns, and they would just all turn around. The car used to go up to the top of the hill. Never see it again. Disappear, pull out, see you later, fellas. That was it.
It's the Devil's Ocean, maybe the landfill.
Yeah, there's a lot of stories out there.
I wonder, I wish God would just tell us how many bodies are in that landfill. Sometimes I pray sometimes that I wake up with a number in my head. Because you know they're all.
Definitely.
Did you ever get a weird feeling or premonition like you're driving the truck home? Like, could there have been a body in there and you have no idea? At some point, whenever you're dumping it, you would have seen something.
Listen, you definitely think you can get a feeling. You know, if somebody comes out and says something, you're like, maybe this dude just whacked somebody.
Right.
You know, his life ain't healthy right now. Like, probably in this bag.
Right. Like,
I'll throw it in. Like,
oh, yeah.
But no, I never. I had one. These two guys came out of the house with hysterical. Oh, yeah. I'm like, what? You know, what now? We were in that kind of neighborhood in Staten Island. All right, what's up? On dog time.
Oh my gosh,
so bring it to get cremated. Why are you telling me?
They're trying to cut corners. Couple of gay dudes trying to cut corners.
We throw it in the truck. I'm a dog owner at the time. I'm a dog lover. Next thing you know, we're on the bed, a yellow lab. This thing had to be 100 pounds.
Oh, they both grabbed
peeled out. They were crying. No, it was on the bed. They got rid of the bed, the toys, the shit was still lined up like he was just playing and then just dead. Like, and they're like, okay, and just launched him into the back of the truck. I'm like, I told my partner, I'm like, dude, you got it. I can't cycle at all. Like, so that it's like, you would get the feeling if somebody was like, oh yeah, can I throw this bag in? Like, yeah. I'm here, you know. I heard y'all fighting last week about garbage, and, you know.
And so what? Then you tell the guy, hey, you press the button, now you pressing it.
Yeah, I just, you know, in that case, I was like, dude, I told my plumber, and he was just eating it. He's like, yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll sell its collar in an hour.
Exactly.
Fuck
that. Bag usable? Put that on Etsy. On Facebook Marketplace. Make $13. They'll sell anything on that.
Oh, yeah, dude. You can fucking sell your cousin on that bitch. What you don't say to me?
Yeah.
If he can't read, if he's still teachable, you know, fucking somebody buy that bitch in an hour. Everybody you fucking do. You go on there, find your ex-wife on that bitch, right? You can buy used barrettes on there. You know, let them bro.
Yeah. I brought my olden age back.
You say, man, in barrettes, boy, back in the day, you see a girl with a couple of barrettes in. I think, you know what girls used to wear when I was like in school? They would wear headbands. You know that?
No, my sisters were big in scrunchies.
Oh yeah.
They were all over the goddamn place, tangled up with hair, all kinds of nasty. I grew up with 3 sisters, so.
Oh really?
Yeah, man. I'm the only boy. Three sisters. You know, I've been through it.
Wow. Yeah. Damn. And did any of them, were they okay when you got into the sanitation game? What they say? You know?
Well, my sister April was pissed.
Really?
But she filled out the shit and sent it in, and she didn't get picked. She was pissed. Still to this day, she reminds me, I got you that job. So I took that test. Actually, it was hard as hell. You didn't take it from me.
She went and took it and didn't pass
No. She didn't get called. Remember I said
she didn't get the lottery.
15,000, 20,000 people took it. She didn't get picked to take it.
It's crazy that even at the that there's a lottery there's lotteries at every end of the spectrum of life, man.
Yeah.
So what season of the year is the worst time of the year for travel?
But definitely the winters. The winters are bad. Like the summers were hot, but like once you got used to that smell, like even nowadays, like it will never, I'll never be able to smell it how often because you're just used to it.
Yeah.
Like it's like second nature.
Yeah.
You know, the maggot smell and just all that nastiness. It's just part of it. The winters were brutal.
Really? And that's because of the cold, huh?
Just the cold, the ice, the snow, just stepping over all that shit. You still got to pick the garbage up. Now you're working 12-hour days. With, if it snows, you're constantly driving around in the truck. Or, it's ruined.
And would you a lot of cleats and stuff? What would you wear for shoe wear?
Just boots. Yeah. But you had rain boots. You had junk boots. Just because I always wore like a hiking boot because I could move faster. When you're wearing like heavy boots, like they always don't wear steel toes because God forbid something hit you on the foot, snap your toes on. So I don't know.
Oh, the steel would actually snap your toes on.
Yeah.
So that's the downside of wearing steel toe boots.
If you're in an industry like that, yeah, because there are some cans. I mean, I don't think back in the day there used to be metal cans. They used to pick up ash in New York City, so everybody would burn that garbage in the buildings, and they would have these like 150-pound steel garbage cans. And I had lifted a few of them in my time. They're no joke, loaded with ash. So that's what they used to just dump.
So the buildings would just burn their garbage.
All the housing buildings, they used to just get rid of the garbage that way. There was no bags on the street.
So they had an incinerator in there. They would burn it up.
Every building in New York had an incinerator.
Wow.
Yep.
And when did that change code? Do you know?
One of these people came up with something that was killing everybody. So
probably some monopoly, some bullshit. On a Trump or Chris Christie's fat buddies, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably.
Can you look that up when that changed?
Yeah, they were probably killing the polar bears or something.
Oh yeah,
big moves were melting somewhere.
Yeah, they got some grainy video of a fucking rare fox doing 2 lines of fucking city ash, and they're like,
with a sign, stop burning your garbage.
Yeah.
Save me.
Yeah, how to earn the right, bro. Nobody ask any questions on this bullshit. Here it is in 1989, Mayor Ed Koch, or Koch. Wait, you know who else talked about Ed Koch? I think was Bobby Kennedy Jr. when he was on talking about Ed Koch. Mayor Ed Koch signed a bill that required incinerators in New York City to shut down within 4 years. And lo and behold, all incinerators had stopped operation by the end of 1993. And that was the end of that. The whole trash burning. Oh, does it say why? Anything else?
Pollution.
Oh, it's pollution.
Yeah.
Oh, the air pollution.
Yeah, they would just burn it. Like that was if you were burning it in your fireplace.
Yeah.
They didn't have, like I was telling you, New Jersey. This guy has a multi-million-dollar, filter and no emissions, blah blah blah. They didn't have that back then.
Oh, I see. So every building was burning. But weren't the trash men just picking it up and taking it somewhere to burn?
No, then it was just ash. So they would just get rid of it. I don't know what they did with it back then.
But I mean, after the trash men, after they shut down the incinerators, the trash men just took it. Oh, they just put it in a landfill.
Yeah.
So they weren't burning it.
No. So then that's when there's a few landfills. There was one in Brooklyn. I think they were like all over New York. But Staten Island, oh yeah, we're just going to do this for a few years, and then it turned into the biggest landfill, like known to man.
And yeah, what do you say to people who because a lot of landfills have been filled over with dirt and people buy houses on it, right? What do you say to the people who, you buy a house and then 4 years later everything, everything you eat tastes like fucking Fig Newtons and fucking baby gravy or something. And your son's got fucking facial hair at 4,
Yeah, that's probably what's going on. They're actually Staten Island, they're making it into a park. Yeah. And I mean, dude, yeah, I've seen animals out there. Some wicked shit. I mean, dude, there's this gopher or whatever the fuck it was. Dude, it looked like a full-blown pit bull. That's how big this fucking thing was. I swear I saw a bear out there. Everybody told me I was crazy. But because there was a ton of deer, like the deer swim from Jersey. They were coming in.
Why they hate it over there?
Nah, it's just like anywhere else. They're building and they're pushing them out of their homes. So now they see this big forest across and the rivers, whatever the hell it is. It's not a river, but there's a short little spur from Jersey to Staten Island in one location, and they just swim over and they got a whole shit and no way to shoot them.
Yeah.
You can't
shoot that close to the city, huh?
You just can't hunt on Staten Island.
What is there like a habitat on the landfills? Is there like animalia that's out there living? Is there what is that? Is it almost seems like because it's almost its whole own like Narnia, like a fucking dirt, like a fucking
Oh, definitely.
trash Narnia.
You see mutant stuff out there.
Really?
Yeah. You know, rats look like cats.
Yeah.
Like I said, there was like a gopher that looked like a pit bull.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you got deer running through that place nuts. Like
Oh,
big
really?
boys, and nobody can hunt them.
Oh, you can't hunt them.
No.
Dude, deer people are crazy. Deer people. I'm surprised nobody jumps the fence and gets out there. You know?
They tried.
Really?
Yeah. They've tried. But, you know, and they have little security here and there. Guy killed a big buck once and he actually got fired.
Oh,
And he was a mechanic. Yeah, he was a mechanic for the city and got fired.
He was out there hunting on the landfill?
Yeah, he killed it, and then everybody saw it because you can't hunt it. So you're seeing this buck walk around like it was his area. He would be out in the middle of the day just walking the streets. You know, he didn't give a shit. It's gangster. But now they also put a guy, you know, on the hill to like keep the population down.
Oh wait, so there's a person that works on the landfill?
Yeah, well they pay a guy who sleeps in a tent on the landfill that, you know, takes care of the deer population. Yep. You know, snips, tucks, cuts, you know, all kinds of things.
They
dart the
does
deer.
you read what's it called? Neutralizes it? No.
Well, vasectomy.
Vasectomy?
And, you know, all kinds of
So they're doing animal vasectomy out there on the landfill.
anything to keep the population down.
That's beautiful, man.
Yeah, and he sits out there in the cold.
And what does he do? He
darts them.
And they fall asleep.
Yeah.
And he slips over.
Snips, tucks.
Damn.
That's a wrap.
God.
Yep. But some get through some.
That fucking nut branch. He just rolls up on it. That's fucking unreal, bro.
Yeah, man, dude's sniper and deer out in the middle of the landfill and shit. But that's what they do.
God.
Because, like you said, they would just run wild.
That fucking sperm Dexter, that dude's out there fucking clipping bucks.
Probably selling them too.
Oh yeah, oh, dude, yeah. Oh, deer semen, dude. I'll fucking get rid of a 40 feet of my own deer.
Oh,
in Tennessee, anybody will buy that shit.
Oh.
Wow, that's incredible. I didn't know that was a job. Somebody lives in a tent on a landfill and euthanize or sedates and then vasectomies.
Yeah.
Deer.
They have to keep the population down. That's what they do.
Bears are moving across New York. It says right here, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation is urging residents to secure food sources that might attract bears, as bear sightings increase due to the animal search for high-calorie meals after winter hibernation. Wow.
Yeah, people. I just went to dinner with a couple friends of ours, me and my wife, and she's gonna kill me what I'm saying. And the wife's like, wait, they don't wait for off-peak hours and come over the bridge. Like you can't be serious to think deer are running over a bridge like to get there. Like no, you know they see the forest. They're getting kicked out of their land. They see it, so they swim over it.
Yeah, well, we had a guy. This guy was a medium-sized animal detective. He was on, and he had. He said that a lot of times, like animals will just get into your house because they don't know it's your house. They just their nature is getting destroyed, and so then they just go to like whatever seems like a place that's safe, you know.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's people's attic, you know, because a lot of people just find raccoons in the attic. Yep. In a lot of urban areas, but what else, dude? Okay, so that there's methane coming off of that trash block already when the compressors compress it down.
Yeah, there's definitely a light smoke coming off of it.
If you threw a match in there, would it be flammable?
I wasn't trying that. You know, to me, like I said, we get done 2 hours. I could be done back at the garage, hanging out. You know, shower, done. If I get covered with any junk, and be done. I'm not paying attention to what comes out of the truck at that point.
Is there how big is that block that comes out of the truck? Like, show me with your hand. Like, how big is that block?
Oh, you know, what, out of the garbage truck?
Yeah, the one that gets compressed after it's full and it compresses it up.
Full garbage truck.
A full garbage truck.
You know, like I said, you had 10 tons. I want to say the truck was 14 feet by maybe 8-9 feet tall by the with the garbage trucks. Well, the thing's the size of the room.
The block
That's
of
how, yeah, that's how big the garbage is. You know, when I went to Staten Island, I was doing 6 tons. And that's like a totally different situation. That's like more just fluffs out. But when you're in Manhattan, you're packing to get that route.
Yeah.
That just like, you know.
Does it just come out as like a big? Do you get to see the brick at the end?
Yeah, no, it's not like a brick where like it's gonna come out as an actual brick and they pick it up and just like build a house with it.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It's like it's just falling apart like as it's coming out.
Okay.
Yeah, and then now they ship out the garbage from New York. They ship it to like Pennsylvania. They use it for landfill.
Okay.
Like you had said, like they fill those swamps and stuff, and then they build on it 10 years later.
Wow.
And then the son has a beer that brick.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah. Oh, your son's a fucking mall Santa at 5 years old.
Exactly.
You gotta
But they don't care.
You know,
They
people
make
don't care
money.
anymore. Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the issues. They say that a lot of people that's having autism, retardation, right? Retardation. You know, trying to say it differently because some people get offended, but retardation, all kind of stuff like that, like brain problems for children, is because our water and food supply is so contaminated. You know?
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
It makes sense.
But they're not going to, you know how they are. They're not going to test it. Somebody's making money off it.
No. Oh, no.
Now
These days,
they're making money off of all those unfortunate cases.
yeah.
You know? So
That's
it's
Chuck
like,
Schumer right there.
why throw that off? You know?
Is there joy happening around the holidays though? Is that an exciting time to be out and about? Like, because you get to at least be in this, like, there's a romanticization of people being in New York City around the holidays, right? And I know you guys, your route ran early there. What time did your route?
Yeah, we started at 6 a.m.
Okay, so you started at 6 a.m. So, but was it still fun to be in the holidays around that time, even though it was so cold, or it's just the worst time?
Yeah, no, it was still good times. You know, just a lot more people on the street. Even in those early days, you know, everybody's now coming in. You know, people want to see New York City.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but to me, it's just a shithole. Bro.
Yeah.
You know, that's New York.
Oh yeah, people will come and stare at a shithole. You know, I mean, shit, they got porn sites at the base coming out. How long would it take you those routes in the city? How long does that take? How long does a trash route in the city take a garbage man?
It all depended on the day, the route. You know, your average was 2.5, 3 hours.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But by the time you got out there, you know, you start at 6. By the time you get to the route, because now we were on the west side, we picked up on the east side. So you get out there like 6:30, quarter to 7, start the route.
Right.
Now you got to drive to Jersey to dump it. So by the time you get back to the garage, you're running, hustling to be able to sit down, you know, eat lunch for, you know, hour and a half and then go.
Okay.
Like it's not worth it now that I look at it. I killed my body for no reason.
So you get there at 6. You probably leave for work around 5 or something.
Yeah, I was getting up 5 o'clock.
Okay, getting up at 5, out the door by 5:20.
Yeah, you had to rush because Staten Island was a nightmare trying to get off it. You know, there's only the one bridge to get, you know, Verrazano through Brooklyn to get into Manhattan.
Okay.
The traffic was awful. So if you weren't at, like, I used to meet a few guys at 5 o'clock at the bridge.
Okay.
If you weren't there at 5, you weren't getting there by 6.
Maybe y'all take a ferry or drive?
Drive.
Okay, man. Okay, so you get that done. So you can get it done in a couple of hours, right? You still get paid. You get paid for an 8 hour day.
Yeah, you get paid the 8 hours.
So there was some like cool value in getting it done quick.
Yeah.
Were you guys racing ever? Was it fun?
Exactly. We you know, it was always a competition.
Oh, that's
who could
cool.
get done faster. But like I said, I look back now, you know, after having back surgery, 2 shoulder surgeries, and knee surgery. You know,
really?
Yeah. You look at it, you just beat yourself up, and for what?
And does the city pay for those surgeries?
Yeah, I was on, you know, on their time, so I did both shoulders and my knee on the job. And then a year after I retired, I just had back surgery 2 years ago. It was 2 years.
Wow, we get disc replacement.
No, they went in, I discectomy.
Discectomy, L5S1?
I don't even know. LMNOP that I go because it's just
pull the shit out of your back.
I have 5 of them, and they cut out 3. So, but my disc was still okay, so they kept me.
Dude, you'll be a midget wrestler by next year.
Soon enough.
Wow,
Soon enough.
Coming down.
I'm getting shorter and shorter as I go.
Oh, you'll be living at half mast, dude.
Yeah.
Like somebody fucking died in service. They're bringing you down.
Soon enough.
Cold turkey. It may be great on sandwiches, but there's a better way to break your bad habits. We're not talking about some mind voodoo or some hoodoo, some seancery that could happen from your crazy neighbor. We're talking about our sponsor, Fume. And they look at the problem in a different way. Not everything in a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic, uncomfortable change, why not just remove the bad from your habit? Fume is an innovative award-nominated device that does just that. Instead of electronics, Fume is completely natural. Instead of vapor, Fume uses flavored air. And instead of harmful chemicals, Fume uses all natural, delicious flavors. You get it? Instead of bad, Fume is good. It's a habit you're free to enjoy and makes replacing your bad habit easy. Stopping is something we all put off because it's hard, but switching to Fume is easy. And even fun. Fume has served over 100,000 customers and has thousands of success stories. Join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack today. Head to Try Fume and use code Theo to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack. That's TRYFUM.com and use code Theo to save an additional 10% off your order today. Today's episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. If you need help, if you aren't lined up, if you aren't connecting with yourself, if things have gotten astray, you're not the only one. I take antidepressants right now. I was in therapy yesterday. You know, when you need it, you need it. And if it's that time for you, that's okay. Give it a shot. BetterHelp. That's right. They can match you with a licensed therapist. Just fill out a brief questionnaire, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online. It's convenient, flexible, and can suit to your schedule. You can connect with your therapist over phone, FaceTime, or even just text, whatever you need. Therapy. It's okay. That's what I'm telling you. Make your brain your friend with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/Theo today to get 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/THEO. This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. Wow, man. So there's a lot of injuries on the job.
Yeah, like I said, we ran around like idiots. Like I say to guys now, all of them. I still talk to guys on the job. I'm like, don't stop running around. Don't do this stuff.
Like, what do you mean running around when you say that? What?
Like, so at one point, I want to say 5-6 years on, they cut the steps off the truck. So it was all right. You used to jump on the back of the truck, hang on. You know, I'm sure you see pictures of guys, you know, whipping. I mean, I had guys that do 50 miles an hour, and I'm on the back of the truck hanging off with your light.
Oh, that's awesome.
Boom, hit bumps, you know.
Yeah. Oh,
but then
y'all were doing drugs back then?
Ooh, I wasn't doing drugs. I never did that stuff. But there was
yeah, okay. You mean hitting bumps in the
hitting
truck?
Bumps? Oh, not.
Yeah, my bad, man. And I'm not trying to accuse you of doing anything.
No, but listen, I'll get to that. But yeah, so you would, you know, then they cut the steps off the truck.
Why? To make it hard for you?
Well, pretty much. But the union was saying that, you know, we all thought it was because we were getting done too fast.
Okay.
You know, and listen, it's reality. Like, if we're getting done in 2-3 hours, they're saying, what are you doing the rest of the day? Which is totally understood.
Being in the union. You know,
exactly.
Union is for.
You know, and we would just be fine with just going back and hanging out, eating lunch. You know, some guys would, you know, hang around playing cards. Some others would, you know, doing what they were doing.
Yeah.
Enjoying their lives. But yeah, it just wasn't, you know, to rush and run around. But that's what I did. When I went to Staten Island, I was working with a guy who ran marathons on weekends. Dude, my buddy Eric, we were running. Like, I did probably 3-4 miles easy every day running.
So you're cruising then. Pull this mic down just a little lower.
Yeah, I'm like running, like just running on the side of the truck, like just running house to house.
So it was pretty athletic.
At that time, yeah.
When the trucks had the 3 steps on, pretty athletic.
No, when they took the steps off, you know.
Oh, then you got to run alongside it.
Yeah, then we were running along. You know, more guys were getting a little healthier.
Yeah.
It's not the most healthy.
Really?
Yeah, lunch
Why is that?
Lunch always came with like dessert.
Oh yeah.
Like, you know, for what? You know, a hoagie and then add on some donuts, coffee.
Cut of cheese. cheesecake,
Exactly.
tiramisu
Yeah.
around the fucking holidays,
Yeah.
in memory of fucking Big Carlos. Yeah, I feel that, man. Damn. Well, that's like New Orleans. I think New Jersey and New Orleans have always been very similar. I think some of like, I bet probably Staten Island, some of that accent you also hear in New Orleans. People like to fucking have a meal. It's important. You know, people have a beer at lunch a lot of times if they only have 2 children or less. You know, you get like a lot of, you know, it's part of it. It's a little bit more cultural to be, you know. So you guys would get done, you guys would go eat. So you guys are getting paid for the full day. You got a couple of hours, you get done. So you must have been enjoying that.
Yeah, it was good. It was sit down time. Like you said, you're getting paid for the 8 hours. But there were guys that stayed out there all day. They didn't mind it. They, you know, on those hot days or the cold days, they didn't mind it. They stayed out there.
And do you have to wear a shirt the whole time, or what is the? You have people do it shirtless or not?
Yeah, there was some guys that wore some, you know, questionable stuff.
Oh yeah.
But like before I got on, like in '96, like all the rules changed. They went to the federal license. Like before that, prior, you didn't need a CDL to drive the trucks.
Wait, you didn't need a commercial driver's license to drive a sanitation truck?
Yep, up until '96. So those guys were partying.
Damn, bro.
Dude, those guys were partying. I heard some stories.
So you could drive a Ford Escort and then drive a garbage truck.
Exactly. That guys like a Mini Cooper, they'll come in a Mini Cooper and then jump in the garbage truck. I could do this.
A maximum Cooper. Bro. Yeah, that's fucking insane.
So yeah, then they went to the federal license. So now it means everybody's got to get drug tested. You know, drug tests, everything. '96 that started.
Yeah.
And the partying here and there. Some guys just didn't care, so they still went for it.
Would some guys just drink on the job? Was there any partying on the job?
I had guys, you know, one of my best guys, you know, God rest his soul, like literally out the gate, 6 a.m. Hey, kid, stop over here. Run into the store, come out from Torbay.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and they did the routes where every half hour it was a deli. Him and his partner. So if I filled in with him, for his partner, like literally every time there was a half hour up, there was a different deli.
Oh, so they got cheap for mortadella and 2 beers, huh?
Run in.
Crazy God. That's crazy.
Yeah. No, guys enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, that sounds nice. That sounds like it should be, you know. But they started fucking everything in America is a penny pinching fucking fiasco. Nobody can have a fucking cheap full of strong cheese and 2 fucking Bush Lights, you know, just to get through the workday.
No.
You know.
There was one dude that, he was purple at night.
Well, what happened to him?
He was just drinking.
Oh, drinking that much?
His skin was awful.
Some people,
I don't even know if he's alive.
he's not. I'll tell you.
It's
Like,
like,
I ain't a lot. Dude. Look, after purple, it just he turned into a BLM activist.
Yeah.
It's a fucking rat after that.
right in the ground.
Oh man, that's and what it was a lot of uppers because it seems like people would be on Adderall, people would be on Jane, you know, people would be taught, you know, like was there anybody that could do that kind of lifestyle?
Oh, there were guys that party like that.
Yeah.
You know, there was one guy, like right out of the '70s. My first day in Staten Island. So we spoke about this day, like the other one. Not as bad. This guy said, like, bandana on, '70s glasses, right out of hippie center. Right? Oh, you're with me. I'm like, all right, cool. Now I'm in Staten Island, first day. I'm like, what the hell's going on? Once again, they don't know who I am, so they shove you with this guy. He's like, all right, kid, you go up and drive first. I'll stay in the back. So I'm like, all right. So I'm driving around. I live in Staten Island, still didn't know streets.
Wow.
You know, so I'm just driving around.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what's that smell? Dude's hanging on the back, living his dream, just toking away.
Getting high, huh?
And then like half hour go by, all right, kid, now you go. I'll let you know when I'm ready.
Wow.
I'm still smoking. Like, but some guys did it, and it was a daily thing.
Pull up a picture of Stevie Starlight if you can. See if this guy looks anything like this.
But some guys just couldn't stop it. Yeah. No, not that crazy. Yeah, Steve's like bandana across his head.
Oh yeah.
You know.
I know what you're talking about.
Circle glasses.
Yeah. Some guy who's fucking, he listens to Springsteen, but he don't admit it, huh?
Yeah, probably in the closet.
Yeah, closet Springsteen.
Definitely not telling people.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, once you get into Staten Island, what things change then because it's more like family housing and stuff, right?
Exactly.
And what is that like? Does it almost feel like a lot easier? Does it not feel like the front lines of trash? Because I feel like in the city, you're on the fucking front lines. You're right there. It's coming out of the chute. You fucking, you know, you got guys catching shit in their beard and shit. But out in the suburbs, it feels like it would be a little bit easier. Is it or not?
And then, listen, when you get to the suburb, now it turns into you're dealing with homeowners. Like when you were in the buildings, you didn't care.
Yeah, you never saw them.
You know, never saw people. It's not like, hey, I'm from 4F.
Yeah.
You know, you're an idiot. Like they don't care.
Oh, in a city, you can just drive and just yell
out anyway.
Yeah.
There's camps beeping like this. So you never, you're not waking anybody up. Everybody's used to it.
Right.
They come to Staten Island, even Queens areas, like Brooklyn areas. Now you're waking everybody up. It's 6 a.m. Who's bitching about that? Like I said, getting in the way. Yeah. Like there's certain areas that we couldn't go in. Like they make them pick up midnight to like 5 so that you're not in their way.
Really? So like, what do you mean, richer areas?
No. Just owned areas by certain types of people.
Okay, so we're talking so maybe upper echelon types or whatever?
Certain religion people,
okay,
they have their...
So like the Orthodox Jews don't want you in their neighborhood.
Being up the fucking thing. And those are nasty.
Is it pretty nasty over there in their neighborhood?
Well, they just, listen, it's not against them. Because I have actually been in some of those houses.
Yeah.
Because there are people in those areas that are very nice. But then, Passover comes and they throw everything out. They're like 5-6-year-olds throwing matches, like shit, lighting shit on fire. It was crazy. I was like, I can't do this no more. Because they would bring everybody pretty much who was available from other garages to come and do this. And you get one truck on a block. And you just go up and down all day. And they throw everything out. Like, I didn't know if you knew that about the Orthodox Jews.
Oh, they just get rid of everything
once
a year?
They throw everything out. Couches, beds, clothes, everything goes in the garbage.
Why? It's just part of the tradition?
Part of their religion.
Wow.
Start fresh. It's crazy.
So you got tons of trash.
Yeah, and it's just chaos. So like it would be a garbage truck every block and a fire truck. Fireman would have like 3 blocks because the kids are running around. Like, and I had guys do it plenty of times. They light something on fire and then throw it in the back of the truck. Now, if I don't see it, now everything in the truck's on fire.
Why do they do that? Is that like a kind of like a are they training for like battle or something?
No, it's just the kids.
Oh, kids screwing around.
Animals. Oh, yeah. Oh. But I blocked a bus one day. And that's what I'm saying. Like, then that's when they get into, we don't want them on the truck, the streets early, this time, blah, blah, blah. And these little kids get off the buses because now I held them up on the block. And they're blowing up. They have their own police, their own people. They tell you, you got to move the truck. I'm almost done with the block. I'm not moving the truck. Yeah. Little kid gets off this thing with it's like fire.
What do they?
What
No
goes
respect,
on?
huh?
What goes on here?
I don't know. I got a bunch of your there aren't any Orthodox here, but some OJs, I think, or whatever. You know, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I shared a room at I was in a halfway house with an Orthodox dude one time. He brought his own fucking grill. He was dressed like Biggie Smalls at a Masonic temple, and he was sweating. And if you said pussy around him, his eyes would shakes. Oh, he'd open his mouth and fucking put his tongue out. He got was a third. And he was grilling his own meats in his fucking room or whatever with the sunlight or whatever. I don't know what to do. The guy would have bait, he's in there fucking making burn ends or whatever. Fucking at 4 a.m. When Allah says he can. It was just
a magnifying glass.
Yeah, the shit was fucking hungry.
A cloud. He's like, damn it, they moved it.
And it was Arizona, dude. This day he showed up on the porch. Literally, I'm not joking. It was 104 degrees outside, and this guy is dressed, bro, like Cruella de Vil, bro. This motherfucker.
They wear some gear.
Oh, this guy had been raising some fucking mixed dogs in his coat. Bro. This guy, he smelled horrible. What ethnicity probably has the worst smelling garbage? Would it be Orthodox, you think?
No, it was all the same.
It was all the same.
It's garbage. Once you throw it in there, it's all blended in. Like you said, during the summers, it was grueling. Like people would walk by, like covering their faces. Like that's how bad the truck smells. Once you're in it, you don't know it. Like, you don't smell it.
Used to it.
So used to it. Cat urine was the worst. Oh, it was awful. because you would rub up on the bag that a cat just pissed on. Like you were saying with the truck. Now we get in, me and my partner, and I know like bags stay far away from me. I'm big enough guy, long enough arms. I kept that shit away. So I never let the bags touch my legs. And I would look at my partner like, you got hit. He's like, what do you mean? I said, you don't smell that? Because now you get in, it's even cold out. You close the doors, put the heat on, and you smell that. Turn cat piss up,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's disgusting. It's the worst smell.
Yeah, I remember we used to get a bowl of cat piss and we would do a hair dryer over it, just to fucking piss my sister off. Do it under the door by her room. Fuck that, dude.
Awful.
Wow, so there's no time of year really when the trash smells worse, huh?
Well, the summer's a bit.
Just the summer's overall.
But yeah, it's, there was some point, you would open up a lid, and if it was sitting there with maggots and stuff, you get a kick. And that's another smell that was pretty brutal. But other than that, you got used to it.
Was there a borough of New York where the trash smelled the worst, you think?
No.
Okay, all the same.
In Staten Island, there was a movie theater not far from the dump. Before they closed it, it was awful, the smell. They were building houses like crazy right there. I'm like, how could people buy? And then I became a college man, and then I don't smell it. Staten Island don't smell no more. Because we would get shit on all the time by the boroughs.
Yeah.
Trash Island, all that. But you just didn't smell it.
Dude, there's a lot of pride for people that live on trash, I think. There's something almost something pretty amazing about it in a weird way. Like when I was growing up, we would burn the trash in the ditch. That was a big thing in our area. You bring everything out, you burn it in a ditch. The kids, we would get wet, hose each other down and then run through the smoke till you look all black. You'd be out there that's good. It would be you would just, it wasn't like doing blackface, man. It was just like burning trash. But you definitely looked a little smoky by the end, So it was just something to do, Yeah. What were we talking about? Oh.
When I went out to Staten Island.
Oh, yeah.
What the difference is, it's just, like I said, you deal with a different person.
You're dealing with humans.
You're dealing with people who own the garbage. Like it's their house to house. I tell people all the time, I knew things about you from your garbage that you do not think I know.
Really?
And then I wasn't picking through it, right? When you put that stuff in, it breaks up the bags. I knew when people, it was your wife's time with a month.
Oh, yeah.
My wife would be disgusted by that, but you knew it. And the bag's ripped. Your life is in front of me. And I ain't picking through it.
Right, but and it's crazy how quick you see things so fast. Dude, I did this game one day, and I went in New York City, right downtown. I went in the city. I think I was on the Lower East Side. And I did this game with people. I said, I'm going to open a bag of trash. You smell it. You take a whiff out of it, right? Just a random bag.
Okay.
And if you can guess 3 items that are in it, I give you $100, right? So, dude. So these people, they all thought I was that the bags I had brought them from home or something, put them together, right? I was picking these bitches up from the fucking corner.
So you didn't even know if they would be right.
Bro, I had no idea what was in them, dude. So we crack a bag of fucking people are taking hits off of it, dude, over there up above in Alphabet City, bro.
That is nasty.
Yeah, we made a video of it online. But anyway, that was something we did with trash in the city. What about was there any ladies that tried to flirt with you? That ever happened on the route once you got into the houses?
No.
Like any fucking bin babies or any fucking...
They didn't notice you.
Trying to run that hand clam out on you, bro?
Well, that's why I wore the shirt. But this shirt's 25 years old. I was going to give it to you, but it says, put out your can, here comes the garbage. I used to sport this shirt all the time.
It is a sexy lady, huh? Yeah.
But, with her ass hanging in the wind.
I like that.
But no, listen, you didn't see people unless you were, waking people up, in their way. Other than that, you were not. It was crazy because nobody even knew. They never acknowledged you. New York hated you because you were loud. Until I don't remember the year, but the New York Post or Daily was one of those shit papers in New York. They posted how much money we made per year. That was it. Now everybody wanted to jump.
Yeah.
When they Now all of a sudden they know you're around.
Wow, once the money comes out,
But prior to that, they could care less.
that same thing happened with Joe Rogan in a way. I think once he got a Spotify deal and people saw like, oh, he's making money,
Jump on his tracks.
now they all fucking want to write articles about it, say he's racist, that he's using his name, you know?
Exactly.
So you guys pull in 6 figures a year with the job, right? Starting first year, it gains traction.
No, yeah, my first year, I think, if I had to guess, 27 grand. But just with the overtime with the winter, with the snow, and all that stuff, I think my first year I made like almost 60.
Wow, okay.
So it almost doubled, right? Because you have to be there. New York doesn't stop. So you're on call all day, 12-hour shifts. I've worked up to 31 days straight, 12-hour shifts. 31, inches of snow here, 2 feet of snow here. It happens. So, but you can make that money. I just had a guy just retired, making almost 200 grand.
Wow.
But he would do 12-hour days every day, overtime, eat up. Kind of hated his family. So,
Yeah.
and you get it when you meet these families. You're like, yeah, this is why this guy works over.
Yeah. Yeah, this says bottom 20%, 36.3. This must be old.
No, I think starting right now is like 70.
Okay, the average salary for a garbage collector in New York is around $76,000 per year.
And that's not over.
Right, so that's not heavy. That's definitely.
Oh,
Wow. You almost double that.
Easy. Wow. You guys are double under these.
Remember when they had the fad of like the kids meet the garbage man?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that was like when we were growing up. Yeah, I used to love throwing beers to the guys. And it turned out, like, then I come to Staten Island and those guys were still on the job. I was like, dude, I remember you. Don't remember? He's like, yeah, you were that fat little kid throwing shit off the top of the, because I still lived on the same block. So they kind of like, yeah, we had like a porch out front. And, we were out front dropping beers down to the guys. But like I was saying, wearing, like they didn't wear uniforms back then. Dude had like a white beater on and like a pair of shorts.
Oh, yeah.
Just gagging through the streets.
Dude wearing shit. Yeah, dude's wearing a fucking snorkel and a fucking.
Exactly.
Yeah, dude.
Some questionable stuff back then.
Dude wearing a snorkel and a bathrobe over there.
But like you said, like I was saying, they didn't acknowledge it.
Yeah.
You were there, you picked the garbage up, you left.
You're kind of the invisible man.
Exactly.
You really are. Because, yeah, nobody wants to get that close. People kind of want to pretend you don't exist unless you're making noise. People don't engage. Yeah, you're kind of the invisible man.
Until they realize you're making money.
And then suddenly, like, oh, look at this rich asshole going through
These guys, I got to put more garbage out.
Yeah.
And then they would turn into, well, it's your job. Pick this up. Yeah, take this. You have to take this.
Yeah, what's the worst parts of the job that you get? That kind of stuff? Is people telling you, like,
yeah, just they always tell you, oh, yeah, I pay your salary. So we always used to keep like nickels and dimes in the truck. And I'd be like, hold on, I'll give you your money back. Because they would always say, like, yeah, all right, each person gives you a nickel a year. And I would throw the nickel out. Here's your money. Get the fuck out of my face. You got to take this. The guy's whole apartment's out there. It's like, dude, no. And I would always respect the person to come out. If you just said thank you, or even gave us water, because, you weren't supposed to take money and all that stuff. If you just said thank you and acknowledged me, like I said, that we were, nobody knew us, thank you went a long way with it. I'd take everything. I don't care. But when you look at me like, oh, I pay your salary, it goes down to me.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. Your stuff would stay there for months.
Yeah, I'll put it back.
Yeah. I'll throw it right back on the curb.
Dude, I'll take it. This is how spiteful I would have been, bro. I would have picked it up and the next day fucking brought it back. Fucking put it back on the guy's doorstep. They can think he's crazy, bro. Now, what about... What's that?
You had that a lot. People were very,
people thought they owned you.
Yep. I pay your salary, and you're like,
fuck you. That's what I say to that, bro. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I think we always have respect for people that did something, Well, we lived also, we got a little rural by us, so sometimes you'd have to bootleg garbage man, who started their own service. A guy who took a truck and just put 3 wooden plywood walls on it. You know what I'm talking about?
Make the back of the truck taller. Fit more beds.
Yeah, bro, that dude was fucking. Our neighbor was one of those guys for a while, so his truck would always be out there. But he go to the rural routes and get a little bit of garbage.
Well, because we used to take everything. You know, you talking, you know, couches, beds, you know, everything. Even with recycling, we take refrigerators and all that stuff.
Really?
Everything. We took everything.
Until what year?
No, still to this day, you had to take everything.
So you'll throw a refrigerator in the back of a garbage truck?
Yeah, well, our recycling trucks, they went to two sides.
Oh, for recycling.
It's so annoying. Yeah. But there was some that didn't fit in the small side, you know, with the recycling trucks now that the split down the middle is like a, say, 28-inch side on this side and a 3-foot side on the other side. Okay. So the truck is split into two, so you can pick up paper and you can pick up metal, glass, you know, any stoves, stuff like that you put on the other side.
On the metal, on
the metal side.
Okay. Wow, and how do you decipher that? Because a lot of times people put a recycling bin, a recycling garbage can out there, right?
Gotta be separated. But I didn't. We used to drive early days. We used to open the sides of the truck. There's a door, so you could get mechanics and stuff and get in there and work on the compactor and stuff. We used to bring the blades all the way home, open the side hatch, and drive the streets. And while I was driving, you were in the back loading. But I was throwing stuff in the side of the truck while you were in the back. So we were just loading the whole truck, the whole block.
With whatever.
Just out of care. Yeah. It all winds up in the same place.
Does it?
A good amount of it. The paper is recycled, 100%. Everybody gets crazy with the bottles and the glass and all that. Unfortunately, I tell people the truth and they never want to hear it. Cans and stuff, yes. Metal, they recycle. The bottles, they just break it up. Winds up in the landfill. Wow. Colored glass was like gold to them.
Really?
And they stopped using it for it. Glass is cheaper to make than it is to recycle and all that. It's too expensive.
So colored glass, what do you mean? Why was colored glass so valuable?
Just because now you had to pigment it and put color into it, the regular glass, so it costs more to make.
Oh,
so like if you got, you know, like a green glass, it already has the color in it.
Yeah.
So they melt it down and use it again. But they stopped using all that, like all the beer bottles and stuff. They really don't use that.
I remember Sprite used to come in like a green bottle. Yeah. That was crazy, bro. That fucking Sprite, bro.
Now they're jamming you all up. You think it's Sprite Zero now.
Oh, yeah. Sprite Zero. Dude, come out of the closet, bro. I want full Sprite.
Give me full no caffeine.
Yeah, I want pure sugar, bro. Were there some accidents with the trucks? How dangerous did it get for people? Because if people didn't have commercial driver's license and they're driving those trucks in the beginning, was there a lot of was there casualties? Was there?
Yeah, guys would do. There were a few guys that passed away. You know, and it was more just people's stupidity. You know, I had one guy. I don't know why he was holding something going to the truck, wanted to rip his arm off.
The trucker, it pulled it in?
Dude, literally next time I saw him, he had like this mechanical, like 3-finger metal thing.
Oh, like a skill crane?
Yeah. He was like picking up like teddy bears and shit.
Get you a fucking Care Bear.
I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Well, my hand got stuck. He said his hand got stuck and sucked on it. Literally just. Yeah.
Is it a blade right there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude. I had another guy who was holding paper in New York. They would wrap the bundles of paper before all this technology came out. He was big, massive bundles up, and he had the paper in the back of the truck, and literally almost slid off all his fingers because his fingers were caught in the string. And when the truck closed, it tightened the string up so much, dude, like looked like a ring got caught on all four of his. It was nasty. They surgically fixed his fingers like this and that.
Wow.
So there's some dangerous ends to it.
Trash collector dies after inhaling discarded acid.
Yeah, no, that's the guy. I think that's the Staten Island.
A New York City sanitation worker died yesterday after he inhaled the fumes of a corrosive acid from a discarded container that burst under the compacting blades of garbage truck, making routine collections in Brooklyn. Let's see. The source of the acid was not known as of last night when this article was written. This is in 2006. Touched off. A second sanitation worker was injured in the incident, which brought the mayor and sanitation commissioner rushing to the burn unit of New York Hospital. Touched off. The Brooklyn Attorney Office said the investigation is continuing, depending on what evidence is obtained. Anything else?
Yeah, because somebody threw a car battery, like in a bag. Like I said, you don't know what's in there. And when it cycled, it exploded all over the dude. And that's what killed the instant. Yeah, it was shitty. I think, I want to say his last name was Heath, but I could be wrong. I wasn't on the job yet, so I didn't know.
Yeah.
Hanley, that's it.
Wow. Yeah, was there some other injuries? Like, what about people ever hit pedestrians with trucks and stuff?
Yeah. You know, so I stayed away from all that, but there were definitely guys that did not good runs. They clipped people's toes and shit in Manhattan. I used to yell, "Watch your toes!"
Watch your toes. That's what you yell.
Yeah, because you know, on the corners of Manhattan, you know, everybody's standing in the fucking sidewalk, like standing in the crosswalk. It's like, dude, watch your toes. Yeah, there's a guy in New York. I want to say Manhattan. The dude just rolled, and it was his partner. Just rolled right over his feet. It blows out your ankle. Yeah, when they rolled right over his foot, his ankle blew out.
Because of the
pressure. Yeah, the weight of the truck.
Gosh, that's a good cartoon.
That's nasty. Nasty shit. I had a buddy fall out of the truck. He was having fun. With this one, older guy. He made a left. He rolled out. His leg went under. I mean, they grabbed his foot. They grabbed everything. They saved it, but it looked like he was wearing a moon boot. Oh yeah. You know, got off the job. Anytime I saw him after that, I feel like it's like 4 times the size.
The Neil Armstrong thing.
Yeah, dude, he's out there dragging a marshmallow over now. It's crazy.
Yeah, my dad had this buddy, and one of his feet. You know, you used to see this commonly back in the day. Somebody would have that big sole on their shoe. You know, somebody be on it.
Yep.
And my buddy had his friend, and his friend would always stand on this little piece of cement because it made him easy, bro. He like wouldn't leave it in the neighborhood, right? My dad's neighborhood. Yeah. He'd like kind of walk around it, like pivot around it, but he fucking
never leave that.
The second he left off that bitch, bro.
So
yeah, the world got kind of everything turned into a teeter-totter. Wow, so it's really, really fascinating. I'm trying to think of some other.
Yeah, I think you had Mike Rowe on it. He was one of the guys that years ago listed the sanitation as like one of the 10 deadliest jobs. And it's just more, dude, you'd be shocked at how many people don't see the truck that literally just drive into the back of the truck. And if you're back there, you know, it's a wrap. You know, there's a lot of.
So there's a lot of danger that happens like that. People just hit in the back of the truck. The guy's standing back there.
Driving and not paying attention to it. It's crazy. You know, everybody's in a rush. Yeah, especially in New York. And you are pay no mind to this, so they're just driving around. The truck can't get any bigger for you not to see. And then people are driving to the back of the truck all the time. I had a dude hit me once. Literally, I see him, I'm at break, and I see him bouncing off cars coming down the road. And I'm like, what's this dude doing? Like, ping, ping, ping. I jumped over, like, in the truck. There's like this cab, like this little thing with the engine. I literally was jumping onto my partner. He was like, what's going on here? Like, people get frisky at 8 in the morning. Next thing you know, boom, the dude drills the truck. Literally drives right into the driver's side, like gas tank, right near my, like, I'm like, what the hell? Turned out the dude, old dude, was on all kinds of medication. So,
yeah, dude, my dad sometimes he would go, he'd like get into the post, he'd go to the post office, right? My dad was real old when I was born, he was 70. So at 80 years old, he's taking me on rides. I would go to the post office, and I think he didn't know kind of like how age worked or whatever, because I had like a growth spurt. And he's like, well, you just drive around. I can't legally park here. Will you drive around the block? And I was fucking 10 years old, dude. You know, I was about 5. I think I was 5'3" or something. I did a little growth spurt, and his vision was bad. And so I'm fucking, next thing you know, I'm driving this Delta 88, bro, right? This big boat, no power steering, bro. I fucking go around the block, dude. And I don't know how big the block is, you know? Yeah. I go around, I fucking hit 7 cars, bro. And this thing was a piece of shit, dude.
Like a battleship.
Oh, my dad, he borrowed off a couple brothers and it had some 22s in the back, right around the corner. So he was always listening to like NPR, like with bass and shit. Like, none of the whole life didn't make any sense. Dude, I fucking hit 6 cars. I could finally get back around and pick up my dad. He had no idea.
Where you been?
The whole car is like a piece of shit. No idea, bro. God. What about the rat problem? Is that what kind of animalia do y'all run into on the garbage route?
Ooh,
To be honest.
yeah, no. Just different areas had different. Staten Island was like mice. You'd see some, decent size, like 7-inch, 8-inch rats with like, nice sized tail. But
that's what I'm talking about, dude. Fuck, I'm not. A mice is just a gay rat.
Yeah, they're just babies.
Yeah,
I'm just running around like idiots.
Yeah.
I used to squish them. When they would eat.
Really? You can step right over them?
Yeah, they're in the bags, and then when they come out, you just, and they assholes and their eyes popping out. I'm like, oh yeah, it's nasty. But I stopped doing that when I got a little older.
Yeah. I think you grow out of that, and the government will put lipstick on them and then fucking kill them.
Exactly.
Ozempic. So who the fuck are you? Say like you're the bad guy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I stepped on a few months. Kill me now.
Now, what about the rat problem in the city? You hear about it. They allegedly signed a czar that got some this lesbian cheese hunter up there now fucking trying to kill him, right? Which is fine. More power to her if she wants to fucking show up and go to war. I'm game, right? But how bad was the rat problem in the city?
Well, even with that, like, let's be honest. There's no way. And there were some big boys up there. The UN. Because you're right near the water there.
Oh, I saw one wearing a Charles Barkley jersey.
Dude, I wouldn't doubt it up there.
Bro,
So there's one night we were picking baskets up. How there's corner baskets in Manhattan. There's just a basket on every corner where people throw litter and stuff,
Oh, yeah.
So they're all lined up in front of the UN. So we're doing the baskets. It was early in my career.
And is each basket a different country?
No. No, it's just a basket like all along the UN. There's just more there because they don't want litter.
Okay.
So there's just more baskets in the front of
it's like the Epcot Center of Trash or something.
No. So, but it's the Epcot Center of Rats. I mean, dude, I'm talking boys. And dude, I dumped the basket. So it was quick. Like, once you started the basket, you spin off the truck quick, bang, bam, you're right back. Like, literally take me 3 seconds to dump it down.
Oh, so you throw it, dump it, and you're back. It's back. And
boom, and then you jump on the truck. You still have to step. So I see fluttering going on. And dude, I mean, with the tail, this thing had to be 18 inches.
Oh, yeah,
but
he probably was the Rutgers. Bro.
Yeah, he was that fullback. So, big boy. So, dude, I'm working with this dude. I'm jump off the truck. And, I'm running along the truck.
Away from it?
Dude, I'm just running. He's like, what are you doing? He looks next to me. I'm running. I said, there's something in there, man. He's like, what do you mean? So we went back there with like the broom and the shovel to like kill it and just cycled it up. I was like, I ain't fucking around with it. Because you would have like possums and stuff. Like as you cycle it, like the little garbage will fall down and it gives them a little escape. So they pop out. The little mice used to do that all the time.
No, explain it to me. I'm not understanding it.
So when the cycle goes up in the truck, like sometimes there's like bags and stuff right at the edge, right? You just pushed up, right? So when you open it again to now like bring the next set of garbage up, like you would literally get like a bag or two will flip down and it'll push garbage up towards the ledge of the truck. And an animal, that's like their escape route now.
Oh, I see.
So I'm like, fuck that, I ain't doing that. So I told him, you go back. And he had time on the job, so he was used to it.
So sometimes it'll be cycling, you'll see an animal pop out of it.
Yeah, you get raccoons, the mice, the rats. They literally just jump right out.
Now, what's the most here's one right here. Garbage man saves kittens from trash. Shout out to God, they probably do this.
You'd be shocked.
Yeah, anybody ever try to put a baby in the garbage?
So
I won't tell anybody.
No.
And I'll know if you're lying to me.
All right, so I had like a year on a job. Got hurt. I had this shoulder surgery. So they do like this mail carrying thing where you bring the mail to like lower east garage. So you go to like the main area, pick up all the mail, you give it to each garage. So I pull into one of the garages. I forget somewhere in Manhattan 2, I think.
Oh, so it's a job you can still work even though you're injured.
Exactly. So I'm like in rehab, coming back, trying to get my arm back together. And next thing you know, I walk in the garage. Everybody's in Tyvek suits, white Tyvek, covered head to toe. I got a t-shirt and pants on. I'm like,
yeah,
what's going on
here? There's a Shriners league,
right? So there's a garbage truck emptied out on the floor because they got a phone call that a girl put a baby in a
Oh.
I don't even know if they found it. I just,
No.
Nobody. But they did it. Listen, they were nervous, and that's what they do, these kids.
Yeah, it's ugly. What about this video right here? Garbage man saves kittens from trash. I don't think you're cutting open a bag of coke, huh? What is going on? Oh, he heard something. Oh, it's an 8-ball of cats, bro. Yeah.
That's people for you.
That's unreal. That's people. Yeah. Yeah, what do you learn about society? What are some of your thoughts on society? You think that, like, does it give you a negative look at society? Does you just think this, or does that kind of thing even happen, like, as you work in that industry?
Yeah, listen, it'll change your mind real quick to just this strange people out there. It's some crazy shit that you see about. Like, that reminds me of the time I smell a skunk. What is that smell in the back of the truck? Like, that's something odd, so now I can smell it. And there was like a skunk in like a little pathmark bag, like that we call it, like the little plastic bags, tied up and everything. And I'm thinking to myself, like, who the fuck took the time to grab this skunk, kill it, and then put it in a bag? It's like, people ain't right to even think of doing that. Like, who's playing with skunks? But
Birds, bro. Birds. I would get rid of. Yeah, people get rid of any lie. Yeah, like I'm trying to think of the biggest animal somebody could get rid of without you guys noticing. Probably black lab. Huh?
that would be yellow lab. Still to this day, I can see those guys.
Trying up.
Right.
And were they gay guys? You think?
Yeah, some would say.
Yeah. And no judgment anyway for
No,
everybody. Yeah, everybody's got a gay cousin or son or father. These days. Yeah,
everywhere.
In 3 generations, everybody's gonna be just gay, doing Uber Eats.
Dipping their toes into it.
Oh yeah, who knows, bro? What about on the home front? What is the home front life like for a sanitation worker? Is it tough on your home life? Is it easy on it? What kind of life is it?
The winters were tough. Like I said, if it snowed, you were stuck there. 12-hour shifts, 10-hour shifts.
But when you say stuck there, what do you mean? Oh, because it takes so long to get through the route?
No, it's just like if it snows, so New York, and I've been here when they had that ice storm. I think it was a few years back. The whole everybody shuts down. New York don't stop. Like we're out there all night, through the night, 12-hour shifts, spreading salt, plowing snow.
So you guys do other jobs instead of just the garbage?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know this.
We clean all the streets, the snow. We do the salt spreading, the front end loader work. We do all that stuff.
Really?
Yeah.
God damn, you got shit. I guess if the Rangers needed a Zamboni driver, they could put one of you guys.
I'd probably pull it off. Yeah.
But I didn't know that you guys do all those other jobs.
Yep. Well, there's probably, if I had to guess, over 100 different job titles on that job. It's just not garbage. Right? There's so many ranking. Like you could have a desk job. You could have the guy who hooked me up with this. Johnny Lex. That was my boy. He had the desk job. And that's what.
Now, what's desk job like? What's that guy do?
Nothing. He literally just setting up the days. What's tomorrow? All right, let me get all the cards and the routes ready for tomorrow. Pretty much like that. It's you call them tit jobs.
Yeah, tit jobs. Yeah. So they're in there to do a fantasy football.
Yeah, he's hurt.
Is he?
It's all
Oh, damn.
I was talking to him last night.
Yeah,
the team's sad. Yeah.
He probably had Aaron Rodgers that fight. Probably had injured.
Yeah, but just sad. But there was a lot of, and that winter aspect is a totally different aspect. Because you're doing, just say, 3-4 days. You could get 6 inches of snow. It would take you 2-3 days to settle in. Now you got to go pick all the garbage up that was left out for the last 3-4 days. Now every house that you can normally do 2 days a week, now it's a double coverage for one pickup.
Because you missed one.
Well, yeah, and
Because of the snow.
Exactly. Like Manhattan after a snowstorm, ooh, bad news. They get piles and piles of garbage.
Just unlimited garbage.
It's unbelievable.
You ever find somebody hiding in the garbage? Like you have to hit a bit, like hit a dumpster with a fucking wrench or something to get a homeless guy out of there.
No, I never had to do that. It's pretty, nobody wants to be in the garbage. It's just.
It's funny because in movies and stuff, you always see this romanticized look of a homeless guy popping out of a dumpster. You know what I'm saying? Like that old kind
Well, they're around, but we don't do container work.
Oh, you don't?
That's private. The private guys, those containers on the street where those guys are sleeping behind. Yeah, no, that's all private.
What about like a dumpster at a school or something? That's private.
Yeah, I didn't do that. Okay. But that's a whole different truck. Those are easy packs, so they have forks on the front that lift it over the truck and then compacted in behind.
So you never worked with that?
I never picked that up. I drove them. I used to have to dump them, but I never actually picked them up.
So that's called an easy pack truck. The ones that have the forks on the back that on the front. Oh yeah, that go right into those two slots on the side of the dumpster and then they throw it back over the top.
Yep.
And whenever you throw that back over, it says sometimes just a party of trash come right down the front of you.
Filthy trucks.
Oh,
disgusting.
Oh,
disgusting. Sometimes the container come off and be hanging out the side of it. Now you got to get somebody out, drag it off. It's a fucking nightmare.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then the other truck, the truck you drove, more had a cycler in the back that was just you drove it.
Yep.
Bag fed or something. What do they call it?
Exactly. Yeah, it's like hand fed. You just bag in, and then when it gets full, you can't fit no more. You bring it down. It swoops it into the truck, compacts it, and then you can do it again. Rinse and repeat.
How has the industry changed over the time?
Well, now they actually just put out the city, I think this week, that they're trying to bring out where homeowners, I guess if you associations, like if you have a bunch of people, because there are certain areas that were loaded with mice and rats because they were just, there's swamps and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And house to house, you go grab a pail and they're scattered.
Yeah.
So now they're trying to put these little dumpsters, but plastic, not the metal ones you see at like restaurants and stuff like town. And now they have things on the back to lift it. And my buddy just said New York just came out with it. And it's never gonna work.
Right.
Bloomberg tried to go to the arm that lifts it on its own, and one guy's in the truck and never gets out, never touches anything. I have that in New Jersey now at my house. There's just not enough space. There's too many people in New York. Right. Like there's cars on top of cars. Right. So there's no room for the garbage truck to get to the garbage.
Right, there's no room for the arm to get to the trash.
Exactly.
Right. Homeowners across the 5 boroughs will soon have to shell out at least $50 for new trash bins as the Big Apple tries to crack down on rodents by standardizing garbage collections. Under new rules announced by Mayor Eric Adams Wednesday, single-family homes and small apartment buildings up to 10 units will have to purchase the new cans from an as yet undetermined vendor for an effort to modernize the way the Big Apple collects its trash. Wow. Somebody's bidding on that contract. I bet.
Money. Wow. It's crazy.
Good garbage.
Oh.
Nobody thinks of it.
Nope. Because you forgot. Nobody realizes it. But so you like that. Like when somebody's going to make those pails now. 90% of the time, it's guys that were retired, big chiefs that are from the job. They go out and start these businesses because they had the right idea when they were on the job. But they said, let me bring it out when I'm retired. Right. I know what thing it is. I mean, DOT. Well, not DOT. They pick up derelict vehicles. Sanitation does that too.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, any vehicles that the foremen have to go out, tag them, write whatever date, if the car's not going up the street with like no plates and stuff.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
They send tow trucks out, they take them too.
Have you ever had to be involved in that?
No, I didn't do that.
But you've had to be involved with salting the roads, right?
Salting the roads. Front end loaders, big like rubber tire machines. Used to have to fill the spreaders, and then I would have to drive down certain blocks where you couldn't get like bigger spreaders. I would have to do dead ends with it. So you like take a bucket back up the street, take a bucket back up, pile it up back there. In the bad storms, you would get like a dump truck with you, and you would load the dump truck, and then they would like dump it up somewhere in town. near the water and whatever.
All the salt.
No, all the snow.
Oh,
The
so
snow on the bad storms, and the snow was so bad when they would clean schools and dead ends and stuff like that. You would have to go around with the front end loader. I would have 2 dump trucks with me, and I would load the dump trucks filled with snow.
Okay, so we're talking about snow. I thought you were talking about spreading salt.
Well, it's the same kind of thing, but the spreaders couldn't fit down some of these blocks
Okay, so instead of getting the spreader, they go and actually try and pick the snow up.
with a front end loader. We call them big rubber tire machines, you know. So I did that for pretty much the whole career, 18 years. I was doing that in winters.
Oh, so you do that in the winter and then trash in the spring?
No, it's just when it comes up, you go.
Okay.
You know, you do it. But that was the fun part.
That was
Driving
fun.
the front end loaders.
Yeah?
That was good times.
Oh, that's cool.
One
Because
of-
you didn't have to get out that much, huh?
No, and you were like saving people. That's when people loved
Uh,
you. Dude, there were areas where you couldn't get down. Like spreaders would slide off the road. Yeah, we would have to go with wrecker, drag them off cliffs. Like it was crazy. The winters were nuts.
oh,
And then
yeah.
they were like, all right, get a machine up there. And then it was like the hills are like this. And I had the boss always, where's on? They're like, what do you mean? They would all last names on the job. They're like, where's on? Get him on the horn. Let's go. Get him on here. Because they knew. I would just tell everybody, stay away. Because everybody's out there shoveling, throwing the street, more salt, snow into the street, making more of a mess.
Yeah.
And then he knew, like, yeah, I'm going to fuck her up, and here we go.
Send a hitman in.
See
You
what
get it
happens.
done?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
What type of attitude does someone have to have, or what skill set does someone have to have, or who would best be able to be a garbage man, a sanitation worker?
Listen, it's about the community. You know, when it all comes down to it, you know, I still took pride in, like, especially those days, with, you know, knowing that my mother had to drive, my family, people's friends have to drive on those roads during the winter.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there were guys that would hide, you know, and not spread salt. But like me, I was out there 12 hours spreading salt. I had no problem with it. So it is a sense of pride that, you know, you work for the city. But in the same sense, there's not a, you know, I had a girl tell me once on the job, she's like, you're like born for this job. And I didn't know how to take it. Like, I was a little taken back. Like, is it a good thing that she's saying that? Or, like, am I a piece of shit? Like, I was just like, I was throwing it away. I'm really thrown off. Like, I'm just like, hey, thanks.
Yeah.
Like, I had nothing to say. And she was cool as shit. She was awesome. But, because we had girls that did the job, too.
Really?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
And some of them, I'd rather work with some of them than some of the other guys.
Really?
There were, you know, women out there that were, you know, hustlers.
Oh, yeah.
You know? And then there were guys that you always thought you would go to, oh, yeah, you come work with me? Yeah. Just doing that for the girls.
Really?
Yeah, help me. I can't lift this.
Try to meet the women on the
Yeah, they're going to the gym all day pumping iron, but they can't lift, you know, a 100-pound couch. They used to swing couches like in one shot.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
That's beautiful. Yeah, I think that's like in some cultures, that's like a wedding ritual or something. A man and a woman throwing, like, I don't know what it is. Was there a lot of intermingling in the job or something?
Yeah, there was some.
Yeah,
There was some out
boy.
there. I never partake.
A lot of ladies trying to put that dumpster on.
Yeah. Well, you got 2 pensions, you know.
Yeah.
There were a few. I know.
Body dumpster, boy.
Yeah.
It went over me.
There were definitely a few. And you look at it like I just said, you know, you get 2 pensions, both who's retired.
Oh.
It's a good life, you know.
Let's go to Florida and stay, huh? What, yeah, did people find, was there ever a couple that met on the job and ended up getting married?
Yeah. Retired. One wound up being a boss. I don't, his wife might have became a boss, but yeah, you know, listen, it happens.
Love happens everywhere.
Yeah, you're together a long time. You're out on the streets all day, and some guys, girls, they do it.
What are some other things people would collect out there in the trash? Anybody find anything really unique over the years? Any bone structure, anything like that?
Listen, you'd find all kinds of stuff if you were looking. Like I said, like
You didn't look that.
I didn't have time for it. Like I said, I was running. I want to get done. I want to be out of the street. Right? I don't want to deal with people. Like I said, the people that don't pay attention to you, they drive into you.
Right, it's just risky.
Hot, you know, crabby days. But this one time, I'm with my buddy, you know, Louie, and we're picking up this apartment building. And we open the gates, and there's, I think it was 6 or 7 Joker poker machines. And I'm like,
Oh, yeah, video poker?
yeah, like in
Yeah,
the bars, you know, they have those, you know,
Yeah,
the
I
cheap
used to use our allowance in them.
Yeah. And So I worked at bars when I was younger, and I knew, I'm like, oh yeah, the money's stashed underneath. So we opened them up, there was nothing there. But I'm like, you know what, I remember one of the bar owners having like a trap door because sometimes the dollars, the $10 bills would just float in. And there was this little Tupperware in it, and it would float, and fall perfect right down the slit. So when I saw that was still blocked off, we dragged them back to the garage. We beat the living piss out of these things with sledgehammers. My boss walks in, he's like, I'm not even gonna ask what's up. Right? Dude, we got $360 a piece, $720. Dude, and they were the finest $10 and $20 1980 bills. They were right out the machine. So yeah, that was one of my better ones. But listen, you find things here and there.
Yeah.
I always found something that, you know, somebody was throwing out and I didn't have to dig, like it was next to the curb. I found a moped once in Manhattan.
Oh yeah.
On the side of the, you know, right on the side of the basket, the corner basket there. And it was probably from like a Chinese restaurant. Yeah, like that. It was like locked in until you turn left. So who's going to just keep driving in a circle? Kids must have stole it and they realized, we can't use this. So they left the corner basket, right? So I told my partner, I'm going to take this. And as we're putting it, like I said, this little trap door. As I put it in there, the cops go up. So this guy I'm working with saying, damn, Owen, you fuck me all up now. I'm going to get locked up for this shit.
Right, we're stealing a fuck.
Yeah, stealing a moped from somebody, you know?
Yeah, from some Chinese kid.
Yeah, like the guy's laying there holding bags. And so he's like, they just pulled up. They were like, yo, is it run? I'm like, I don't know. I'm going to see. Brought that shit home. Broke the steering collar and wound up getting started. And I used to use it to go down to the bodega down the block, grab beers and shit. That was a good find.
Yeah, that's a good find. Yeah. That's interesting, man. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think I would like. I probably would like it. When I was young, I had to do the trash at the house. You know, I didn't mind it. You know, this home sanitation or whatever. Get it out to the curb. You know. When I was a kid, you know, we never got to see the real artist pull up in the early morning. You know, he was still asleep or something. I was just getting up to speed.
Oh, kids love it too. When they come out, they want to work their handles.
Yeah, no, what happened? Like, that was a fad for a while where, like, a lot of moms would do the TikTok videos of a kid meets the dog. You know, were you around for that?
Yeah, I had a few. Like, I would get the kids stuff, like shirts and stuff. I would always give it back. I would have kids that, like, stand, like, at the glass door. The mother would hear us and they would open the main door and then there's, like, a sliding, like a screen door. Yeah, the glass, and the kids just used to sit there. And I loved it. You know, you get parents all the time. Like, oh, old people, my daughter loves you guys, like little kids, you know. I don't know. The kids are fascinated with it. And it's awesome. But at the same time, it's like the parents are probably like, don't do that, you know. Right. Don't grow up to be a garbage man. Yeah. Because they don't realize the money. Right. You know.
But now more people are going to know it's a good business. It sounds like you've got to keep a positive attitude, by the way.
That's it. Listen, the day goes by so much easier if you just get through the work. You have a good partner, a good relationship with your partner. It's awesome. There's so many other shittier jobs. Like, I would take that over any city job in New York.
Really?
Yeah, like you got the firemen, you know, they're just wearing t-shirts trying to get free stuff.
Oh, yeah, let's be honest, they're making shit. They're just eating frank back in there.
Exactly.
No judgment. I love these guys.
Yeah, no, 100%. My brother-in-law's. One's retired, one's still on.
Yeah.
I got a lot of friends that do it. I just bust their chops all the time because they're always wearing a fire department t-shirt. I'm like, dude, you got to know when to close them up.
Yeah. Oh, they definitely. They fucking, yeah. And then you light a fucking match and they're over there beating up a birthday cake just to fucking flex.
Put it out.
Yeah.
Fireman's here.
Yeah. Somebody's got.
But meanwhile, I laugh. I'll talk about my brother-in-law's quick. My wife's brothers. They'll come to my house and I got a fire pit in the yard. Dude, it's like they're trying to light my house on fire. It's like, bro, what? Don't you put these out? Why are you starting this shit this big? Like and I got like a tin roof over it, metal's melting. I'm like, dude, what's the point of this?
Yeah, your bird feeder, bro. You look at your bird feeder, you got a fucking grilled sparrow in there.
It's like, dude, what are you trying to prove? Are you trying to put another fire out here? Do that on their time, not mine.
A lot of firemen are closeted
pyromaniacs,
arsonists, barn burners, whatever they're called, bro. Flame babies, whatever they call them, bro.
They're crazy.
Oh, yeah, a bunch of fucking kerosene magnets, bro. They don't give a fuck, dude. They'll fucking drink kerosene and then blow a fucking flamethrower. They don't give a fuck, dude. Them guys.
And the cops, it's tough, man. I feel bad for New York cops.
Do you?
I got a lot of friends. Listen, there's bad apples all over this. I don't care
Hello.
what industry you're in. People are idiots. The way they act, the way they treat people. But it's just crazy how they treat New York cops. Like, when I was growing up, you respected the cops.
Yeah.
That was it. You shit on the garbage man, you respect the cops. But now it's like, I just don't get it. So those are two jobs I don't even want.
Yeah, I think the media's let a lot of that happen. I think you have a lot of like the same types of folks doing a lot of crime that don't have any respect for police officers. I think you have a lot of kids raised with no families, no parents, and don't have any respect for anybody. So, and the people that were supposed to be in authority they in fact hate authority because they never had it. So it's like the second they see a cop, it's heartbreaking, dude.
Yeah.
What a lot of those guys go through. Do you have a relationship with police, fire, the other like municipalities?
Of course. Yeah. Civil service.
Yeah, the civil service.
Yeah, of course. They always call up. They got to throw stuff out. During the winters, the police department was always like, you had to go through the police department. And that was like even the ferry in Staten Island. You had to go hit that with the plows and everything. Get all that spread, salt spreaded down. I would always go to the fire departments.
So you take a spreader onto a ferry?
No, it's like the ramps to get on the ferry.
Oh,
so
okay.
like where all the buses come in.
Yeah.
That you have to hit all those ramps, and I mean it's nonstop. It's like one truck does that all day. Goes up and down the main road and then comes back and hits all those bays to make sure that all the buses, I had this bus, back into me once. I'm like, dude, you didn't see this big truck? Like I got blinking lights everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my 5th day on the job. I felt bad for the kid. He probably got fired. I did feel bad for him, but he drove right into the plow. I'm like, oh. But yeah, you respected each other, and I got pulled over a few times here and there, for stupid shit, like tint in my windows and stuff like that. Oh, all right, don't worry about it.
Yeah. Basic Asian crimes, really, I call those.
Yeah.
Every time I get stopped for that. What type of ethnicity is the garbage man? A lot of times we had black and white men mostly. Is it every ethnicity? Or is it? It is.
Every.
So it's a real universal job.
Yeah. We had the most diverse in the city. That's the most diverse city job. And it was fun. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah? You had a lot of cool people.
A lot of cool people. A lot of fun people. A lot of guys I still talk to.
Oh, yeah.
That's
so cool, man.
Yeah.
I think there is something about the camaraderie. What was it like when you got back to like the house or whatever was there what was that like? Was there a shop or something? Where would you guys all get back to and hang out? Was there like a bunkhouse?
Yeah, you always had like an area where, you would have couches, which there was like rules like, oh, don't sit on it in your city uniform, like nasty. But, people always did.
Did they?
Gross.
No, people would go do the trash route and then come and sit.
Yeah, and then come and lay down on the couch. It's like, dude, what are you doing?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
People,
and then listen, even the bathrooms in some of these places. Like I always wanted to do like a study and go to guys' houses and see how they react, like how they are around their families. Because I'm like, if you do this here and you don't clean up after yourself, like, what do you do home?
Yeah.
Like, does your wife wipe your ass? Like, I don't get it.
Ugh.
The
wife probably glad they're not at home.
Oh.
Anybody ever have a wife that killed them while they were on the job that you knew? Anybody
No, not like that. A lot of divorces. They used to say it's cheaper to keep them. That was the going saying. Well, you get married, it's cheaper to keep them.
Yeah.
Guys coming in with like paychecks for $1.99. Because that's how many kids and
Oh. Do you guys compete against other civil service groups? Like, is there like a volleyball squad?
No, we used to do like a softball thing within, like on Staten Island. There's 3 garages. We used to do that for a few years, but nothing like other than that.
Yeah. What does your son want to be a garbage man when he grows up?
No. Believe it or not, my oldest doesn't even remember me being a garbage man. I used to bring the truck. I used to bring it, but he was young, And now I think I want to say I left Staten Island 6 years ago, so he was 4. So he was still young,
So you had 20 years of service, man. You got it done. You look so young. I mean, you had 20 years of service. You got in and got out.
Retired at 41. Started my own, construction. I did bathrooms, kitchens, all that stuff. And then my back went out.
Oh,
So I've been on the shelf for right now, getting back in the game.
are you on pain pills or not?
No, good. I don't mess with that shit. No, I went on the medical marijuana for a while,
Yeah.
just to take gummies.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You got a piss too?
Yeah, I'm almost.
All right, let's go all piss, then we'll come back after this.
Yeah.
Yeah, what does the retirement look like? What does a retirement look like? So you get, did it give you like a watch or a jacket? Is it like a big, you get a pension?
You don't get nothing. You get the pension.
You get a pension.
Pension, health benefits,
Okay.
all health, all paid.
For life.
For your family, yeah.
Wow, dude, that's incredible. So there's
Yeah.
a lot of value there.
Yeah, everybody like passes that over. You know, when guys are like, "Oh, I gotta stay on the job. I gotta do 25 because it's my pension's only this now." You don't realize how expensive insurance is.
Yeah.
You know, at least $2,000 for 4 people.
Yeah.
Me, my wife, and my kids.
Yeah.
So you know, like you said, it's money.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's more than people pay as much to insure themselves. You know, some people's more than their mortgage than their rent. So you get that, you're done. What do? You're 41 years old. You just retired from a job. Pretty incredible. What makes you decide to go into like home construction and stuff like that?
I grew up around it. My father owned a hardware store growing up.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
So I had every tool in the shed. I had every, you know, and 5, 6 years old, I was using saws.
Oh yeah.
Because they didn't have no safety shit on it back then.
Oh yeah. Somebody breaks in your home, you fucking skill saw.
My mother would scream, "Get away from that!" My father was at work, so I was I think I was 8 years old. I was building a tree house.
Yeah, I was, bro.
I was like, me and my mother were like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I'm just building a tree house."
You're like, this tree house ain't gonna build itself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Kicked the step, slid my head open. That was the end of the tree house. Wow. But yeah, I just love working like with woodwork and you know all that stuff.
Is your father still alive?
He is.
Oh wow.
Still doing it. Great dude. I'll never, you know. But, you know, then he went into different things. You know, he became a court runner as well. He used to run around for a law firm. You know, he did that. And then, you know, and he started working with me. That was about 3 weeks. Couldn't take that shit no more. So he's still doing it, home improvements. He's actually doing a bathroom right now.
Oh, amen.
I'm like, dude, you're crazy.
Yeah.
But
he likes to work though.
yeah, he's good. He always is. You get enjoyment out of it. You know, when I do kitchens and bathrooms for people, you feel it. You feel more. You know, just the wow and oh my god, you could do this. Like yeah.
I think it's something that's missing from my job too. A lot of times is that physical feeling of completing something. You know, that construction, the building.
Yeah.
You know, there's definitely something inside of us that wants to build or complete something. I think for a lot of us, yeah, my mother loves to work. I'm always like, I'm going to help you out. She's like, you know, I need to get a new van so I can keep doing my deliveries. You know, it's like, hey, whatever. Look, you want somebody to be happy. You know, you want them to do what they want. Yeah, there's always that thing. You don't want to end up being a garbage man. You know. Did that ever make you feel bad? You didn't think anything about it? Was there any?
Oh, listen, everybody would say, "Oh, hey, you're a garbage man, this and that," and like I said, always look down. But listen, I didn't give a shit.
Yeah,
I was making good money. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
Hey, your job sounds honestly as crazy. It sounds fun.
It was awesome. Dude, I didn't even get into craziness, but it really was. It's like you're on your own. Did you, your partner, the garbage truck? You just pick up garbage. They give you a route. Here's the blocks. It's a blast.
Yeah.
And it's all, dude. I used to clip on like a speaker. 6 a.m. You hear me coming down the block. That shit blasting dance music, rap music, back, like bumping, picking garbage up, having fun. I never like bothered me once. There are people on the job that hate it.
Really?
Yeah, like that. You know, I don't tell people about it. You know,
it's not HPV, dude.
Yeah,
it's
like
exactly. Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it. But yeah, I loved it. But we got into a real quick story. But my buddies come flying up a one-way, and now me and my buddy Louie went down like it's we're going down the one way. They come flying up the wrong way. I'm like, what's going on? I said, oh, maybe they're coming to help us. You used to do that all the time on the job. You call out to friends, hey, listen, my route's heavy today. Right? Like, can you come and grab this block? Yeah, no problem. We always help each other out. Dude, what's something they do? They jump out the truck, they start whipping us with eggs. It was like around Halloween. Might have been Halloween, right? They're chucking eggs, all over the truck.
Oh, the other truck?
Yeah, like they're throwing eggs at us.
Yeah.
And me and my buddy Louie, actually I'm throwing garbage and Louie goes running by me. I'm like, where'd you go? And then eggs start flying over my head. So now we fly up the block, they back out, they drive away, right? So now, you always have blocks that intertwine. Yeah. So they go to the main street. We go to the store, get 2 dozen eggs. We go all these shortcuts, cutting every light off. We just ran. We waited for them where we knew they were going to go. And now regular Earth is happening. Like people are out at there's a food store right there. There's people walking in the streets, everything. Dude, we're hiding behind cars. And they pull up and get stuck at the light. Whipping. Yeah. Bah, bah, bah. They were covered head to toe. They couldn't get out. They were blocked in by cars where we had the chance to run. We had to go back to my mother's house and wash the inside of the cabs out. That's how bad it was.
Hagging out. That's crazy, man.
But no,
that's fun, yeah.
Nobody's even paying attention.
That's fucking funny. That's cool. And could you listen to music in the vehicle? There's no music in there.
Yeah, no, you would bring radios in. Right? You would get like a radio or a boombox or something like that. But you listen to what you wanted. Yeah. Country music was my thing. Later in my life. Yeah. And when I first started, I used to get yelled at in one area because the music was too loud. Yeah, because we would pump it. Listen, you got to make the best of it.
Oh, I think so too. Music helps everything for sure. Yep. What's good and bad about the unions? Like about unions? What is that whole setup like? Can you talk about it? If you don't feel comfortable, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean it's
because you're in the union, right?
Well, no, because now the city pays me. I'm not really in the union.
Okay,
I'm done. It's not like
I don't understand unions fully. So maybe do you even have any explanation to me about what union? Because you were part of a union, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so how does that even? For some jobs, you have to be in a union to have the job.
Yeah, certain businesses run under union standards.
Okay,
which means you have to pay dues, and whatever it is monthly, you pay dues and you stay in good standard within the union. And then you get into like iron workers and all that. Those unions are totally different. Okay. Because those unions are paying those guys pensions. Okay. To me, when I worked for New York, yes, we ran for a union. Like there's a different union for us, the fire department, the police department. Everybody has their own union. But once I'm done, I'm out of that union, and now the city just sends my checks. Okay. Like I have nothing to do with the union anymore. Okay. I don't go to meetings. I don't, picket line. I don't do all that nonsense anymore.
Did you guys ever have to strike?
We couldn't. We were signed under the Taylor law. So the Taylor law, you can't strike. If you could lose. That's the one way you could lose your job. You couldn't. It was crazy. The job, you could never lose the job. Dead honest. Literally, I knew guys that killed people that worked on the job. Yeah, they went to prison. Their pensions are still waiting for them when they come out. But the thing is, if you were dirty, if you came up on drugs and stuff in an accident, and somebody got hurt, that's probably the only way you could lose your job. But the unions, it's tough. Listen, they're great. It's just, it's expensive.
Yeah. What type of injuries happen on the job to guys?
A lot. Like I said, I had my left knee meniscus surgery, my right rotator, my left clavicle. Like I busted up, and it's just from swinging bags.
Really?
Yeah. And then my back, of course, was just a matter of time. Once I stopped running around the streets picking garbage up, and now I'm doing my side, well, not my side, but I was doing like kitchens and bathrooms at my speed, not running 4 miles every day. My back just locked up on me, so I had to go in with a knife.
Was it hard to adjust whenever you retired?
Yeah, retirement. Everybody, I'm gonna retire. It's not working. That's why I'm gonna start working again.
Back in the trash?
No.
Sanitation?
No, I'm actually looking now just to get into something simple, nothing crazy. Not one of those, I need a big high paying, just something basic. Yeah. Just want to stay busy.
Yeah.
Because it's honestly, dude, it's not healthy. When you're
sitting
around. Yeah, you're just sitting around.
It's
You know?
good for 2 or 3 days, and then you're like, oh shit.
Yeah, I'll give it like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
But then you're like, now what? And then,
Yeah, you
I
start
do my
going with your
lawn.
neighbors, you're taking a cat for a walk or something. Like, what the fuck am I doing?
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
You're fucking selling lemonade in your driveway. It's fucking sad.
You make a
bro.
little piece.
Yeah, you're out there selling lemonade during the night from 1 to 2 p.m.
No, my wife thinks I'm crazy because I take my lawn very seriously.
Oh, yeah, good. Bro,
What
that's
am I
the
gonna
first thing
do?
a guy who's retired does.
My lawn's fucking this. I need more water. I need more this. I need this. Oh, you're crazy. But then what else am I going to do?
Where'd you meet your wife? Did you have her before you had the job?
No. Well, I was on the job, I think, 5 years when I met my wife. Just a bar scene. I would bring someone up, but she would kill me if I told you. Well, I'll tell you, but you can't play it under the sun. You can't play it.
Okay, I promise.
Met her there, hello, that's about it. Then I started seeing her around the bars. My buddy.
And were you partying back then or no?
I was partying.
Oh, yeah.
It was ugly.
Oh, bro, you find me in a fucking, just a neighborhood fucking house party. Just snorting stacker twos and fucking holding up a wall.
But see, that's me old. Like Staten Island, like I said, we were in bars 15, 16 years old.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, it started getting boring at 21, 22. Yeah. But she was in college on Staten Island. She went to Riker College. And she was always in the bars. My buddy, God rest his soul, didn't do so well with that partying in. And he was dating her friend. So she was like, oh, you gotta date Wayne. You gotta date Wayne. Whatever, we finally.
I'm Wayne.
Yeah, I'm Wayne. I'm here. I'm the guy. And then we just hit it off. We started, bullshitting. She would tell people, she'd probably still tell you today, like, oh, he was following me around. I'm like,
You probably were.
no, but I'm 5 years older than you.
Right.
I've been in these bars for 10 years longer than you. Don't tell me that these are my bars, right? This is
You're
my
tall.
stuff.
I think when you're tall, people can always see you wherever you
I'm
are.
always above.
Right, so people are always like, oh, that guy's following me. Like, I'm not following, I'm just fucking over here.
Yeah, it's like, that's the shitty part about being tall,
Yeah.
right? That's a good point.
But now, when did you tell your wife that you were working as a garbage man or sanitation worker? Did you have to sit her down and tell her?
Oh, no, she knew.
Okay.
Yeah, she pretty much knew.
But she must have, it sounds like for somebody to be able to get up that much, go do that job, I think there's a ton of admiration in it, probably. You probably have to start to admire, like, this fucking guy gets his job, his work.
Well, it's not easy in the sense that, like you say, it's a commitment for 20 years or more. I know guys 25, 30 years. But it's more of like, you wake up and all you hear is downpouring. You still gotta go. So it is, and like I never wanted a pat on the back. Like, screw that, It was just more of knowing like how your day's gonna go from the minute you wake up hearing pouring rain, or it's gonna snow today. All right, well I'll see you tonight at 8 o'clock at night, and you're leaving at 6 in the morning. I want to get home 8, 9 o'clock at night. So there was, and listen, it was good money. I think her family knew, like, oh yeah, I'm dating this guy who works for sanitation. Oh, that's a great job. It's a city job, right? It's no, right? But yeah.
You don't know that. I mean, that's one of the things that I'm so happy to learn is like you don't know that there's you can make good money. You don't know that there's a pension in it. You don't know that you can fucking have a good time. You don't know that you get over the smell. So you don't even notice it anymore, huh?
Don't even notice. And I could pick it out anyway. Like,
could you smell different types of trash from certain amounts of feet away?
You know what it is? The maggot smell, like I was saying, is the killer. And there are some times I have a backyard. We eat outside, we throw the garbage, and I don't throw it out right away. It's like in a bag, in a pail. Dude, maggots will start crawling out of the pail.
Maggots.
Oh, yeah. I used to be walking around with all my arms. They would come out of the truck, splat on the line like nasty. They're like blowing them off your arm while you're on the back of the truck. It's part of the job.
Was there like a wave of trash water that would come out on the cycle? Like I'm talking something Kelly Slater would flirt with.
So this woman, and I knew her from the neighborhood. I went to school. Well, I didn't go to school with her daughter, but I knew her daughter from high school. I used to hang out with her and her friends. And she comes out. She's like, "Oh, Wayne, I can't lift this sofa." And it was in the driveway. I made it go back inside. Downpouring. So we throw the sofa in and throw bags in. Now she's right next to me, and And I'm like, don't stand there, go somewhere else. No, I want to get, she's trying to help him, give us something, you know, but taking us
Give you a couple muffins or something.
It's cypress, dude, from head to toe, groundwater. She literally had maggots like on her face. I was like, get in the house and go take a shower. She's like, what is all this? I was like, with her eyes closed. I'm like, just get in the house. I told you don't stand here, you know?
That's the devil's backwash. I mean, you don't want that.
It just happened because we were uphill and the rainy days, now you're lifting every pail that doesn't have a lid, water's going in, and it's just washing around. It's like sewage. Oh, it's disgusting.
And all that water, just is there a catch from the truck, or it all goes through on the street?
No, well, we used to have drain pipes, but then they soldered, like they welded them all shut because like people complained that trash was like coming out on the street. So you had to deal with it. Our thing was you wanted to find a mattress that had them. So you would throw the mattress in, squeeze it, and it would sop up all of them on the bad days.
So there's some strategies here.
Listen, just with college, man, you ain't stupid.
Yeah, I never think that those guys are dumb. I don't know what I think. I think it's just also the tough part about that job is if you're just like someone who lives somewhere, you don't get to go so quick. You know, it's tough to get time with them. You know, like you don't. You know, like cops stay around and fucking tase you or whatever bullshit with you. Or like in the neighborhood, when I was growing up, like some girl would always, a cop would always be flirting with somebody. Some lady or something, her husband's missing or whatever. They probably did it, but they ain't telling nobody. And now they're over here flirting and fucking splitting, cutting up donuts with a plastic knife on the hood of the fucking cruiser. Flirting with Miss Cheryl over here, who's always all, dude, this lady boss would get all fucking liquored up. She'd be drinking daiquiris. And she'd start her car. She had this fucking car that was like a hot rod or something. She'd start that bitch with these shorts and then lay on the fucking hood of it and fucking say like pervy shit out loud. Like, don't you miss me? She'd say, don't you miss me? Let me fucking know who the fuck is this lady, bitch, I mean. But we sit out there and watch her, bro, But yeah, cops, you get to talk with them. There's some communication with y'all's job. It's kind of just hit and run.
It's hit and run. And even the guys I have now, like I give them $100 tip during Christmas. Listen, I did the job. I know it sucks. The rainy days. Yeah, there's good days. There's a lot more good days than the rainy days. And once you get wet, you get wet. You're done. But like I have people now tell me, what do you mean you tip them? I'm like, dude, these guys who pick my stuff up that's private, they're not making what I was making in the city. And it's a lot, man. They're doing you a service, and they always say everybody's always lying because that's their job. They have to pick it up. They got to take it. And I would tell people the same, my job. I'm here to pick up your household garbage. I'm not here to take all your demo from your construction job on your house. And that was always where the fine line of like arguing, fighting with people. Like, I ain't gonna fight. It's garbage. Like, why are we fighting over garbage? Right? Just get a dumpster, and I'm not picking this up.
Yeah.
Case settled done.
Yeah, or somebody trying to go to blows with you or something?
Yeah, a few times.
Women or men?
Well, the woman, it was a husband and wife, and they had bags of tile, and the bags, and
get the fuck out of here with that.
She was just an asshole, this woman, and literally the tile is sticking out the bag. So that's like razor blades, Boston tile. I don't know if you ever been cut by Boston, it sucks. And she's like, "Oh, you're not gonna take this? Yeah. It's your job." I said, "Listen, I'm not taking this shit. You can throw it in." "Oh, fine, I'll throw it in." "Yeah, look, big strong guy, sanitation worker can't throw it in, but I could." And she's rubbing it all up on her belly and shit. I'm like, "Good, look at you, you animal," Turns out she's a nurse.
Oh yeah, nurse.
Fan's a nurse.
Sorry, that's kind of mean.
No, and she says, and it was fucked up what she said. She was like, you know what? If you ever come into my hospital and you need help, fuck you. I said, and now, like I said, I'm not a blow my top guy. It's garbage. Well, I'm not gonna fight with you. You want to throw it in, throw it in. I don't give a fuck. I said, you know what, bitch? Fuck you. Yeah. Right to her face. And I fucking closed the hopper, and she still had 10, 15 bags left, and I fucking drove away. I threw my car in the drop. My boss calls. He's like, what are you doing? I said, let me guess. The nurse called. He's like, I don't know who the nurse is, but this woman called. And, you know, she's calling, she got 311 on the line, this and that. And I'm like, dude, this is what she said to me. So I blew my lid and told her to go fuck herself.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, my boss calls, he's like, just let her throw the rest of the bags. I'm like, I don't want to go back. So we went back in. Because I just don't want to deal with, I don't want to fight on my own. I go back there now, but barely 6'8" husband's and he gets in my face, right? And I'm like, dude, you do not want to do this. I said, listen, I'm a garbage man, that's all fine and dandy, but you don't want to see what other part there is.
Yeah.
My old 67-year-old partner jumps out the truck, gets right in his face, starts pushing him. He's like, dude, you get the fuck back in the house. We'll throw the shit in, get the fuck out of my partner's face. Yeah. I was like, good for you.
Yeah.
Good for you. But you had that here and there. Yeah. People want to fight garbage. What are we fighting over garbage?
Yeah, so wow. It's interesting. Think if there's anything else oh, if you had boots on, how do you keep the water from getting into the trash water?
Like I said, you had rain boots, but those were regular boots, which just been soaked since, and you just put them like on top of your locker, hope they dry by the next rainstorm. Because if not, wet boots suck. But what are you gonna do? This one time, this guy goes, "Why are you running through the street? It was raining." I said, "Because I hate wet boots." I turn around, I'm like, I said something like, "I hate wet boots." You know what? You know that feeling. I turned around, I didn't realize it was in a wheelchair. He feels wet. I'm like, damn it.
Buddy ain't got to worry about wet boots either.
Exactly. But that's the thing. It's like dodging. You tell people I'm dodging raindrops. But everything got wet.
So your wife is good with it. What kind of line of work did she get into?
She was in medical sales, medical device sales. So like when you have surgeries and stuff, she sold all like the nuts and bolts and stuff for the company. But now she's doing it back again. She had went just into sales for like smaller companies, but now she's back doing medical device. You know, she's always been a hard worker.
Yeah.
My wife, I'll give her a shout out, Wendy. She's always been a hard worker. You know, our kids are awesome, Parker and Jackson, with an X. Jackson with an X.
Yeah, like Jackson. Who's the starting quarterback for Ole Miss? Jackson Dart.
Is that with an X?
Is that JXON?
Yeah, no, we left the S on.
Oh, wow, yeah. Fuck yeah,
Jackson.
Like you on a bus, dude.
Wild and shit.
Okay, so you got your family there.
Parker and Jackson, yeah.
Have you enjoyed being a dad? Is it exciting?
Love it. Yeah. That's like the shitty part about now going back to work. You know, I love having my boys in the morning. Jackson, my 6-year-old, is hysterical.
Oh, really?
Oh, from 5:30 on, bro. He does not stop. As we joke with the 10-year-old, we joke all the time. We're like, dude, there's got to be an off button. And he's kind of, Dad. Like, do you see this? Dad, asking me questions like while I'm getting lunch ready for them and breakfast. It's just nonstop. Yeah. But I love it. Yeah. I don't mind any part of it. Like, I do anything for them, of course, because they're my kids. But like, that's going to be the hardest part of me, like missing now the mornings, and then missing when they get home from school.
Yeah.
That's going to be, you know, if I start getting home later, that's going to be the shitty part.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. A lot of people have to deal with that. You know, I think it's just it's unfortunate, but that's kind of how our society is. You know, I wonder if we're supposed to be like that, or what, you know, like human beings are supposed to be like. You know, like we think about the old days, like people probably live around a campfire and everybody gets fucking cold, but people live around a campfire too, you know. So I think it was quite interesting. Yeah, what would you say to somebody who's thinking like, could I be a sanitation worker?
Oh, more power to you.
Yeah.
Listen, like I said, it's a New York thing. If you live in the tri-state area, in New York, not tri-state. If you live in New York, it's like a known thing. Take all the tests. It's the best thing. I know a buddy of mine, his daughter came on. He waited long enough because his daughter did so good on the test that his daughter got on the job.
Oh, they got to work together.
So they got to work together. It was a big thing by the city. You know, they went out and then he retired like a week later. You know, so like, listen, you know, when you know what's coming with the job, you know how good it is, but you don't want to tell people.
Yeah.
We always said, don't tell nobody how good this job is. And yeah, there are all grueling, shitty parts about it, but the job was great.
Yeah.
Like, I would never curse the job in that aspect.
Well, the fact that you had to win a lottery to even get a chance to take the job is freaking pretty.
Well, now they don't do that anymore. Now they allow all of them to take the test and take the, and see how the lists are. But there's 120,000 people taking the test now. That shows you how much people want this. And like somebody called me, like, oh, yo, my nephew took the test. I'm like, all right, how do you do? Oh, he's got a 93. I'm like, oh, what's his list number? 40,000. He's done. I'm like, dude, the job has to die 6 times over. There's 6,000 guys on the job. So everyone has to go to work that day, die. The next day, 6,000 die. It's like, so does he really I said, if you got a 40, if you got that kind of number on that test, you should look for a different profession.
Oh,
yeah, that's
you're not it. What was it like during COVID doing trash?
I just retired.
Oh, you did? So you got to miss that.
The guys loved it.
They did?
They loved it. The money was crazy. These guys, I'm telling you, I know a guy moved to Florida, 90,000 a year, 95,000 a year, retirement pensioners. One was bringing 6 figures and retired.
How do you get your pension to be higher?
They take out of 5 years, they take your best 3 years and average it. So if this dude was doing, 2, 2, 2, now they add that in and the average is $100,000. So that's what you get, half of it. So you get half of your base, for 3 years. So this guy's got another buddy, 80,000 for the year. That's what he's going to get every year, plus benefits and all that. He'll get 80,000 a year.
How long does a pension last?
Until you die. But you could, take the test. You got to get a New York address though.
Yeah.
And now we do that. But I think
have to pay those taxes.
Yeah, they crush it.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that's part of it. You build up your pension to get to a point where you'll leave. A lot of guys don't leave. Like I said earlier, like they don't make it to so. But you could also sign off. Like I could have given my wife like a percentage of my pension for the rest of her life. But it just
see how she does.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
For that,
yeah, I'm not gonna count her. Yeah, exactly. Wendy's good.
Yeah, Wendy. Now, what if you die like doing like in the line of service or whatever? Does your wife like get a flag or anything? Is there like a what's that like?
They really don't. I mean, granted, it's a sad thing. They do a whole memorial thing, like lining the streets with sanitation workers when they bring you your casket, like any.
They do?
Yeah. But it's nothing like I told you. They get, I think, 2 years of service, so 2 years of pay. So if they get 120,000, that's it. You don't get the retirement. No,
because you're gone.
Yeah. So that's not in line, and then you die. Like if you're working, it's not the way it works. I know a guy, unbelievable. They forced him to the clinic. We had this clinic at work where you would go and these quack doctors would tell you feel better. Then they're like, like they got the Jedi shit. Oh, you feel good, go back to work if you were hurt. And they forced this guy to work, and he fucking dropped dead on the stand on therapy. Going to the clinic. I felt awful for his wife. He was such a good dude.
Why? And who has those quack doctors? The city? Because they want you back on the
city.
They want you back on the job.
So I think the city, what they do is they look for guys that lost their private practices, like as doctors, and they hire for pennies on the dollar.
So they hire those people then?
Yeah, and they're quack doctors. They suck.
Yeah.
But I had my finger. I was picking up one night, and now you're running through the streets because it snowed. So now you finally pick your garbage up, and not a lot of people garbage out after the snow. It's like they become like hermits and just stay in their house. They don't have garbage. So I grab a sewing machine, I throw it in the truck, and it still had a needle, so fish hooked my thumb. So my whole thumb like flapped over this way, blood pouring down my arm. So I go have stitches. I literally still have the stitches in my finger, and they're like, "Oh, you could go back to work." So you have to kind of threaten them, like, "All right, cool, put your name here, because when I get gangrene from work, you could do desk work in the garage." I'm like, "Dude, it's the dirtiest place on earth. A garage and a sanitation, garage, it's gross. So the desk, and it's just filthy. Nobody cleans it. So until you threaten them, you're like, "Oh, I'll get a lawyer, and, I'll sue your ass." Oh, all right, take another few days. Like, It's just
That's crazy. You have to fucking threaten to sue doctors who are just trying to get you back out there and you can't even take care of yourself. But then you have the other side of the coin where guys will try to sit out for 7 years because they got a hip flex or whatever.
I had a guy that like his cut that he would go outside the building, scrape it against the building outside, and just go back in again another 3 days. Still bleeding, doc. Okay, take another 3 days. Dude. But then it sucks because there's guys that are fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, like they threatened my job once when I really hurt my back. I had my shoulder done, and they were like, "Oh, we're going to force you off the job," because I was on light duty and shit for like 18 months. And it's like, you're going to force me off the job? Like, I'm in year 16. Like, they didn't give it. You're a number. That's it.
Can any handicapped people do your job? Can people in a wheelchair give everything or no?
Not a wheelchair per se, but I think there was some handicap.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way they.
Well, a lot of autism people do the job too.
I wouldn't doubt it.
You know?
Listen, autism, it's nothing to, laugh about, joke about. Both my kids are on the spectrum.
Oh, yeah. We're on it.
But they're awesome. I was probably on it, yeah. Like you said, they didn't test for that shit back in the day.
Fuck, no. We were just on it.
Well, that's what they were like. When we grew up, they were like, oh, he's either shy, oh, he's shy, or, oh, he's fucking crazy. Like, you were either one or the other. They never said, like, oh, yeah, he's going to be an astronaut. Like, like, he's real smart. No. He's shy, he sits in the corner. The other kid's hopping off the walls. And that's what it was.
Yeah, you just hope that you had something in the middle about it.
Exactly.
Or at least that God gave you one of each.
All your ADHDs, elemental Ps, all that shit.
Oh, now you got a fucking kid. Yeah, you didn't even know, dude. It's fucking unreal these days.
The letters they come up with, it's almost like the other group. They're just like, come on, how many more letters do you know?
Yeah, everybody gets it's everything. Yeah, I agree. Like you got a guy who's fucking DHD, RED, RESPECTBQ. I'm like, what? You're a fucking. Just say you're a gay Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just everything fucking crazy now, man. Dude, one
nuts, man.
Yeah, look at this. This is the term now. LGBTQQIP2SAA up down select star.
So you're a contra.
Yeah.
No, it's crazy. We got a bat flying around here.
Oh yeah, that's free bats, dude, from the city. That's our pension, bro. Also, it's getting close to Halloween.
Yeah, so that's right.
So we let
What
was it like? What were some of the holidays like? What was the holiday? Was there a holiday or was there a day of the year when you got the most traffic?
At any holidays. So like, because you would skip the pickups. So like Christmas, if we were off, they would pick up the next night.
Okay.
And we used to have to go in 12 to 8 to go pick it up. And honestly, they would steal garbage. Like my first year on the job, I never realized that guys stole garbage. So because on those days, you just had to load the truck as fast as you can, and then you were done for the night.
Okay.
So dudes would literally, it was like smoke coming out of the tires. Take off out of the garage, go hustle, get as much garbage as you can, and then just to be done. You load off, top off the truck, you're done with it. You're stealing garbage, and you pull up like, now I don't know anything. I pull up and it's all gone. I'm like, oh, some nice person took all my garbage. Yeah. But then they're like, oh yeah, now you have to go do more house to house stuff because they took all your big heavy sausage things. So now you got to literally look for garbage. It's like hide and seek for garbage.
Wow. But it was just get as much as you could, fill your truck up, you're done.
Yeah, and that was during the holidays. Right. I did Y2K. That was a disaster.
Yeah, what was Y2K like for a garbage man?
I had 3 months on the job. They loaded us. They were like, oh, everybody go to this garage, Manhattan 7 on the west side. I'm like, all right, cool. We get Times Square. Oh, we'll be out there at Times Square. It's going to be awesome. I was so happy I signed up. And I'm looking at my watch. I'm like, yeah, just hanging out here with you guys. Happy New Year. Because they didn't send us out there till like almost 1:30.
Because they didn't know if the world was going to end.
Well, not even that. They just let everybody like leave now Times Square. Then we come in and clean up. And by the time we got out there, dude, that was the first time I thought like, wow, people really do like us. Like chicks wanted pictures with us, like with brooms. Like people taking pictures with chicks drunk and shit. Yeah. They're banging on the windows of the big bus that we come in. Like, oh yeah, sanitation's here. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought I was gonna be in Times Square, bull drop, sick. Nah, now I'm coming in cleaning up piss bottles and shit on the floor.
Oh yeah.
But that was a fun day. Yeah, you know. So, Sandy. That's from here.
Sandy.
That was a nasty one. That was another, that we were going down there and helping people. Now, their whole lawn, their whole front, their houses were covered with lawns. They were bringing everything out, like couches, clothes. I felt bad for
Living room, the whole living room.
everything. So we would do our regular rounds and then run over there and help the people and like hand pick the garbage up. So one day I told my boss, I'm like, dude, you're not down there. I'm down there. This is useless. Like there's piles of garbage. We need the big machines. Like so he's like, all right, listen. They agreed to it. So I convoyed 7 front end loaders down there. Through the first block I turned on, I almost cried. Like that's how you feel for people. Like piles of shit. Their stuff, their whole house is on the fucking wall. And we're just coming in to fucking throw it away. Oh. So
you're a service, but even the service,
you feel bad. Yeah, it was shitty. And but you get knuckleheads in New York, like, oh yeah, the storm surge was coming. And they're like, oh, let's go see the waves. Yeah, cool. Dude, there were $100,000 cars littered all over the street. With the windows down, that's how you knew they got caught. Because there's this thing in cars now, when it gets water damage, the windows go down automatically, so somebody can't get caught in it like when water is.
Oh yeah, make everything easy on people.
Keys were in them, everything. Like the key fobs. So this guy I knew, he said, do you have a chain on the front end loader? Like, yeah. So I had to hook trains up to like brand Audis, Mercedes, and drag them to clear the streets. Boats in the middle of the road. It was like playing with Tonka, bro. It was awesome. But I did feel bad in the sense of
right. You still got to do all that, but still, it was like it must have felt like another universe.
Yeah, like dragging $100,000 cars around by a chain, hook them up to the tires. The wheels are screeching.
What about during 9/11? What was that like?
That sucked. That was shit. I didn't lose anybody, but it was crazy because my sisters all worked in the city, and we couldn't get in touch with them. So I had just gotten home from work, and I just worked 12 to 8, and my buddy called me. He's like, dude, this fucking idiot just, flew into the trade center. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, I just got out of the shower. Like, I want to go to bed. I'm working 12 to 8. It's crazy, So, next thing you know, another one comes. My father calls me. Never heard the guy cry in his life. And my buddy at the time had a boat. He's like, get that motherfucking boat, put it in the water. I'm going to go get his daughters. And it was fucked up. The towns were crazy. They were fucking going after like all these Indian guys and all that. It was crazy. It was nuts. And I was supposed to go down there with a big machine, and somebody, you could say, stole it. And my buddy jumped in the truck. My brother took the truck. And he actually, when he got back, he goes, dude, I helped you out. He goes, that was the most awful fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. We went right away, and there was still bodies laying around, like parts, and a lot of those guys wound up with issues, man. With all kinds of breathing issues and all kinds of shit. So it was shitty in New York at that point.
Yeah, because did you guys have to do some of the cleanup or no?
We did some of it. We did hands-on stuff. Like, they didn't bring any machines into a long time because they were still looking for people.
Yeah.
And we ran out of the landfill. They put these big tents up, domes, and they were bringing material from there. And they were finding like a tooth and like claiming people because there was so many people missing. And I knew a few people like from the bar scene and family friends that passed away, and it sucks. It's just shitty.
Yeah, there was never really any retribution, I felt like, in a weird way also by America. Not that there needs to be, I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But it was always like, they never exactly pinpoint, it's almost like they never even gave a solace in that sense.
No, yeah.
It was like a lot of people thought like that Saudi Arabia was responsible, but there was, they kind of loosely blamed it on kind of fucking Bin Laden. Hussein.
You get them all mixed up now. It's like, who's next?
I know.
It's so shitty,
But they loosely kind of blamed it on him, and maybe he did do it, they just didn't tell it. It's like, man, that was so fucking weird to leave America kind of hanging out to dry like that too, in a weird way. Like, who the fuck did this? You tell me you don't know. Yeah,
Somebody's got to know something.
You know the night 22 people that were involved in it. Who the fuck did it?
And there's so many crazy things, like new shit, like all this with all these documents with it, you know. And I really, even when it comes on, I can't even watch the shit anymore because I was there, like saw the dust, like from Staten Island, you know, saw all the dust and the smoke and stuff. But it's crazy now that they just keep digging up stuff. Now they have new views of where the planes went in. Like people coming up with these new camera angles. These trade center buildings, like nothing hit them. 7, like the smaller ones. How did it collapse? And now you're hearing this old conspiracy theory that it was worth it. I forgot who it was. The guy who owned it, like owed so much money or something, and it was all being put through at that location, also in Washington D.C., where they hit the plane there too. There's so many theories out there, man, and it's just shitty because you did that. You could have dropped the planes at night. Right. Told everybody, yo, fire alarm, let everybody run if that was the deal. Why'd you kill people? But that's people. Because now that's everybody's focus is on that.
Yeah.
It's not so much that, why did these buildings just collapse out of nowhere? Oh, did so-and-so owe money on it and this was his way out?
Yeah, you don't have, I mean, there's some people that's so dirty, you know? And some guy, yeah. You give a guy a couple $100, he'll fly a plane or something. Some dude, you know. I know a prop dusted on a fucking, you know, on a fucking zero in on your ex-wife's apartment, dude.
Yeah.
For probably 6 to 8
$250.
For sure. Wayne, I think we probably learned everything that we can, man. It's really interesting. I wonder if it would be really different in different parts of America. Do you think the job, or do you think it would probably be the same across the board?
No, I think it's definitely different. Because it's on a private, you know, end. Where those guys that I work for a private. I think I was making $100 a day. Like but I got it down to 2-3 hours, so whatever. I was making $30-something an hour. Yeah. I didn't care. But those guys don't make the money like you. There's certain, I think, like just around me, like Newark or Elizabeth, like where they're heavy unions, they'll be unionized. But once you bring the privates in, if they're picking up your garbage, probably here and like near my house, they don't make that kind of money. Yeah. So it's a different animal. And they don't even use guys. Like I said, they use the arm that lifts the whole thing up, dumps it in the truck near my house. Yeah. So it's definitely different all over the country.
It's changing, man. So even automation is killing that industry, huh?
Yeah. But you have places like New York, like I said, you can't.
Like you can't.
There's just not enough space.
Right. You always gotta need some help.
Yeah. There's just not enough space to get, you know, to the government.
Do you guys have beef with any of the other like civil groups? Like, is any like DOT, cops, firemen? Is there any real fucking beef out in the streets, or it's kind of like?
I personally never had an issue.
Yeah.
Like I said my piece about the firemen. I'll probably get shit from my friends.
It's funny, dude. But hey, look, bro.
It's all love.
Yeah,
they know it's true.
Yeah.
They know it's true.
Look, it's a lot of fucking calendar models out there, bro. It's a lot of dudes fucking eating hot dogs all day and then shooting up over Simpson, you know, in the pocket.
So I wanted to do it once. That I wanted to do a calendar of like the big guys on my job.
Yeah,
there's some big fucking guys.
Are there really? But why? Wouldn't it be hard to beat a fucking dog?
Oh man, dude! I just told you, you're sitting around eating all day. There's always cake. There's office guys, big dudes, maybe 400, 500, 600 pounds. Ooh. Some of them still wiggle down the block. Others not so much. Other, you know, they'll find that spot like, oh, I'm gonna go work with this guy. Or I'm gonna go work with that guy, like in an office or something. And that's why it's like, yeah, you could say that's what gives us bad name of like, oh yeah, they're all just bad ugly guys. And it's like, you know, there's a lot of guys on my job that don't really take care of themselves. They're lunatics for like health and stuff.
Oh yeah, it's popular these days. Well, look, man, I'm grateful for your time, man. I feel like I learned a lot about the job. Before I forget, what about drugs? Have you ever found any drugs you think?
No, we always used to look at the couches and stuff. Yeah, because you never know. You hear stories of like bundles of kilos and shit laying around.
I've hidden drugs in couches and never gotten it back.
Yeah. No, I wouldn't doubt it if they're out there. But no, we never. That we used to say like, oh yeah, thanks for the tip, because change would always come out. Like nickels and dimes. Yeah, but people have lost, like, they drop, oh, so-and-so, and that's another part of, like I said, with the Tyvek suits. So if you drop something real quick, if you drop something in the garbage, wedding rings, money, anything expensive, you drop in the garbage, you call the garage. Hey, I dropped on so-and-so block, I dropped something in the garbage. They'll call the truck out, hey, stop picking the garbage up. But you have to dig for it.
No,
Uh-huh.
you do or I do?
The owner.
The caller.
You want your ring back? No problem. At 5 o'clock tonight, they're gonna bring that truck to a location on the landfill in an open area. They're gonna dump it all on the floor and have fun with it.
Have you gotten to watch somebody look for something before?
I've seen, like, down below, because when we drop into a pit when we dump it set on, and, like, there was one family doing it. You know, I don't know if they ever found it. But
Yeah,
they do
bring your
find it.
family with a bunch of fucking.
Well, like a husband and wife.
Yeah, but
not
yeah,
kids.
fucking.
I said family,
If
meaning
you
like
drop
husband
some
and wife.
bullshit, you can fucking checking your kid out of school to
Yeah.
help you find a
Need all the hands and eyes I could get.
Yeah, dude, that's unreal.
But no, I knew a woman. She dropped $700. She was going to a bank. She put the garbage out. The thing was in her hand, and it fell in the pail. And she got it back.
Wow.
She found it.
They should play music and do a live feed on that. I would bet people would pay to watch that.
And speed it up. Yeah, listen, they do it. They let people do it.
Wayne, I really appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much for your time, brother.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah,
It's awesome.
yeah, it's been really, really cool, and yeah, I think that it's an admirable feat, and that some people can do it, and you can get in there and get out with a pension, and then go on the rest of your life.
Yeah. Definitely well worth it.
Yeah. You heard it here first, guys. Thank you so much, Wayne. Have a good one, brother.
You too. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones.
If you like hunting and you like capturing things and getting it and having animal meat, my brother cooks raccoon for me when I visit him. God, I love him. Then you got to check out the new Hitter Hunting Club collection, now available at theovonstore.com. We got hoodies in orange and maroon, camo hats, traditional and orange. Go over there and get that hitter and more at theovonstore.com. I want to announce some new tour dates. We're adding shows in Indianapolis, in Houston, in Phoenix, Arizona, and in New York City, New York. Those are new additional added shows. They're available now. You can go get them. As well, we have shows in Louisville, Shreveport, Baton Rouge, Corpus Christi, and Austin, Texas. So you can go get a hold of all those. theovon.com/TOUR. You can get tickets, get them through there, so you get fairly and accurately priced tickets and not those secondary tickets. Thank you, guys. I look forward to seeing you return to the Rat Tour. Hey, guys, I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I also want to just offer up the disclaimer that today's episode contains material and stories and discussions that can be pretty graphic. They contain violence. They contain some gore. They are real stories that this police officer went through, and so we want to lead them in to honor and get the experience of what their life is like. If you have a problem hearing that sort of thing, if graphic content, some of it can be sexual in nature, some of it is just contains some violence, then this may not be the episode for you. I just want to let you know that in advance. Thank you guys so much for the support. Today's guest is just a regular police officer. That's who he is. And he made his way up to detective at some point, and he's not a media figure. He's not a some gun puppy or he's just he's someone who served. He's someone who has protected and served to the best of his ability. He spent 20 years on the forces in the Los Angeles area. We're grateful for his time today to learn what it's like. Today's guest is a detective and officer, retired, Mr. Brad White.
Shine that light on me. I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine on me. I will find a song. I will sing it.
Thanks so much for your time, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah, really appreciate it. I'm excited to learn about. So you've worked as police, detective, and
a narcotics.
No, you were a narc.
I was a narcotics for a while.
Oh, dang, bro. Dude, they would always accuse people of being narcs when I was young.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's 21 Jump Street.
Yeah. Oh, I remember one time, like, we went in the woods to smoke some weed or something, and, like, it was, like, where you put the pen to get the can and put the little holes in the can, and then you put the weed on there.
Absolutely.
And right when I went to, like, hit it, like, I breathed out for some reason, or, like, kind of sneezed or, like, coughed, and it blew all the weed out of the bowl and just onto the ground. And people like, you're a fucking narc. People call me a narc. I think somebody fucking hit me in the back. But anyway, so as an officer, we're gonna get into, like, you've had a pretty crazy career. We're gonna get into it. As an officer, say if I go on like a ride along with you, right? Your first week on the job, we go on a ride along when you are a cop. Okay. What's that like?
You're saying that it was my first week on the job?
You're gonna go with the I'm just trying to put myself right there in the passenger seat.
Well, first off, the first week of the job, the first time that they actually put you out in a car by yourself, I was 21 years old. So I remember driving out of the parking lot and, getting ready to pull on that street, and I'm in full uniform. I got a shotgun, I got a gun, I got a police car. They're basically going out and do what you got to do. And I remember the feeling of just going, these people are nice. This is crazy. I'm 21 years old. I'm in this uniform, and they're literally sending me out to do what cops do. So it takes a little bit. I remember at the starting, it took a while to get used to it. That's a tremendous amount of power.
Oh, I can't imagine. That reminds me of even just when I got my first car and I'm driving off. I'm like, okay, I'm leaving home. It's me out here. I can't imagine if there's also weapons,
shotguns, whole crew of guys out there with you. They're going to back up whatever it is you do. It's pretty substantial for a young kid, especially at that age.
I can't even imagine.
Yeah, too young. 21's too young.
Yeah.
My belief is 21's too young. I think there needs to be a little bit, be a little further in life. But take home, 21.
Wow. So you're rolling out there, 21. You got the guns, you got the weaponry, you're cruising. Are you is there part of it? Is it excitement too? Is it just fear? What is it?
There wasn't a lot of fear, a ton of adrenaline, a ton of excitement. You've already gone through a long process, the academy, where you've been, gone through a lot of training and seen a lot of scenarios and heard a lot of stories. So, when you first get out there and you get out on the streets, it's pure adrenaline. I don't ever remember being initially scared.
Okay.
Fear wasn't really a factor. It was just too big. The group was too big. There was too much. You got a gun for that sake. You're going out on your own. So,
what music did you listen to? Like, what song do you put on
that? Actually, none. I didn't. When I got into narcotics, when we would go to search warrants, we would always, all the guys would wear, headsets on the way to the location. We always listen to our own music. I listen to, for scenarios like that, I listen to Danzig, Mother. I don't know why, but that was a big one for me. Because it's just the lick itself. But I actually would listen to my generation. I would listen to a lot of stuff like that. Stuff like Police at my door.
Okay, so you're out there. Someone you're right on your first week. Does it get kind of wild your first week? What's that like?
No, it's just getting used to it. Just kind of figure out how it's done. Again, it's a tremendous amount of power and everything's new. I mean, I can remember being 21 years old going to domestic violence calls.
And you haven't even had any domestic violence in your own life.
I didn't know. Yeah, at that point, I didn't know anything about relationships, but you would go into these situations where people want to turn them, and there was real problems, and they would look at you and go, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? And I remember thinking in my mind,
would you ever call your mom like, Mom, what's ready to do?
No, I never called my mom. I never called my mom and asked if I should. I probably should have, but you just kind of wing it. It's really changed the way I look at everything, those scenarios, because there was a real expectation that I knew what I was doing, especially being young. Just because you're in that uniform, they think that you know what the next step is as far as solving a situation. And you really don't. For a long time, you're winging it. Within the law, there's all kinds of statutes and laws that you all follow. But when they start asking for advice or it's crazy. The expectation is you have a clear understanding of what to do in any given situation. And the situations vary.
Yeah, so it must be crazy. So, like, a lot of times when you encounter someone, they're having the worst day or they need help. It's like the look in their eyes, it must always be one of like panic or fear or.
Yeah, generally you're dealing with people's worst day, no matter what it was. You're never going to a scenario where people are happy and things are going well. It's always bad situations, even if it's as simple as a ticket. For some people, tickets.
Oh, yeah, dude. You get a ticket, dude. I remember I got 3 tickets before I went to court for my first ticket. So
I got my first ticket. I actually got my first ticket on the way to being sworn in downtown LA. It's the first time I ever drove in downtown LA. And I made an illegal U-turn and ended up getting a ticket. Even showed the guy the paperwork saying I'm getting sworn in. I'm one of you guys. He still wrote the ticket.
Man, we got to make this quotas.
Yeah,
that's what they say. So tell me, like, one of the craziest things that kind of happened out of the gate, like something that's kind of wild.
The first time I witnessed someone die.
Wow.
Which is, in 20 years, there's been quite a few of those. But the first one I ever watched was I got a radio call. I was very young. I got a radio call. It was in the LA area. And it was with a subject with a gun. It was a description, and I looked at the location. It was like a waffle, not a waffle, it was like a chicken place or something. And I saw the guys out front. Based on the description, it was a kid wearing a red puffy jacket. And as soon as I pulled up on the kid, so chased him a little bit with the car as long as I could. Eventually, he started cutting through businesses and so on, so I'd go out on foot. We had a foot pursuit that went on for a little bit. I chased the guy through some parking lots and such, and the kid ended up running into the street. I believe it was right at Manchester or Gramercy, and the kid ran right out into the street without checking traffic and got hit by a car. I was 30. Yeah, probably not that far. Probably about 20 yards behind him. So it was right in front of me. He was hit at full speed. It was brutal. It was brutal. The kid was a mess. And it was the first time I ever witnessed someone die.
Wow. And so, are you at that point? Are you still like in pursuit, or at that point, it immediately you recognize, oh, this is a bad situation. Now this has changed.
There's just a lot of dynamics to that because there's a lot of civil. When you're a cop, there's just a lot of civil liability, no matter what you do. You know what I mean? Even in a scenario like that, when you're going after someone that is in the commission of a crime, the fact that they're running from you and you are chasing them, it puts you in some kind of civil liability for it. That I realized at a later time. At that point, because I was so young, it was overwhelming. I mean, I couldn't even talk. You literally had to stop and I lost my breath. I remember losing my breath and not being able to breathe for a second just because it was incredible.
It probably happened
like that. And it was brutal, and you just don't even know how to react. Unless
people come out of their shoes when they get hit like that.
Yeah, people do come out of their shoes. People come out of their shoes. Traffic accidents are probably some of the most simplistic, horrific things they experience for sure.
And so when that guy gets hit, do you have to go render aid then?
There was no aid to be rendered on this one. But yes, I can give you a lot of examples of having to render aid in situations that were, an example being another simple thing that you respond to is drowning in a pool. I went one time to a kid that had drowned in the pool. And you want to talk about panic. You want to talk about adrenaline. As you get a radio call, they give you an address. And I'm old enough now. I'm retired. When I started, there was no Google Maps. There was none of that. Basically, it came over a radio. You had a paper in the middle of the car. You wrote down the address real quick. You had a Thomas guide.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Shit, and 50,000 page Thomas
so
guide.
many pages in there. And then somebody would steal a page.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't steal out of your page, right? They would steal out of your
Like,
page.
what?
Right.
Now I can't go to 7 square blocks of the city, even if I want to.
Right. These ones we would mark up and tab.
Okay.
So that it was a little easier to access.
Okay, so you got a little bit of like filing in there.
But you want to talk about having a heart attack, you know, and trying to find this and realize this is a situation that's time is of the essence. But you would get to these, you would, lights a siren, the adrenaline's pumping, you're hoping and making a wrong left turn or something, and finally getting to the home. And this scenario I'm telling you about, he was a child, very young, had already been was deceased. When I got there, for whatever reason, panic, whatever, no one had gone into the pool. I think the scenario was the mother was. So she was on the steps standing there, got rid of the equipment I could, jumped in the water, got the baby out. The baby was very nice. But even in that scenario, I remember administering CPR just for just to show doing everything I can, because you want to talk about pain and panic. You observe a mother, which is another thing that was frequent and very difficult to deal with, is watching that pain and panic. So I remember giving CPR to a child that was clearly gone until the fire department got there. And they usually take a while because we're on the streets, so we get there really quick. Any 911 call comes in and goes to the police department. They dispatch a cop, and they call the fire department, and
And fire department, you got to get 8 guys on the truck. It's so hard to get 8 guys to do anything.
Yeah,
you know, if you've ever been to Vegas or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like you try to get guys to go do anything. It's like nearly impossible. Wow, man. Oh my God, Brad. There's so many moments in there of like you've gotten this child out of the pool. You are like now almost returning this child to the mother in a way. I mean, physically, you're bringing. Like they expect you to be able to solve it. Is there any of that?
Essentially, yes. There's hope, but it's the opposite. It's just I'm doing everything I can. Right? Those kind of situations, the panic and the pain is so overwhelming, and that's something people don't take into consideration. It happens a lot. There's a lot of. I could tell you so many scenarios where you're doing everything you can, even though there's just not a lot you can do.
Right. You're just a human.
Yes. But they don't teach you, at least they did when I started in the academy, you're going to kill our cops of suicide. You're going to kill our cops of suicide.
They even have a gun.
Yes.
So you're halfway there if you want to. God.
Yeah, we had a guy that was in the police department right next to us. I went into his car and with his duty shotgun, blew it out. Right before he went out, shit was suicide. But the number one killer is cops. They never tell you that. They never talk about mental health. I went through the entire academy. They tell me how to tourniquet, heel sucking chest wounds. They taught me so many things, but they never made one mention of how to look at your they never said suicide. I think that's changed. I know it's changed, but it's getting a lot better. But at that point, there was no mention of that. And these things accumulate. I'm giving you one portion of one day.
Oh, I can't imagine, especially like I grew up with a lot of childhood trauma, and a lot of people have, right? It's really common, and that is tough enough to deal with in regular life. As it comes up later, you realize the ways that it affects you as an adult, right? Yes. I can't imagine whatever traumas you already have or things that could have happened in your past, and then you're now just engulfed in this. You're like do you feel like a dam for trauma for people? Like, do you feel like a reciprocal for me? Yeah, because there's so many things, and then you just have to go on to the next call. Is there?
It depends. People don't take it. It's just there's no way to really understand all the things that you experience just in the ship, right? Let alone over 20 years, especially if you're working different sides. I can tell you so many stories. If you could ask questions, I'll think of something. I'll tell you a story that you'll just go like, oh my God. From the simplest thing of I had a old lady that was in a church meeting at El Chorrillo. We used to get El Chorrillo in here, and she ended up collapsing. She had a heart attack. And we got the call. We get there, and by the time we got there, there's a bunch of old women that are in a circle. And
y'all betting on her probably.
Well, they're doing. I think they're doing tongues. They're praying and tongues and all kinds of craziness going on. But no one's doing anything. And I remember giving this lady, and at that point we had these respirators where it's like a bag with, I think it was up the face. You don't put your mouth on them. Well, I had ran in and forgot it because it was in the trunk. So this is another woman that I gave CPR. I gave CPR set. She ended up vomiting in the mouth. Where my mouth was on hers in a way that it forced past my throat. So I vomited immediately when I came up off of her, on top of her. The entire scenario in itself, now I laugh about it when I tell the story.
Yeah.
But it was just traumatic, man. The whole thing was just traumatic. Later that passed away, they transferred something. But the whole situation, I'm giving you mine,
Right, well, yeah, I'm sure. She vomits into you, you vomit into her. I mean, I think that's a
honor.
Yeah, that's a wedding in some countries. I feel like, I don't know what some of the rituals are, but I think if you're in like Laos or something, man, you guys are hits. But she came back at that moment and survived for that moment.
Fire department got there. Apparently, she had a pulse when she left, so I was feeling pretty good. But I found at the end of the shift that she was kind of. There's so many.
So tell me, give me a call. Like, give me the first call where you have to go into a place. Like, what's it like when you have to walk up with your weapon out? That has to seem crazy because then you're like saying, okay, I'm in control. It gives other people a sense that you're in control of everything.
I guess it does. Things have changed. Things have changed for law enforcement. When I first started, I started right at the Rodney King.
Okay.
That's right when I started. So when I got into law enforcement and I was a rookie, things were starting to change. They were people want the word police. They just don't want to know how to.
That's true.
And as with technology, there's come the ability to see more of what police need. And at that point, with the Rodney King thing, things started to change in law enforcement. They started to change the process because police work was really hard. You know what I mean? And that dissemination of that information wasn't very prevalent because we didn't have social media, podcasts, all the different things that we have. So when I started, it really started to change as far as how we address things. You will always hear people complain about, he gave me a traffic ticket. He walked up to the car and had his hand on his gun. And that is just a routine part of your training. Is that you have no idea what you're walking up to. You walk up to you pull someone over for speeding, and you walk up to their car. You have no idea what you're walking up to. You don't know who it is. You don't know what they've done. You don't know where they came from. You have no idea what's going on. And we had an officer at the traffic stop where his body. He had taken a left. The only reason we found that out is he got pulled over again. They found his ticket. One guy's got pulled over an hour ago, and they ended up finding the body.
So the first guy didn't find the body?
No. So the guy thought he got away, but he got pulled over again. But the whole gun concept of it is things happen fast. Things happen fast. You die in hundreds of seconds. People don't realize that. That's why you put your hands on the steering wheel, yada yada, all the things that we say that are safe. There's this expectation by the public of somebody comes at you with a baseball bat, high as a kite, sweating my shirt off, crazy, and the expectation of the public is you got to get a baseball bat, you got to fight with a baseball bat.
Right.
It's got to be fair. You shot him, all you had was a baseball bat. And for me, guys that are cops, you hear that and you just go, that's insane. Do you really have an expectation to get a baseball bat fight?
Yeah.
I'm not here. The only thing a cop's trying to do is trying to stop the situation. He's trying to eliminate the threat.
Right. If there's some dude roving around with a baseball bat, I think you gotta take him out the game.
Depending on the scenario, like anybody, if you're in your home and someone breaks into your home, you still have someone breaks into your home in the middle of the night today, you still have an obligation to prove that you were in fear for your life. So if there's some guy standing in your bedroom and you wake up and you look and there's a guy standing there, and you grab your gun and you eliminate the threat, you're still going to go to court and they're still going to try to prove that you're not in fear for your life.
Who's going to try to prove that? Is that more lawyers or is that more the actual criminal because he doesn't want to go to jail?
It's just a whole process. It's going to go to the detective. Detectives will take it to the district attorney. District attorneys will take a look at it and make a decision. Is this something that did this guy violate the law? Was he justified shooting this individual? So in that process, they'll look at it. Where was he shot? Was he shot in the back? Was he shot? Which there's an argument for that. Someone breaks into your house, you see them, you're scared, they take off running, you chase after them with a gun, and you end up shooting at them in the living room as they're going for that door. All of a sudden, you're up for murder. And there's the whole thought process of that is, I don't want this guy to leave. What if he comes back? Let me be able to sleep again. You know what I mean? There's no justification on your part. It's clear.
This holiday season, if you're looking for a new gift that will inspire somebody and help broaden their life and branch their life out verbally, then you want to look at Babbel. That's right. Babbel is the language learning app that's sold more than 10 million subscriptions. And that's a lot. Think of 10 million people learning something. And think of it being a language. And bang, there's Babbel. With Babbel, you only need 10 minutes to complete a lesson, so you can start having real-life conversations in a new language in as little as 3 weeks. With Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you improve your pronunciation and accent. Right now, get up to 55% off your subscription when you go to babbel.com/Theo. That's babbel.com/THEO for up to 55% off your subscription. Babbel, language for life. I waste money on different subscriptions, I notice. I got a subscription the other day. I realized I accidentally subscribed to, it was like Sherman's shoestrings or something. And they start sending you separate pairs of strings, shoestrings. Just, you got I got 90 feet of shoestrings at the house now. And I don't know what to do, and I don't know how to unsubscribe. That's the problem. I'm wasting money on subscriptions like that. 80% of people have subscriptions they forgot about. It could be an unused Amazon Prime account or a Hulu account that never gets streamed. And that adds up. That's why you need to check out Rocket Money. It's the app that shows all your subscriptions in one place and cancels what you don't want. Rocket Money can even find subscriptions you didn't know you were paying for. You may even find out you've been double charged for a subscription. To cancel a subscription, all you have to do is press cancel, and Rocket Money takes care of the rest. That's right. Right now, cancel unnecessary subscriptions with Rocket Money today. Go to rocketmoney.com/THEO. Seriously, it could save you hundreds per year. That's rocketmoney.com/Theo. Now, can we carry guns in California? Okay.
Yeah.
How do we know if we have that or not?
You have to get it. It's like a license. It's like a fishing license. A little more complex. California's tough. California's tough to get a CCW. You go to Texas, it's a lot easier.
Yeah.
And the logic behind that is, I personally believe, I know the big debate right now is guns. No guns. Get rid of guns. That ship is sailed.
Right.
We are inundated.
Right.
And if we did do that, we said bring all your guns in, the only guys that are bringing their guns, you guys are.
Yeah.
The bad guys ain't bringing them.
No.
So that ship is completely sailed. So the idea for me is I feel like we need more of that. I think we need more guns and good people.
Wow. So how do you know then? What do you say? Good people. And do we need all types of guns? Like you see these young kids, or a lot of these school shooters. You see people getting guns, like these high-powered rifles and stuff. I feel like if you haven't served with that gun, like militarily, I feel like you shouldn't be able to have access to that gun, right? Because at least then you're at least putting in the hands of maybe someone that has some semblance of purpose, knows how to use it, I guess. I don't know. For some reason, that helps me a little bit think about that kind of stuff. But to think that, someone needs an assault rifle, like a 20-year-old, that seems crazy to me.
You know what? It does to me, too. I'm not a gun guy. Since I retired, I've got some guns that my dad had. He's passing the safe. I got my one gun. I carry one. I don't have anymore. Obviously, a lot of cops are gun guys. A lot of guys have AR-15s. You name it, MP5s all the way down. I don't see the necessity for them. Again, you're going back to the problem. The problem is we can't get rid of them because all we'll be doing is taking them from the good people.
Right.
And now we got a whole bunch of, and when I say bad people, just people that would use that gun in a negative way.
Right.
You know, in the commission of crimes or whatever. So, again, that ship has sailed. I'm not a hunter. I can't imagine killing anything. I even have a hard time fishing. You know, I'm not that guy. But their justification always is hunting isn't necessarily no, but I mean, it's a waste of time. The ship sailed. You know, we just have to deal with what we have. There's no collecting guns, not necessarily.
Yeah, I agree. It seems, it just seems almost like a battle cry that people, it almost seems like people then use it to just incite, like it's a nice dream.
Yes.
But it's just unrealistic. And also, this country was kind of founded on somebody pulling a gun on somebody who didn't have a gun. I feel like maybe, I don't know, I wasn't there, but if like troops pulled the guns on the Indians, I just wonder how much of that really goes over through time too, you know?
Well, I think the big argument for gun nuts is that it's the government. You know what I mean? To never allow that situation to happen again, where this power that is policing us
that makes sense too.
Can inflict their will on us.
Well, that makes sense too, especially now with like social media platforms, like people, you can't even say certain things.
Yes.
So people's voices have really been, I'm not saying they've been ceased because we have a voice here today, but they've certainly been corralled and earmarked with expectations, I feel like. So at that point, you're going to have a really tough time if people don't even have their voice anymore to take people's guns. You're just going to have a tough time doing it.
It's just a conversation. It's a waste of time.
Right.
It's like it's across the board. All those conversations. The big conversation now in racism. Wouldn't that be wonderful to get in racism? But we're never.
Yeah.
It's always. So we need that cry needs to change. It needs to be an individual account. That is the only path that we have. Is individual.
Yeah.
You know, there's always going to be that. You know?
Yeah. It's okay. Do you need it to be on? Oh, a few minutes ago, it made that sound. It made me nervous. I thought I had a damn life alert bracelet, but I forgot about it. So tell me this. Tell me about. We'll get back into some of this stuff, man. And it's really interesting. And thank you so much for sharing your inside information and just some of your insight. You know. So take me on some of the drug stories, because that's the part that seems kind of crazy. When you ever roll up on some people and they're just yacked out of their brain, bro. And it's that late night hour, you know, maybe just hookers lurking or something like. Because I've been there myself. So I'm just wondering I've never had it where the cops show up, you know. So I'm just wondering, is that weird edge though, where you're like, damn, a cop, you know.
I've had in narcs and out of narcotics. I'll give you a patrol. Very early on, middle of the day. I remember it was hot. It was summer. We got a call about an individual in the middle of an intersection naked. So we drive down to the intersection. We're talking about busy. I started in South Central. Busy intersection, middle of the day, huge dude in the middle of the intersection, butt naked, covered in sweat, going in circles, which was causing, in the middle of the intersection, people to slow as they were going through. So what he was doing, as they slowed, he would run up to their car and try to dive through their window or break the window.
Oh, wow.
People would panic and take off and leave. This was back when I started and PCP was big.
Yeah.
And based on what I saw, that's pretty common. Guys on PCP and shed their clothes.
And was that more of a drug? Some drugs are for certain, or used more in certain communities. Was it more of a black community drug, a white community drug? Was it more of a poor drug, a rich drug?
It was a black community, Hispanic community. Again, I can't.
I know that's not definitive, but yeah.
But the problem with that, for me to tell you, I'll tell you what it was, and that's what I experienced later. But I started in the black community. I was in South Central, and I moved on to Whittier, which was a Hispanic community. So those and there was Whittier was a little bit mixed up, predominantly Hispanic. So my interpretation of any of this is just what I experienced. I can't tell you.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it.
So yes, it was very prevalent in the black community at that time. It was just smoke showing.
Yeah, that's what I would hear. I've seen it on movies and stuff. They would feature that on movies.
Crazy. That shit was crazy. And that shit really died off. It died off. By the time
were they marching or dancing? Was there any kind of like fluidity to it? Was it like capoeira kind of, or was it like just like a maniac, like a wrestler coming into the ring? Like, was there any
fucking maniac? Yeah, completely, totally out of control. Completely and totally. For being conscious, they were totally. There was no reasoning with them, and they were extraordinarily strong. That drug would bring out extraordinary speed.
Yeah.
So when we pulled up, and I recognized and I saw there was a situation where there was a threat to the public because this guy's trying to get into cars. People are still trying to pass, still trying to go through the intersection, even though there's just a naked, dude in the middle of it. So what I ended up doing is just driving around this guy in circles, clearing this section with my lights and siren on, and all that noise and lights and the confusion kind of kept him in the middle. It kept him in the middle. He would walk a little bit, but I kept doing these circles until more police officers got there. And the good thing about Los Angeles is that when you call for help, there's so many neighboring police agencies, sheriffs, LAPD, they're there. And we had a lot of police officers quick. So what we ended up doing is getting out of the car and kind of circling this guy. And now it's on. Because there's not a lot that we can do. And this is back in the day when we didn't have a lot of really efficient, less than lethal stuff. Right. But they used to issue SAPs. A SAP is a little leather club.
Bring it up, Zach. Let's look at it.
Yeah, it's a little leather club that has sand in it. That sole purpose was just to be. And they police uniforms had a little pocket in the back of the leg. You could put the sap in there. They even had sap gloves where you put them on and have the sand in. Which, looking back now, yeah, there's all kinds of different examples of sand.
Those things hurt?
Yeah. They're compact, and they were very effective. If they were used in the right scenario, it's totally outdated. They're totally gone now. We've found much better ways to address situations. But back in the day, that's what the game.
And how long was it? Okay, damn.
The standard issue. Even then, it was with the baton.
Yeah.
Some people still carry them. But the baton's because the baton is just, it's just the dynamic of the way it looks being used. It's just.
Oh yeah, I agree. The optics of it.
The optics is tough.
And my friend Chad got a job after Katrina. They were hiring anybody to do security, right? Because they needed, everything was secure. And he only weighed probably 95 pounds, so he was small. I think he was like a premature baby or something. I don't know if he was premature. He was kind of immature, but he was. I guess he was premature or whatever. He probably had 7 months on, gestation, And so when they gave him that billy club, it weighed him down so much.
Yeah.
Just because of how strong he was, that after like a week, it had like almost dislocated his hip just walking around to it.
Yeah.
But
that's a tool that died really after that. They still have them. They still carry them. They still train a lot of them. But it's just that.
Yeah, the optics of that went down after that. Okay, so go on.
So, anyways, we got this guy circled.
Bull in the China shop.
Yeah, and this guy is nuts. So now the situation is that again, police work a lot. Even back then, it's offense.
Right.
Everyone's watching, right? So you not only have the dynamic of dealing with a guy. I remember him. He was big. I'm a big guy. I remember this guy was big. And it was just intimidating. He's high as a kite. He's sweating. He's growling the whole thing. So this is not going to be a simple situation. Again, we didn't have tasers. We didn't have those things.
What about a net?
Didn't have a net. There's a lot of less than lethal stuff that they're introducing now that we just didn't have it back then. And I guess it was because it's like anything. It's evolution.
Right. You don't need it till you need it.
Or you don't need it until whatever you had before is no longer socially acceptable. Right. Rodney King pretty much killed the baton.
It really did. Huh?
It really did. And it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
They found better ways. But we didn't have it back then, so now the situation was so we have to go in. We're all going to have to go in and get these guys. I actually had this scenario twice. Well, in police work, the newest guys get the worst assignments. Unfortunately, in that scenario right there, there's a lot of different agencies that didn't know. So I remember the sergeant pointing out guys that were obviously new, and they essentially rushed this guy who's completely naked on a 100+ degree day on the asphalt in the middle of an intersection in Los Angeles, and it was on. Man, it was on for a while. Then once one guy got to the ground, everyone gets in. And even when you can only have so many people involved just because of space back there. You know what I mean? And even with having 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys in this guy, it took 15, 20 minutes to get him in custody. To actually get his hands like that and get handcuffs. Right. By the time that shit's done, you're covered with all kinds of shit.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean?
You've been out there, yeah, you're good, yeah. And especially when you guys all go running at him, I bet it's almost like spin the bottle. Like the last thing you want to get is the guy who runs right, straight at his wiener.
Exactly.
To be honest.
Totally. The other scenario having that, to make it real quick, we had a guy that we got a call. Someone saw a guy looking through the window. A little girl saw a guy looking through the window. Yeah. Essentially, we get to the house. We get to there. She shows us the window. We find the window. Below the window, there's sleeping. So this guy had been looking through the window at the little girl and doing his business.
Yeah, masturbate.
There you go. And so we ended up looking for the guy. We ended up finding him in some bushes not too far away. Again, white guy, creepy, tall, totally naked.
Yeah.
And his testicles were the size of a softball. And what we later found out is he had tied a kite string around the base of his balls. For some reason, that did something for him. But what it did do is it made his balls really swell up. Yeah. It was visible. So you got a guy that's completely sweaty. He's not coming out of the bushes. You see he's got big, giant purple testicles. Or something's wrong. Again, got officers there, circled it. But at that point, I was the youngest. It was just our police department. So they go on in there, get this guy out. So I had to spend about 5 minutes wrestling a dude that's naked with big, giant purple balls and a kite string around it, dripping in sweat. All my peers and friends were around me. Literally. It was crazy. It was crazy. And then at the end of it, when I booked him in, I had to cut the string off.
Oh, come on.
I can't put him in the jail cell.
Like it's a grand opening or something.
Yeah. I actually had to cut the string off and put it in as evidence.
Oh, man. And did those nuts subside once you took that string off?
I don't remember. That was the only visual I was trying not to deal with, you know. I remember it being very difficult to get those scissors in there, you know, to cut that thing off. Can't give him scissors, tell him to do it. It's a situation where he's going to do that. Booking people was tough. Yeah. I had a homeless guy that I booked. You have to strip search. No. Can't put him in the cell without doing strip search. You got to make sure I can do it with others. So every single guy that you arrest, you essentially see the crack of their ass. You see him naked. You know, I had a homeless guy where guy naked, squat and cough. And when he squat, we have to turn the opposite way. We have him squat and we have him cough and spread their butt cheeks. I'm sure the guy was in the butt. And he had heroin balloons all matted up in his ass hair. Where he had obviously put them in there to hide them. Oh, yeah. You know, they're little colorful balloons. That's how they would store the heroin and put it inside the fluid balloons. So we told him, pull those out. And the guy wouldn't do it. You know, you do it, get him out, which is a great move on his part. At that point, I was a rookie, so I had the assignment of pulling his butt. Heroin balloons out of his deep butt. Man, that's a Colombian birthday party, dude. Yeah. That's crazy. Yeah. Have you ever had to get, how much drugs can people put in their blood? I guess that depends on who it is. We had a guy that tried to end the jail. He keistered a racquetball, which he had slid open and put the drugs inside of it, and then put it up his butt. A racquetball? What is it? A racquetball, you know. A racquetball is like this little smaller tennis ball. You know racquetball? Yeah, I'm thinking about it. It's just not registered. They're blue, rubber. Oh, yeah. You got that into his butt? Right in his butt. What? Yeah. I think that's not relatively too big from side. I've seen guys with Coke bottles that they put in there. Guy put a Coke bottle in his butt, but it was open. It was an open Coke bottle, but when he put in for the suction, when he tried to pull it out, he couldn't get it out. Or a suction issue. So we had to transport this guy to the hospital, got it in the emergency room, surgical move. Oh man, I don't think it's switch the capsule, huh? But also, that's like that Sir Galahad or something. What's the one where they try to pull the thing out of the... Yeah, Sword and Stone. Yeah, it's like Sword and Stone. Yeah. Pretty humiliating situation. Tough ride to the hospital. I felt for the guy, you know? And you can't sit down. That's got to be the worst thing. You keep thinking you can sit down, and then every time you go to sit down, you realize. Humiliating. Imagine having to walk into an emergency room, you know? Yeah. To get a Coke bottle. Yeah, and you have to kind of walk in like kind of... Yeah, I would probably... Yeah, and if it's glass, huh? Glass. Oh, that's so risky. Yeah. God, it's almost like that. It's like Don't Wake the Baby or one of those games. I feel like it has like a real game show element to it. Yeah. That is the most Japanese game show element to it I've ever heard. You know, I feel like. It's the thing about police work that people don't realize is that it's just crazy shit. You know, it's just people don't realize that. People don't realize that. They don't think about it. They watch the movies. There's infatuation. You watch all these movies that you see. None of them really. There's a few. There's a show called The Southland, which actually one of the officer's wife was in the business, and she was somehow involved, and you could tell that someone knew about police making. But when you watch like all the other stuff, they're great entertainment, but people think that's good.
Yeah.
They don't know what it's really. That's why these opportunities for someone like me to come. I have no time. I'm retired. I want to do guys right there on the job. This gives me an opportunity to explain it. This is what's real.
So there's you just don't do any day. It could be absolutely anything. Like it's like the levels of things. It almost feels too vast.
It is. It was. I loved the job. By the time I got out, I had to get out because it just where your life changes. I had a child, seeing dead children, just all the different things that you experience as life goes on. It starts to work. It starts to beat you down. That's why cops retire at 50. It's you got to get out. Mentally, you got to get out. It's just too much. The physical aspect's not that big. The mental is you see everything. I mean, I can tell you. Gosh, I can tell you.
What about a jumper? You get a jumper?
No, there's nowhere around. There's nothing that high.
Oh yeah.
We're pretty flat. I had here's a crazy scenario that we dealt with. We had a call middle of the night of a female producer. We got to the house and this dude answers the door and he is a I mean, this guy is high as a kite, stereotypical.
Oh yeah,
like
Radio Shack manager. Yeah.
Totally, shirt off, tripping out. Just came back, probably collecting copper on his bike.
And how do they answer the door? Is it always like, is there one common way that tweakers answer the door? Like, what's
no, not really. They don't answer the door. Usually they just see the blinds open a little bit. Bam, you can see okay, they're inside. But this guy answered the door because he needed us. The situation was that he was with his girlfriend and they were both high as a kite. It's like 4 in the morning. And when we walked in, she's laying on the floor in the living room and there's blood everywhere. There's blood all over her legs. And she's holding an old nasty t-shirt on her head. And this t-shirt is pretty sad. And when we start talking to this guy in his tweaker way, he starts to explain to us that they were being intimate, and during that they had gotten a dildo, really large purple dildo, and he had taken a coat hanger, those old school metal coat hangers, and he had unwound it. You know how when you like if you're doing
cooking marshmallows,
and you do that. Well, he essentially made it like that, but he took the end of that, the pokey end, and he stuck it into the end of the dildo, and he bent that coat hanger so it was a hand. So he was using that on his girlfriend.
Right. So he was
going.
Yeah. He was getting in there and doing what he could. Yeah.
Yeah. He was making it happen.
He was trying to jumpstart that cooch. Yeah.
Yeah. So what ended up happening was those pokey ends ended up coming through the side of the dildo. So when he was doing it, he was essentially cheese grating her insides.
I feel like right now my pussy hurts.
Hell yeah, it does. To this day, it bothers me.
I don't even have a pussy.
Right? To this day, it hurts me, But so when he described, and when he held that, we said, "Where is it? Where's the item?" And when he went and got it and held it up, there was literally tissue. There was tissue that was on the thing. So this was bad. This is a situation that was bad. But yeah, that's about as bad as it gets, right?
Yeah. Do you press like a? Is it like a button you press when it gets too bad?
No.
Who do you call when it gets too bad?
You know what you end up doing when it gets too bad? What cops are going to do it? They end up, it's a coping. And it just happens. And I can remember in that scenario, the hardest part in that scenario, I had been on for quite a while. The guy I was with had been on for quite a while as well. In that specific scenario, the hardest part for us was not to start. Because it was just so fucking crazy. It was just so crazy. Standing in the living room, the two tweakers, one's bleeding profusely, he's holding up, it's got tissue. The other problem is that we have a responsibility to render aid.
Yeah.
Civil liability is a big deal. When you're a cop, at any given time, you can lose everything because you fail to follow one part of your job, rendering everything. So I remember looking at the guys who had less time on the side going, you know what the fuck you got to do, right? You got to apply pressure, man.
And he's got to do it because he's younger.
He's younger. Yeah. You got, well, less time off.
Yeah, less time.
Yeah. So I would, and that conversation, looking at your buddy and saying, look at you got to do this, man. The difficulty in not laughing in that situation, the both of you, like, and him look at me going, there's no fucking way. There's just no fucking way I'm going to do this, dude. And you're going, no, you have to do this. Luckily, we were able to, we were having such a hard time dealing with not laughing that it went on just long enough that we were silent. And it's a fire department. You know, and at that point, it's like, yeah, this is all you guys. Right? This is all you guys.
Yeah, that's so interesting. So there must be such bonds kind of that are formed out there between cops. Are there?
Yeah.
Because I just feel you're going through such insane situations, you know? And it's so interesting that you guys use humor to cope because it's the same thing. It's the same thing why a lot of comedians get into things, you know, things were traumatic or some type of way, and so they use humor to survive. You know, I think it's amazing that Mother Nature uses that as like a governor almost, you know?
Yeah.
Where it's like if you get so far, you just laugh. I think it's why the Joker laughs in the Joker movies. Because at a certain point, he's just so mad that there's nothing left to do but laugh at it, you know?
Pretty much. The situations are so outrageous. Like you said, as far as the bonds, there is strong bonds. And I'm married, love my wife, been together for 20 years. We talk about everything, my best friend. My entire career, I never discussed anything. Literally never discussed anything. There was never a good time to come home and say, hey, so I fucking kid died today. You know, all the things that went on during the day, unless it was like really light, I never told her anything from that. Because it's just never a good time. You know, why would I want her to experience these especially as time goes on, these horrific things? So the only people you do talk about that with are these guys that you're doing. And 9 times out of 10, when you do talk about it later, it feels so inappropriate because it becomes a joke.
Right.
The most horrific situations, they become fun. You know, and anyone else that hears that, it is a hard pill to swallow. You know, it's hard for the general public to go, why the fuck are they laughing?
Right.
You know, what's so funny? You'll see sometimes on TV, I'll see like homicide scenes on TV, and I'll look at, because I'm conscious, I'm aware of this, I'll look at the officers around, and you do it from now on. You'll see, every once in a while, you'll see 2 guys in like a horrific murder scene, shootings, whatever, and there's 2 bug cops right there, and they'll be laughing. You know, they'll be communicating together, and they'll be laughing, and you go like, oh, dude, that's such bad things. It's such, but you totally understand.
Right.
You know, the rest of the world doesn't. Yeah.
Another night of epic fights is here. It's time to fist up. It's time to stay fisted, baby. I'm talking about UFC 282. It's an action-packed fight card. My boy Bryce Mitchell is going to be on there. He's been a 2-time guest here on the pod. I'll be throwing down on this one with DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. So check this out right now. If you like to gamble and you can do it safely, that everyone can earn up to a 50% boost when you place a same-game parlay on UFC 282. Download the app now. Use promo code THEO. Bet $5 pre-fight money line on any fighter to win and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's code THEO this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of UFC. Minimum age and eligibility restrictions apply. See show notes for details. Well, baldness. People are going bald. Look out of your window. What's happening? Baldness. I saw a dang cat the other day and he was damn balded out. Jesus. That's why Keeps can help you. Keeps. There are only 2 FDA-approved medications that can prevent hair loss, and Keeps offers them both. Convenient virtual consultations with a licensed medical provider and medications delivered straight to your door every 3 months. That's Keeps. You don't have to leave your home. God, imagine staying in your home, getting better hair, and finally coming out when you're haired up. I mean, you're going to be dang haired up. Bigfoot's going to, Sasquatch will be out there wanting to know what conditioner you're using. That's right. Keeps has everything your hair needs delivered straight to your door with discreet packaging and proven results. If you're ready to take action and prevent hair loss, go to keeps.com/THEO to receive your first month of treatment for free. That's keeps.com/Theo to get your first month free. Keeps.com/Theo. Dude, there's so much pressure on you guys. Like, what was that kind of like? What has that been like? Like, the pressure that here's a young man who didn't grow up with any amazing or special skills. And now they're in charge of kind of being a jury at certain times, being like immediate aid, going into something that they don't really know what's going on half the time. That person is required or expected to have all these answers, you know, and they have these tools on their belt that some of them are lethal that they're supposed to use. Jesus, man.
There's a tremendous amount of training that cops get as far as all the stuff that you have and how to use it. As far as the pressure, like I said earlier,
yeah,
people have always wanted. People want to go to bed at night and close their eyes and feel they're safe. That's the only reason we all sleep at night. So we think there's people out there that are keeping us safe. There is
That's a really good point, isn't it?
It is.
The second that the police are gone, somebody in your house is going to have to be at your window.
Which is the craziest part of what's going on lately. It's hard to watch. I've escaped it. You know, even after watching TV, it was a push. And I'm down for the push. I'm down for everything always getting better. We can, in any facet, we can get better. We can do this better. This is a very complex job. And you can't identify everything you're going to come in contact with. There's no way to be ready for everything that happens.
Yeah.
There's just no possible way in this job. Right. And a large portion of these things that you're coming in contact with are like that. You know, they're brutal. A mom walking with her child saw a car coming, was going to run a red light. She jumped back in the thing and lost her grip on him, and he got hit, sucked up into the wheel well. And you know, you get there, there is no way to properly handle that situation. You know what I mean? There is nothing that can be done. People don't understand that aspect. You know, they ask a lot of things. When I watch what was happening, when I watch those videos of what was going on, and you see it, you saw it spray painted all over. All cops are bad.
Are you talking about during BLM, or are you talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All cops are bad. And it was everywhere, and there was just this concerted push of demonizing a million people. And we never really, we have done that, but we don't really do that to any other profession like we do. There's a ton of bad doctors just writing prescriptions. I used to catch them all the time. Pictures. They were just, what do you want? 150 oxy? Just kill me. Morals, all from them. I've never had a concerted effort. Because the world feels like we need it. They don't feel that way about police. Hell, they were saying, get rid of the cops.
Yeah, that was insane.
Insane.
It's one of the reasons why I moved over I bought a house in Nashville about a year and a half ago. Just because I was pretty sure it was a place where people could carry weapons. So I just wanted there to be, that there's people that like to hunt, and I would rather have some of them be around.
Sure.
In case things get, or at least somebody rolls into a diner, with a, with a weapon. There's going to be 7 other guys in there.
Absolutely.
Who are going to find a way to finish their fucking heads up.
Which is what we were talking about earlier. I believe that we need more. It's the only solution. We need more guns and more good people's hands at all times. More CCWs. I really truly believe that's.
What is CCW?
Carry concealed weapons license.
Yeah.
Concealed weapon.
Yeah, I that's the thing. Well, it's funny because it's not even that is. I never even consciously made that choice. Really, I just said, okay, I need to be in a place where I know that someone around me can have a weapon, and I can if I need to.
Yes. Yeah.
It was just it was almost like a subconscious choice, really.
Yes.
Which
is the issue with the way the community, the way this concerted effort. There's all kinds of reasons why it occurred, which of course none of us want to get in, but this effort to demonize these good people. I'll be honest, man. I did police work for 20 years. It doesn't occupy me. I don't care. I don't have a gun on me right now. I don't carry a gun because I feel like I don't need to. Police work does not define me. But some of the best people I've ever met, just really solid. We came from all different places. How I got there was much different than the way both got. We were totally opposite. Yeah, there is a lot of guys that you see, like who probably got their ass kicked in high school and became cops. But I found the majority of those guys, they were good dudes. There was guys that weren't, but within police departments, especially now, they really police themselves and contain or get rid of those people. They don't want that either.
Right.
And a lot of cops are just really solid human beings. And the world just recently, they tried to turn on them when they were retired. They did exactly what they said that is happening to other people. They completely stereotype a million people.
Yeah, it's crazy. Right. It's like people saying don't stereotype, but then we're going to stereotype this huge group of people that are keeping us safe.
And now we're less safe than we were.
Are we really? I was going to ask you that. Are we less safe than we've ever been?
Absolutely. The whole idea of police work, when I started, the whole idea of police work in its entirety was proactive police. Get out there and find crime before them. I want you to shake cars. I want you to shake cars and pull them over. Find out what's going on. Find out if they got stuff there. I want you to
frisk, tickle.
Yes, and there's a whole dynamic to that that's always in debate of like, oh, he stopped me because of this, or he stopped me because of that, which is really not true. But it's too long of an explanation for that. But the whole idea of police work was to find the crimes before they occur. And now what has happened with the demonizing of police and the way that they have unfairly attacked them, like I said, the expectation is, oh man, he only had a baseball bat and you shot him.
Right.
It's like, what are you talking about? This wasn't even a conversation. That was stomped down. Back in the day, that wasn't allowed to go there. That's ridiculous.
Right.
But now guys are losing their jobs. They're not just losing their jobs, they're going to jail. So now literally, I still have a good friend of mine is chief in the police department that I work at now. And they're literally telling police officers, essentially, I only want you to deal with what we have. So cops aren't out there doing proactive policing. They're not out there actively looking for stuff because they're literally scared that no matter what they do, the world's going to turn on them based on a video clip.
Yeah.
Or a concerted effort once that video clip is seen of all these people in high power positions that have the venue to disseminate all this information to turn on this guy. I can give you so many examples, which I'm not, but of cops being unjustifiably tried and convicted.
Really?
On television. Where they said this guy is a bad person.
Yeah, take me through one. It's interesting. Because I agree with you. I agree it's impossible. How do you say all of these people? And I wasn't one of the people who jump on that. I'm one of the ilk that it's like, yeah, maybe there's some bad guys here, maybe there's some people that are untrained or not trained well, but I have always felt like I've had a decent relationship with police unless I was doing something wrong, and in that time I didn't have the best time.
And nobody wants to be held accountable. Even a housewife that gets pulled over for speeding. I mean, I've had women that look like mothers completely lose their shit on. Just over a ticket. Just completely unreasonable, screaming, yelling, cussing, which guy better do. There's crimes going on. Yeah. That's just such a ignorant statement. That, you have to enforce all of this. There's reasons all over the place. But yeah. I'm trying to think of one recently. I don't know if you remember this. There was a scenario right after the big incident that occurred where I think it was like Iran or something. It was two cops. They were trying to take this guy into custody and drag out, fight. They had the whole clip. And they were fighting, and the suspect ended up taking the guy's taser. Remember, he ran, he turned back, and shot the taser towards the cops. Okay, that guy's done. That guy is unequivocally the justification for a police officer to eliminate that threat is 100%, unequivocally. Because if you are a cop's job is to identify a crime, take that person into custody, and to take them before a judge, and to have them processed for them. They're not there to administer punishment. I think that's where the problem some cops get so, somebody spits on your face, it's hard. Yeah. I didn't drive right. My meat packs I went to South Central. I had a guy actually come up to me. We were involved in this scenario where I was investigating crime, and he noticed my name tag, and he decided to go on a tangent. I see how his officer right. You know, and it didn't even register for me at that time. I'm like, oh shit, no, my name's Brad, man. You know, my name's Brad.
Right.
Yeah, this,
Right, you're missing the rad part.
yeah, dude. I actually got my name tag. Didn't want to deal with that anymore. Yeah, I just didn't want to deal with that anymore.
Sure, dude.
But in the scenario that you saw with those two Atlanta cops, I mean, there's just those guys. That guy decided that he was not going to, and he was going to do anything he needed not to go to jail. And that cop's job is he can't just go, okay, fuck it, you know, you don't want to go, I'll see you later. Because now that guy loses his job. He has to take this individual in custody. There is no not doing it.
Right, because now if that guy goes and does something immediately down the street,
Done. Civil liability.
and the cops are sued.
Cops are sued. People lose trust in the police department. It's a very difficult thing. So those guys had no choice at that point but they take this guy into custody. And when you're in a fight like that, when you're in a fight where someone's fighting with a cop, I remember when I was a kid, man, I knew if I worked with the cops, I was that's just how it was. I mean, that's how it was. That's my understanding. But if this guy is doing all of this to get away, he's capable of it. When you're in a fight like that as a cop, your thought process is, this guy overwhelms me. He's going to get my gun, and I'm done. And so immediately when someone starts really, truly resisting you physically, a cop's going to fight for you. And the public doesn't understand. But
Right.
if you're fighting a cop, you're going to do whatever is necessary. You've already demonstrated.
Already crossed that line.
Already crossed that line. I'm going to do whatever it needs to do. So at that point, you're in a fight for them. So those cops were so justified. Even though that guy was running away, they started chasing him. And that guy turned and shot that taser at them. There's the probability of them knowing that that was a taser is absolutely minimal. And they put that on TV. They demonized those two guys without any kind of a hearing or any true information whatsoever. And it was criminal. It was criminal. That goes on a lot. And then you notice, you never heard about that. Because they put that to rest, because that's totally justified. And all the powers that be that wanted to use that for their agenda, they even left it because it became pretty evident really quick once people started looking at it going like, what are they supposed to do? Oh, what's the story that's supposed to do?
Well, and so how bad is the media in all of this? How much have they become? Because, you know, it's funny, like, it doesn't even seem sometimes like the government is the government anymore. It seems like the government is this LLC kind of, or America's like this LLC of just like corporations and capital interests, and that media kind of controls a lot of stuff. I mean, how scary is it to you guys? Because the media, somebody puts out a clip, some group uses it to kind of push their narrative or something like that, and then police are like, what are we supposed to do? You know, it almost doesn't leave you a place to do anything. You know, is the media like? Does it sometimes feel like the media is not on your side?
Yeah, man, you're going into a whole thing recently that just seems like it's such a general topic. But yeah, what's going on now? I never really dealt with it. Again, I never had a scenario where it was so high profile that I was dealing with the media on a personal level and have all the knowledge of exactly what happened. But it definitely appears like the media right now is using a million people as a tool. You know, and they're definitely using it, and people don't ever stop to think that's just a dude that needed a job, that got into his career, that's making a living, that goes home and has a family, is just trying to get back alive, he's doing crazy shit all fucking day, he's been doing crazy shit for like 15 years. Why are we allowing this? Why are we allowing this to happen? You know, but nobody wants to be the person that stands and raises their hand because that's the next thing. So yeah, I'm not a media. I imagine that's what
Yeah, I think so too. Look, it's one of the reasons why we've been able to start like tertiary media things like this.
Yes.
You know, because mainstream it was just too
biased.
It's so bad.
It's if they give too the news got away from telling you what happened, and now they give you their opinion. It's based on who that guy is.
And it's based a lot of times by people that have grown up in a hypothetical, comfortable type of environment where they've never really they've never needed a cop really. They've never, except to maybe serve like a divorce paper. They've never really been in an environment where it's like, okay, this is what life is kind of really like for other people.
People got no idea what's going on. People have no idea what's going on. Again, most cops are cynical and callous, and if you spend 20, 30 years of going and dealing with the world shit every single day, you start getting convinced. It's fucked up, man. This is a bad place. I had a young, through my cousin, I had a baby. I still to this day go, how selfish was it? How selfish is that? I know what a shit world this is. I know what he's going to fix. I know what could possibly happen. I know what rocks the earth. I'm so selfish. I wanted the kid so bad. I never even took into consideration what I've done. He's going to have to, who knows what's going to happen.
Well, I'll tell you one thing that could happen. If you're a good dad, he's going to look up one day at his dad, and he's going to love his dad so much. And he doesn't get to do that if you don't have him. So that's pretty cool.
Yes.
And it's for him.
I'm just going to
you're saying so. Yeah, I feel you though. Yeah. And I'm not judging what you're saying. I'm just kind of sharing. I'm trying to share something that makes you think positively about it too. I'm sure it's amazing being a dad. But yeah, I could imagine that. You're like, what am I bringing somebody really into?
Because this world to me, this world is ugly. This world, you don't, like I said, you don't know what's behind this world. Cops every day get invited into people's homes uninvited. You have never been in a home besides a party where people didn't want you. We would go every day to people's homes that didn't want us. And they have no choice. So every day we're walking into environments that normal people don't go into.
And is it weird right when you walk in, like where do you stand in the room? That's what I always feel like. Sometimes I'm looking at the house and like it always seems like I don't know where would I stand here? Would I stand here?
It's there's so much training even in that aspect as far as tactical advantage and how you stand, gun laid back, always being. They teach you to watch. I went to so many behavior analysis courses where they would teach you based on the way people sit in interviews, if they're telling the truth, the way someone's acting when they're sitting, of what could possibly occur next, and everything's happening. Cops do everything for a reason. Like 90% of the time, they want to bring people out of their home because that's their environment. We don't know what's in that environment. We don't know what's behind that door. We don't know what's in that couch cushion. So they try to bring them into the most safe environment they possibly can, which is usually to bring them out of the house. Everything a cop does is all it's all training and there's all process. Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot that people can do. There's a lot to it.
Man, it's really given me. It just gives me a little bit more of an understanding, kind of. This should almost be a class. I feel like in school,
Yes.
To have like a real, like I don't give a fuck if I could spell, but if I have an understanding of what the people enforcing my community, what their lives are like, and what my responsibility then as a member of the community could be. That would be really, really valuable, I feel like.
Absolutely. I mean, even cops still need it. Before COVID, after I retired, I went in one of my close friends in the police department, I became a patrol sergeant, and it was a female, was squared away, female cop you've ever seen. Just looked at her. She's a great cop you've ever seen, totally solid. As time went on, she started to deteriorate. And because my generation had never been taught about it, we would, just sack fuck up,
Toughen up, Tom.
That's it. We need to cut the sack the fuck up. Let's get back to business.
Yeah.
So we
pardon that vulva, buddy.
That's it. And we just didn't know what it was. Well, long story short, she ended up not showing up for work. She ended up paying herself. I actually went to the house and found her. And with hindsight, looking back at it, there were so many warning signs. There were so many things that she did, and she was begging for help. She actually came into the police department at one point and was hysterical and acting crazy. And I had a pretty good relationship with her, so told my lieutenant, I'll go and talk to her. I never got really oh shit, she's gonna kill her. She's so bad.
Right, like even thinking that, but it's almost like this passive weird thing we just think.
I said it. I said it out loud. She's gonna kill herself. She's that crazy. Things are that bad right now. Is what I was thinking. And doing what cops do, we made a fucking joke at her. I remember laughing. And a week later she was dead. You know, and so even with cops, they have to learn about themselves. I was going to do speaking based on my experience from that and some other things where I was going all over the United States doing speaking engagements where I was teaching cops about mental health, man. You know, knowing what can happen, how it happens, and how you're not going to be aware that it's happening. And these are the warning signs. Don't fuck around because you're going to wake up one day. People don't think it is.
And it is.
Oh, yeah.
And it's fast.
Sometimes it is.
Well, I think we could be at this part in society too, in the timeline of society where the receptacles we've been using to corral and to take care of, like the drains, like the sieves, the things that are the things that are the people that are taking care of us, like mental health professionals, cops. It could be we're at this kind of tipping point as a society where it's like we've overburdened them, you know, and I don't know that, but you start to wonder, like, at what point are we just not able to be the ones to, like, kind of damn or help alleviate whatever, all this kind of whatever trauma or whatever it is, this continuing pieces of pain that are alive in the universe. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah.
It's kind of ethereal, kind of, I think. I don't know what ethereal means, but
I understand what you're trying to say. They got to do better. We got to do better.
So what can we do then? What can we do for cops? What are we doing? So you said that it's important.
It is important, but I mean, we're so far down the ladder as far as like that question of what can we do for cops. The first thing, just to get on the ladder, I would say be fair, man. Be fair. You know, think about it. It's a million. I'm estimating that, but I think it's like 1 million cops. There's 1 million people. What we're talking about? Let's say 1,000 of them are bad people. 1,000 of them. Is it our duty? Is it our job as police officers, or to identify those people, get rid of them? Absolutely. And I'm not here. I'm not advocating for police. I have there's no reason for me to.
Right.
I'm being honest with you. I'm not trying to say, oh, cops are this and that, but you need to be fair. You need to be fair with cops. You know, 1,000 were bad. Don't go into it with the thought process that you have. Don't participate in what you're saying. You see people saying, you know, police or all cops are bad or defund the cop. Find a way to assist in that process of going, no, that's not right. So we need to identify individuals. And people have argued about this. We can't have one.
Unrealistic, and especially a pressure put on the people that already have so much pressure on them.
Yes.
And it's not really probably going to change anything. It's just a bunch of battle cry bullshit that doesn't really, in the end, is it really changing anything? You know?
So that's less safe.
That's a good point.
Make us less safe. So we do have that. I'm telling you now, we're less safe.
We are.
We're less safe.
It feels less safe out there.
Yeah, we're less safe. Yes, we are, especially here in LA, we are much less. Because we have a double whammy out here. We got now it's shifting into where they're getting district attorneys that are eliminating. We're basically saying that there is
right. There's no crime.
There's no crime.
Right, like a crime isn't a real thing, and we're not going to press charges for it.
Yeah, like back when I was a cop, like if you went into a CVS and shoplifted, we would go through a process of identifying. Did you go in there with the intent to steal? Which is an easy process to do. Where's your wallet? I don't have a wallet. Where's your form of payment? I don't have any form of payment. I have nothing on me. Well, why'd you go into CVS? Well, it's obviously why you went to CVS. You went in there to steal.
Yeah.
So now it's not just a petty theft. Now it's a burglary because you went in there with the intent to steal, which makes it a different crime.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a process of identifying people doing wrong things and trying to get it to stop. I wasn't a perfect kid. I got arrested once. I got arrested several times. You know, fortunately, I came in contact with police officers that from what I remember, were just solid human beings. And I had a demeanor, because of the way I was raised, where I was very respectful even though I was wrong. So I had a really good interaction, even though I was being held accountable. I wasn't doing that. I wasn't really doing anything. I wasn't stealing or my parents were really strict. I took the car. The first time I ever got arrested, I took my parents' car. I was 15 years old. Yeah. I wanted to go see my girlfriend. I came home, went to bed. Next morning, I woke up, cops were Dad called the cops, had me arrested. You know, because his thought process was now we're getting into shit where I'm gonna start holding you accountable. I used to look at it like, oh, you're such a kid, how did you get me? I look back at it now, thank God, because I went through enough stuff where one day I went, that's it. I don't want to live like this. Matter of fact, I want to do the opposite. And all my shit was misdemeanors. I was able to get it and look through the process of becoming a cop, but it made a big difference for me. When you say, like, how do we get rid of that? It made a big difference for me where I was legally able to not make mention of the things that occurred to me as a juvenile. Because I got it expunged in my record, and it's clearly stated that you do not have to make that available. Okay, they do a whole background and talk to people, and the people that were in my life at that time, thankfully, didn't make mention. So it was alleviated. So I was able to become a police officer. And it served me well, man, because I knew what it was like to be locked up in an 8x10 for 23 hours.
Right, you had some semblance of it.
It's a big deal to take away someone's freedom. It's monstrous. It's crippling. You know, I was 16 years old. I did 6 months in juvenile hall taking my parents home. That was back in the day. You know, you kill somebody, you might not get 6 months.
Yeah.
You know, but my parents said we went to maximum, yada yada. But when I got out and I became a police officer eventually, I kept that. Matter of fact, shit, someone's if I watch the podcast and my buddies would be like, "You never do that about you." But it's just not something that I brought up because it made me feel lesser than the guys I was working with. They had this lifestyle that they deserved to be there. I really didn't deserve to be there. I just got lucky. But it served me really well. I really had an appreciation of that process and what it does to a person. Coming in contact with a cop, being arrested, getting put inside of a jail cell, being there for 23 hours. You know, that time. I was a kid from Orange County. I got put in a jail cell the first day with this kid. It was an Asian kid. I didn't know.
Yeah, I'll see him.
Yeah, this Asian kid that was in there, and we started talking about what'd you do, and I said, I took my parents' car. And this guy went on the story. It seems like actually gang member, and they were on the run. They were in a hotel. They had a revolver. They had played Russian roulette with it at a thing, and some dude ended up blowing his head off, and they were scared because the gun was stolen, and they put him in the carpet, and they cut the carpet. They rolled him up in the carpet, took him to the San Bernardino Mountains, and lit him on fire. They got away with it for like 6 months. But I shit my pants, man. You know, I mean, when that guy told me that, I was like, holy shit, dude, I was scared to death.
Yeah, fuck, I'm never working in flooring under that. But dang, no, that's crazy. If you're in a cell with that dude suddenly, you're like, damn,
as a kid.
Yeah, especially if you're like, this isn't the avenue I want to be going. Like, if this is even the intersection I'm starting to meet up with the world at, I want to do a U-turn. You were talking about local crime and stuff like that, or this type of break-ins and thievery and robbery. We had this thing that just happened yesterday at the Apple Store. You see this thing? These are these smash and grab things that happen all the time.
Yes.
This is somewhere here in California. An episode.
And it seems to be, and for some reason, this seems to be like I don't know if this is like it's like a black culture thing. It seems to be a lot of times it's just kind of black guys. I know it's a generalization. I'm okay to make that, and I don't mean that in a rate like black people. I'm just saying I don't know if this is like train robbing is probably like a white crime. You know, like different people have sometimes different crimes in their cultures. I don't know if this. Yeah, I don't. What? There's no way to police this, is there? What do you do here? You hear the people in here like, are we supposed to do something? What do we do? You know?
Well, I do think we have gotten to a point in the world where we are eventually going to have someone with a gun everywhere. I mean, I'm talking security of some kind, right? Like if you go to, like you're talking about like these shootings that they have at schools, we could almost alleviate that tomorrow. We could almost take care of that situation tomorrow. And if you go to Israel, if you try to walk onto an elementary school, there are 2 highly trained, highly armed military type personnel, usually more than that are guarding that school. Wow. That you can't even take pictures. They don't even let you take pictures. That would completely alleviate the situation that we have. I know they got like school resource officers, but it's one cop and it's good school.
Yeah, and that's just somebody fucking with a damn whistle. I'm talking about somebody there who's trained.
Yeah, and a couple, highly trained, very visible. If there was a guy right there, that was in that store. But for some reason, society is still reluctant to go that direction. I understand it. Drugs are scary. I understand that aspect of it. But I really feel like it's our only solution. We can alleviate that situation. How do we stop that from going on? The only really way to do that is to hold. That's not the first time these kids do it. Yeah. Nobody walks into an Apple store and starts ripping fucking phones off with a packed store. Those kids have committed a lot. I guarantee you those kids have been arrested. At least some of them.
Yeah.
And the problem is the accountability is so low. Like my example, I had the ultimate accountability. There's no difference between me and those guys. I'm not,
Right, you're both humans.
We're both humans, you know what I mean? And I was just held accountable, and it changed the way I think. I didn't want that lifestyle. We're not doing that. And people are seeing this on TV, and they're seeing that they're doing away with it, and it's influencing other people doing it. Like, what the fuck,
What are we gonna do?
I want a fucking iPhone 14 and shit,
40 iPhones in a computer.
And they don't have that guidance at home, maybe. They don't have that